A colossal bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, branching downwards. Terrifying thunder followed ceaselessly. A gloomy, eerie castle was engulfed in the night rain. In this dark space, and amidst the incessant patter of rain, only one window cast a faint yellow light. A voice rang out, "You have done well all this time." Suddenly, a piercing metallic sound. A sharp blade abruptly pierced flesh, running straight through a person's back. Fresh blood splattered. The blonde-haired man gripped the hilt of the sword embedded in his opponent's body and said coldly, "Lady Julia von Rosentain." But the opponent only let out a weak groan. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The woman named Julia von Rosentain used all her strength to grab the man's shoulder. She spoke with difficulty, word by word, "Your Majesty." The man spoke again, "You're no longer of any use. This is the end." After speaking, with a squelch, he decisively pulled the sword out of her body, and she fell backward. A strange voice rang out, "May you rest in peace." She collapsed on the floor, one hand clutching her wound. Outside the window, the rain continued to fall without stopping. The pattering sound lingered as if water was being poured. Fresh blood flowed down the sharp blade, dripping onto the ground. He used the back of the hand, gripping the hilt, to wipe the blood from his cheek, saying with a blank expression, "TSK. No need to be so ashamed." That strange voice spoke again, "You don't have to show such an ugly face. It truly displeases me." In the darkness, a pair of eyes stared intently. He looked at her kneeling opposite him and continued, "In consideration of your past merits, the funeral will be held with great ceremony." After speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left. Seeing him turn his back to leave, she opened her mouth wide and said, "Everything you've ever told me." She recalled the scenes they had spent together, thinking to herself, "He once said he loved me too." She remembered his sweet voice and friendly eyes as he gently kissed her hand. Then he swore to be together for a lifetime. She had once believed in that saintly appearance of his. Then she told herself, "I willingly offered my sword to you." She asked him in disbelief, "Everything you said, was it all a lie?" Hearing this, his emotionless face stiffened. He said nothing, nor did he turn his head to look at her one more time. On his face, there were still unclean streaks of blood. As he pushed open the door to leave, he said cruelly, "It was all just your illusion." Hearing this, she collapsed in despair. Outside, the rain still pattered on. She thought, "If I were a beautiful woman, the outcome might have been different." She bit her lip, thinking, "I was so foolish to believe in the Emperor." Her blood pooled on the floor. She thought, "You never loved me." She held out her rough, scarred hand. She thought to herself, "If I hadn't loved you either, I could have used my strength for more worthy things." Suddenly, it brightened outside the window, and the whole space became clear. Her once rough hands and skin suddenly became smooth and fair. Her legs also became slender and white. Faced with this change, she thought in disbelief, "So, the curse is being broken." Her white hair also suddenly grew long. She thought again, "Pull me out of the puddle. Is this where I will go after I die?" She had completely transformed into a beautiful young woman. She lay on the floor, her eyes welling with tears. She stared at her hand, thinking to herself, "My hand hurts so much." She fainted on the floor. She was the commander of the Royal Knights, Julia von Rosentain, betrayed by the man she loved most. Duchess Rosentain, known as the sharp sword of the kingdom and the protector of the emperor. However, behind that halo, she was called the curse sword. A dark hand was touching the mirror before her. Seeing the man-like figure in the mirror, she immediately panicked. She said, "Why did this happen? I'd rather die." She gritted her teeth, asking herself, wasn't the curse already broken? The Rosentain family has a curse passed down from generation to generation. The first head of the family, Hugo von Rosentain, killed the fire witch Ariel. Before she died, the fire witch cursed Hugo. The fire witch's final curse was, "Your descendants will not live past childhood. All will die." At that time, Hugo had 2 children. The eldest son had a high fever, not yet 10 years old. His daughter was frail, bedridden, and dying. Not long after, even his second daughter began to run a high fever. To break the curse at all costs, Hugo sought out another witch. In the castle of the Ice Witch, the Ice Witch, with white hair down to her waist, sat on a large chair, exuding a cold aura. The Ice Witch Iris intently read the scroll in her hand. Without giving Hugo a single glance, she snorted and said, "So, you want to break Ariel's curse?" She said, "You just need to learn a sword style called Iris. That is the only way," she added. "The Iris sword style possesses immense power, so in theory, it can counter Ariel's power. It is a sword technique created in ancient times to fight her." She emphasized again, "But there's a fatal flaw." Hearing this, Hugo hurriedly placed a hand on his chest and said with an extremely serious attitude, "Whatever it takes, please save my daughters." Hearing this, the ice which narrowed her eyes and smiled. She said, "Very well. I also got rid of Ariel, so I will help you." In a castle bathed in warm, golden sunlight, Hugo's daughter lay weakly on her sickbed. She coughed incessantly, surrounded by bloodstains, looking incredibly pitiful. At this moment, Ariel was casting a spell, helping her escape the curse. With Iris's help, Hugo's daughter recovered her health. Afterward, Iris diligently taught her the Iris sword style. She created ice spirits to supervise and help the girl correct her posture on her behalf. By learning the Iris sword style, she escaped that fatal curse. A scream rang out. Hugo and his wife anxiously surrounded the little girl. Meanwhile, Iris stood by with her arms crossed, calmly observing them. Hugo looked at her in panic, asking, "Iris, my daughter's face has become so scary." "The curse has." Iris's voice rang out. "I already told you, there's a flaw." The little girl covered her face and sobbed, saying sadly, "My hair." Iris's gaze swept over Hugo, her voice calm again. "The cold of Iris only affects one's appearance. Once the Iris sword style is mastered, it will return to normal. Try to practice more. After completely mastering the sword style, you will recover. This is like using one curse to stop another." Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Then, the maid Judy peeked in, glanced at her, and said, "My lady, what are you slowly preparing for, my lady? Is your skin all right?" Julia thought to herself, "Judy looks much younger too. My body is thinner than before, and my face is younger." She then looked at Judy and asked, "Judy, how old are you this year?" Judy heard this and replied, "Yes, I am 17. Judy thought in confusion, "Aren't you the same?" She propped her chin with her index finger, thinking seriously. 17 years old. That was 8 years ago. I've returned to the past. She looked at herself in the mirror again, thinking, "I don't know how I returned to the past. The important thing now is what to do next." Her fingers curled. Then she pressed her whole palm against the mirror. She thought again, "The curse. There's nothing I can't solve. Since I have experience from one time, it won't be too difficult because I have the memories of my past life. This is not a legend, but a true story. Iris once said that when I reach the ultimate realm, all curses will lose their effect." She recalled the scene before her death. She thought, "The man I saw before I died." The feeling from that moment is still vivid. She looked out the window, thinking, "I don't know if this is a dream, or if everything happens according to my memories, I will know." In the fireplace, the firewood crackled as it was consumed by a large fire. Julia clenched her fists, her body leaning slightly forward. She focused her thoughts. How can I avoid being killed? Then, her expression gradually darkened. She was silent, with only 2 words in her mind: revenge. The maid Judy saw her solemn expression and couldn't help but be frightened. Judy looked at her tremblingly, calling softly, "My lady." Judy thought worriedly, "Oh, I don't know what that expression of hers means." Hearing Judy's call, she looked up and saw Judy's hesitant and anxious face. She said to Judy, "Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Are you all right?" Judy heard this and said, "Yes, I was just a little surprised." "Are you all right, my lady?" She rubbed one of her shoulders and said reluctantly, "Of course, I'm fine." Judy felt she was very suspicious and confirmed once more, "Really?" She said, "Come here, look at this." Judy breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Phew, then there's no problem." She asked Judy again, still suspicious. Judy smiled happily, squinting her eyes, her hands clasped together, her head tilted, and said excitedly, "You're going to the prince's birthday party, aren't you?" She was astonished. What? She thought again, "Today." She immediately recalled the scene of that party, thinking, "It's the prince's birthday party. 8 years ago, on that very day, I fell in love with him." She remembered the moment the prince bowed and invited her to dance. She thought worriedly, "Suppose, if I fall in love with that guy again, I will face that terrible death again." Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up. She said to Judy, "Judy, I'm not going to the birthday party anymore." Hearing this, Judy was immediately flustered. Judy cried out in disbelief, "Ah." Her voice came from outside the window. "I'm planning to go into seclusion." Judy asked her in great surprise, "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" She said calmly, "I just want to go into seclusion." Hearing this, Judy immediately grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her forcefully. Then Judy said, crying, "My lady, that's just a legend." She suddenly gripped Judy's wrist and said affirmatively, "It's not a legend. If I master the sword style, the curse will be lifted." She fell silent weakly, slumping down. Judy asked her in a very confused tone, "Why do you suddenly want to do this?" Outside the window, her voice was heard. She asked Judy, "Do you remember the first day I attended a party?" The image of Judy in the past hiding behind the door, watching her constantly trembling body with worried eyes. She recalled the party that day. She stood amidst the contemptuous and scornful gazes of a crowd of malicious people. She said, "That day, I became the center of everyone's gossip. It was like being a beast trapped in an iron cage." She clearly remembered the scrutinizing, contemptuous looks of everyone at the party. She thought, "At that time so many eyes were on me. Out of fear, I ran away." She thought again, "But now it's different." In a corner of the room, she said, "Please." Then she decisively grabbed Judy's hand. She squeezed Judy's hands, pleading, "Judy, please help me." Judy was startled, looking at her blankly. Judy pursed her lips, swallowed, then looked at her with determination. Outside the castle where she lived, the sky was blue with white clouds. The sun was shining brightly, a scene of indescribable peace and tranquility. After changing her clothes, she tightened the sword at her side. She thought to herself, "Good, I'm ready." She handed Judy a letter. She said, "Can you give this letter to my father?" Judy took the letter, clutching it in her hand, her eyes welling with tears. Judy bowed her head and said with difficulty, "My lady, this will be the last time I help you." She breathed a sigh of relief, placing a hand on Judy's shoulder to comfort her. Judy bowed, nodding repeatedly. With everything arranged, she jumped onto her windowsill with a whoosh. After successfully landing in the courtyard, she even turned back, looked towards her window, and waved goodbye to the watching Judy. Outside, the sky was clear and the sun was warm. In the room, Judy watched her receding figure, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. She said to herself, "My lady, please take care." In front of her room door, a man's voice was heard. On the table was Julia's open letter. Beside it, a hand was gently clenched. The voice spoke again. "You mean she left this and went away?" In a corner of the room, an angry voice was questioning Judy. "This is not an ordinary party. This is the prince's birthday party. Why didn't you stop her?" Then Judy's voice was heard. She said, "It's my fault." Judy clasped her hands, letting them hang in front of her. She bowed her head guiltily and said, "But I couldn't just stand by and watch the young lady get hurt anymore." Hearing this, the man fell silent. The man pulled open a desk drawer and placed Julia's letter inside. He sighed and said, "If she left a letter and went, she must have her reasons. But that's no reason to be absent." This man was Pascal, Julia's father. He instructed Judy. Julia was injured while practicing her swordsmanship. Judy immediately replied smartly, "Yes, sir." He suddenly stood up, turned to her, and said decisively, "In short, no one must find out that she has left." "Understood." Hearing this, Judy immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." A carriage rattled by. The Rosentain family has been illustrious for generations, with many royals in the family, passed down from one generation to the next. If nothing unexpected happens, the prince will become the next emperor. Considering the relationship with the royal family, Pascal mused, Julia must also attend. He recalled Julia's letter and then Judy's words, "I couldn't watch the young lady get hurt anymore." He lowered his eyes slightly, staring intently at the object in his hand. In his palm was a small item, inside which was a very happy-looking family photo. In the photo were Pascal, his wife, and a young Julia. He gazed at Julia's beautiful little face from her childhood. Then he thought to himself, "I will trust in your choice." At the party, the scene was extremely lively and noisy. The prince saw Pascal and greeted him, Lord Rosentain. Hearing this, he raised the wine glass in his hand to gesture to him, replying, "Your Highness, it's a pleasure to see you." The prince, hearing this, smiled in response. Pascal asked him, "Has your Highness been well?" The prince hesitated and replied, "I am well, but..." He seemed a little disappointed as he asked Pascal, "Will I not be able to see your daughter today either?" Hearing this, Pascal bowed respectfully and replied, "My deepest apologies, your Highness. She was injured during training." The prince exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness, is she badly hurt?" Lucas, standing behind him, remained silent, observing their conversation. Pascal replied. Fortunately, the wound is not serious, but it seems walking will be a bit inconvenient. So by the investiture ceremony, she should have recovered quickly. Please do not worry, Your Highness. The prince placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I understand. I will pray for her. Lucas called out, Your Highness. He glanced at the prince and asked, Are you just going to keep waiting like this? That Rosentane girl isn't here. We don't need to waste any more time. Besides, the looks from those nobles are getting more and more irritating. He was intently writing something on a stack of paper with a quill. As he wrote, he said, Well then, today's party ends here. The prince said sinisterly, The investiture ceremony. How exciting. Julia was lost in thought. After attending my first party, rumors about me quickly spread among the nobility. Because I looked so ugly, I became a monster. I avoided everyone, hiding myself away at home, getting used to the darkness. But that didn't last long, until I considered the darkness my friend. That day, 8 years ago, the prince was like fate to me. I fell in love with him, willing to offer everything. But thinking of this, she sighed. I can't trust someone like him. Julia gritted her teeth, thinking resentfully. If I appear as I did in the past, he will use me again. It's been about 3 months since I came to the Sugarcane Mountains. My 18th birthday is also approaching. I have to return home before that party begins. On the 58th birthday, the nobility will be honored with knighthood. At the royal palace, I swore an oath of loyalty and was officially knighted. Moreover, our Rosentane family has always been loyal to the royal family. After being knighted, we will assist the succeeding emperor to the throne. This means I was destined to help him. That guy, from our very first meeting, plotted to get close to me, to break the curse in a shorter time. Hiding like a fool is completely useless. My curse was broken before I died. Then I breathed my last. Tomorrow, I plan to try pushing myself to the brink of death. The next morning, she saw a group of monsters talking. What a fearsome aura. Since when did these monsters evolve to this extent? This is no problem for me. But Julia was currently hiding behind a tree. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Before her, Zion stood proudly amidst a pack of monsters ready to devour him at any moment. She was stunned, thinking, that guy, when did he get here? Is he planning to fight that whole pack of monsters alone? At this moment, she was drawn to his flaming sword. Wait a minute, that sword, it's enveloped in fire. Could that guy be a magic swordsman? Zion was now filled with fighting spirit, crazily charging in to slaughter the pack of monsters. He didn't even hesitate to rush into their midst. If this continues, he'll be eaten by the monsters. After all, he's only one person. What should I do? While she was focused on the battle, a surprise attack struck hard where Julia was standing. Luckily, she was agile and managed to dodge the blow in time. Looking at the debris on the ground, Julia thought, what is this terrifying destructive power? Why are there shadow monsters here? At this moment, a huge monster appeared in front of Julia. Its eyes were blood red, looking extremely ferocious. Julia was a little uneasy. This is one of the mutated magical beasts that live deep in the forest of shadows. Why did they appear here? Looking at its body, 3 times her size, Julia didn't know if she could win. The monster let out a piercing roar. She was scared and quickly turned to flee. Well, this is a completely unbalanced confrontation. It's going to kill me. I need to find a village to hide in, not run headfirst into a dangerous place like this. How long has it been since I died and came back to life? I didn't expect things to turn out like this. But running forever is not a solution. Julia turned around, looking at the monster before her. Just then, the monster raised its spiky weapon high. Julia gripped her sword tightly, nimbly swinging a slash. In my current physical state, I can't use that, but I have to try. A streak of sword light flashed, slashing across its calf. Fresh blood immediately spurted out. The monster roared in pain. Julia panted heavily. After taking a deep breath, I will pour all my remaining strength into this sword. With that, she decisively swung her sword at the monster, shouting, "Take this final blow of mine." She continued to swing her sword at the monster. Before Julia's eyes, that monster also collapsed. She wearily raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her lips. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out, as expected. Julia was startled and quickly turned her head. The sound of footsteps seemed to shake the very ground. The voice spoke again, "Look behind you." As she turned her head, a ferocious monster was staring at Julia. Zion was now casually sitting on a tree, calling down, "It seems very angry that you killed its companion. I'd love to help you, sorry, but I have a very important appointment, so goodbye." After saying that, he took his leave. This left Julia a bit confused. What was that? Before leaving, he added another sentence, "Good luck." Then he just left in a baffling manner. The monster now attacked Julia. She immediately jumped back, dodging its attack. Looking at the monster before her, Julia was a little disappointed. That guy has no reason to help me. Everyone will abandon me eventually. Who cares anyway? Because what I need to do is survive and get revenge. Julia raised her sword in front of her, slashing wildly, flesh and blood flying. Night gradually fell. Julia looked miserable, panting for every breath. She collapsed to the ground, exhausted. I can't even move anymore. Even if I kill them, they'll just keep coming. What did I do wrong? Why do I have to die such a miserable death? I didn't expect to fight until midnight. The monsters still kept pouring in, making it hard for her to defend herself. Julia gritted her teeth. Please, let me live. Even if she fell into a bottomless abyss, Julia always longed to live. Just then, a light suddenly flashed. A source of power enveloped her, then gently lifted her up. It was at this moment that Julia broke through to the realm of Sword Saint. From then on, the curse was also broken. On the delicate face of the young woman, a peerless beauty gradually emerged. By now, it was already morning. She was sleeping soundly. A moment later, Julia slowly opened her eyes. She reflexively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the bright sunlight. So bright. Looking at her slender hand, she was momentarily stunned. She unconsciously touched her cheek, dazed for a long time. My skin, it seems to have become someone else's. And this long, silky hair, no way. Julia shouted excitedly. Is the curse broken? I thought if I couldn't move anymore, I would surely die. Halfway through her sentence, a rustling sound was suddenly heard. She immediately turned her head warily. Seeing the monsters, she bent down to pick up her sword, saying, "Sorry, I almost forgot. You stop right here." With that, she charged towards them. Even though I fought with all my might, my body feels so light. She finally defeated the monsters. At this moment, Julia knelt by the lake, gazing at her beautiful reflection in the water, unable to believe her eyes. It really has changed. In the battle I thought was my last, I exhausted all my strength, but I felt like a failure. The battle was so fierce that even the sword couldn't take it and shattered. Looking at the broken sword, she could only exclaim, "Oh dear." The scene changes to Duke Pascal's residence. At this moment, Pascal was extremely anxious. The butler, Gilbert, seeing him sigh, thoughtfully poured him a drink and asked softly, "Is something worrying you, my lord?" Pascal said sorrowfully, "Julia has been gone for 3 months. I don't know if I'm worried anymore. If it weren't for that curse, perhaps she would have had a better life." Hearing this, Gilbert smiled and said, "The young lady will return soon. Everyone says the young lady's appearance is not outstanding, but she is the one with the most excellent swordsmanship of this generation in the Rosentain family. She is not one to give up easily. Therefore, please trust the young lady and wait a little longer." Hearing this, Patkin was lost in thought. This generation you speak of, from a young age, the child showed a natural talent in all aspects. Julia was considered the most outstanding generation of the Rosentain family to date. Her speed in learning magic was very fast, and her aptitude for learning swordsmanship also far surpassed that of ordinary people. But because of the family's curse, her appearance changed greatly, and she was shunned by this society. I will not go looking for her, because I understand how she feels. All right, I will do as you say and wait here. At this moment, someone rushed into the room from outside, shouting, "Your Grace." It was the maid, Judy. She spoke anxiously. My lady, Lady Julia has returned." Patkin was astonished. What did you say?" "In any case, it's good to see her with my own eyes." As Patkin spoke, he hurriedly ran outside, shouting Julia's name loudly. But when Patkin looked down, he only saw a girl sitting there, drinking tea and eating cake. Patkin looked around and asked, "Is the earth round? Where is Julia? I don't see her." Judy pointed towards the seated Julia and said, "The young lady is over there, Your Grace. That is Lady Julia." Upon seeing Patkin, Julia happily stood up and walked toward her father. She smiled, and Patkin recalled her appearance as a child. She called out, "Father." Facing this somewhat unfamiliar face, Patkin felt a bit unnatural, and his steps suddenly halted. Judy, standing behind, said joyfully, "The young lady has truly returned." At this moment, someone spoke up, "Your Grace." Then that person presented an object. That young lady brought this with her. Looking at the crest, Patkin thought to himself, "This is the crest of the Rosentain family. I gave it to Julia on her birthday." However, Patkin was still a little suspicious. "Are you really Julia?" Hearing her father's question, she answered firmly, "Yes, father." All right, if you are truly my daughter, then have a match with me. With that, Pascal took a sword and raised it. Julia smirked slightly. Then, she borrowed the sword of the man beside her, saying, "Let me borrow this for a moment." He nodded, and she raised the sword, and at the same time, Pascal also began to move. The two swords clashed, letting out a piercing sound, neither side giving way. But she had the upper hand, because after breaking through to the realm of a sword saint, she quickly sent her father's sword flying. This swordsmanship, it is definitely Julia's. The sword stuck into the ground. A voice rang out, "Welcome back, Julia." She smiled happily. Her hand loosened, and the sword fell to the ground. She ran to embrace her father. Both of them smiled brightly and exchanged a few words. The butler, seeing this scene, was overjoyed, proudly wiping away a tear. "My lady, congratulations, you have done very well." A sob was heard from somewhere. It was Judy, crying from happiness, her eyes glistening. She called out, "My lady." Julia turned around and said, "Thank you for your help. Judy, I have returned as promised." Judy stepped forward to embrace her, cheering, "I sincerely congratulate you, my lady. You are amazing, my lady." Pascal reminded her, "The sun is harsh outside. Let's go inside and continue talking." Julia replied, "Yes, father." The scene changes to a magnificent palace. The sound of chatter arose. "Have you heard? It seems the young lady has returned." "Really? I haven't seen her at all." It was a few maids chatting while they cleaned. "Look, the woman with the duke is the young lady." Hearing this, a maid exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Another explained, "It seems her curse has been lifted." That curse wasn't just a legend. So the young lady is the first in the family to break the curse. All three of them smiled brightly. "Let's go congratulate the young lady together after dinner." In a bathroom, a maid asked, "My lady, is the water temperature all right?" She replied, "It's very good." Julia was soaking in the bathtub, her expression one of utter bliss. Three maids were attending to her. One said, "Your hair has also become as soft as silk." She smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone." She was in a daze, as if on cloud nine. Is it because the tension has melted away? Am I dozing off? She seemed so comfortable she was about to fall asleep. Everyone panicked. "Oh, my lady, you mustn't fall asleep." A clinking sound was heard in the room. At the dining table, someone called, "Julia." It was her father. He said, "Your birthday is coming soon." Julia was surprised to hear that. "If there's anything you want, just tell me." She asked happily, "Anything at all?" He replied, "Of course." She put down her cutlery and said, "Then, I've decided I want Eben." Her father was astonished. "Eben. It is a beautiful sword, the color of white blue snow, passed down from generation to generation. The sword of winter, winter's hand Eben. It is so named because this sword contains the magic of winter." He thought, "I originally thought it was still too soon for Julia, but now she is already a sword master. She should be able to control it completely." He agreed. "All right, come to my study tomorrow afternoon." She was overjoyed. "Yes, father, thank you, father." A new day began. The dawn was radiant. Julia had also just woken up. She stretched. There was a knock on the door. "My lady, it's me." She said, "Oh, come in." Judy entered carrying tea. "You're up early." She poured a cup of tea and asked, "Are you tired, my lady?" Julia recalled the lively scene of celebrating her return last night and forced a smile. "I'm fine. I must thank everyone for what they did for me last night." Judy asked, "Will you still be taking your morning walk as before?" She replied, "I suppose so. In any case, I have to go to father's study this afternoon." Judy massaged her mistress's shoulders and said with a smile, "That's wonderful. I will prepare everything for you." Julia said, "Then I'll be in your care." Judy combed her hair. Julia smiled and thought to herself, "It's finally about to be mine." The scene changes to a room. Someone takes a book down from a shelf. It turns out to be Pascal's study. Behind a bookshelf, a door leading to another room is revealed. Julia feigned surprise. "Oh, there's a place like this in father's study," he said with a laugh. "I was originally going to wait until you were older to tell you." She laughed to herself. "Although I already knew, I have to pretend I don't." He used a key to open the door. Inside was a room displaying many old objects, books, a gramophone, musical instruments, oil lamps. He said, "The things in here are all items used by previous heads of the family, and there are also some artifacts that carry the family's history. We must preserve them carefully." Then he took out a box. "What you want is right here." He opened the box lid, and inside was the sword Eben. She smiled with satisfaction. He said, "Go on, take it out." She hesitated for a moment, then drew the sword. She raised the sword and even emitted a blue light identical to the color of its blade. The light it gave off was brighter, stronger than before. She realized, so this is the power of a sword master. Seeing that light, Pascal also said, it seems Eben has been waiting for you for a long time. She agreed, yes, I know. From the very beginning, I felt it would belong to me. He looked at her. Julia, he reminded her, last time we recklessly deceived the prince. You know you have to go to the palace on your birthday, right? She sheathed the sword. I know. She recalled that bloody and tragic day. She told herself, I'm about to face the one who betrayed me. She remembered those words. Having a look at your ugly face every day is so unpleasant. Her heart ached. She closed her eyes in discomfort. I still remember the memory of that moment so vividly. Then she turned, walked in front of her father, leaned against his chest, and called, Father. Hearing her words, he smiled happily. Thank you, Father. Thank you for believing in me, for waiting for me. He comforted his daughter. It's all right. A party in the past. People around were whispering. Look at her. How could she be so ugly? Can she go on living with that appearance? Then a voice rang out, pay them no mind. A gallant man wearing gloves took a rough, scarred hand. To me, you are the most beautiful woman in this kingdom. You will forever be my brilliant sword. Prince Leonhardt said with a smile, dedicate that sword to me. He embraced her, danced with her. He called, Julia. Suddenly, a sword thrust forward, fresh blood splattering. It hurts so much. Who is it? Julia was stabbed in the chest, coughing up blood from the pain. Leonhardt looked at her with contempt. It's very painful, isn't it? It should be. Having a look at your ugly face every day is truly disgusting. Julia awoke from the nightmare, jolting up. No, she gripped the bedsheet tightly. It was a dream. She calmed herself. Calm down, Julia. You can't let that guy affect you anymore. She resolved absolutely not. Early one morning in a certain palace, Leonhardt was getting ready, while Lucas stood beside him reporting. I hear the young lady of the Rosenstein house is on her way to the palace. The prince replied, I suppose she won't run away this time, will she? He smirked smugly. We can finally meet. Lucas asked, what do you intend to do? He turned around and said, why should I tell you? Lucas replied, if you won't say, then don't. By the way, it seems you're quite interested in her. Leonhardt feigned surprise. In any case, after the ceremony is over, Lady Julia will become the knight of His Highness Leonhardt. He laughed arrogantly. For anyone, the first impression is very important. Lucas, even if the subject is a servant or those beasts. Then he turned to Lucas, teasing, hey, you should also comb your hair a bit to the side, like this. Lucas's face darkened, and he said angrily, please be quiet. The carriage carrying Julia had arrived at the palace. A faint call echoed from within the carriage. Yeah. Then that person called out loudly, Julia, causing her to startle. It was her father calling. She said, Father, I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment. Her father asked worriedly, are you nervous? He helped her down from the carriage. Julia replied, a little. He said with a smile, it's all right to be a little nervous. After speaking, Julia's father took both of his daughter's hands to encourage her, but don't worry too much. Her father said gently, I will always be by your side. She nodded, thinking to herself, yes, father. Her father rubbed her hands. She said, thank you, father. She thought to herself, now I have father by my side. Her father comforted her again. I'm glad you feel relieved. She smiled and replied, yes, let's go, father. Julia looked at the wide-open door before her. Her heart resolved. I'm not afraid of the prince at all. Inside the palace, the emperor's throne was set at the highest position. The queen, the imperial consort, and the two princes. A blonde-haired prince turned to his mother and said, Mother, I heard that the daughter of Duke Rosenstein is coming today. She smiled. Is that so? He was the second prince, Jeremy, and he continued, there's a rumor that she's as ugly as a beast. Seeing this, his mother scolded him. Should be quiet, Jeremy. A gatekeeper announced, Duke Pascal von Rosenstein has arrived. His sparkling white hair was tied in a ponytail. Julia entered, her demeanor full of confidence and pride, a face as beautiful as an angel's. Leonhardt was completely stunned by this beauty. Even Jeremy, who had just spoken ill of her, was flustered and blushed upon seeing Julia's appearance. She and her father knelt to greet the sovereign of the kingdom. The radiantly beautiful Julia was addressed by the emperor. All right, Duke Rosenstein, this young lady behind you is. Pascal bowed and introduced her. Yes, this is my daughter Julia, who has been appointed as a knight. The emperor laughed to himself. I can't believe such a beautiful woman is the duke's daughter. The guard beside him cleared his throat as a reminder. Your Majesty, please begin. The emperor was startled. Oh, all right. The emperor stepped forward, took the sword, and placed it on her shoulder. "Julia von Rosenstein, are you willing to be loyal to your kingdom?" She replied, "I swear it." He said, "Very good." He continued to ask, "Are you willing to be loyal to the prince and serve your master?" She frowned. "It's finally time." Someone stepped forward. It was Prince Leonhardt. He smiled gently. She told herself not to be deceived by that facade again. She replied, "I refuse. I will not swear loyalty to the prince." Her father heard this as if struck by lightning. He called out, "Julia." The second prince and his mother tried to suppress their laughter. What on earth is happening? Leonhardt was stunned, his face darkening. The emperor said, "I will ask again, are you willing to be loyal to the prince?" She replied, "Aye." Everyone waited for the answer. She made up her mind, "I still refuse." The emperor called out loudly, "Julia von Rosenstein." He was enraged. "You refuse to swear loyalty to the prince." He frowned and asked why. Hearing his daughter's reply, Pascal was stunned into silence. "Forgive my impertinence, your majesty. I wish to use my sword, not for his highness the prince, but for my kingdom." The emperor asked, "You wish to swear loyalty to the kingdom?" She nodded. "Yes, your majesty, please grant my wish." Her father thought helplessly. The emperor's command is absolute. This child knows that refusing is tantamount to treason. But he clenched his fist. "My child, what on earth are you thinking, Julia?" The emperor asked again, "Can you take responsibility for the words you have just spoken?" She replied, "Yes." Prince Leonhardt suddenly interjected, "Father, wait." Before he could finish, a resonant voice rang out, "Your Majesty." Pascal bowed his head. "May I say a few words?" The emperor agreed, "You may." Julia was very surprised. "Father," he said, "Your Majesty, my daughter." Second Prince Jeremy and his mother were both astonished as they heard him speak of his daughter. "Has become the 5th sword master of the kingdom." He looked at her, then said, "Show them what you're made of, Julia." She was startled. "Yes, father." She drew the sword even. Swoosh. Her expression was resolute, the sword in her hand shining brilliantly. Even the emperor was stunned. The emperor calculated in his mind. A sword master is a precious talent for the kingdom. I cannot let her slip away over this matter. Moreover, she is the kingdom's first female sword master. He looked at Leonhardt. Having that powerful woman by Leonhardt's side would be very useful. But Leonhardt turned away in dissatisfaction. The emperor's decision was heard. "Very well. If that is the lady's wish, then I shall grant it." But he added a condition. "In exchange, I will appoint you as the commander of the Winter Knights." Julia was utterly astonished. She refused. "Your Majesty, I am too young and cannot handle such a position. Please retract your command." Jeremy and his mother whispered to each other. His mother smiled, while he said quietly, "It seems becoming a sword master is a big deal." His mother mused. "The Winter Knights are one of the 5 most prestigious knight orders in the kingdom of Rome. She may be a swordswoman, but His Majesty wants a woman so naive to the ways of the world to take on the position of a knight commander." She remarked, "What a sly old fox." The emperor grew angry. "I will not accept your refusal. If you wish to refuse, then swear loyalty to the prince." "Will you do that?" She turned to Pascal for help. Her father shook his head, indicating his helplessness. "You must solve this yourself." She sheathed her sword, thinking, "What should I do?" She turned to glare at Leonhardt, who was surprised and confused. She frowned, making up her mind. "All right," she thought. "As long as that scumbag stays out of my life, it's fine." Leonhardt shivered. "My lady." She knelt on one knee. She agreed to the condition. "I accept the position of commander." She said, "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor was very surprised. She closed her eyes, waiting for the emperor to raise the sword. He bestowed the title. "I agree to appoint you as a knight of the kingdom." Jeremy's mother exclaimed in shock. "My goodness, she actually accepted the commander position." The emperor said, "I understand your purpose, so let it be." Someone's loud laughter echoed. The second prince was laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. "Mother, did you see my brother's face just now?" It was a truly rare sight, wasn't it? His mother played along. "It seems that young lady is not fond of His Highness the Prince." Jeremy laughed smugly. "In the end, the unlucky one is the prince." His mother thought to herself, with their special power, the Rosenstein family has always had a close relationship with the royal family for many years. Just like her father, Pascal also served the royal family. I thought his daughter would follow in her father's footsteps. But then she stopped abruptly. At this moment, Jeremy approached. He asked in surprise, "What is it, mother?" She whispered in her son's ear, After listening, Jeremy gave a cold smirk. She patted her son's head and instructed, "If you handle this well, the throne will be yours." He said excitedly, "Everything will be as you wish, mother." A loud noise echoed in a certain room. Prince Leonhardt was in a rage. If it's too easy to obtain, what's the fun in it? He clenched his fist. The harder something is to get, the more satisfying it is when you finally obtain it. He made a resolution. "Julia von Rosenstein, I will absolutely not fail. I will definitely make you mine." The kingdom of Roem has 5 knight orders. The Griffin Knights are responsible for protecting the kingdom. The Royal Knights guard the royal family and the palace. Another knight order carries out secret missions in the shadows. And the 2 most elite knight orders in the kingdom, the Black Lion Knights and the Winter Knights. Julia thought to herself, making me the commander of the Winter Knights. What a difficult situation. Thinking of this, she sighed. At this moment, Patkin suddenly called her name. "Julia." She was startled and replied, "Yes, father." He asked her sternly, "Do you realize what you have done today?" This question made her pensive. "Father thought I would swear loyalty to Leonhardt. That was what was supposed to happen." She told her father her answer. "Father, rather than becoming the protector of a specific individual, I want to become the sword of the kingdom." He said in a stern voice, "Protecting the one who will become emperor is also protecting the kingdom." She replied to him, "Yes, but I want to protect everyone in the kingdom. I know it's very difficult, but I will still do it." Her eyes were filled with the necessary determination. But after she finished speaking, the air became silent, somewhat still. In the end, Duke Patkin could only sigh at Julia's decision and choice. "It seems you have truly grown up. Very well, I respect your wishes." Hearing her father's supportive words, she also breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, father." At this time, in a certain room, someone spoke up. "Vice Commander, have you heard the news?" A young man rushed in to report to his commander. "An 18-year-old girl is going to be our new commander. Apparently, she's the daughter of the Griffin Knights commander." He asked doubtfully, "How could they let someone other than you take the commander's position?" Another young man sitting and playing chess could only sigh and say, "It's outrageous. Even for the Rosenstein house, this is clearly a case of being pushed around." At this moment, the vice commander of the Winter Knights, named Crit Vilo, seemed displeased with the other's words. "In any case, she is a lady of the Rosenstein house. Show some respect." Hearing him say that, the other 2 immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. But one of the 2 couldn't help but speak up. "But does everyone really think she's the beast from the rumors? You've all heard it, right?" He started rambling on about the beast. Crit Vilo asked in surprise, "A beast?" Richie felt this was a bit absurd and said, "Come on, those are just rumors. The young lady has only ever appeared once at a noble's party. Apparently, her face was like a beast's, and her body was as burly as a beast's." But Richie still didn't believe it, saying with a laugh, "What's this? You can tell right away it's a fabrication by jealous nobles." He turned to the one who had just spoken, his voice full of mockery. "Anyone who believes that stuff is a real fool." Being spoken to like that, the other young man immediately got agitated and stood up. "What?" Richie calmly replied, "Calling them curse swords is so vulgar." The young man tried to retort, "The vulgar one is that lady. She stole the vice commander's position." Suddenly, the door to the room clicked open. Richie and the young man who were scuffling stopped in surprise. Julia walked in and greeted them. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. From today on, I will be taking on the responsibility of commanding the Winter Knights." She introduced herself. "I am Julia von Rosenstein. I look forward to working with you." She exuded the air of a graceful and charming lady. Those who saw her beauty couldn't help but be captivated. Julia asked in surprise, "Why do you all have such expressions?" Crit Vilo shrugged, drawing her attention. He said, "You look very different from the rumors, my lady." This piqued her curiosity. "Are you unhappy that I'm different from the rumors?" Crit Vilo said, "Absolutely not." He shouted loudly to everyone, "Everyone, show the lady some respect." Everyone immediately straightened their faces. "Yes, Vice Commander." Crit Vilo bowed and introduced himself. "I am Crit Vilo, Vice Commander of the Winter Knights." Julia extended her hand. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Suddenly, Crit Vilo smirked, and his expression changed. "I'm sorry, but we cannot acknowledge you yet, my lady." He set a condition. "If you want to stand above us, you must prove your strength." She remained calm. Crit Vilo also asked for everyone's opinion. "Does everyone agree?" They said nothing, ignoring him. I see. So he took it that everyone agreed and began the match. A short while later, it was Crit Vilo himself who had to kneel before everyone. He said, "Personally, I admit defeat." She raised her sword. The others were also beaten black and blue, their limbs injured. "Is this the skill of the Winter Knights? I am so disappointed. However, I think you might be a little different," she said, pointing the tip of her sword at Crit Vilo. "Well, Vice Commander." The hand holding his sword trembled slightly. He stood up and engaged Julia in a serious fight. The people around were buzzing with discussion. How could she fight 10 people without a scratch? At this rate, I'm afraid even the Vice Commander. Crit Vilo was now gritting his teeth, thinking, if it weren't for her, the commander's position would have been mine. He gnashed his teeth in resentment. It should have been mine. No matter what, I must win. The previous commander died on the last mission. He was a good man. His death was a real pity. But he himself had witnessed the commander's body, and he blamed himself terribly for it. I have no wealth and no status, just a lowly baron. At this thought, Crid Viler's palm tightened. He felt this was a godsend opportunity, a chance to advance, to succeed. I have put in 100,000 times more effort than others. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Crid Viler stood up again, continuing to fight with Julia. The two swords clashed, ringing with a clanging sound. But he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Julia's attacks were sharp, while he could only struggle to defend. Even so, his face was filled with fierceness and valor. However, even Julia could see the look in his eyes. Why was he fighting so desperately? To Crid Viler, this woman's appearance was entirely due to her family's backing. During this exchange, Julia carefully observed Crid Viler's every move. She reminded him, "Deputy Commander, the range of your movements is too wide. At this rate, you won't be able to touch me." She swung her sword hard, knocking his arm away. The spectators on the sidelines were extremely excited, chattering endlessly. One person said, "Wow, the new commander of the Winter Knights Order is truly impressive." Another chimed in, "That's right, it was worth our while to come and watch." As for Crid Viler, he was so angry he gritted his teeth, damn it. He quietly brought his sword back, thinking, "I must." Then he gathered his strength, lunged forward, and shouted at the same time, "That position is mine." Julia's expression did not change as she gently leaned to dodge the slash. She felt that he didn't even have a trace of killing intent. The people around saw the sword emitting a murderous aura and began to discuss. "He's even using sword magic. It seems he really wants to win. Oh, it must be because of his countryside origins that he's so resentful." Another person sneered. Crid Viler naturally heard all the chatter. He was boiling with rage, damn it. Since when did such a large crowd gather? He looked at Julia. That position should have been mine. He charged, closing in and lowering his body to swing his sword. But Julia parried it all. She felt she had to end this match quickly. Julia raised her sword, her face radiant, the blade of the sword also condensing a murderous aura like ice and snow. Seeing this scene, Crid Viler was scared out of his wits. She rushed forward, slashing down with one strike. "I don't want to waste any more time with you." Everyone saw her using a sword with a strange magical attribute and couldn't help but buzz with discussion. Is that sword aura? How is that possible? A sword master at this age. In less than a minute, Crid Viler's sword was broken in two, clattering to the ground, and he collapsed at Julia's feet. The courtyard instantly fell silent as a tomb. Crid Viler looked in horror at the half-broken sword in his hand. Julia asked in a clear voice, "Do you still want to continue?" Crid Viler had lost all face and could only grit his teeth and say, "I lost." At this moment, inside a building, the door opened with a click, followed by a voice calling, "Commander." "Commander." A man who called himself the Deputy Commander of the Black Lion Knights Order, named Alex Gregory, walked in. "Have you heard the news?" The person sitting in the chair calmly asked, "What is it?" Alex Gregory was a little surprised. "You haven't heard yet. It's about Lady Rosentane. Today was her first appearance at the training grounds. She was truly like a goddess." Alex Gregory ruffled his hair and said, "Ah, I really should have gone to see." The commander thought to himself, "There he goes with that attitude again." Alex Gregory said, "She is also a sword master." The commander paused for a moment. Alex Gregory thought to himself, "As I expected, this has caught his attention. Not only is she of noble birth, but she is also a beautiful sword master. Right now, she is the hottest topic. Don't you want to meet her?" The commander of the Black Lion Knights Order, Karat Ginter, said indifferently, "I'm afraid not." But he still paid attention to the detail that she was a sword master. The Rosentane family is known as the guardian sword of the kingdom, and she is their only daughter and heir. She has become the center of attention mainly because of her family. But I remember there never seemed to have been a female swordmaster before. Karat, Ginter thought, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. I once heard a rumor that she was cursed, but it seems that's not the case now. Alex Gregory let out an excited cry. Commander, may I join your meeting tomorrow? Please. Karat, Ginter said nothing, just smiled faintly, as if in silent agreement. Go back to your training. Before I change my mind. After his coronation, Leon Hart suddenly launched a war of conquest. His plans seemed to be progressing very smoothly. However, all the members of the Winter Knights Order perished in the first battle. Julia sank into deep thought. With the current strength of the members, history will repeat itself. The Winter Knights Order is definitely weaker than the Black Lion Knights Order. The Black Lion Knights Order is led by Karat Ginter. All the members are exceptionally talented and follow the orders of Kalon, who always leads from the front, sparing no thought for himself. They are the most elite knights of the kingdom. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, should I increase the training intensity even more? Raise it to the training level of our family's knight order. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Excuse me for bothering you. Commander, may I come in? Come in. She gestured for the other person to get to the point. The messenger told her, I have been ordered to take you to see His Majesty. An order from His Majesty. Julia suddenly shot to her feet. I understand. Lead the way. Arriving at the Emperor's palace. She knocked on the door of the Emperor's bedroom. A voice came from inside. Come in. She entered, bowing respectfully in greeting. Your subject, Julia, pays homage to the son of the kingdom, Your Majesty. The Emperor smiled and said, all right, have a seat. She looked to the side. Leon Hart was sitting there. Seeing him waving at her incessantly, her face showed a look of annoyance. Having to see this guy's face first thing in the morning? How troublesome. The Emperor spoke. I heard you had to face those unreasonable gazes. It seems they have a lot of objections. Julia replied, I can understand their feelings. For the members, this must have been very sudden. The Emperor smiled faintly and said softly, yes, I think so too. As you know, the Winter Knights Order has made many glorious contributions to the kingdom. Therefore, I hope you can lead them well. Julia also responded to the Emperor's expectations. I will certainly do my utmost. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. The Emperor glanced at Leon Hart, signaling, quickly, talk about that matter. Leon Hart was a little timid. Father said, how am I supposed to start? Then, Leon Hart's voice rang out. Lady Julia, I have implored Father to organize a celebratory party for you. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, mixed with a spark of anger. What kind of game is this? He said gently to her, we cannot ignore the fact that we still haven't held an inauguration ceremony for the commander. She could only curse silently in her heart. How redundant. But her face still wore a smile. It's all right even without one. Your Majesty doesn't need to trouble yourself so much for my sake. Leon Hart burst out laughing. Ha ha, there's no need to refuse. He said in a sweet voice, for you to become a sword master at such a young age is truly a miracle, not to mention you're also a lady. This must be the blessing of the goddess Apollon. I believe you are completely deserving of this celebration. His words made Julia feel even more angry. Leon Hart turned to the Emperor and said, Father thinks so too, right? The Emperor nodded immediately, without any denial. Of course, the birth of a sword master is also a great contribution to the kingdom. I hope you can accept this gesture from the royal family. These words were not light for Julia. She felt she could not refuse His Majesty's offer twice. Her father had also tried to persuade His Majesty. She thanked the Emperor. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Hearing her words, both the Emperor and Leon Hart beamed, overjoyed. Leon Hart said with a laugh, you have made the right choice. I guarantee I will organize a wonderful party. Please look forward to it. As for Julia, she was so angry that her fists were clenched, but she still had to accept on the surface. A moment later, she took her leave. The Emperor asked the prince, so, are you sure you can do it? He replied with a serious expression, of course, I will definitely be able to capture her heart at the party. The Emperor looked at his overly confident son, revealing a slightly disbelieving expression. The Rosentane family is the guardian sword of our kingdom. You must win her over to your side. Leon Hart also replied loudly, I will remember, Father. As for Julia, after taking her leave from the Emperor, she walked along the road, sighing constantly. In her mind, the thought of the celebratory party lingered endlessly. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped. I don't have any good impressions of parties at all. In the past, whenever she made a contribution to the kingdom, the prince would organize a party for her. At first, she always attended happily, but the result was only contemptuous looks from everyone for wearing clothes that didn't suit her appearance. The unpleasant gossip, the cruel mockery. Someone even called Julia's name directly. A hand once rested on her shoulder. "You are so lovely," but she immediately understood it was just a lie. That's right, I was deceived by his sweet words. She had been deceived many times, like a fool. So now, she no longer had any good feelings about parties. She let out a long sigh, then patted her cheeks, trying to lift her spirits. She said loudly in a resolute voice, "Let's throw away all those bad memories. From now on, I will only live for myself." Yes, from now on. She had made up her mind. I will absolutely not waver again, absolutely not let myself be spun around like a top, like a fool again. Clip, clop, clop. The sound of continuous footsteps blended with the noisy atmosphere in the tavern. A group of 3 had just entered the tavern, 2 men and 1 woman. The girl in the group was taking off her hood and cloak when her eyes were drawn to someone in the tavern. That is Cridweiler. The man was sitting alone, already looking tipsy. The blonde girl in the group said to the red-haired boy beside her, "Sorry, can you go ahead? You don't need to wait for me." The red-haired boy stammered a short reply. "Okay." He turned to the tavern owner and said, "Owner, I wasn't abandoned. Please don't misunderstand." The owner replied indifferently, "I don't care." Cridweiler was pouring himself wine from a bottle when a female voice rang out, making him stop. "Long time no see." A face gradually appeared. It was Aisha Evan, a member of the Royal Guard. She smiled brightly and called his name Cridweiler. He asked blankly, "Aisha, why is she here?" She replied a little shyly, "I snuck out while on patrol." Cridweiler exclaimed, "You people from the Royal Guard are really carefree." Aisha, who had approached without him noticing, sat down on the bench next to him and asked back, "Aren't you also on duty?" He replied, "We're also just patrolling the palace, so I don't deny that." After speaking, Cridweiler drained his glass of wine under her gaze. "This doesn't look like you at all. You're really drunk. Did something happen?" Although he heard Aisha's words, he remained silent, his face cold, not saying a word. Not getting an immediate answer, she continued, "Is it something that you can't even tell me? You're really making me curious." There was not much wine left in the glass, which was placed on the table. "The Winter Knight's order has a new commander." Hearing this, Aisha was also surprised and asked, "Didn't you say you thought you would be the next commander? Who are they?" The name was then spoken, Julia. Aisha rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, searching her memory. Julia. That name sounds so familiar. Cridweiler nodded, adding more information. "She is the heir of the Rosentain family, and also the new commander." "Oh, now I remember." She chattered on, "The lady who carries the family's curse. This is quite famous among the high nobility." Cridweiler picked up the red wine bottle again, pouring it into his glass, the wine gurgling. "A curse. It doesn't look like it." Aisha didn't give up, instead leaning in closer, teasing, "Why do you say that? Is she more beautiful than me?" He could only sigh at her, took a sip of wine, and said, "She can go now. I'm trying to sober up." Suddenly, she lunged forward and hugged him tightly, wine spilling from his glass. "Come on, don't be so distant." He remained still, not touching her. "That's not it. Let me go." Aisha said to him in a pleading voice, "What, didn't you once say that besides me, you belong to no one?" Cridweiler turned his face away, retorting, "That was 10 years ago." She started to act up, huffing, then pushed him hard with her hand. Cridweiler was startled, unable to react, and fell backward off the bench. She turned and walked away without looking back, her voice contemptuous. "I'm not going to waste any more time on a drunkard." He was still in a daze and couldn't say a word. "You're something else. If I marry a rich nobleman in the future, I'll get my revenge on you. You'd better pull yourself together quickly." Cridweiler remained silent, lost in his chaotic thoughts. In the palace, Julia was walking outside, her heart in turmoil. "I'm only just thinking about this now. Cridweiler should have been the one to become commander." A flicker of emotion that wasn't quite sadness passed through her eyes. "I feel a little guilty." She sighed softly. "In the end, I still took a position that didn't belong to me." But just then, a voice called out from behind. "Commander." A red-haired boy ran up and called out, "You're here." He scratched his head, saying shyly to Julia, "I'm sorry about this morning." She replied calmly, "Don't worry, I understand." He bowed his head in thanks. "You're very kind." Julia turned her head to look around for someone, asking, "So, where's the deputy commander?" The other boy heard this, his face paled, not knowing how to answer. He stammered, looking very awkward. Well." She crossed her arms, questioning, Is my question that hard to answer? He just scratched his head. No, it's not. At the same time, Ronan walked over with a wooden sword on his shoulder. You're here, Commander. The deputy commander is probably in the break room. The red-haired boy cried out in alarm. The break room. That's right, I just saw him. The red-haired boy stood outside the circle of conversation, waving his hands and feet incessantly, but to no avail. Ronan changed the subject. Oh, I'm sincerely sorry about what happened earlier. No need. I'll be right back. The red-haired boy screamed inwardly in anxiety. No. But Ronan still casually said goodbye to her. The red-haired boy leaned close to Ronan's ear and whispered, Ronan, don't you know his condition right now? Ronan, without a thought, babbled in reply. He's been drinking since noon. Suddenly realizing the problem, he cried out, oh no, I shouldn't have told her. Too late, you idiot. In front of the break room door, Julia knocked continuously, the sound of knocking echoing, while calling, Deputy Commander, I want to discuss some matters about training guidance with you. There was no answer from inside. The silence made her a little confused, a question mark appearing in her mind. I feel like he's in here. Without thinking further, she reached out and pulled the door, saying, excuse me for bothering you. With a creak, the door opened a crack. She looked inside, calling his name, Cridweiler. Cridweiler was indeed in the room, but he was sprawled on a chair, looking a bit disheveled from drinking. Julia glanced at him, thinking to herself, the smell of alcohol. Him. She immediately strode over to where Cridweiler was lying and ordered, wake up. Her foot kicked the long chair he was lying on, making a loud noise. The violent shaking and loud noise made him groggily open his eyes. Although awake, he kept holding his head, his mouth asking, who is it? She, without hesitation, shouted, it's me, you bastard. As soon as the words were out, Cridweiler's face turned pale, and he stammered, company. Commander. Julia questioned him in a stern and reproachful tone. I'd like to know where you've been. You're drinking during your duty hours. Should I understand that you have a problem with me? He hurriedly explained, it's not like that. Then what is it? Why are you lying here dead drunk? Cridweiler stammered from tension, unable to say a word. She had a sigh, not asking anymore. Julia turned to leave, but didn't forget to look back and say, I am very disappointed in you. Let me tell you. He still had his head down, not saying a word, but quietly listening to her words. I have no interest in working with a liar. She had already stepped out the door, her hand on the doorknob. I'm giving you 10 minutes to get to the training grounds. As the door was fully opened, Julia stepped out, her final instruction following. I will give you a chance to atone. On the swordsmanship training ground, the clash of wooden swords echoed endlessly, making one dizzy. Julia carried a crate of wooden swords. She stepped into the arena and said, attention. Everyone looked towards her. She announced, we will now begin individual combat training. She continued speaking as she dragged the wooden crate. The rules are simple. She explained, 2 people per group. Everyone buzzed with discussion. Combat. Why so suddenly? She put her hands on her hips and continued. Everyone will spar with wooden swords until sunset. She turned her head to glance at Cridweiler coming down the stairs, adding, of course, she gave him a sudden order. No magic allowed. She commanded, everyone may begin. Everyone shouted in unison, yes, Commander. A while later, Julia shouted, too slow. Is that all the skill you have? Ronan looked over, trembling, and asked, they aren't enemies, are they? Ricky also exclaimed with a shiver, so intense. Julia was sparring with Cridweiler. She shouted, Cridweiler. Then she spun around, her footsteps quick. She thrust the wooden sword straight in front of Cridweiler, scratching a line on his face. She circled behind him, asking, are you angry because you lost to me? She swung her sword horizontally. He blocked it with his own. She kicked his leg and said, if that's the case. She planted her sword in the ground, making a loud noise. She bent down slightly, her tone full of threat, saying, instead of blaming yourself. Her sword was stuck in the empty ground next to his left shoulder. Cridweiler looked on, trembling. Julia continued, then become stronger. He snorted angrily. She shouted, show some passion. Ronan asked, isn't the new commander a bit scary? A red-haired soldier said, I'm so scared I'm going to wet my pants. Cridweiler swung his sword in one blow, pushing Julia back. He steadied his stance and said, please continue. Julia looked on in surprise, the wind blowing through her hair. After the training session, everyone shouted in unison, thank you for your dedicated guidance. Ronan and a red-haired soldier supported Cridweiler, who was panting heavily. One person asked, Deputy Commander, are you all right? He grunted in pain. Cridweiler thought to himself, can effort make one stronger? How ridiculous. He recalled the first time he met her, continuing to think, no matter how hard I try, I know someone like me can never catch up to a genius. In his train of thought, he was still chasing after her, but it seemed an invisible string was pulling him back. He thought, no matter how hard I try, Julia still doesn't pay attention to me. She walked up the stairs. He followed, still being pulled back by the invisible string. He realized he couldn't defeat her either. At this point, the soldiers had taken him back to his room. He thought again. So, he gritted his teeth and calculated. I have to take a shortcut. Julia practiced her sword alone, the energy surrounding the sword in her hand, making a whooshing sound. She closed her eyes and thought, I can become stronger. Then she swung her sword, cutting down the leaves fluttering around. She thought resolutely, I must become the strongest knight in this kingdom. She sheathed her sword, the surrounding trees falling from her strike. She thought, I should clean up these trees before I leave. I still don't have good control over my power. Julia suddenly stopped. She ran off, then jumped down a cliff, thinking, what was that feeling? She looked around, wondering, this is not the breath of an ordinary person. This level of killing intent. She ran while trying to search the surroundings. She thought, that over there is no ordinary intruder. A roar echoed. She realized with astonishment, a roar. Is it a dragon? She stopped, seeing a man in black holding a long sword, standing by the lake. She was startled. That person. She hid behind a tree, watching him swing his sword. She realized, the black lion, Ginter. A leaf fell onto the lake's surface. The wind whistled. He opened his eyes. Then he swung his sword, cutting the flying leaf in two. She watched in horror, thinking, such terrifying concentration. He shouldered his sword and shouted, someone's there. Come out. In the garden of a lakeside mansion under the moonlight, Ginter threatened Julia. If you don't show yourself, I will kill you. Under his threat, she stepped out from the bushes. Julia stood by a tree, saying nervously, it's my fault. I didn't mean to disturb you. Seeing her step out, he thought to himself, is she a member of the Winter Knight's Order? Ginter looked at the sword at Julia's hip, thinking, the sword she wears at her hip, it's Ivan. He slowly sheathed his sword, thinking with relief. I heard it's a family heirloom of the Rosentain family. He said to her, why were you spying on someone else's sword practice? Julia approached him, saying, standing in front of him, she said, I sensed a very strong killing intent around the royal palace. Julia said, if you happen to run into other colleagues, you probably wouldn't be surprised. Even so, I apologize for disturbing you. Ginter crossed his arms, saying, He lowered his eyes and thought, I think I understand. Then he said to Julia, I heard the Winter Knight's Order has a new commander today. Looking at her, he said, it must be you. Julia was surprised. The rumor has already spread. She held out her hand and said, in that case, allow me to formally introduce myself. Julia said, I am Julia von Rosentain. It's a pleasure to meet you, commander of the Black Lion Knights Order. Ginter was silent for a moment. He turned his face away, saying, I don't think our relationship is close enough for that kind of greeting. She replied, I just said, it's a pleasure to meet you. She asked in confusion, I don't understand why that's not allowed. Looking up at the starry sky, Julia said, isn't meeting a strong person an exciting thing? She pointed to the sky, happily saying to Ginter, if one could spar with them, it would be even better. This made him ask, are you proposing a duel? Julia said in surprise, you figured it out. This left him speechless, my goodness. She plopped down on a nearby rock, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew. Then she looked up at him and asked, I ran all the way here. I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Do you have any water left? He asked doubtfully, water. Julia looked at the water flask at his hip and said, don't you have a water flask with you? Ginter tossed the water flask to her, which made her very happy. Thanks. Julia said as she opened the flask, I'll repay you another day. Seeing this, Ginter smiled faintly. By the lake under the bright moonlight, he looked up at the sky, with her by his side. Julia finished drinking the water, then threw the flask back to him. Thank you for the water. She walked away, then turned her head back with a radiant smile, saying, I'm leaving now. I wish you a smooth training session ahead. Around her, small, gentle, and beautiful light purple flowers were in full bloom. Under the moonlight, amidst the sound of the wind, he stood there quietly, watching her figure recede into the distance. The scene changes to a mansion with bright lights shining from the windows. Chu Lie was sitting on a chair, her maid Chu Dai drying her hair. Chu Dai asked her, "My lady, are you comfortable?" She replied, Chu Dai, you're the best. While combing Chu Lie's hair, Chu Dai said, "Every time I see you, my lady, you are very beautiful." Chu Lie said in surprise, "Really?" Chu Dai gently rubbed her face against her cheek, smiling as she said, "Of course. If I were a man, I would definitely fall in love with you, my lady." This made Chu Lie smile and say, "That tickles." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "My lady, I am Gilbert." This made her ask curiously, "What is it?" The person said, "His Grace the Duke wishes to see you." This startled Chu Lie father. "All right." Chu Dai asked her, "Do you need me to help you put your hair up?" She said, somewhat distractedly, "Please do." In a room, two people were talking. "Lord Rosenstein, I plan to hold a celebratory party for your daughter." Paquin asked, "A party?" The emperor said, while sipping his tea, "That's right. Make sure that Leonhardt and your daughter are both present that day." Looking at the steam rising from the teacup, he said, "Please forgive me for being blunt." Paquin replied worriedly, "But even I can't force her to open up. In that position, she will feel overwhelmed." The emperor stroked his beard and said, "Ah, I heard she doesn't like parties. What is the reason?" Through the window frame, two people were chatting. Looking at the letter on the table, Paquin thought to himself, parties. He recalled when Chu Lie was a child. Back then, he and Chu Dai stood outside the door, while Chu Lie, covered with a blanket inside, said, "Father, everyone at the party hates me." At that moment, with a heavy expression, he listened to her say, "Even though I'm not a monster." That broke his heart. Chu Lie's eyes were filled with tears then. "Is it a sin just to attend a party? I don't want to go to gatherings anymore." Paquin clenched the invitation in his hand, thinking to himself, Chu Lie has been deeply hurt by those parties. What should I do? A voice called from outside the door, "Father, it's me." He supported himself on the table to stand up and said, "Come in." Beside the steaming tea table, Paquin asked Chu Lie, all the knights are talking about you. Holding a teacup, she listened to her father say, "Are you still coping?" She smiled and turned to Paquin, saying, "Yes, I think there's no problem." Hearing that, he replied, "It's so good to hear you say that." Paquin said, "If anything happens, don't worry, just tell your father." Chu Lie obediently replied, "Yes, father." Putting down her teacup, she asked him curiously, "Did you call me here just to say these things?" He hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, Paquin sighed, leaned his head back on the chair, and said, "His Majesty wants to hold a party to commend you." He asked worriedly, "Is that all right? If it's too much to ask, I will go and speak with His Majesty." This left her stunned. Chu Lie's expression darkened as she replied, "I heard you, father, but I'm tired now." Seeing this, Paquin, worried for his daughter, hesitated and said, "All right, we'll talk later." He told her, "You may go." After Chu Lie left the room, he sighed haze. Sitting alone on the chair, he blamed himself. "Today, I was a failure as a father again." In a meeting room, Adam sat in the chairman's seat and said, "Let's begin the meeting now." At this time, at the table were Lucas, Chu Lie, and another white-haired man. Adam said, "The first topic of our meeting is joint training." The white-haired man quickly raised his hand. "We hope to train with the Winter Knights." This surprised the brown-haired man. Immediately after, the brown-haired man smiled and raised his hand to vote. "The Royal Guard also hopes to train with the Winter Knights." Hearing this, the white-haired man said, "Back down." The white-haired man and the other looked at each other without yielding. No way. Suddenly, Adam turned to her to ask for her opinion. I think the opinion of the Winter Knights will be more important." Hearing Adam say that, she was also a little surprised. "Oh." Chu Lie thought to herself, "Even though I've increased the difficulty, the members still need to change their daily habits." She thought, therefore, it might be a little troublesome. She finally made a decision and said, "We hope to train with the Black Lion Knights." At this moment, everyone was extremely surprised. The brown-haired man advised, "Lady Chu Lie, you may not know, but," he imagined a terrifying scene, saying to Chu Lie, "The training of the Black Lion Knights is incredibly terrible. It is said that the fallen could form a mountain." Karat Ginner argued, "It's not that bad, even if they scream. Do you know how hard it was for me to reassure my members?" Chu Lie still said with a laugh, "Haha, that only makes me more excited." Adam asked, "Karat Ginter, what do you think?" Karat Ginner replied, "I agree." Hearing his answer, Chu Lie felt somewhat more at ease. Right now, the Winter Knights are like a dull sword. If I don't want to die like that again, I must forge them, become stronger. She replied, "Thank you." The meeting moved on to another topic. After the joint training, we will reach another level. After the meeting, Chu Lie stretched wearily, thinking to herself, "It's finally over." Kirat Ginter slowly approached her, stopping behind her chair. He said, "In 2 weeks, we will leave Mount Rupert. Please be on time." She replied, "I understand." Watching his back gradually disappear behind the door, she thought to herself, Mount Rupert. Suddenly, the brown-haired man cheerfully struck up a conversation with her. "If the training is too hard, please remember us." Chulier also replied with a smile, "Thank you, but there's no need." The white-haired man said to him, "You should try increasing the difficulty of your own exercises first." This angered him. "I was planning to do that anyway." At this moment, Adam called her from behind. "Chulier." Then he said, "The commander told me to bring you to see him after the meeting. If you don't have any other appointments, please come with me." Hearing that, she asked in surprise, "Father?" Finally, she answered him, "Please lead the way." The training ground echoed with Patcan's shouts. "You're treating it too roughly. Don't loosen your grip on your sword." When Chulier and Adam arrived, he was still reprimanding them. "Hurry up." Adam stepped forward and shouted, "Commander!" Patcan heard the shout, turned his head, and said, "You're here." Looking at Chulier, he said, "Chulier, let's take a little walk." She walked behind her father. He said to her, "In 5 days, your celebratory party will be held in the Great Hall." Hearing that, she asked in surprise, "What? The Great Hall?" Chulier thought to herself, "The Great Hall is only used for important events, so it's usually very difficult to get in." She asked in confusion, "Why, father? I'm not even a member of the royal family." Patcan replied, "It seems His Highness the Prince has used his authority." Hearing that, she became very angry, which made him chuckle softly. "You don't seem to like that, do you?" Chulier replied, "This is a pressure, holding a party for me in such a place." However, Patcan said, "No matter how difficult it is, I ask you to accept it. His Highness has already sent out new invitations." She sighed, thinking to herself, "He acts so fast." In Kirat Ginter's office, a shout was heard. "Really?" He replied, "Yeah." Alex leaned against his desk like a happy puppy wagging its tail and said, "So we're really going to have joint training with the Winter Knights?" He held his teacup and replied, "Don't make me repeat myself, Alex." The boy said with a radiant smile, "I guess it won't be like hell this time, since we have a goddess, right?" However, this angered Kirat Ginter. Kirat Ginter ordered, "That smug look on your face is very annoying. I'm changing today's practice to sparring." Alex jumped up in fear. "Huh?" Kirat Ginter glared murderously and said, "Are you dissatisfied with something?" Alex trembled with fear and said, "No. Didn't we already have sparring practice yesterday?" His shoulder was grabbed by Kirat Ginter. He said, "Besides, all the members are afraid to oppose you." Kirat Ginter whispered threateningly to him, "I'll spar with you first." He screamed in fear, "Ah, don't." Kirat Ginter naturally replied, "Stop talking nonsense and follow me." On the Winter Knights training ground, Chulier announced, "Attention, we will be conducting summer joint training with the Black Lion Knights." This caused everyone to exclaim in shock. What? Everyone was both confused and worried. She announced loudly, 2 weeks from now, we will leave Mount Rupert in the morning with the Black Lion Knights. Please prepare everything." Crit Violet stood behind her, his face pale. He thought to himself, training with the Black Lion Knights. He didn't hear her call. She shouted loudly, "Crit Violet." He finally came to his senses, asking in surprise, "Yes? What is it?" Chulier asked, "How is the weapon supply progressing?" He replied, "It has been delivered to the warehouse." She asked, "What do you think of them?" Crit Violet replied, "They are all new, and the blades are quite sharp." After a moment of silence, Chulier turned and said, "Let's go check them out together." She turned her head and said to him, "I just want to see them with my own eyes, so don't misunderstand." In the warehouse, she swung a sword and said, "Their shape is very good, a bit bright and sharp." She sheathed the sword and said, "For a knight, the most important thing is their sword." Chulier handed the sword to Crit Violet and instructed him, "Good job. Have all the members' swords replaced with these." He replied, "I understand." The scene changes to a small garden. Aisha held a letter in her hand. She asked, "A celebratory party?" Hinrich said with a smile, "That's right. I think it's because the Rosenstein family is very important to His Highness." She thought to herself, "In that case, many high-ranking nobles will attend. I can't miss this opportunity." She replied to him, "I understand." However, she put the invitation away and said, "Thank you for your invitation, but I don't think I can go." "I'm sorry, Hinrich." This left him very confused. "What? Why not?" Aisha said sadly, "I don't have a suitable formal dress. So in the end, I'll only embarrass you." At this, Hinrich said confidently, "Don't worry about that. I'll buy you the most beautiful formal dress." Hearing this, Aisha was ecstatic. "Really? Is that all right?" Hinrich replied, "Of course. Let's go to the shop together on our next leave." As soon as Aisha heard this, she rushed forward and hugged Heinrich tightly. Wow, thank you, Heinrich. However, after Heinrich turned away, his expression revealed a calculating look. In the magnificent palace, calls echoed everywhere. My lady, where are you? Chu Dai searched anxiously everywhere. She asked the other maids, have you seen the lady around here? She's probably at the knight's training room. Receiving the answer, she ran off like the wind. Thanks. Hey, no running in the hallway. Two maids gossiped. That's right. I heard the celebratory party for Our Lady is about to start. I want to go too. Chu Dai pushed the door open forcefully. My lady, please get ready to go out. Hearing Chu Dai's urgent call, Chu Li-a, who was training, had to stop to wipe her sweat, panting. Chu Dai, on such a beautiful morning, what's got you in such a rush? Chu Dai immediately rushed over, grasping Chu Li-a's hands tightly. There are only 5 days left until the party. We need a new formal dress and some accessories. After hearing this, Chu Li-a replied indifferently. It's fine. I'll just wear my uniform anyway. I thought it was something serious. Chu Dai stopped her in a panic. Ah, you can't do that. Splendid, luxurious formal dresses appeared in her mind. Those exquisite formal dresses and accessories are the centerpiece of every party. It's every woman's dream. Chu Dai spoke excitedly without stopping. Besides, it's a party held for you. My lady, you look lovely in your uniform, but I know if you were to wear a formal dress, you would be even more charming. It seems His Grace the Duke is also very much looking forward to seeing you in a formal dress. Why would father want that? When the party preparations began, he called me over. Duke Patcan, the father devoted to his daughter, said, no matter how much it costs, you must choose the most beautiful formal dress in the kingdom for Chu Li-a. That's what he said. So you mean I can't wear my uniform to the party anymore, right? That's also true. But I also want to see you in a beautiful formal dress, my lady. Chu Li-a had to give in. If you say so. I guess there's no other way. All right, really? With her agreement, Chu Dai's mood was as joyful as the arrival of spring. Hee, then let's get ready. I've just made an appointment at a very famous dress shop. Just made an appointment? To be in time for the party. I prepared well in advance. At a fashion shop on the street. Oh my goodness. Chu Li-a tried on a pink dress, adorned with a few white patterns. This dress really suits you, my lady. She looked at herself shyly in the mirror. Images from her past life, when she was scorned for her ugly appearance, flashed through her mind. Her mood sank. My lady, what is all this trouble about? Another formal dress was brought over. Please try this one on too. Her face was filled with dread. Chu Li-a also tried on one dress after another, her posture extremely stiff. A very elegant black and red formal dress, a striking contrast to her white hair. Two blue dresses that matched her eye color, creating a clear and ethereal aura. Thank heavens, we finally found one you like. Chu Li-a forced a smile. Ha, it really wasn't easy. Should we pick one for you? Since we're here anyway, I can buy one for you. Chu Dai immediately refused. There's no need. A formal dress for me? That's too much. I don't have any occasion to wear it anyway. Just tell me when you need one, for example, when you get married. Hearing that, Chu Dai was startled. Get married? She turned away shyly. Oh my goodness, my lady. Really? Bam! Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out. What kind of customer makes me wait in an empty shop like this? Please don't be so loud. Chu Li-a turned around warily. The Duke's daughter is in this shop. The red-haired man, Heinrich, roared aggressively. You're just making excuses not to sell to us, aren't you? Aisha, standing beside him, tried hard to stop him. What's wrong with you? Just drop it, Heinrich. Chu Li-a stared intently at the person. If you intend to cause trouble here, please leave the shop immediately. She recognized Aisha Evan. Aisha glared angrily. I told you to stop. Chu Li-a recalled her past life. Chu Li-a stood up. She clenched her fists. You two must be members of a night order, I presume. When Heinrich saw her, his face flushed red. I am a commander of the Winter Knights, Chu Li-a von Rosenstein. If you two consider yourselves knights, then you should show the proper courtesy to a superior officer. The two were silent for a moment. It seems the rumors about the new commander-in-chief are true. Then this person, Aisha immediately tensed up. Could it be the person Violet mentioned? Heinrich bowed deeply, conveniently pushing Aisha's head down. We have made a grave mistake. We apologize for our disrespectful behavior, Commander-in-Chief. Get your hands off me. We are deeply sorry. If you understand, then get out of here now. They answered in unison. Yes. Please forgive us. Are you crazy, Heinrich? Aisha grumbled. How embarrassing. Heinrich paid little attention to Aisha's view of the party. He was calculating. I think I have to reconsider going with you. Aisha turned around and asked loudly. She was furious. You were the one who invited me in the first place. He sighed. I didn't think it through before. Letting you draw attention at the party is probably not the proper thing to do in front of the lady. Aisha gritted her teeth. Why the sudden change? Don't tell me you like that woman more than me. How annoying. Aisha clenched her fists. Do you think I can't find another dance partner besides you? She turned her back and left decisively, without another word. A gentle breeze blew by. Just you wait. I will definitely attend the party and make it so that neither of you can ever lecture anyone in this kingdom again. There are 5 sword masters in the kingdom, if I include myself. The Emperor's nephew Damien Dion Riendan, the Vice Commander of the Griffin Knights Yuri Bat, the Commander-in-Chief of the Black Lion Corps, Kirat Ginter, and Vice Commander Alex Gregory. She recalled the mysterious blue-haired man she had met then. So who on earth was that blue-haired man? He just left like that after seeing someone in danger. Chu Dai's voice interrupted her thoughts. My lady, what are you thinking about? Chulia looked up and replied, Oh, it's nothing important. I was just thinking about some things from the past. Is that so? Chu Dai finished tying the bow. Your hairstyle is done too. Please take care, my lady. Moonlight shone on the villa where the ball was being held. Many people were in attendance. The main color scheme here was predominantly blue. Oh my goodness. Aisha arrived arm in arm with a man. Heinrich said, We meet again, Aisha. The man named Johnny who was with her immediately spoke up to mock Heinrich. I heard everything. It's thanks to you that I was able to come to this party with her. Aisha said to Johnny, Thank you, Johnny. Honestly, she must have said some strange things to that guy. Heinrich felt a weight lifted and said smugly, Well then, have fun. Seeing this, Aisha trembled with anger, clutching Johnny's sleeve. What's with that look on his face? Heinrich, did you just mock me? A supporting character has no role to play. She was grumbling when suddenly a voice cut in. Lady Chu Li A has arrived. Hearing the name of his dream girl, Heinrich immediately blushed and turned away. Duke Packen escorted Chu Li A by the arm, entering step by step. She wore a predominantly white formal dress, which perfectly matched her hair color, adorned with a few blue floral patterns, looking both elegant and noble. Everyone present was buzzing with discussion. In contrast, her mood was a little uncomfortable. Just as I thought, I really don't suit these kinds of parties. Duke Packen squeezed her hand. Chulier, your hands are so cold. He immediately comforted her. Everyone here has come to congratulate you, so don't be too nervous. Yes, father. She adjusted her mood and walked forward calmly. The people at the party began to whisper about her stunning appearance. Is that really the daughter of the Rosenstein house? Unbelievable. Oh my God. The man named Johnny now seemed to be captivated as well. Aisha looked at Johnny worriedly, gritting her teeth in anger. This guy, honestly, thank you all for coming to congratulate me. Truly a forced a smile. I hope everyone here will have a pleasant evening. Oh, my lady, you're so beautiful. My lady, please forgive me for my previous behavior. My lady, I am Johnny Guker, the one in charge of the bank near the bell tower. Lady Chu Lie. Chu Lie was lost in the crowd, calling her name, not knowing who to respond to. Well then, a man stepped forward and pushed them aside. Please forgive my rudeness. This dress fits you as perfectly as a uniform, my lady. Thank you for coming. This is a grand welcome party prepared for you. Please accept it. How unexpected. Congratulations, Lady Chu Lie. You look tired. Would you like to escape with me? She sighed. I refuse. Lady Chu Lie, Prince Leonhardt, spoke up again to congratulate her. Do you like the party? I went to great lengths to prepare. Chu Lie suddenly remembered. It is my honor to meet your highness. There is no need for such formalities. I did not come here to see you. Leonhardt continued to change the subject to Chu Lie. Lady Chu Lie, you look absolutely stunning today. She paused for a moment, then managed to reply, Thank you, your highness. Leonhardt took her hand and placed a kiss on the back of it. Because today is your day. Then Leonhardt looked up and with his handsome face said, Shall we have a dance? My deepest apologies, your highness. Because I spend all my time training, I have had no time to learn how to dance. Leonhardt shamelessly persisted. It's all right. I will teach you. In that case, I might commit a grave offense against your highness. I understand. The band struck up a melodious tune. Everyone in the great hall held hands and danced. Chu Lie was also forced to dance with the prince. The two of them also gradually became immersed in the melody. But Chu Lie shot a disdainful glance at Leonhardt and deliberately stomped hard on his foot with her heel. She apologized without a hint of sincerity. My deepest apologies, your highness. As I just said, my dancing skills are very clumsy. Oh, it's all right, pay it no mind. She suddenly had but his chin hard. Thwack! She used her heel on his foot again. Oops, sorry. seeing her continuous chain of attacks. The two people beside them also trembled in fear. Could her recent actions have been on purpose? Leonhardt's voice trembled from the pain. "Thank you, my lady, for gracing me with this precious time." She bowed according to etiquette, saying nothing more. "I have some business to attend to now, so I must be going. Thank you for your favor." On the balcony, Chu Lie had escaped from the noisy party. She discovered someone was standing there. "Sir Karat, how long have you been here?" He turned his head. "Why don't you go back and enjoy the party a little longer, my lady? I don't really like parties." "Lady Chu Lie, why did you say you wanted to participate in joint training with our Black Lion Knights?" "You're asking about that?" A gentle breeze blew past. "Because my members and I must become stronger. That is why I decided to choose the strongest, the Black Lion Knights." He smiled with satisfaction. This is indeed a valid reason that a commander-in-chief would consider. "Sir Karat, the girl with the determined eyes, had resolutely declared that she would become even stronger than him." He turned around. "I will wait for that day." Lady Chu Lie. In the magnificent palace, the sound of shoes tapping on the floor made clacking sounds. Prince Leonhardt's voice was heard from the side. "Lucas, when I was dancing at the party, is it possible that—" Lucas, seeming to have anticipated it, said calmly, "She stepped on your highness's foot on purpose." Leonhardt looked utterly astonished, his expression changing, and he retorted in disbelief. "You? What did you say?" "She would absolutely not do that." Lucas immediately glanced at the prince with a rather dangerous look and explained coldly, "She did it on purpose." Leonhardt was a little frightened by that sharp gaze and quickly said, "Don't look at me like that." Afterward, the two walked along the corridor. Prince Leonhardt crossed his arms, his mind still dwelling on what had just happened, and asked Lucas, "I just find it a little hard to understand. Could it be that she hates me?" Following that, Leonhardt, extremely confident, even gestured with his hands and feet, showing off his handsome face, and said without hesitation, "That's obvious. Could it just be a simple act of a woman towards someone she likes? She has a cute side to her, doesn't she?" Meanwhile, Lucas stood beside him, speechless, looking at him helplessly. After speaking, Leonhardt turned, saw the look on Lucas's face, and seemed to ask with some difficulty, "What's wrong? Could it be that you too?" He didn't answer much, just sighed. While they were talking, behind the wall, second Prince Cho Rimi had been hiding there for a long time. He shrugged, eavesdropping on the conversation, and thought to himself, just as I predicted. He smirked. Cho Rimi said smugly, "Following them was the right thing to do. It seems I can confirm that the Rosentain girl hates my brother now. Things are getting more and more interesting." Cho Rimi's words flew out the window. Outside the window, the castle's night garden appeared, deserted under the shimmering moonlight. Someone's voice broke the silence. "It seems there's no one around here." It was Julia, sitting by a flower bed. She sighed, lamenting, "It would be so embarrassing if anyone saw me. But I have no other choice. My feet are killing me because of these things." So she decided to take off her high heels. She wondered how people could wear these things all day. Seeing a pond ahead, Julia lifted her skirt, slowly dipped her feet into the water, and exclaimed in comfort, "The water is so cool." Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind her. With her sharp intuition, Julia sensed someone was there. Xian looked both surprised and strange, saying in confusion, "Oh, I thought no one was here. You startled me." Julia froze upon hearing that, her eyes widening in surprise, and immediately recognized the voice. As Xian walked towards Julia, who was soaking her feet, he calmly explained, "I'm not a bad person, miss. You don't need to be so defensive. If I accidentally scared you, I apologize." Seeing him approach, Julia turned around, her expression clearly unhappy, her eyes glaring at Xian. To avoid making a bad impression, he waved hello, flashing a bright smile, his face looking like a kitten's, and asked friendly, "By the way, what are you doing here, miss?" As soon as Julia saw Xian, she thought to herself, "This must be the guy I met on Mount Limia." She recognized the one who had indifferently refused her because of an important appointment. However, Julia still seemed unsure, so she asked, "About 2 months ago, were you hunting beasts on Mount Limia?" Hearing this question, Xian was extremely surprised, frowning slightly, wondering how she knew. Beside the luxurious well, their voices echoed. Julia, seeing that it was indeed the person she suspected, continued, "So, do you remember the person who was almost killed by the shadow beast?" Xian replied, "Ah, yes, I vaguely remember. He suddenly burst out laughing, acting very cool, making a V sign with his hand under his chin, and cheerfully replied, "I couldn't help it that time. I was too busy. I wonder what happened to that person afterward." Julia reached out, grabbed Cien's collar, her tone furious and firm. "I didn't need your help. I survived, and I'm standing right here in front of you." However, she stood on her toes, glared at Cien, and said menacingly, "You're too much. How could you just leave like that? I really almost died back then." But he still didn't understand what was happening, saying, "Miss, I'm not sure what you're talking about." With Julia grabbing his collar so tightly, Cien couldn't help but feel a little scared. Trembling, he reached out to push her away, pleading, "Miss, can you let go first? Let's talk this out slowly, okay?" Despite his earnest pleas, Julia had no intention of letting go, instead tightening her grip. Cien, choked slightly, let out a gulp. She said sternly, "You answer me first." In the quiet of the night, cold winds blew, and the stars in the sky still twinkled. Cien couldn't believe it and asked back, "So, what you mean is, you were that person from that day?" Julia's voice was firm. "What? You don't believe me?" Cien, afraid of being attacked again, turned his face away and reluctantly replied with, Julia couldn't hold it in any longer, gritting her teeth and asking in annoyance, "You left on purpose back then, didn't you?" Cien said in a panic, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then, as if he saw something, he shouted loudly, "Ah," and pointed forward, and they both turned to look. But Julia didn't notice anything. Quick as a flash, Cien slapped Julia's hand. As an instinctive self-defense reflex, she had to let go. Taking that opportunity, Cien nimbly jumped onto a tree branch, landing steadily with a thud, leaving Julia stunned. Sitting on the branch, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "It seems I've come to the wrong place." Even so, Cien's expression was still one of shock, as if he had just come to his senses, and he said reluctantly, "I hope you have a pleasant evening." Then he placed his hand on his chest, as if bidding farewell, Mississippi. Without lingering any longer, Cien jumped down from the branch, saying, "I'm out of here." Julia was utterly astonished by his actions and cursed angrily, "You bastard." Then she started lifting her skirt, preparing to run, so much so that the wind tore a corner of the dress she was wearing. She took a few steps back, gathered all her strength, and shouted, "Hey." Cien, who was about to leave, heard the shout and, though a bit surprised, still didn't understand what was happening and looked back blankly. Out of nowhere, Julia had climbed onto the fence, supporting herself with one hand, and vaulted over the obstacles. She yelled, "Stop right there." Cien, who thought he had escaped trouble, was shocked to see Julia chasing him from behind, his eyes wide with astonishment. Next, they looked like they were playing a high-stakes game of chase. Julia continuously threw stones at Cien, saying aggressively, "Get back here." He had to hastily dodge to avoid being hit, asking in a panic, "What on earth do you want to do to me?" Julia said angrily and decisively, "I want to give you a beating." Cien could only plead, "Don't, I'm begging you." In such a critical situation, Cien was extremely tense from having to run, and only one solution came to his mind. "Anyway, I have no other choice." As soon as he thought it, he acted. Cien touched the heels of his shoes, which immediately lit up, and two small wings sprang out from them. Cien immediately soared into the air. Feeling incredibly lucky, he waved goodbye and said reassuringly, "I don't know what the hell just happened, but please calm down a bit." At this, Julia was stunned into silence, standing frozen on the spot, her hair standing on end. After a fruitless chase, she was exhausted and out of breath. In the empty castle garden, Julia collapsed onto the ground, panting from exhaustion, and said weakly, "Damn it." She was completely drained, drenched in sweat. While catching her breath, Julia asked herself, "Why am I this angry? Is it just because he clearly knew I would be finished off by the beasts and still left?" Looking up at the canopy of trees shrouded in darkness, she thought of another reason. Or maybe it was because of my appearance that he left. At that moment, a feeling of loneliness enveloped her heart. Julia listlessly drew her legs in, hugged them tightly, and bowed her head in self-pity, thinking, maybe I'm still haunted by the scars of the past. I'm so weak. When she looked closely at her dress, she discovered it was in tatters, which said it all. The dress is ruined too. I'm tired, and my dress is torn. Julia didn't know where to go, so she just closed her eyes and lay there, muttering, "I can't go back to the party like this." However, the magnificent light of the myriad stars in the sky made Julia open her eyes. The scene before her was as beautiful as a painting, making her exclaim in admiration, "The sky is so beautiful too." But as soon as she finished speaking, a shooting star suddenly streaked across. As for Cien, when he returned to the castle, his body was just as tired as Julia's. He felt as if he had been blessed by the goddess of luck, and said with relief, "It seems I really used all my strength to get away." Cien wiped the sweat with his hand, constantly replaying what had just happened. "I was almost beaten to a pulp." After landing on the ground, he turned the doorknob and pulled the door open with a click. Inside, the old butler of the castle adjusted his glasses to see better and asked, "Who is it?" Suddenly, he was so shocked that his eyes went wide and his glasses fell off, and he said in a panic, "Sir." The door opened to reveal Cien, who smiled brightly and said enthusiastically, "Ah, long time no see, butler." Beside the magnificent fountain, a sigh was heard. A young lady in tattered clothes sat there, sighing deeply. Everything was supposed to go smoothly. "I went through so much trouble to arrange to attend this celebratory party." Julia angrily recalled Cien's cunning face. "If I could have just punched that shameless bastard once, I wouldn't be this depressed." She said in frustration, "Anyway, what am I supposed to do now? I can't go home in this state." Suddenly, someone called out, "Lady Julia." Karat Ginter walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" Julia asked back, "Sir Karat, did you come looking for me?" He replied, "I found out that the Duke is actually looking for you." Julia smiled and replied, "Is that so? It's a good thing you came." Karat Ginter looked at her state, curious about what had happened, as she looked like she had just caused some trouble. Julia evaded, "This, I have my reasons." Sir Karat, if you could you let my father know I'm here?" Karat Ginter looked at Julia with a blank expression. "Fine. Why don't you go find him yourself?" Julia avoided his gaze and replied shyly, "Well, you see." She looked at him, forced a smile. "I can't go back to the party in this state, so." Karat Ginter looked at her with resignation, then agreed, "I understand." Julia replied, "Thank you, sir. It seems I'm always indebted to you." Suddenly, a coat was thrown over Julia. Before Julia could react, Karat Ginter said, "Take it until the Duke comes to get you." Then he turned and left. Julia chased after him, calling from behind, "I'll wait, Sir Karat." He paid no mind to her call. "I'm leaving." Julia was left sitting alone. She looked at the coat in her hands and thought, this is the first time. Aisha, hiding behind a pillar, had witnessed the whole thing. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. No way. That wooden-faced Karat Ginter could actually talk to a woman he just met like that. She bit her nails in frustration, comparing. "When I approached him, he didn't even glance at me." Jealousy and hatred welled up in Aisha's heart. That vixen, after just seducing the prince, how dare she try to seduce the commander-in-chief too? Aisha peeked out to look at Julia. How could she? At this moment, Julia was talking to her father. Aisha ducked back behind the pillar, muttering, "That's right, it must be." She slumped down. It's all thanks to her father's status and that prestigious family. Aisha gritted her teeth. "I hate these palace nobles." Grand Duke Damien was busy with work. Cien sat drinking tea and cheerfully turned to ask, "Uncle, is everything going well for you?" Damien replied without looking up, "Of course, I always do much better than you." Cien gave a forced smile. "In any case, you haven't changed a bit, Uncle," Damien remarked sternly, "and you still look like a brat. Maybe I should lock you up somewhere before you cause any trouble." Damien's words shocked Cien so much that he spat out the tea in his mouth. Wiping his mouth, Cien looked up at his uncle. "Wow, that kind of joke isn't like you at all. What's wrong with you, Uncle?" Damien ignored his nephew's question and said, "Cien, why don't you go home now?" Cien put down his teacup and replied, "I don't want to go back yet." Damien offered some advice, "Then start settling down somewhere." "I don't care where." "Otherwise," before he could finish, Cien interrupted, "Otherwise, you'll stick me in some boring cavalry unit in the palace, right?" Cien's question made Damien stop writing. He continued, while Cien poured more tea into his cup, "Cien, I think I've told you before." Cien looked at the teacup before him and said thoughtfully, "Your Grace, I prefer this free life outside the palace." Damien sighed and replied, "Heavens, you're impossible." He continued working, then looked up at Cien and asked, "All right, how long are you planning to stay this time?" Cien replied cheerfully again, I don't know either. but I think I'll stay a little longer than usual this time. Damien asked curiously, so suddenly. What's the reason? Cien smiled and said, I feel like an interesting play is about to unfold. At this, Damien was at a loss for words with his nephew. He asked Cien suspiciously, what kind of trouble are you planning to cause this time? Cien was startled, turned to look at his uncle, and blurted out, what? He pointed to his own face and asked the Grand Duke, don't you trust this adorable nephew of yours? Damien's helpless expression was his only answer, which made Cien feel hurt. Cien tried to salvage the situation. I'll be good and stay put, so you don't have to worry like that. Damien asked back, really? Cien affirmed with his sparkling eyes. Do these eyes look like they're lying? Damien sighed. Oh dear. He held his head and said, all right, you've said enough. Go get some rest. Cien was just waiting for those words, and he immediately stood up excitedly, saying obediently, yes, sir. As Cien reached the door of the room, Damien suddenly asked, oh right, His Highness is very curious about what you're up to. This question made Cien stop in his tracks. He continued, you should at least pay His Highness a visit. Cien reluctantly replied, I know. In the magnificent room shrouded in darkness, a blond man sat alone in the silence, staring at a necklace, thinking to himself, it's almost the anniversary of Irina's death. His captivating green eyes glanced at the necklace. He slowly opened the small locket on the pendant. A woman, also with blonde hair tied up neatly, appeared, exuding a noble and beautiful aura, especially her clear green eyes, which were exactly like his. It turned out to be his younger sister. He recalled the painful old memories. My poor sister passed away. In an unforeseen accident, she sacrificed herself to save her child. Time seemed to rewind, and the image of flames spreading throughout the building suddenly returned. At that time, he was frantically holding Cien. He relived that sorrowful period. However, Cien, Irina's son, survived. Cien was in extreme pain. Tears streamed down his cheeks, because it was a serious accident that led to the death of a princess. Cien was falsely accused of being the beast that devoured his own mother. He bowed his head in sorrow, enduring the judgmental stares. Critical fingers pointed at him as if he were the murderer who killed his own mother. Therefore, the child was forced to leave the palace. He is currently wandering somewhere outside the kingdom. The scene of the majestic palace appeared incredibly empty, yet silent. Cien is the last of Irina's bloodline. The man stared at the picture in his hand for a long time, lost in thought. At all costs, I must keep this child in the palace. Then, the man slowly closed the locket. The moonlight shone through the window bars, straight into the room, like an illuminating torch. Somewhere, the man's whisper was heard again. I can't wait to meet Irina's long-lost son. Outside in the palace corridor, a series of footsteps broke the silence. It turned out to be Cien's footsteps as he walked slowly alone down this empty corridor. He turned his head to look at the night sky through the window, thinking to himself, every time the anniversary of my mother's death approaches, His Highness looks for me. He must want to remember my mother through me. He looked at the moonlight, deep in thought. Returning to the palace feels like reliving the horrifying memories intertwined with childhood. He sighed, scratched his head, and said, sigh, this is why I'm always hesitant to come back. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a red dress flashed by, approaching him. The sound of footsteps caught his attention, and he turned his head. It was Luciola. The little girl walked up and hugged him, surprising him so much he almost fell backward. He looked at the little girl, stammering, Luciola. The adorable Luciola frowned, puffing her cheeks at him, as if seeing a relative she hadn't met in a long time. Cien forced a smile and asked her, long time no see, how have you been? You really startled me. Luciola crossed her arms in front of her chest and replied unhappily, do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Cien pointed to his mouth and replied with a smile, aren't I back safe and sound? Hearing this, Luciola angrily turned away. In the quiet corridor, Luciola suddenly said loudly, see, you're definitely about to leave again. This made Cien just smile wryly. The little girl gradually calmed down, then confided in Cien, at least, you could write to me sometimes. Even if it doesn't help much, I'm really worried about you. Cien gave a lovely smile and replied, I'm sorry, I'll give you a piggyback ride as compensation. So, please forgive me, Your Highness the Princess. His words made Luciola say in annoyance, Fine. I told you not to treat me like a child anymore. The two of them stood together by the window. Suddenly, Cien knelt down, took Luciola's hand, and said, "So, what must I do to appease your anger, Luciola?" His action stunned the little girl. He looked at the little girl with a gentle smile and asked again. Luciola, with a confused and slightly bewildered expression, said, "Your current appearance, it's exactly like His Highness the Prince." Her words were so blunt, they were like a large rock falling from the sky on his Cien, making him only able to let out a choked gulp. He sighed and said, "Sigh, it seems this trick doesn't work on children." Luciola replied irritably, "That's not the reason." Breaking the heavy atmosphere, the adorable Luciola grabbed Cien's sleeve and pulled him along. "Anyway, tell me about your journey, since it's been so long since you've been back." Cien was dragged by the little girl across the palace corridor floor. At this point, he could only helplessly call her name. "Luciola," he said with a pained expression to Luciola, "I'm really tired. Can we do this tomorrow?" But how could her excitement be extinguished now? The adorable Luciola said, "Tonight's tea party will surely be very interesting." In a room lit by oil lamps, Aisha and Crit Villet were having a meal together. Aisha rested her chin on her hand and shouted angrily, "That cunning bitch. The woman who ruined my party." She turned to Crit Villet and said, "You really should have seen how that slut seduced the men." Crit Villet said with disgust, "She doesn't seem like that kind of person." His words pushed Aisha's anger to its peak. She angrily slammed the table, questioning him. "How dare you defend that bitch in front of me?" On the shelves were all sorts of wine barrels and bottles. Crit Villet glanced at them and said calmly, "Enough of these trivial matters. Let's get to the point." Aisha lowered her face, a sinister smile playing on her lips. It was unclear what she was plotting. Aisha's attitude changed abruptly. She picked up a wine glass and handed it to Crit Villet, saying, "Here, drink up, drink it all." Crit Villet was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He asked her, "What are you planning to do?" The oil lamp flickered by the window. She began to ask Crit Villet, "I heard you're participating in the Black Lion team's intensive training, right?" Crit Villet held the wine glass, frowned, and replied, "So what? Did you come here to mock me?" Aisha nodded cheerfully, then rummaged for something in her coat, laughing as she said, "How could I? I brought you a gift." She took out an exquisitely carved blue dagger from her coat, placed it on the table, and said, "Take it." Crit Villet asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Aisha replied gleefully, "It's a dagger." Crit Villet frowned and said, I can see that." Aisha sat on the table, her hand next to the dagger, and said to Crit Villet, "I've heard some rumors about you and the Commander-in-Chief. You don't like that bitch either, right?" Crit Villet replied thoughtfully, "The real issue isn't about liking or not liking." Aisha gave him a sidelong glance and said, "What's there to be shy about?" Suddenly, her expression revealed a murderous intent. She told Crit Villet her plan. "As long as that bitch is gone, you'll have a chance to become the Commander-in-Chief. Besides, I know you think so too." Her words had indeed angered him. Crit Villet frowned, lowered his head, and turned to question Aisha, "What are you trying to say?" Looking at the dagger glittering under the bright moonlight on the table, she said, "Take this dagger to your Commander-in-Chief." She stood up, leaned against the table, and added, "Just say it's a reconciliation gift. She'll accept it." Crit Villet asked uncomfortably, "Why this dagger?" Aisha smiled and replied, "It will change your destiny." He hesitated, asking himself in confusion, "What?" A sense of unease filled his mind. "Could it be that you—" He suddenly shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the guests to the next table. He jumped up, grabbed Aisha's hand tightly, and yelled, "What did you do to this dagger?" Crit Villet's strength hurt her hand. She quickly reminded him, it hurts. But Crit Villet still didn't let go. Aisha winced in pain and said, "Let me go first." Crit Villet was still not appeased, trying to get information from Aisha. He growled, "What did you do to it? Tell me now." Aisha took the dagger from the table, put it in her cloak, and said to Crit Villet, "We need to find a quieter place first." Footsteps echoed in the room. Crit Villet closed the door. Aisha sat on the bed and said in confusion, "Sigh, where should I start?" She looked at him with a smile and asked, "By the way, do you remember the first time we met? You had run away from home, and I was a pampered, noble lady. We were both helpless orphans." Crit Villet was confused. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Aisha replied, "Just listen to me." She recounted thoughtfully. "After we met a few times, my mother passed away, right? My mother suffered from tuberculosis, but she didn't have a penny to her name, so she couldn't even get basic treatment." She recalled her past, remembering herself helplessly holding her mother's hand, her eyes filled with tears. "At that time, a little girl like me could do nothing but cry endlessly. Aisha smiled. However, after crying for a while, a thought suddenly came to my mind. I don't want to live like this forever. I want to go back to that war mansion. Now is not the time to consider meaningless plans. She concluded cheerfully. So, to live happily, shouldn't I do everything I can to make that dream come true? Looking at Aisha like that, Crit Villet replied, Aisha, although I feel sorry for your mother now. Aisha put her hand to her coat and asked Crit Villet, you want to become special too, don't you? She pulled out the dagger and handed it to Crit Villet. This dagger is coated with a type of musk that beasts absolutely love. He looked at it in astonishment. What? Aisha said excitedly. If that bitch disappears, we'll have a chance, right? Crit Villet jumped up forcefully, the chair crashing down. He said loudly, explain to me clearly. Aisha replied calmly, as if she had already said it. Kill that bitch. Take back everything that was lost. Crit Villet shouted, Aisha, she said nonchalantly. Those in high positions are always like that. Born into a noble family, they always take everything they have for granted. Crit Villet thought to himself with annoyance. Even so, there's no need to harm the commander. On the other hand, if that woman disappears after this, it wouldn't be any better. But Sa tried to persuade him. We're just taking back what is rightfully ours from that ducal lady. Crit Villet grabbed Sa's shoulders, shouting, that's not called taking back. Get a grip. Crit Villet explained, the opponent is a duke. Moreover, the Rosenstein family is favored by the royal family. He trembled and lowered his voice. If we get caught, neither you nor I will survive. I'm afraid you will become a cruel person. Sa frowned. She retorted to Crit Villet, why worry about failure? The corner of her mouth curled into a smile. In a forest full of monsters and demons, how can someone reeking of musk possibly survive? Crit Villet was horrified by Sa's words. He let go of her shoulders and said, Sa, why do you have to go this far? She knelt before Crit Villet, placed her hands on his shoulders, and confessed her feelings. Crit Villet, I think I can only be happy if that woman dies. She hugged him. That woman has everything. I hate her. Sa said tearfully, you will help me, right? She nuzzled her face into his shoulder. Really, besides you, I have no one else to rely on. This act from Sa softened Crit Villet's heart. Crit Villet gritted his teeth and held her tightly. But behind his back, Sa revealed a cold expression, as if she had another plan. Now you have to listen to me, Crit Villet. In the palace, shouts of echoed. Chulier swung her sword. With each swing of the sword, she let out a shout of awe. Chu Dai, standing by, reminded her worriedly, my lady, a little gentler. At this rate, you'll get hurt. Chu Lieh turned to look at Chu Dai. The young girl ran to her side. Chu Lieh asked, why are you here? Chu Dai replied, I've been here since you started practicing, my lady. She sheathed her sword. Is that so? I didn't notice. Chu Dai quickly handed her a towel. My lady, your towel. Chu Lieh replied, thank you. Chu Dai rested her chin on her hand, thinking to herself, could it be that she didn't sense my footsteps? What on earth happened at the party? Chu Dai called out, my lady, can I stay with you tonight? Chu Lieh comforted her. Oh, aren't you tired? I'm fine. You should go rest. Although Chu Dai hesitated for a moment, she bit her lip, feeling so wrong that tears were about to fall. You came back in this state. How can I not worry and rest peacefully? Chu Dai pressed. Did something happen at the party? Chu Lieh, who was wiping her face, paused, smiled, and said, did I say something I shouldn't have? It's nothing. She handed the towel to Chu Dai. Are you asking because of what happened before? Chu Dai stammered that. Chu Lieh placed a hand on her chest and said, Chu Dai, look at me. She gave a beautiful smile. I'm a completely different person now, right? Chu Dai looked at her hesitantly. Just rest assured, there's nothing to worry about. Chu Lieh comforted her little maid. Chu Dai rushed forward and hugged her. I'm about to fall for you, my lady. Chu Lieh reminded her cheerfully, you'll catch a cold. Go inside quickly. Chu Lieh said, actually, earlier in the garden, Chu Dai was always quietly watching me. That's right. Who could possibly hate such an adorable girl? Then, Chu Dai suddenly hugged her lady again. I will always be on your side. Chu Lieh was a little confused. Suddenly, she remembered, that's right. If I go for training, I won't see you for a while. Let's go out tomorrow. Chu Dai hesitated a bit. I'm always available. But is it convenient for you, my lady? Chu Lieh replied, one day should be fine. At Mount Rupert, the Knights of the Winter Nights were exhausted, slumping down one by one, panting. One knight leaned on another, whining, sob sob. I can't go on. The one being leaned on grumbled. It's scorching hot. Don't stick to me. The one who had just spoken glanced over at the Black Lion Knights and said, how come they aren't even breaking a sweat? Chu Lieh appeared and announced to everyone, all right, listen up. She ordered everyone to put all their luggage in the tents, then quickly assemble here. The members of the Winter Knights cried out in horror. What? One of them rushed forward and said, "But we just arrived." Seeing her knights complaining, she angrily scolded, "There's no more time to rest. Get up." Hearing their commander's reprimand, they slowly moved, obediently replying, "Yes." Watching them put away their luggage, she muttered again, "They're this tired already at the beginning. The next few days are going to be a handful." Kirit Ginta walked by and heard her muttering and asked, "Are we continuing to train in our current state?" Chulier replied confidently, "Of course. Or would you like to take command?" He was truly speechless at her suggestion. She instructed him further, "Don't go easy on them. Train them rigorously." He looked puzzled and replied, "I wasn't planning on slacking off either." After letting them put away their luggage for a moment, Kirit Ginta gave the order, "Winter Knights, assemble." When the knights had fully assembled, Kirit Ginta remarked, "Too slow." He exuded a menacing aura and ordered, "From now on, you will assemble within 30 seconds. Understood." Seeing their silence, he yelled, "Answer me." They replied in unison, "Understood." He observed the knights, then instructed, "During training, all soldiers are treated equally. Everyone must follow the same regimen. Anyone who wants to quit can leave now." Amidst the babbling of the stream, Kirit Ginta's question was heard. "Any other problems?" They replied in unison, "No, sir." Immediately after, he announced, "Well then, I will now introduce a simple and systematic physical training method." A Winter Knight thought to himself, "Good heavens, we have to train with these monsters." Kirit Ginta pointed behind him and said, "These logs behind me are all filled with magical power. Therefore, they weigh twice as much as normal logs." Alec was sick of this exercise, but Kirit Ginta paid no mind and continued, "Now, each of you will carry one log, then run a lap around the forest at your fastest speed and return here." He also declared, "The last person to return will have to run an extra lap. Begin." Everyone obediently replied in unison, "Yes," and ran off together to carry out the task. Seeing everyone training enthusiastically, Chulier felt they seemed to have a lot of spirit, so she shouldered a log and ran after them. Full of energy, she chased after them, encouraging everyone, "Keep it up." Ricky, holding a log with both hands, panted and asked, "The commander is running too." She laughed while running and replied, "Of course, I'm training with everyone." She was full of hope, truly looking forward to the results of this training, want to see what positive changes everyone would make. Sunset fell on the mountain where they were training, and the knights were completely exhausted. Just as everyone was worn out, they received an announcement that after a 10-minute break, training would immediately resume. For Ricky, who was looking forward to the end of the day for a proper rest, this news was like a bolt from the blue. Finally, the announcement came. The first day of training is over. Everyone rest. The knights let out a satisfied whoa, as if a great burden had been lifted. Chulier also took the opportunity to instruct her knights. "You've all worked hard. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow." They also bowed politely and replied, "Yes." "You've worked hard too, Commander." Night fell, and as everyone was still packing up to rest, Aleka's voice, tinged with envy and resentment, rang out, "How admirable. Just look at our gloomy and terrifying commander. Try comparing him to her." He was so busy complaining that he didn't notice Kirit Ginta had come up behind him, staring at him with a sharp gaze, and called out, "Alec." Realizing he'd been caught, he screamed, "Ah!" He cried out in fear for everyone to help. "Save me." Kirit Ginta heard his nonsense and scolded, "Enough nonsense. Get ready to eat." At the same time, Chulier was entering her tent to rest, unaware that Kritvite Lot was watching her from a distance. As she drank tea in her resting place, she felt a little happy because although everyone lacked experience, they were all doing very well. She hummed softly and swung her legs, thinking to herself, "If we continue training like this, we'll see results soon enough." While she was relaxing, someone arrived and introduced himself. "Commander, I am Kritvite Lot. May I come in?" Since he was an acquaintance, she wasn't very guarded and let him in. She asked him, "You've come to see me like this. There must be something on your mind." "All right, what is it?" He hid a sword behind his back and stammered, "This thing." As she was wondering what he was about to say, he suddenly started trembling all over, breaking out in a cold sweat, and said, "I want to apologize to the commander for my previous rude behavior." Hearing this, she cut through his trembling and replied, "I've long forgotten about it. There's nothing to forgive." He was a little surprised to see her answer so calmly. She asked further, "Is that all?" He forced a confident smile and said, This is an apology gift, a small token of my sincerity." With that, his hand brought the sword out in front of her. She rested her chin on her hand and replied calmly, "There's no need for that. Take it back." Then he put on a pitiful act and said, "Commander, if I leave just like this, I'll be very sad. Please accept it." Noticing that his hands holding the sword were trembling, she also became a little suspicious. But she turned a blind eye and accepted it. She said to him, all right, if you insist, I'll accept it." He replied gratefully, "Thank you, Commander." After taking the sword, she drew it to inspect it, then remarked, "It truly is a precious treasure." After inspecting the sword, she put it down and called Krit-Vailat. She walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "How many times have I told you? Relax your shoulders." Then she smiled and said, "All right, you can go out." Fearing he would be found out, he was a bit flustered and hurriedly replied, "Yes, Commander." After his hasty reply, he quickly walked out, not paying attention to who was in front of him, and bumped right into someone. He asked irritably, "Who is it?" Suddenly realizing who was in front of him, he bowed his head respectfully. My apologies, sir. I'll take my leave." Kirit Ginta said nothing, glancing at his departing back and thinking to himself, this guy is strange. Kirit Ginta sensed an unusual aura around him, and then thought, and there's killing intent too. Kirit Ginta felt a strong premonition. Inside the tent, Chu Lie was excitedly admiring the sword she had just received. Someone came to the front of the tent and called, "Knight Chu Lie, excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you." She recognized it as Knight Kirit Gintu's voice and said, "Come in." As he lifted the curtain and entered, he said, "About tomorrow." Suddenly, he stopped, as if something had caught his attention. He looked at the object in her hand and asked, "That sword, may I take a look?" She handed it to him freely, saying, "If you want to see it." As he took the sword and examined it closely, he realized something, thinking to himself, this thing, after a careful observation. He turned to Chu Lie and asked, "Chu Lie, why did you bring it here?" Chu Lie crossed her legs, folded her arms, and replied with a smile, "It's an apology gift my vice commander just brought me." Hearing her answer, he immediately asked back, "He brought it, and he's leaving tonight." She replied nonchalantly, "That's right." Suddenly, she said to him, "For some reason, he seems to really hate me." Seeing her confession, Kirit Ginta wondered. You knew his purpose for coming here and still accepted it. He explained further to her. Not only does it have a scent that drives beasts mad, but it also has magic to summon them. After he finished explaining, she just smiled lightly and replied, "I just realized that myself." Hearing that, he became even more confused. Then why? He was about to ask again when she cut in to explain why she accepted the sword. "Because Krit-Vailat was so sincere in finding something like this for me. I couldn't just ignore it, sir." He looked at her, puzzled, and she joked again, "If I survive today, I'll give him a good punishment, don't you worry." Hearing that, he couldn't be bothered, throwing the sword down and saying, "I really don't understand you." Julia suddenly remembered and asked, "Speaking of which, did you come here because you were worried about me?" Kirit Ginta sat down, placing a set of documents down, and said, "I just came to discuss tomorrow's training plan. The original plan was to conquer the beasts in Area C, but with that, he opened the map and said, the Winter Knights had best stay in Area B. The training ground at Mount Rupert is divided into 3 areas. Area A is quite safe, with relatively few beasts. Area B is treacherous mountain paths and some weak beasts. Area C is deep in the mountains, where the strongest beasts roam. Because Area C is extremely dangerous, she also knew that no one was allowed to enter without the kingdom's permission. Chuli A pointed to an area on the map and asked, "What do you think of the area near our training site today?" Then she asked further, "The Black Lion Knights will be entering Area C, right?" He remained silent until she continued, "When the time comes, please let us go with you." Only then did he turn back to ask her, "Will that be all right?" She nodded and replied, "We won't hold you back, don't worry." Hearing her answer, he clasped his hands together, as if in thought. Then he advised her sternly, "Even if the knights think it's fine, the soldiers under your command could lose their lives. Are you still okay with that?" She also replied seriously, "Those who only know how to avoid danger are not worthy of being knights. If soldiers lose their lives here, then that is as far as their fate goes." With a sigh, Kirit Ginta said in an imploring tone, "I hope we won't have to hold any funerals during the training period." Chulier also replied cheerfully, "Yes." As the two were happily discussing, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from outside. Hearing the scream, they both drew their swords. Chulier said something was approaching, and then they both rushed out. Kirit Ginta guessed that since Chulier had just held that sword, this was probably not a coincidence. She smiled faintly and replied, "I know. Outside, beasts were roaring all over the tent area. The two stood back to back, fighting with their swords drawn. Kirit Gint swung his sword and judged. It seems all the beasts in the mountains have gathered here. Chulier was not to be outdone, retorting, then we won't need to go to Area C tomorrow, will we? Suddenly, a call of commander came from the side. She looked over in surprise and saw Ricky being attacked, trying to fight back. He trembled, reporting as he defended himself. Suddenly beasts, reporting while fighting exhausted him, and he couldn't speak in complete sentences. Chulier recognized the person being attacked and cried out in alarm. Ricky. She used that sword to kill the beast attacking Ricky, thinking to herself, good heavens, I didn't expect someone to get caught up in this. The beast knocked Ricky to the ground, and she gave the order, quick, assemble all knights, prepare for battle formation. Ricky struggled to get up from the ground and replied, yes. She shouted as she fought. On the other side, Kirit Gint had also killed many beasts, showing no signs of fatigue. Elsewhere, panting could also be heard. Crit Violet fought while constantly complaining. Why are they attacking me too? He cut down a beast and roared, I'm not your target. He froze, remembering that Commander Chulier had touched him earlier. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. That's right, at that moment. Then he roared, damn it. After a long fight, he dragged his body back to the assembly point, panting, silently glad to be alive. Although this was probably what the commander had to go through. Suddenly, he saw something and stopped in his tracks, horrified. Before him, the two commanders were casually sitting on the corpses of the beasts, resting. Crit Violet cried out in horror, Commander. Chulier jumped down, her voice tinged with mockery as she replied, well done, Knight Crit Violet. As he approached, he said in a panic, yes. Anyway, the beast suddenly attacked. Before he could finish, she stepped forward and kicked him in the leg, causing him to cry out in pain, ack. She stood before him with an air of arrogance and said, thanks to you, I had quite an experience. He, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground, pleading what? What is this about? Chulier clenched her fists in anger, roaring at him. That punch landed squarely in his stomach, and she said furiously, my return gift. He cried out in pain and collapsed. He lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his stomach as he heard her scold. Did you think I wouldn't know what you did with that sword? She let him gasp in pain for a moment before continuing. It's fine if you hate me. But Crit Violet had also realized, looking at the people receiving first aid, Chulier continued. But what I find ridiculous is that you put your own knights in danger. Chulier angrily drew her sword and questioned him. Do you even deserve to be called a true knight? She pointed her sword at him and declared, Crit Violet, from this moment on, you are stripped of your position as vice commander. Then she declared again, and you are now a prisoner. Alec was directing everyone to clean up the aftermath of the recent raid. On the other side, the two commanders were talking, and Alec walked over calling, Commander. He reported with a proud look. As instructed, that dagger has been buried. The camp relocation is also complete. Kirit Gint praised him. Well done. And Chulier said with an admiring tone, I'm truly impressed, Alec. Praised by the two commanders, especially by Chulier, he felt a little happy inside and replied shyly, it was just a small thing. A red-haired young man asked her, Commander, where are your horses? She replied, I've made a fence near the valley, so you can all tie your horses there too. The men acknowledged the order, understood. Then Chulier rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment, as if remembering something. Speaking of which, this place is. Then she looked up at Kirit Gint and asked, Hey, would you like to go for a little walk? I have something I want to show you. He sighed, nodded in agreement, but didn't forget to ask, what is it? She immediately pointed in a direction and said, you just need to follow me down that small path. As they walked together, he asked her, do you know the way? She walked leisurely and replied calmly, I used to come here often. Leading him under a tree, she said cheerfully, look at this. She turned to look at him, giving a lovely smile, and said, this way, please, Sir Kirit. When he came to her side, she said, I want you to see this scenery. As he was admiring the view, she asked, it's beautiful from here, isn't it? The scenery she wanted to show him was a giant peach tree growing on a small island in the middle of a clear lake, dotted with willow trees and a lush flower garden, along with fireflies, creating a strange and beautiful scene. She was delighted by this beautiful scene and asked him how he felt. He also gave a satisfied smile and replied, not bad. She also realized, saying, I've been indebted to you these past few days. Just consider this as repayment. He seemed a little embarrassed and turned his face away, saying, I only did what I was supposed to do. Hearing this answer, she also asked probingly, Is that really so? He closed his eyes to recall for a moment, then replied, I don't remember ever showing any particular kindness. This answer made her nod in confusion, a little dazed. She said, Sir Kirit, you too. You seem to be very popular with women. He suddenly turned away and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back. As if guessing something, she asked, Are you shy? He replied firmly, No. In the end, only she was left standing there, watching him leave, not knowing what else to say. She recalled her past life. This was a place she often hunted, and also a place where she had spent moments with the prince. The happiness she once felt now brought pain in remembrance. It was truly a frighteningly beautiful memory. Now, she was happily chatting with Kirit Gintu, hoping that among those fragments of memory, this place could also be as beautiful as today's memory. The next morning, in the Rupert Mountains, a pack of beasts was active in this area. He led her to a place and said, From here, we will split into teams of 2 to confront the beasts and advance deeper into the forest. Then he turned back to instruct the knights. The purpose of this training is to quickly eliminate the beasts to move forward. Suddenly, he exuded a murderous aura and said with a cold smile, If you want to return today, you must swing your swords without hesitation. The knights engaged in combat with the beasts, but the Knights of the Winter Knights just ran away as soon as they saw the beasts attack. They fled for their lives, shouting, Save us. Chulier stood aside and observed, astonished at the sight of them scattering and fleeing, and even heard them telling each other to run. She felt ashamed for them, silently cursing these men. She thought to herself, All the Knights of the Black Lion Knights are training without any difficulty, while the Knights of the Winter Knights only know how to run from beasts. At this moment, she wished they would fight instead of running. Then she glanced at Kirit Gintu and noticed the situation on his side. We still have to watch every single one of them. He exuded an aura that she guessed was extremely unpleasant. She picked up a stone, thinking there was only one way left. Then she rushed forward, startling all the Knights of the Winter Knights, who shouted, Commander. She put all her strength into throwing the stone straight at the beast, then let out a grunt. After dealing with the beast, she pulled her knights away, saying, I'm sorry, Sir Kirit. She said somewhat awkwardly, It seems it's difficult for us to train together. See you tonight at the camp. He seemed to understand her meaning and replied, All right. Meanwhile, the Black Lion Knights were gossiping. Did you just see that? Another replied, They used a stone to fight a beast. She heard them gossiping and turned her head to glare at them with a sharp look. She scolded angrily, Are all your limbs still intact? Then get the hell over there and train, damn it. They replied in fear, Yes. She pulled her knights to one side and began to instruct them. We will break through this line with a 2-round battle. Chulier pointed towards the beasts and said, Don't be afraid, charge. I will support you. Then she shouted Mac, Chan. The two of them were startled and replied in unison, Yes. Suddenly, Ronan said with a tremble, No, this is just a joke, right? She paid him little mind and said to them, Let's go. Everyone could only reply in unison, Yes. Another person really couldn't take it and stepped forward, saying, Commander, I think this is too reckless. She frowned and asked back, Reckless? They explained with a tremble, To join the team with just 2 people. Isn't this just asking for death? She couldn't hold back any longer and said, How do you know if you don't try? She turned to leave, saying, I'm trying to change your cowardly will. I brought you here not to take revenge for you being looked down upon. At the gathering point, the Knights of the Black Lion Knights are resting and eating together. Alex and Kirit Gintu are eating together. Alex asks, Isn't it too late? Kirit Gintu, while eating, asks back, What do you mean? He stammers in reply, The Knights of the Winter Knights. Did something happen to them? He continues to put food in his mouth while replying, Night training with beasts is normal. You must have forgotten how he used to train before. He recalls last night's events, exclaiming, Yesterday's battle was truly outstanding. After exclaiming, he then remarks, But the skill gap between the members is too large, isn't it? He picks up a piece of meat, gesturing with his hands and feet, saying, If we encounter a pack of beasts like yesterday, those members will surely just trail behind the commander. Then Alex thinks to himself, maybe we'll have to hold a funeral for them during training. He ignores what Alex is saying, recalling his conversation with her last night. Last night, he seriously asked her, with their abilities, they could lose their lives at any moment. Do you still want to stay close to them? She seriously asked him back. It's true that it's very dangerous, but can we really just keep running away forever? Then he remembers the words she said at the celebration party. My members, and I must become stronger. Therefore, she emphasized to him, I have chosen the strongest knights. Finally, he answers Alex. Just wait and see the results. He takes a big bite of meat, while Alex asks in astonishment, aren't you worried, sir? Suddenly, behind Alex, the bushes rustle. Julia emerges from them, carrying 2 knights in her arms, reporting. The winter knights have returned. Alex is so shocked that he drops his forkful of meat, because someone suddenly came out of the bushes, and not just one person, but a group of people. He comes to his senses, shouting, Awa awa. Karat Ginda smirks slightly, saying, I've been waiting. She gently brushes her drenched hair, saying, yes. He jokes. Alex was very worried. Alex, suddenly dragged into the conversation, is startled and asks in a panic, Wah, what? Ye, yes. She understands Karat Gin 2's meaning and plays along. Thank you very much. Alex quickly finds her a spot, saying, here, sit here. She sits down without ceremony. Then Alex brings her some soup. She says, thank you, Alex. Karat Ginda glances at the pot of food and says, I don't think I'm capable of preparing a meal like this. Julia also understands his meaning and replies, that's right, it's best to eat what's already prepared. She also glances in that direction and says, then we're counting on you. Alex tells her not to mind. She replies cheerfully, haha, thank you, Karat Gintu. While the 3 are chatting animatedly, the members of the Black Lion Knights carry or support the members of the Winter Knights one by one to the eating area. The members of the Winter Knights are all exhausted, so upon receiving the food, everyone is extremely grateful and thanks them profusely. Julia also says gratefully, this is great. Let us prepare dinner tomorrow. Karat Gina asks her, by the way, where did you all just come from? She finishes a bowl of hot soup and answers, I went to the lair of the mutated beasts. Alex is startled and asks, you went there without calling us. The red-haired young man interjects, but basically, the commander hunted all by herself. The young man with the scarf, Ronan, who looks like he has a cold, sneezes loudly. Julia, just as she picks up a skewer of grilled meat to eat, says, to hunt a beast, I'm afraid my members aren't capable of it yet. She also notices the young man who just sneezed and says, oh, so Ronan fell into the river and got completely soaked. Ronan says dejectedly, I'm sorry, Commander. Julia puts down the meat skewer and says, it's all right, Ronan, you just need to practice more and become stronger. Alex hears her words to the Winter Knights and exclaims, that sounds interesting. But Karat Gintu of the Black Lion Knights seems a bit helpless in the face of some of this commander's actions. Karat Gintu thinks to himself, she's risking everything, even being reckless, to train her members. Watching her eat heartily, he wonders if she wants to establish herself as a true commander. At this moment, Alex yawns and complains. The patrol is over. The commander should go rest. Commander Karat Gintu suddenly goes show. He seems to sense something, making a hum sound. Seeing this, Alex asks, what are you doing, sir? He still doesn't answer, just signals Shu, telling him to be quiet. Julia is now leaning on his shoulder, sleeping soundly, completely unaware. He quietly tells Alex to bring a blanket or something similar. Alex is very obedient, running off to find a blanket and returning to the commander's side. He gently covers her with a blanket and then whispers to Karat Gintu. She must be very tired. After gently covering her with a blanket, Alex steps back a bit, smiles and says, she's been fighting beasts since last night. Of course she's tired. Suddenly, he shivers, hugging his arms and saying, even so, with her sleeping next to you, sir, it's still a little scary. Hearing Alex's suggestive comment, Karat Gintu angrily asks, what do you mean by that? Alex chuckles and says, I just didn't expect she could sleep so peacefully next to you, sir. Karat Gintu angrily shouts at him, stop talking nonsense. Suddenly realizing something, he asks, but what are you doing here? Hearing this, Alex grins broadly and quickly runs away, saying, Yes, yes, I'm leaving right now. As he runs off, he leaves a remark for the commander. Have fun, Commander. Commander Kirat Ginta pauses for a moment, calling out, Alex. Alex, who is running very fast, still replies, yes. Kirat Ginta intends to scold him, but seeing Julia stir slightly, he has no choice but to sit still and let her lean on him. He looks up at the night sky, thinking to himself, really? But everything will be fine. The next day, at the training campsite, after the morning practice, Julia announces to everyone, this afternoon, we will have a sparring match with the Black Lion Knights. Therefore, rest well. The knights exclaim in unison in astonishment. Huh. One person laments. Why them? We're going to die. Seeing them complain endlessly, Julia also thinks for a moment. She says to them with some impatience, I don't recall saying that you are required to win. That knight asks again, what if it seems impossible for us to win this match? Julia reminds them not to misunderstand. The purpose of this match is not to win. Finally, they focus to listen to her explanation. In front of a strong opponent, attack, defend, and use all your senses to learn. That is the purpose of this training session. Then she scoffs and asks, but you all clearly don't like to compete, right? Well then, she then announces the reward. If anyone can touch their opponent, even if it's just the tip of a sword touching a black lion, I will grant one wish for that person. How about it? Someone asks eagerly. Even just a graze is okay. She replies, that's right, do your best. They reply in unison, yes. The clash of swords and the painful groans of the winter nights echo throughout the training ground. Everyone is cheering for a young man who is competing. Cheer up. Don't give up. Ronan is still groaning uncomfortably. Ugh, it hurts so much. The Knights of the Black Lion Knights show no mercy, fighting fiercely. Ricky's face is grazed by a sword, and he immediately screams. Right after that, that Black Lion Knight throws Ricky to the ground. Ricky continues to scream in fear. He falls to the ground with a thud, crying out in pain. That Black Lion Knight exudes a murderous aura, remarking, you're about to give up. Ricky uncomfortably grips the sword in his hand, then suddenly counterattacks. He struggles to get up, replying, I can do it. As soon as he finishes speaking, he lunges forward, shouting, here I come. The Black Lion Knight seems very interested in Ricky's expression, smiling slightly as he blocks his attack. Julia, observing from the side, assesses. His movements have suddenly become more decisive. It's just that after. Ricky resists with all his might, causing the Black Lion Knight to stumble slightly, but the knight immediately regains his footing and grabs Ricky's shirt. That Black Lion Knight asks, are you intentionally looking for my opening? He threatens Ricky with his sword blade, saying, if this were a real battle, your head would no longer be on your neck. Ricky feels scared and has to say, I lose. The other guy laughs out loud at his expression. As dusk falls, the end of training is finally announced. Today's victory belongs to the Black Lion Knights, with a score of 20. Everyone did well. After the sparring session with the Black Lion Knights, the Knights of the Winter Knights are exhausted, groaning as they lie sprawled on the grass. Julia sees that everyone has tried their best and says, everyone did well. We need to prepare a meal, so everyone get up. Then she turns to Ricky and says, Ricky, do you want to receive your reward today? Ricky, being supported by someone else, asks blankly, She gently reminds him, it's the reward I mentioned this morning. He asks again in disbelief, I succeeded. Julia says to him gently, of course. If there's anything you like, just let me know. As soon as she finishes, Ricky is stunned and says, again. After thinking for a moment, he looks at her with hopeful eyes and says, then, in the dungeon where Crit Violet is imprisoned. He is thinking self-reproachfully, giving the dagger to the commander was my choice. So I don't intend to resent Isa. He ponders for a moment, thinking further, but after returning to the kingdom, Isa will betray me. Crit Violet knows Isa wants power, fame, and a stable life. If the truth of this matter is exposed, the life she desires will vanish. He realizes, therefore, our relationship also ends here. After a moment of self-blame, he smiles bitterly, thinking to himself, to lose everything in pursuit of power, how ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Vice Commander. Then the owner of the voice asks, oh, you're not the Vice Commander anymore. That person is none other than Ricky. Then he asks, what if there's no one there? He tries to open the dungeon door, struggling unsuccessfully for a while, then complains. This lock is really tight. A moment later, he cheerfully says to Crit Violet, who is staring blankly from inside, "Ah, it's open." Crit Violet is still staring blankly at the person who just entered, trying to guess who it is. He smiles, carrying a tray of food, and says, "I brought food." He walks over and places the food tray on the table, asking, "Are you hungry? Let's eat together." Then he removes his handcuffs and he asks, "How did you get in here?" Having just removed the handcuffs, Ricky replies, "Oh, that. I remembered I hadn't said goodbye. I already asked the commander for permission." Hearing Ricky say he asked for permission to see him, he is stunned. His pride a little hurt. He turns his face away and says, "Go back. I have no face to see you anymore." Ricky takes the opportunity to complain to him. The commander said, "Before Crit Violet is punished, we must ensure he doesn't starve to death. That's how it is." After speaking, he looks at Crit Violet and says, "Hurry up and eat. I'm hungry." He looks at the food that has been brought to him these past few days, but he has knocked it all over, not eating a single bite. Crit Violet clenches his teeth, remaining silent. Under the dim light of the dungeon, Crit Violet looks up at Ricky while eating. He observes for a moment, asking, "What happened to your eye?" Ricky, while eating voraciously, replies, "I've already received first aid, so it'll be fine." Crit Violet stirs the food in his bowl without eating any, then says, "That's good then." Ricky speaks up and asks, "What happened not long ago? Was that also a mistake?" He asserts, "Because I didn't know there was a curse on the dagger." Ricky suddenly trembles and says, "Such a big commotion. It's not your fault." Seeing him defend him like this, Crit Violet can only remain silent, not knowing what to say. Crit Violet breaks the silence, saying, "It wasn't a mistake." Ricky doesn't understand and says, "Huh." He seriously confesses everything to Ricky. I wanted to become the commander of the Royal Knights and make money, but my ability is strangely lacking." He frowns regretfully and says, "Therefore, I tried to kill the commander and try to take this position." Ricky is a little scared and asks in disbelief, "You really wanted to kill her?" He doesn't deny it, admitting frankly, "That's right." Amidst the sound of dripping water, he says, "I'm sorry, my greed has hurt you." Ricky doesn't accept his apology, shouting, "You should go apologize to the commander." He clenches his fists, then reminds him of the first day they met. He recalls, "I saw you when you were being beaten. You protected me. That's why I trusted and followed you like that." His tears fall as he asks, "What should I do in this situation?" Amidst his sobs, an apology is suddenly mixed in. After many days of training, Julia finally gets a rest. She comfortably soaks in the bathtub, soothing her tense nerves. She sighs in relief. Phew. How long has it been since I had a proper bath? The joint training is over. So many things have happened in a short time, especially when a drunk Julia picked up Karat Gintu. She still clearly remembers his expression at that time. It was truly an indescribable mix of awkwardness and embarrassment. Recalling those memories, she smiles wryly. After the joint training ended, all the members fought to the end in the battle with the Black Lion Knights. She rests her chin on her hand, pensively recalling that period. Thinking of the days before when she only knew how to cry, could this also be considered growth? The battle with the Black Lion Knights continued during the training period. Due to the members' failures, everyone's desire to become stronger intensified. The fighting spirit is once again visible in Julia's eyes. Everyone's determination is becoming clearer. She thinks, should I gradually change the training methods, focusing more on practical combat exercises? She thinks while relaxing her mind in the slow-moving water. In the dormitory of the Winter Knights members, Ricky is deep in thought. He recalls his meeting with the former Vice Commander Crit Violet. It was the last night of the joint training. He snuck out of the barracks, intending to pay a surprise visit to Vice Commander Crit Violet. Commander Julia's sudden appearance at a corner startles Ricky. She crosses her arms, questioning where he is going. For a moment, Ricky doesn't know how to react, fumbling with his hands and feet at a loss for words. He thinks anxiously, what if the commander finds out I snuck out of the barracks? He can only stammer a flimsy excuse. I'm going over there. Julia, with her sharp eyes, sees through his reason. She is silent for a moment, observing Ricky's reaction. Then she turns coldly and says, be back before dawn. Ricky, standing before her, is frozen with fear and can only whisper in reply, yes, ma'am. In fact, he feels extremely guilty and can only think to himself, I'm sorry, Commander. But he can't bring himself to say the words. Afterwards, he hurries on his way to visit Crit Violet. The tall grass rustles, the wind howls in his ears. Julia leans against a tree, watching Ricky's retreating figure disappear, her gaze distant. She thinks to herself, I should let him go say his final goodbye. In the dark prison cell, not a single ray of sunlight penetrates. This place is deep and desperate, just like the mood of the former Vice Commander Crit Violet. He is being held here to be punished. Recently, Commander Julia visited Crit Violet. Fortunately, he did not have to face an overly severe punishment. On the day the joint training ended, Crit Violet confessed, I was blinded by greed. He has given up his obsession, admitting his mistakes in front of Ricky. I have listened and reflected on my past. Ricky replies in confusion, yes. Crit Violet continues, just for the position of commander, I couldn't control my greed. Ricky seems puzzled by the former vice commander's words. He says, what do you mean? Crit Violet stands up and paces back and forth. The first time we met, he says, I was always jealous because of the unfairness. Now, facing his past again, he seems to have calmly and lightly accepted it all. His expression is calm as he continues. I was so foolish, wasn't I? Recalling his meeting with Crit Violet that day, Ricky scratches his head in frustration. He thinks to himself, I was like a child back then, I couldn't say a word. He continues to think about Crit Violet's expression when he said those words. He looked as if he had been liberated. I didn't care at all about what he had done. In a room, Julia and her father, Pascal, are talking. He mentions Crit Violet's case and praises Julia. I've heard about the vice commander. You have shown great mercy. Julia replies, if my comrade were severely punished, the morale of the members would plummet. She blames herself. If it weren't for me, he could have become a good commander. For some reason, I always feel uncomfortable. Hearing his daughter's words, Pascal gently advises Julia. The leader of a knight order needs to have sufficient ability and responsibility. You became the leader because you are stronger than him. That is an unchangeable fact. He continues sternly. Behaving like that will greatly affect the members. You must be completely dedicated. Julia replies to her father, yes, I will remember. Pascal puts down his half-finished teacup and says, I have a few words I want to say to you. He slowly walks to the bookshelf, searching for something. Then he takes out a box and gives it to Julia, saying, now open it. Julia takes the colorful letters from the box and asks in confusion, what are these? Pascal replies, they're letters sent to you during your training. To be precise, they're marriage proposals. She can hardly believe her hands, so stunned that the letters scatter all over the floor. She jumps up, shouting, marriage proposals. What the hell is this? But Pascal just calmly sips his tea. He continues, it seems that since the festival, the rumor about your curse being lifted has spread. Then, he mentions a few cheesy phrases like beautiful as a rose, cold and brave, or the ice flower nidus of House Rosentain. Julia shivers, boldly saying, Father, what are you suddenly talking about? Pascal chuckles. Those are the words they use to describe you. Julia replies, I don't understand, but I'm sure all of these will be rejected. Pascal pulls a card that looks more splendid than the others from the pile of letters, holds it in front of Julia, and says, of course. Second Prince Jeremy is no exception. She recognizes the name, silently recalling. If it's the second prince, then he's the one who competed for the throne with Prince Leon Hart in my past life. Julia carefully and slowly opens the envelope, thinking to herself, what is father planning to do? I haven't even met him at the party. Julia asks her father, is this something I should get involved in? Pascal replies, my little daughter, it's not like that. He understands his daughter's anxiety and says, Jeremy is not competing for power with the prince. I don't know what the future will hold, so it's best not to meet. But I think you should still go and say hello. Julia gently puts the letter back into the envelope, folds it neatly, and gives it to her father. She says, for several reasons, I will not go. Then she continues firmly, as I said, I am not a royal guard knight. I want to live for my kingdom, for my people, and for myself. A flash of pride for his daughter appears in Pascal's eyes, but then he returns to his stern expression. All right, I understand your point. I will think this over carefully. You go rest first. Julia obediently replies, yes, father. On a clear morning in the kingdom, everyone goes about their daily lives as usual. In the palace corridor, two guards are chatting. The gray-haired man asks, have you heard the news about Julia? The brown-haired man next to him replies, the commander of the Winter Knights. What happened? The gray-haired knight answers, during this joint training, she defeated all the members of the Black Lion Knights. Isa, a person who has always been jealous of Julia, happens to walk by and overhears their entire conversation. The fire of anger begins to flare up in her heart, her eyes becoming envious and resentful. She thinks angrily to herself, herself. That bitch is still alive. Meanwhile, the two knights continue their conversation. The brown-haired man doesn't believe it. He scoffs and says, "It's early in the morning. Stop talking nonsense, my friend." The other replies, "It's true, you kid." As for Isa, she is furious. The anger in her heart feels like it's about to erupt. She quietly walks away, silently cursing Crit Violet in her heart. That idiot can't even do one thing right, so useless. Isa is walking down the corridor when she suddenly bumps into someone. At that moment, her anger grows even larger, and she speaks rudely. "Where are your eyes? Watch where you're going." Suddenly realizing who the other person is, she says, "Wait a minute, is that Ginger?" Ginger is afraid of Isa and cautiously takes a step back, her face showing clear panic, her heart full of anxiety upon seeing Isa. Isa. Ginger, being naturally timid, doesn't dare to look her straight in the eye. She looks elsewhere, stammering, I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going." Isa stands in front of Ginger, her expression arrogant and contemptuous, saying, "What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak up." Then, Isa slams her hand hard against the wall behind Ginger, making a show of power. The fear in Ginger's eyes becomes more apparent. Isa becomes even more smug, saying, "If you keep trembling like that, I'll become the bad guy." She gives a sinister smile, manipulating the poor Ginger. "I'm the victim here, right?" That contemptuous attitude continues as she says, "Speaking of which," one of her hands strokes Ginger's long, soft red hair, ignoring the other girl's trembling. Isa continues to bully her. "I think I said," then she grips that lock of hair tightly, threatening, "If I see this hair again, I'll cut it right off." Ginger's hair is gripped tightly by Isa, causing sharp pain. Isa continues to threaten. "Ginger must be a noble lady of high status to treat my words like a joke, right?" Ginger trembles, saying fearfully, please spare me." Just then, Julia happens to pass by. Witnessing the scene, she cannot ignore it, shouting, "What are you doing?" Isa glances at her and scoffs, because in her heart, she has never respected Julia. She thinks to herself, "The tiger heard my voice and came looking." Not wanting to make a big scene, she signals by pushing Ginger's back lightly, implying, "If you turn your head, you're dead." But on the outside, she pretends to be normal, saying, "That's enough for today, you can go first." Ginger, having escaped, quickly runs away as soon as Julia gets close. Julia calls out, "Wait, stop." Isa continues to wear a fake mask, waving goodbye and saying insincerely, "Goodbye, Ginger. See you later." She turns around, puts on a fake smile, and says, "Oh, hello, Princess Julia. Is that right?" She continues to make up a story to evade. "I was just chatting with a close colleague. Is there a problem?" Julia was smart enough to realize it was Isa Ivan, a hypocrite. She ordered firmly, "You should change the way you address me." Isa did not understand and replied, "What?" Julia continued, "I am not a princess. I stand here as the commander of the Night Order. As a knight, please maintain courtesy towards your superior and address me properly." Although Isa was extremely annoyed and cursed inwardly, nitpicking, are we, she still shamelessly put on an innocent act, fawning, "Oh, I'm sorry. I just think you're so young and beautiful, not like a knight at all." At first glance, it sounded like a sincere compliment for Julia, but in reality, it was just her false flattery. Julia asked again, "What did you say?" Isa smiled sarcastically. She said, "Actually, there's a rumor that Her Highness the Princess defeated all the members of the Black Lion Knight Order. It's truly unbelievable." Julia didn't expect this to become a rumor so quickly. She recalled that during training, the Black Lion Knight Order had proposed a match as a condition, not a confrontation with the Winter Knight Order. Isa leaned forward slightly, paying more attention to Julia. With an arrogant posture and a contemptuous tone, she mocked the commander of the Winter Knight Order, spreading such ridiculous rumors and still wanting to keep the commander's seat. What a clever trick. I wonder if you bribed the Black Lion Knight Order. She gave a sly smile, then continued, "You'd better be a little more careful." Julia's gaze was firm, not swayed by her opponent's words. She replied, "What do you mean?" Isa tilted her head, becoming even more sarcastic. "What do I mean? I'm a woman just like you, so I just want to give you some advice. If you spread such baseless stories and unpleasant rumors appear, it won't just be your Night Order that's affected." Julia smiled faintly. She felt Isa's words were incredibly hollow and shallow, and immediately retorted without hesitation, "I really don't understand what you're talking about." The palace's female guard was stunned by her answer. Julia recalled that in the past, Isa had always tried to cause trouble for her out of jealousy. Although her appearance had changed a bit, This nature of hers hadn't wavered at all. Before Chu-Li-A was Ai Sa's spiteful appearance, while she herself was powerless to fight back. Chu-Li-A thought wearily, she really hasn't changed at all. Chu-Li-A decided to have a proper duel with Ai Sa, to prove to Ai Sa that she was completely capable and worthy of the commander position. She said, "If that's the case, let me teach you a lesson as a return favor." Ai Sa didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Chu-Li-A said no more, just turned decisively and said, "Follow me." She challenged Ai Sa at the Royal Guard Knight Orders Arena. The place was very quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Chu-Li-A threw a sword in front of Ai Sa, ordering, "Draw your sword." Ai Sa replied contemptuously, "Teach me a lesson. Are you trying to scare me with that little bit of strength?" Chu-Li-A replied, "If a member of the royal guard is injured with my status as a princess, wouldn't I get into trouble?" She continued in a decisive and strong voice, "From now on, I will discipline those who are disrespectful to their superiors. If anyone thinks it's unfair, step forward." In the crowd, no one dared to speak up. Everyone was silent. Princess Jingo seemed worried for Chu-Li-A. The commander of the Winter Night Order spoke up. "What a pity. It seems no one wants to help you." Ai Sa trembled as she gripped her sword, terrified of having to duel a princess, something a coward like her had never imagined. Ai Sa slowly drew her sword, saying, "Your Highness the Princess, you should draw your sword too." Facing Ai Sa's tense expression, Chu-Li-A confidently declared, "I don't need to use a sword." Ai Sa asked back, "You won't regret it, will you?" Under the watch of hundreds of people, the battle between the Royal Guard member and the commander of the Winter Night Order began. Trot Tin was walking down the corridor. Outside, many knights had gathered, surrounding a duel. From the arena, sounds occasionally echoed. Hearing the commotion, Trot Tin turned his head, wondering why it was so noisy here. Were these people skipping training again? But the scene that appeared right after brought a look of astonishment to the face of the commander of the Close Combat Knight Order, Trot Tin Lundeo. His blue-irised eyes, with a mole under his left eye, were staring at the source of the commotion. Because he was so surprised, it took him a few seconds to realize, is that the Winter Night Order and Ai Sa? On the stage, two young women were fighting. Ai Sa held her sword with both hands, slashing with all her might towards Chu-Li-A, the blade drawing a semicircular arc. Chu-Li-A nimbly leaned back to dodge. Below the stage, many people were watching. Trot Tin approached, quietly standing behind the red-haired girl Jin Go to observe, wondering to himself, why are these two causing trouble with each other again? He stepped forward, lightly tapping the red-haired girl's shoulder, calling her name. Jingo, who was focused on watching the duel, was suddenly startled by the touch on her shoulder. She squeezed her eyes shut, frowned, clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, and let out a small cry. Seeing Jingo's overreaction, Trot Tin quickly stepped back, waving his hands to explain, "Sorry, it's me." "Why were you so startled?" After getting a clear look at the person in front of her, Jingo shyly covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming in surprise, "Commander." The sky was a deep blue, with a few white clouds drifting lazily. Jingo then said shyly, "I'm sorry, I was startled." Trot Tin replied, a bit awkwardly, "It's okay, it's okay." After this awkward greeting, Trot Tin stood next to Jingo, his gaze fixed on the arena, his expression becoming extremely serious as he asked Jingo, "But can you tell me what happened?" Hearing Trot Tin's question, Jingo lowered her head, her face full of worry and anxiety. Trot Tin, while observing the duel, voiced his suspicion. A commander fighting with another knight member. This has never happened before. Jingo nervously wrung her hands, saying nothing. The audience below the stage was still intently watching the developments, while the two women on the stage were still attacking each other. Ai Sa swung her sword at Chu-Li-A, who still hadn't drawn her sword, calmly leaning slightly, easily dodging Ai Sa's blow. At this moment, Jingo below the stage had a dark expression, covered in sweat, her hands trembling violently, but she still tried to control her emotions. Jingo clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, timidly replying, I don't know either." The sky was still a deep blue, with a few white clouds drifting lazily. Trot Tin's voice rang out, "Is that so? Is that all?" Jingo remained silent. Jingo was drenched in sweat. She looked worriedly at her clenched hands, her mind in turmoil. What should I do now? Should I tell him what just happened? Jingo worriedly recalled the scene she saw when she peeked out from behind the door. At that time, she had witnessed AI Sa and Chu Li-A confronting each other head-on. AI Sa stood before Chu Li-A with her arms spread wide, saying something, but Chu Li-A's fists were clenched, her expression looking extremely angry. Jingo lowered her eyes, the atmosphere around her heavy and suffocating. Jingo hesitated, but if the other knights found out she reported AI Sa to the commander, she would go back to how things were before. She recalled the scene of being surrounded and mocked by many knights. AI Sa was linking arms with one of them, laughing and talking happily. In contrast to AI Sa, Jingo was sprawled on the ground, next to an overturned large basin, with many insects crawling all over her. At that time, AI Sa covered her mouth and laughed, her brilliant golden eyes, the same color as her hair, flashing with a malicious and cruel look. Just thinking about those images, Jingo couldn't bear it. Her knees went weak, she covered her face with her hands and sobbed in pain. Trot Tin hurriedly helped her up, calling her name with some concern. Jingo. What's suddenly wrong with her? Jingo coughed dryly, her hand covering her mouth. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. Murmurs of gossip arose everywhere. What's wrong with Jingo? Is that still Jingo? Faking weakness again? Is she acting like her brother just fainted? Sigh, what an eyesore the commander will hear. Along with those whispers, the knights all turned their heads, looking at Jingo with dark and unfriendly eyes. Hearing those words, Jingo felt the surrounding atmosphere grow dark and heavy, so oppressive she could barely breathe. Tears welled up in her eyes, about to fall. She let out two bitter laughs, haha. As Jingo collapsed to her knees on the ground, Trot Tin rushed forward, shouting at the crowd that was surrounding and mocking Jingo. Ew. What did you just say? Jingo was still kneeling on the ground, her hands clenched into fists. A few tears fell. She thought to herself, when did everything start to become like this? Suddenly, Jingo looked up, her eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening before her. The opponent is AI Sa. How can you so easily overpower such a skilled sword wielder? At this moment, on the stage, under the watch of a large crowd, Chu Li-A, with extreme speed, delivered a straight punch from below, knocking AI Sa backward. AI Sa screamed in pain. Jingo lowered her head, tears streaming down, admiringly thinking to herself, that's so amazing. If only I could be that strong. At this moment, Trot Tin was holding the other knight by the neck, aggressively rapping him on the head. You bastard. The knight's face was contorted, trying to explain, Commander, I wasn't the only one saying it. Trot Tin roared, you useless thing, still trying to deny it. Jingo was still kneeling on the ground, one hand on the floor, the other clenched into a fist, punching her own head, mocking herself. Just now I was thinking I wanted to become stronger. Now I'm like a coward who can't do anything. Trot Tin's voice suddenly rang out, calling her Jingo. Trot Tin bent down, put his arm around Jingo's shoulder, took her hand with his other, and looked at her gently, saying, I've already scolded them. Don't worry about it anymore. Get up now. Jingo looked at him with tired eyes, saying softly, I'm fine. Trot Tin squinted and smiled at Jingo. When dealing with that kind of trash, you don't need to hold back. Just hit them straight on. Jingo was a bit flustered by the commander's words and asked, In the distance, two girls who were talking also turned their heads, noticing the commotion with Trot Tin and Jingo. A look of jealousy and extreme annoyance flashed at her eyes. At this moment on the stage, AI Sa shouted ya, then rushed forward, continuously swinging her sword at Chu Li-A. Chu Li-A just gently took 2 steps back, leaning her body to avoid all of AI Sa's sword strikes. The more this happened, the more frantic AI Sa became. She shouted loudly hey-ya, and again put all her strength into a horizontal slash towards Chu Li-A. Chu Li-A once again, with extreme speed, nimbly dodged, avoiding AI Sa's attack. As they passed each other, looking at AI Sa's back, Chu Li-A had grasped her weakness. She had been waiting for the right moment. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to Chu Li-A, AI Sa's eyes widened in anger. She gripped the sword in her hand and thought through gritted teeth. How can she dodge everything? AI Sa thought hatefully. I've also tried to practice so hard. Then, she opened her eyes wide with a fierce light, her brow furrowed tightly, and shouted, yeah. Then jumped up, rushing forward. swinging her arm to slash down hard with her sword. The speed was so fast, one could only see the blade draw an arc as it slashed down, carrying the whistling sound of the wind tearing through the air. But right at this moment, Chu Lie reached out and gently grabbed Ai Sa's sword-wielding wrist. Chu Lie stood opposite Ai Sa, coldly squeezing her wrist hard. The sword in Ai Sa's hand fell. Ai Sa frowned in pain and screamed. Ai Sa's sword fell at Chu Lie's feet. She used her foot to kick Ai Sa's sword away, and the long sword immediately flew far, landing on the edge of the arena. Chu Lie closed in with extreme speed, circling behind Ai Sa. In just a flash, Chu Lie had thrown Ai Sa to the ground, her knee pressing on Ai Sa's back, one hand grabbing Ai Sa's left arm and pulling it up, the other hand pressing her head down. Ai Sa's blonde hair splayed out on the ground, looking extremely pathetic. The commander of the Winter Night Order's face darkened, and she spoke coldly. As a knight, such disrespectful behavior is unacceptable. This probably stems from your poor skills. Chu Lie's hand still held Ai Sa firmly on the ground as she continued. With this little skill of yours, how can you even be a knight? Ai Sa angrily gritted her teeth. Damn it, I can't move. Chu Lie's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. She sternly lectured Ai Sa. From now on, remember to respect your superiors. Chu Lie twisted Ai Sa's left arm behind her back, holding it down tightly, her other hand pressing Ai Sa's head to the ground. Ai Sa trembled all over from the pain, gritting her teeth to endure the sharp pain throughout her body. Her mouth could only let out a few groans. Ugh, ugh. The arena was surrounded by tall buildings. The sky above was clear blue, with a few white clouds drifting lazily, a very beautiful scene. Chu Lie's voice rang out. Why don't you answer? It seems my lesson hasn't been enough. At this moment, Ai Sa's sword had fallen to the ground, right at the feet of the knights who were watching. Chu Lie continued to ask, do you want to fight another round? Chu Lie applied more force to Ai Sa's left arm, which was bent back and pressed against the back of her neck, her voice carrying a hint of a threat. Chu Lie said, do you want me to make it so you can never hold a sword again? Chu Lie's voice was bone-chillingly cold. If I break this wrist, wouldn't things become much simpler? Hearing this, Ai Sa's eyes widened in terror, and she gritted her teeth. Those arrogant eyes began to well up with tears, and a few drops fell. Ai Sa's voice, laced with sobs and trembling, replied, yes. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, whose mouths were agape, Ai Sa continued, I was too rash. I won't do it again. Hearing these words, Chu Lie appeared satisfied. The corner of her mouth lifted into a sly smile. Now, hearing Ai Sa admit her fault in front of the crowd, Chu Lie finally let go, releasing Ai Sa. Chu Lie turned to leave, somewhat satisfied with Ai Sa's words. Her statement was very loud and clear. Ai Sa pushed herself up with both hands, her face dark, angrily gritting her teeth. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Ai Sa lowered her head, gritting her teeth, blood running down the corner of her lip. Her hands were clenched into fists, her nails digging deep in her flesh, drawing blood. Chu Lie turned back to face Ai Sa. She placed one hand on her hip, looking down at Ai Sa, who was sitting on the ground, and said majestically, well then, watch yourself and behave properly. Sunlight streamed through the glass window into the hallway. A white room door was shut tight. In the room, 3 girls in night uniforms were talking. Emily sat on a chair with her legs crossed, reading a book. Ai Sa sat cross-legged on the bed, listening to me, Rabo Bako, who had her hands on her hips, say, I'm glad it's all over. I'm glad it's all over. Ai Sa's eyes widened, and she roared, are you kidding me? She almost broke my wrist. Rabo Bako was a member of the Close Combat Night Order. She shrugged, closed her eyes, and replied indifferently, if she had fought seriously, your head would be off your shoulders, not your wrist. Emily was also a member of the Close Combat Night Order. Her gaze temporarily left the book in her hands. She glanced at Ai Sa and asked, then why did you still fight? A white candle was placed in an exquisite glass lampshade. Next to it was a window with dark blue curtains. Outside the window, the sky was blue with white clouds, a peaceful scene, but Ai Sa impatiently roared, I don't know. You don't need to know. Someone asked in disbelief, isn't it obvious? Mirabo, with short brown hair, crossed her arms in front of her chest, a mocking smile on her face, and said, "Not protecting yourself when you run away. That's really stupid. You have to observe your opponent when you fight." AI Sa angrily shouted, "What did you say?" Mirabo replied with a contemptuous look, "I'm giving you special advice, my lady countess, so you should listen carefully." Emily closed the thick book in her hands and said softly, "But AI Sa, have you heard the news?" AI Sa turned her head in surprise to look at Emily and asked, "Huh?" Emily continued, "I heard your dream man was kicked out of the Winter Night Order." AI Sa looked bewildered and asked back, "Dream man? Who?" Emily replied, "The vice commander of the Winter Night Order." AI Sa blinked her beautiful eyes, smiled faintly, and let out a breath. It's not like that. Mirabo was startled by AI Sa's attitude, covering her mouth in surprise and asking, "What? Weren't you two dating?" AI Sa crossed her arms and calmly replied, "Let's just say we were childhood friends. Because I'm a bit timid, he was just always there to listen to me." AI Sa waved her hand with a smug look and continued, "That kind of nice person is really easy to take advantage of." Emily said helplessly, "That's too much, but he likes you." AI Sa closed her eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Emily, reality and fairy tales are not the same." The conversation continued. "So why was he kicked out of the Winter Night Order?" "I don't know the situation over there. Maybe there was some dispute between the commander and the members." AI Sa lowered her head, a smile playing on her lips, while thinking to herself, "It's as if he backstabbed me." AI Sa sat cross-legged on the bed, her hands also on her lap. A thought flashed through her mind. If Crit Violet tells the commander about my business, I'm afraid I'll be punished too. AI Sa's gaze was a bit distant, remembering the scene where she and Chu Li-A confronted each other. That girl seemed to have no idea what she had done. AI Sa lowered her head, covered her mouth with her hand, and let out a sly smile. If that's the case, I can only thank you, Crit Violet." AI Sa looked up and continued to ask, "So what about the others?" Mirabo waved her hand and said, "Guess on the same side as the commander. Where could they go?" Emily interrupted, "It's just as she says." Mirabo glared at Emily. Emily crossed her arms, her expression darkened, and her eyes continued sadly. "Haven't you been feeling uncomfortable lately? Like an old fox, always having to rely on the commander?" AI Sa clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she fell back on the bed, her legs kicking in the air. "An old fox? No way. Suddenly, AI Sa stopped laughing, a sly look on her face as she said, that's right. Emily likes the commander, right?" Emily and Mirabo both suddenly turned their heads to glance at AI Sa. Mirabo asked curiously, "Is that so?" Emily let out a soft humph. AI Sa put her feet down on the bed and continued, "I had no other choice. I had to scold him." Mirabo laughed cheerfully and said, "Should I call him over here now?" Outside, the sky was a deep blue, white clouds floated by, a gentle breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. In a beautiful garden, Chu Li-A was walking alongside Unanswered. The brilliant sunlight shone on the green tiles. The deep blue sky and gentle sunlight created a beautiful and peaceful picture. Unanswered found a topic. "The weather is really beautiful." Unanswered gently clenched his fist, brought his hand to his mouth, closed his eyes, as if his whole body was emitting a pink aura, and started a conversation. "It's as if this time is reserved just for you." Chu Li-A felt like she was about to turn to stone, utterly bored. She lowered her head and thought, "Here we go again." Chu Li-A stopped, took a few steps back, placed her hand on her chest, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Highness the Prince, your subordinate is busy with official duties. I can only escort you this far." Hearing Chu Li-A's tactful dismissal, Unanswered said sadly, "Wait, I haven't even talked to you yet." Unanswered took a few more steps, standing in front of Chu Li-A. "I heard from Father. You're having trouble selecting a vice commander, aren't you?" Sweat beaded on Chu Li-A's forehead. She looked straight at Unanswered and replied with some hesitation, yes, but..." Unanswered didn't wait for Chu Li-A to finish. His eyes lit up, and he continued with a happy smile. "I just want to personally recommend a few elite knights to you. What do you think?" Chu Li-A bowed again, saying to Unanswered, "Actually, we basically have enough." After saying that, she quickly turned to leave. Unanswered watched her fluid series of actions, so surprised that his eyes were wide and his mouth was agape. Luan Hot reached out, grabbing the hem of Chu Lie's cloak, his tone somewhat mournful. Wait, I just want to look at you for a moment, that's all. With her cloak being held, Chu Lie's whole body stiffened, her face flushed, her voice a little angry and loud. What? Please let me go. Luan Hot's hand holding Chu Lie's cloak loosened slightly. He hesitated, that is, but then Luan Hot immediately tightened his grip, his cheeks flushed, his eyes sparkling as he pleaded, I want to help you too. Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, how pathetic, big brother. Luan Hot froze on the spot, his face darkening. That voice, Luan Hot, and Chu Lie simultaneously looked towards the source of the sound. Luan Hot angrily shouted, what is it, Cho Rimi? While Chu Lie sighed inwardly, out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. Cho Rimi walked ahead of two maids, his eyes crinkled in a smile, radiant as a flower, and said, the young lady next to my brother must be Miss Chu Lie, right? A pleasure. Then, Cho Rimi took a step forward, inserting himself between Luan Hot and Chu Lie. He teased Luan Hot. What a pathetic stalker, big brother. Luan Hot's face turned red with embarrassment. Cho Rimi's black leather shoes contrasted with Chu Lie's white boots. She greeted Cho Rimi. It is a great honor to meet you, Your Highness the Prince. Through his round glasses, Cho Rimi assessed Chu Lie with a sharp gaze, tinged with scrutiny. That gaze was as if he were appraising an object. A smile played on his lips. The gentle wind blew a few strands of his golden hair. Chu Lie was a little displeased at being looked at like that, and her face darkened. She felt a little suspicious, not knowing why he was looking at her that way. Seeing his younger brother's gaze, Luan Hot spoke up. Cho Rimi, if you keep staring like that. Before he could finish, Luan Hot's mouth was covered by Cho Rimi's hand, and he could only make muffled sounds. Cho Rimi smiled with narrowed eyes and said to Chu Lie, this is our first time meeting, isn't it? Then, Cho Rimi reached out and took Chu Lie's hand, saying in a gentle voice, I have long heard of the young lady of the Rosantan house. Cho Rimi still held Chu Lie's hand tightly. He bent down, looked straight into Chu Lie's eyes, and said, it would be wonderful if the young lady could attend this party and shine brightly. If you already have a prior engagement, what a pity. Cho Rimi's words and actions surprised Chu Lie to the point of being a little flustered. She hadn't reacted yet, only able to stare with wide eyes. Chu Lie closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said frankly, I'm very sorry, I don't like parties. Cho Rimi interrupted her. No, I don't need an apology. Then, he reached out and snapped his fingers. Many maids carrying bouquets of colorful flowers came forward. Cho Rimi chose a bouquet of yellow flowers from a maid's hands. Hugging the bouquet, Cho Rimi smiled and asked, so, do you like flowers? Accepting the yellow bouquet, Chu Lie felt annoyed, her expression darkened, and she answered perfunctorily, flowers. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something, her eyes lighting up. Through the wide-open door, Chu Lie saw Kai Rat Gint with a great sword at his hip walking down the corridor. Chu Lie called out loudly, ah, Sir Kai Rat. Hearing the call, Kai Rat Gint turned his head to look. To the astonished gazes of Luan Hot and Cho Rimi, Chu Lie, holding the bouquet, once again bowed deeply. I have a prior engagement. I must take my leave. Thank you very much, Your Highness the Prince. The sky was still very beautiful. Chu Lie hurried away with the bouquet, leaving her back to Luan Hot, and Cho Rimi. Luan Hot blamed Cho Rimi. It's all your fault she left. Cho Rimi burst out laughing. Ha ha, is it really my fault? Luan Hot said angrily. What? Chu Lie ran up to Kai Rat Gintu and said, thanks to you, I was saved. Kai Rat Gintu looked straight at Chu Lie. What is it now? The scene outside the garden was of maids holding flowers, watching Luan Hot and Cho Rimi argue. Luan Hot had one hand on his hip, the other pointing at Cho Rimi as he scolded him. Cho Rimi, meanwhile, was covering his ears with both hands and laughing. Chu Lie explained, sorry, it was really inconvenient being stuck between them. Kai Rat Gintu asked back, between them. Kai Rat Gintu gave a cold glance and said nothing more. Now in the flower garden, only Leonard and his guard remained. Leonard stood with one hand on his hip, the other on his chin, and thought. How strange. The guard stood to one side with his hands folded before his stomach, his head bowed. Leonard turned to the guard to ask his opinion. Do you think I'm not good enough? The guard jumped, stammering, forgive me. The setting is a magnificent and splendid architectural structure with an incredibly complex design. Leonard asked, what I mean is, in your eyes, am I not good? The guard immediately said loudly, that's absurd, Your Highness. The guard smiled brightly, gesturing with both hands as he spoke. His Highness Leonard, you are so noble, admired by all the people. How could there be anything wrong with that? Leonard listened, thinking seriously for a moment. As if he had figured something out, he laughed happily, and the air around him filled with a pink, happy aura. Leonard said, so that's how it is. But almost immediately, Leonard's attitude changed 180 degrees, his expression revealing confusion and sorrow. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But why does she always refuse me? Seeing Leonard's emotions change so quickly, the guard's face fell, and he hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. The guard still stood to one side, silently watching Leonard. He turned, rubbing his chin, and said narcissistically, people often say women feel pressured in front of handsome men. Could being too handsome also be a sin? As Leonard was immersed in his narcissism, Kian accidentally passed by and overheard. Kian was curious about what issue the prince was discussing. Just as Leonard was stroking his chin and talking about the problem of being handsome, Kian happened to walk by and caught his eye, and he just stared at Kian like that. Seeing Leonard looking at him, Kian also looked back. The atmosphere around Leonard suddenly turned gloomy, his hand still raised to his chin. Leonard narrowed his pale blue eyes, looking coldly at Kian, his gaze carrying a sense of scrutiny and assessment. Seeing Leonard looking at him with such an attitude, Kian calmly met Leonard's gaze with his own deep blue eyes, a faint smile on his face. His attitude changing, Kian gave a radiant smile and said, "It's been a while, Your Highness the Prince. Are you well?" But in his heart, Kian lamented, "I already pretended not to know." Leonard asked with both hands on his hips, "What are you doing at the royal palace?" Kian slowly approached, answering as he walked, "Because it is the anniversary of my mother's death, His Majesty summoned me." The decorative bronze lanterns in the garden were exquisitely crafted. Leonard's voice rang out, "Ah, so it's today." Leonard remembered a beautiful, magnificently dressed blonde woman, holding an incredibly elegant fan. She was his father's sister, and also Kian's mother, Queen Irina. A door slowly opened, and Kian appeared behind it, his deep blue eyes tinged with sadness. On the anniversary of her death, father had summoned Kian, who had left the royal palace. In the room hung a portrait of Queen Irina. The emperor had a sorrowful expression, his gaze directed down at the table. He reached out to stroke that table to commemorate his royal sister. In Leonard's mind, an image appeared of the young emperor talking with Queen Irina, while Irina sat on a chair, holding a book. Next, the image shifted to the emperor and Kian placing flowers before a tomb built in the royal style, its architecture exquisite and complex. Leonard thought to himself, and through Kian, he reminisced about the queen. Leonard's gaze towards Kian lost some of its initial scrutiny, now with an added element of sympathy. I heard father loved his mother very much, but treating her son as a substitute is truly unsettling. Kian saw Leonard looking at him with sympathy, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Leonard turned, walking away step by step, saying to Kian as he went, "No, it's nothing. You don't need to come to the royal palace so often in the future. I will speak well of you before father." Hearing this good news, Kian's eyes lit up, his whole being seeming to radiate a pink glow of joy, and he said happily, "Really, thank you, Your Highness the Prince." Leonard glanced at Kian and sighed softly. Leonard crossed his arms, turned his face to the side, frowned, and said with feigned impatience, "I know, go. This reaction of yours doesn't please me." Kian foolishly scratched his head and said, My apologies. The weather was beautiful, the sky was clear, and a gentle breeze was blowing." Leonard put both hands in his pockets, watching Kian's back as he walked away. Leonard thought to himself, that guy sees how father treats him. A flash of annoyance appeared in Leonard's eyes. This makes me very uncomfortable. Suddenly, Leonard felt a wave of nausea, and he covered his mouth with his hand as if he wanted to throw up yesterday's food. The sunset glow dyed the magnificent palace, the clock on the bell tower showing 5:40. Kian walked while ruffling his hair, sighing. Kian sighed again, thinking about His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty still keeps telling those boring stories. Kian thought of the Emperor, his eyes moist, constantly muttering the words the Emperor had said. "Oh, Kian, Your swordsmanship is very good, isn't it? Do you want to become the vice commander of the Night Order? To really be the vice commander. Before the Emperor could finish, Kian interrupted him. Your Majesty. Kian guessed. Did His Majesty ultimately want him to join the Night Order? Kian sighed again. I can't do it. Under the sunset, Kian walked with his hands in his pockets, his face grim. Everyone is the same. Would it make him unhappy if I don't tie myself to this suffocating kingdom? Kian kicked a small stone on the roadside with his foot. Unfortunately, I can't help, but I hope everything goes well. The stone Kian had just kicked away happened to hit a pair of passing white boots. Julia walked past in front of Kian, her heart wavering. Should I go to father's place? Kian saw Julia and was startled. Huh. Julia heard the sound and turned to look. As soon as she saw Kian, Julia immediately flew into a rage, her eyes wide, her mouth open, shouting loudly at him. Seeing Julia, Kian also jumped, his eyes wide, covering his mouth with his hand. Kian stammered a few words. Julia rushed forward and grabbed Kian's collar, shouting, You stop right there. Kian said hurriedly, Lady, please calm down. Julia gripped Kian's collar with both hands. Kian's face turned pale, and he tried to force a smile, saying, Why do you always grab my collar like this? Julia gripped Kian's collar, staring at him. Kian raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Julia's eyes widened, and she clenched her fist, shouting loudly, You are not to go anywhere else. Kian was sweating, and he asked with a forced smile, Where is anywhere else? Julia shook Kian by the collar forcefully. Don't talk so much. Kian cried out helplessly. The sky was getting dark. Kian widened his eyes and lied. His Majesty is behind you. Julia said, I'm not stupid. Kian asked with a bitter smile, Why are you so angry with me? Julia grabbed Kian's shirt, her head bowed, not looking at him, and said, You abandoned me back then. Just thinking about the mocking faces of your family members. I just want to crush them. Julia shouted, her eyes filled with killing intent. Why don't you do what you did that time? Julia's hands kept shaking Kian forcefully. Kian was drenched in sweat. He closed his eyes and said, I surrender. Kian's trembling hand touched Julia's hand that was gripping his shirt. Lady, please calm down a bit. The sky was already tinged with the colors of sunset. Kian said, What happened at Mount Limia? I have my own difficulties. Shall we have a cup of tea and clear up all the misunderstandings, okay? Julia said as she removed her gloves, Fine. You are that sword master, aren't you? Kian adjusted his clothes, and hearing Julia's question, he answered in a bit of a panic. Was it me? Yes. What? Why? Suddenly, a white glove was thrown at Kian's chest. Julia's eyes were determined, and she said very seriously and loudly, I want to duel you. Kian bowed his head, his eyes looking down as he asked, What? Why so suddenly? Julia enunciated each word clearly. You must participate in the night's contest. Don't even think about running away again. 3 black lines appeared on Kian's forehead. He bent down to pick up the glove. In his heart, he regretted it. He really shouldn't have come here. Clutching Julia's glove, Kian said, Fine. If doing so can appease the lady's anger, I am willing to duel you. The sky grew darker, the sunlight gradually disappearing from the rooftops. Julia said, Very good. Then let's begin. Follow me. Kian shouted, Right now. Julia grabbed Kian's collar and dragged him away. Isn't it clear? Kian shook his head frantically. I don't want to go now. I'm exhausted. Julia roared in Kian's face. Don't talk so much. Are you a knight or not? Kian yelled back, No, I'm not a knight. Just as Julia and Kian were arguing, a door at the end of the hallway suddenly opened, and 2 men stepped out. Pakin saw Julia pulling at Kian. His face darkened, and he said coldly, Julia, what are you doing? Hearing the call, Julia stopped all her movements and looked up. Pakin and his companion stood on the steps, staring at Julia. The companion raised a hand to his mouth and coughed lightly as a reminder. Ahem. Julia was pinning Kian to the ground, one hand grabbing his collar, while Kian had fallen to a sitting position on the ground, his hands braced behind him. Hearing the commotion, they both turned their heads to look. Kian said in astonishment, Duke Rosenthal. Julia also cried out in surprise, Father. Kian was even more astonished. Father. He hurriedly pleaded, Lady, I beg you to let me go. You've misunderstood. Julia said angrily, I don't believe you. What if you run away again like last night? When Pakin heard the 2 words last night, his mind momentarily spun, his face turned pale, and his eyes widened. The 2 words last night were seared into his mind. Duke Pakin Rosenthal, after learning it was all a misunderstanding, sighed and said, So, this kid is the sword master you met while practicing. Then he questioned, So, this whole incident was related to sword fighting, right? Kian stood to one side, feeling embarrassed. Julia, however, answered her father, "Yes, father." After Lady Julia confirmed it again, Pascal admonished his daughter. "It's one thing for you to cause a scene here, but in the royal palace where there are eyes and ears everywhere, it's better to be a little more careful." Julia obediently listened to her father. "Your daughter will remember father's teachings." Julia helplessly recalled that moment. She let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "Luckily, he reassured father. It's the first time I've ever seen father with such an expression." It's true. Her father, upon hearing the words last night, seemed extremely panicked, thinking his beloved daughter had done something suspicious, which was why his limbs went as limp as noodles. If that had really happened, he wouldn't have known how to react. Pascal said to Kian, "Because my daughter is competitive, she was rude to you." The young Kian laughed and said, "It's all right, Duke. You have always loved your daughter very much. Perhaps this kid doesn't mind it." He didn't understand Kian's words, saying, "You speak as if you know me well. Who are you exactly?" Kian replied, "You must have forgotten me." Julia turned her head away, not understanding this guy's words. He continued cheerfully, "I am Kian Elias. Do you really not remember?" Duke Pascal repeated the name Kian, and in his subconscious, it seemed he had encountered this name before. It sounded very familiar. Then he suddenly remembered. Pascal asked again to confirm. "You said you were Kian." He bowed politely and replied, "Are you well, sir?" So the two of them were old acquaintances. Why are they only meeting again now? Could it be fate? Duke Pascal and Kian caught up after so many days apart. He inquired after Kian. "You've grown so much, I didn't even recognize you. How long has it been?" Kian nodded and replied, "The last time I saw you, sir, was when I was 17. It's been 7 years. He asked with concern, "So you've become a sword master?" Kian replied humbly, "It is also thanks to your blessings, sir." Julia accidentally overheard their conversation. She realized he was from the Marquis Elias family. She had no idea this guy had known her father for so long. It was truly unexpected. Pascal was very happy for the chance to reminisce together, so he suggested, "It's been a long time. It would be a shame to leave now. How about a little wine?" Kian said nonchalantly, "Would that be all right, sir?" Duke Pascal replied without any ceremony, "Of course, it's all right. Today, I'll treat you to some fine wine." Julia raised her hand, wanting to stop them, and explained to her father about the matter between her and him. "Wait, father, he and I." Before she could finish her words, Kian gently pushed her hand away and said to Duke Pascal, "Let's go, let's go." He seemed not to want Duke Pascal to know what had happened. Julia looked displeased, but there was nothing she could do, so she had to continue maintaining a calm appearance in front of her father. But she wouldn't let it go, reminding him, "You're not planning to go back on your word, are you? Then let's change it to next time." "Huh?" Kian whispered into Lady Julia's ear, teasing her. "Well then, shall we go, my lady?" Julia was stunned by his action. She quickly covered her ears, so scared her hair stood on end. But he was pleased with his prank, the corner of his mouth lifting into a teasing smile. But then he gently took Julia's hand, suggesting, "So, shall we go, my lady? I will escort you to the carriage." She was furious inside, but could do nothing to him. So she said sarcastically, "You talk just like that, Highness." Kian could only smile bitterly. In Duke Rosenthal's luxurious private dining room, under the sparkling lights, the dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes. Pascal spoke up, asking Kian, "I heard you had left the kingdom. I didn't expect we would meet again like this." He explained, "I was just passing through for a few things." Pascal asked further, "Do you have any plans to settle down somewhere?" Kian said, "I'm not yet of marriageable age. I'm still enjoying a life of wandering the world." Pascal respected his opinion and had no intention of probing further. So he replied, "If that is your wish, I won't say more. You have always dreamed of a life of freedom." Kian realized and teased the Duke, "So you still remember me defying the elders?" Julia curiously interrupted the two of them. "But how do you two know each other?" Pascal stared into his wine glass, replying thoughtfully, 7 years ago, I taught Kian swordsmanship for a time." Kian added while sipping his wine, "I used to live and train here. I've heard these stories many times." Julia said blankly, "Why don't I remember anything?" Her father replied, "This happened after you left the training of the Black Lion Knight Order." She sighed and replied, "So that's how it was." At this moment, Kian glanced at Julia and saw her staring blankly into space. He teased her, "Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you're interested in me?" Julia said with annoyance, "I'm not looking at you." She irritably drank the entire glass of wine in her hand to relieve her frustration. Across from her, Kian burst out laughing at his own joke. Pascal helplessly scolded the two children. "You bicker whenever you have a free moment. Drink some wine and don't use magic to sober up. The next day, on a beautiful morning, birds chirped in the treetops, swaying in the wind, welcoming the new day. Our princess had just woken up after last night's conversation. As soon as she sat up, she felt her head throbbing as if hit by a hammer. She said wearily, "My head. How much did I drink last night?" She recalled the scene of drinking with that guy Kian last night. He kept plying her with drinks until she collapsed. Could he have used magic? At that moment, a voice called out, "Lady Julia, you're awake." Julia replied, "Come in." It was the maid, Judy. She entered carrying a tea set and greeted Julia. "I have prepared hangover tea for you. Are you feeling well?" Julia replied, "It's nothing." But her pale, lifeless face and distracted tone were enough to prove she was lying. Judy noticed and said, "Why are you lying, my lady?" Julia again acted as if nothing was wrong, saying, "I'll just use magic to sober up." The maid was amazed at this ability. "Is it that convenient?" Then she poured Julia a cup of tea, and as she poured, she asked again, "Do you remember how you got back to your room?" Julia answered decisively, "Of course I walked back myself." But that wasn't the reality. Judy waved her hand, saying 3 times in a row, "No, no, no. It seems there's a good show to watch." She then smiled smugly and asked, "Who was that handsome young man from yesterday?" Julia was confused. Judy continued to mention him excitedly. The blue-haired young master whom the Duke enthusiastically invited for a drink. Julia had a bad feeling and replied, "Why bring him up all of a sudden?" Judy continued to describe, "The one who carried you, my lady, to your room door." She recalled the scene of Kian carrying a dead-drunk Julia on his shoulder, saying, "Where should I put the lady? She's too drunk to go back on her own." This fangirl named Judy's mind filled with countless beautiful images of Kian and the princess. She was extremely excited, her joy evident on her face as she said, "Has my lady spring arrived?" Despite Julia's desperate head bowed beside her, silently cursing, "Damn it." She explained, "It's not like that. Judy, don't misunderstand." Judy was startled and replied, "Why is that?" Waking up, Julia returned to her position as the commander of the Winter Night Order. She went back to work as usual. After the morning's events, she was walking down the hallway, calculating in her mind, time to go to the Knight's Guardroom to receive the nomination for vice commander. At this moment, Ginger ran out from another corridor, suddenly stumbled, and fell in front of Julia. The commander was slightly startled, but still extended a hand and asked, "Are you all right?" Ginger bowed her head, not recognizing Julia, and said with a fearful tremble, "I'm sorry." Julia continued, "It was just an accidental fall. What are you apologizing for?" Ginger stopped and looked up to see who was speaking. She recognized her. The commander of the Winter Night Order. Julia asked, "Well, can you stand up?" Ginger took Julia's hand to stand up, saying timidly, "Thank you." Julia seemed to recognize this face. She said, "It's you." Ginger, embarrassed, just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Julia remembered now. She was the daughter of Count Erhat, Ginger Erhat, a strong knight assigned to the Close Combat Night Order. Julia thought to herself, the things about her father should be in the past. Things are different now. But at this moment, Ginger stammered, "You." She looked up at Julia and continued, "You know me." Ginger was lost in her own thoughts. "I don't actually want to be a knight. My father, for the glory of the family, was determined to produce a knight. I took up the sword for my frail older brother. My brother used to gently pat her head. Fortunately, I have a talent for tactics and even successfully joined the Knight Association. There was a good commander there, along with a group of reliable comrades. Despite the arduous training, I adapted to life in the Knight Association without much difficulty. However, replacing those good memories were bad ones that Ginger could never forget. The happy days eventually passed. Aisha began to deceive and isolate me. Perhaps it was because she had achieved excellent results in a few tests, attracting everyone's attention. Ginger recalled Aisha's contemptuous gaze at that time. The look Aisha gave that day was still deeply etched in Ginger's memory. Aisha, who was known for being friendly, stole away everyone by my side, one by one. It was only then that I realized I couldn't let Aisha do that. I remember the times during swordsmanship practice, accidentally stepping on others, or the precious ceremonial sword her father gave her being accidentally thrown into the fire, and similar incidents. Aisha always feigned an indifferent apology. "Oh, sorry, I really didn't know." Aisha's bullying became more and more excessive. At first, I insisted that I would not give up, but Aisha blatantly used her friends to her advantage. She used her status as a fallen noble to gain everyone's sympathy. She used my background from Account's family to turn me into the ringleader bullying the pitiful Aisha. The more I resisted, the more my relationship with my comrades was destroyed, and the rift grew deeper. Everyone sided with Aisha. I secretly wished for someone to help me, but no one could save me. The commander who used to be so good to everyone, I was afraid they wouldn't believe me. Because my brother's illness was critical and getting worse, I didn't want to worry my father. So I had to endure it. That was my decision. Sitting on a bench, Ginger praised, "You saw my hard work? I'm a little surprised." Julia replied, "Because you have talent, you will naturally attract attention." She thought to herself, although it's in the past, Ginger looks very depressed. Then she spoke hesitantly, "I, Commander." Ginger twisted her fingers anxiously and said, "I'm suddenly saying these things. I don't know if it will complicate things, but how can I become as strong as the commander?" Hearing this, Julia felt a little doubtful, then replied, "Although it's an obvious thing to say, as long as you always put in the effort, your strength will naturally catch up." Ginger was a little surprised, then said excitedly, "Haha, of course. It's not possible to become strong immediately, right?" Julia leisurely crossed her arms and replied, "I don't know what happened, but don't be too hasty. If you have talent and don't spare any effort, you will quickly become an elite knight." That was Julia's affirmation. Hearing Julia's words, Ginger was choked with emotion, tears welling up, but she managed to hold them back. Ginger offered her thanks. "Thank you, Commander. I will definitely work hard, so I will be back soon." After speaking, Ginger stood up and walked away unsteadily. Julia watched Ginger's retreating back, thinking in confusion, what happened? Her personality seems to have changed a lot. She recalled when Aisha approached Ginger, thinking to herself, something definitely happened between Aisha and her back then. She decided she had to investigate thoroughly to find out what it was. As Ginger walked, she covered her face in shame, thinking, how embarrassing. What am I going to do if I cry like a fool just because I received a few compliments? At this moment, she didn't notice someone rushing towards her. The person shouted, "Commander, where are you?" As soon as the voice finished, he crashed into Ginger, startling her. Seeing her stumble and about to fall, he immediately and carefully caught her. It happened so fast, she hadn't even understood what had happened, just stood there stunned. Ricky let out a sigh of relief, saying with reassurance, that was close to being a big problem. He looked down at Ginger, asking with concern, "I'm sorry, are you all right? I was in such a hurry, I didn't see you." Ricky said worriedly, "You look pale. Are you hurt anywhere? Do you need me to help you to the infirmary?" At this point, Ginger's face turned pale with fear. Seeing this, he asked, "Do you have a fever?" Only then did Ginger come to her senses, crying out, "No, I'm fine. Please don't worry about me." She shouted loudly, then pushed him away and fell to the ground. Ginger groaned in pain. He said, "You're not hurt, are you?" Then he remembered the scene of him holding Ginger. Ricky clutched his head, thinking worriedly, this is the first time I've seen an adult cry. She's not crying because I bumped into her, is she? That shouldn't be it. He immediately pulled himself together and said, I have to find the commander to let her know that the commander of Griffin is looking for her. He stood up and continued to shout, "Commander." As for Ginger, she dragged her heavy feet, thinking to herself, because I was so scared, the tears I tried to hold back still flowed. She clenched her fists in frustration. Why did today turn out like this? It's so pathetic. Then she tried to calm herself. Get a grip, Ginger. Get a grip, Ginger. Julia walked along, thinking it would probably be better if I asked Justin about Ginger's situation. Outside, a group of people were laughing and joking loudly. Julia glanced at the group, feeling secretly annoyed. She stopped to listen to their conversation. It's thanks to her that I survived this time. Thanks to her, I wasn't placed in a lower rank in the skill evaluation. One of them spoke up to thank AI Sa. Thank you, AI Sa. It was all thanks to you this time. AI Sa smiled and replied, What are you talking about? It's just that Jingo couldn't do it. Just as Chulia was about to ignore them and turn to leave, the group spoke again. Hey, don't just say her name like that. What if the commander hears? Sai, the commander cares for her so much. It's so annoying. Chulia glanced at the group. She's so despicable. How could she even become a knight? Oh, and her family. Isn't it because she was treating her brother's illness that she doesn't even have money now? So now she has nothing left, huh? How pitiful, my God. She doesn't even meet the standards of a noble anymore. They laughed and joked as they mocked Jingo. Sooner or later, she'll be done for. Her title as a knight will be stripped away, won't it? She's so close to the commander. The commander will probably stop it. Is the commander blind? Why would she associate with her? seeing their joyful expressions as they trampled on someone else's honor. Chu-Li felt it was such a foreign sight. But perhaps in her own past, she had once walked towards that kind of crowd. She must have been bad-mouthed behind her back as well. Chu-Li spoke up. "What's so amusing?" It made them jump. When they saw it was Chu-Li approaching, they stammered, Commander, greetings, Commander." Chu-Li crossed her arms and said, "I didn't expect the Night Order to be such an idle place." While two of them were bowing to her, Sa didn't move at all. This caught Chu-Li's attention. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at Sa. "Furthermore, it seems this young lady has forgotten the rules now, hasn't she?" Her words startled Sa. Then, frightened, she immediately bowed deeply, crying out, "Sorry, Commander." Chu-Li looked at Sa's state and thought to herself, does Jingo have to struggle in a situation like this too? She issued a warning. "During work hours, if I see this attitude again, I will report it to Sir Trot Tin. That's all." They replied in fear. "Yes, we'll remember." A loud sound of a door opening startled Trot Tin. Chu-Li entered with an unhappy expression, saying, "I'm so sorry. I didn't expect the door to slam so hard." Trot Tin chuckled, probing her with a question. "What's wrong? I think you gave me quite a start." Chu-Li crossed her arms and requested of him, "I have something to report to you. It will only take a moment. Is that all right?" Trot Tin replied cheerfully, "Of course. Have a seat." After pouring her a cup of hot tea, he crossed his legs and said, "About the vice commander, it's a real shame. That friend was also very honest. Why did something like that happen? Because she missed the chance for success right in front of her. However, I don't think she did something that foolish." Chu-Li was silent, picking up the teacup and taking a small sip. Then she angrily drank the entire cup. Trot Tin watched with a horrified look, thinking to himself, "That's hot tea." Chu-Li put the cup down and said, "No, that's not the point." She began to talk about Jingo Hot. "Please tell me, how is she doing in the Night Order?" Trot Tin asked tensely, "Did Jingo do something wrong too?" Chu-Li replied to Trot Tin, "We talked for a bit today. It seems the problem is not small. I know this intervention is a bit arrogant, but it must be addressed one way or another." Trot Tin fell silent, as if hiding something. Then he spoke up, "I won't specify which members, but I have a few points I want to make, so I'll tell you." Hearing him say that, Chu-Li also thought to herself, "As I thought." Trot Tin began to explain, "Jingo joined the Night Order 2 years ago. Although young, her abilities were very good. She was a standout among the members. Every month, she achieved good results and high evaluations. There was nothing to criticize about her personality either, brave and strong. But since last year, she has almost become a melancholic person." He added, "In training, she also appeared very passive, and she often used illness as an excuse to not participate in skill evaluation training or group training. At first, I even thought it was written that." Chu-Li interrupted him, asking curiously, "What did you say?" "That," Trot Tin said, "in the legends of the kingdom, there was once someone from another world who became a princess. Although she had died, she suddenly woke up, her behavior and gestures completely different from before." Chu-Li asked doubtfully, "There aren't any signs like that, are there?" Trot Tin scratched his head shyly and said, "I just like stories like that." She said with a disgusted expression, "Please continue." Annoyed, she thought to herself, "What nonsense is he talking about?" Then he regained his sorrowful expression and said, "I spoke with Jingo, but I don't think that's the situation. I asked the other members, but it seems to be just a few minor arguments." Hearing this, Chu-Li paid more attention, but she remained silent. A simple struggle isn't the end of it. Everyone laughing it off with such answers also disappointed me. Trot Tin placed his hands on his lap, his expression grim, and said, "Jingo didn't tell me anything." He said in a voice on the verge of tears, "Am I really that untrustworthy?" "Answer me, Chu-Li," she said with a slightly mocking smile. "That's probably not it." She added, "There might be situations that can't be spoken of. I will meet with Jingo again. That is your decision." He replied, "As I thought, you also want to know something." She replied, "Yes, that attitude, no matter how you put it." Then she thought, "Those things must be similar to what I went through in the past. I hope what I experienced doesn't happen in the Night Order. Will others be affected because of this too? Thank you for your guidance," she said as she stood up. "I'll treat you to a meal next time." Just then, Trot Tin called out to her, "Lady Chu-Li, if you find out anything, please let me know. I want to help Jingo too." Those were Trot Tin's last words before Chu-Li walked out the door. She grabbed the doorknob, then smiled and replied, "I understand." She turned her head back and said, "Jingo is truly loved by many." The sound of the door closing echoed. Trot Tin was left alone in the room, sitting there silently, not saying a word. Then he laughed sarcastically, thinking to himself, "I'm such a pitiful guy. Meanwhile, Jingo was leaning against a tree, trunk outdoors. She thought gloomily, if she fails 2 more skill evaluations, she will be expelled from the Night Order. If I go back home, her face was full of worry, clearly extremely anxious. What would she say to her father and brother? With a click, the door opened. Patkin was leisurely drinking tea and asked, "You're here?" Chuli entered with a solemn expression. "I'm terribly sorry, father, for having sudden business." He nodded slightly. She asked curiously, "What is it, father?" He got straight to the point. "It's like this." She tilted her head curiously. After listening to him for a moment, Chuli was astonished. "What? You want that person to become the vice commander of the Winter Night Order?" Pat Kim was momentarily speechless, raising a finger to his lips to signal for silence, then continued, "This is an earnest request from His Majesty the Emperor. However, XYN's opinion is very important." Chulia was about to say something, but held back. "But anyway," she added, "besides, that person also once said he doesn't like to be tied down to one place." He was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Chulie, as you know, XYN is the only son of Queen Irina." Chulie listened quietly as Patkin spoke. Queen Irina had a straightforward and brave personality, and moreover, she was a queen deeply loved by the people. Such a queen passed away protecting her son. The image of that desperate child amidst a sea of raging fire and the tears from his injuries. He continued, "Strangely, people began to criticize XYN. He was afraid of the fingers pointing at him. For a child who had lost both parents, the noble society was incredibly cruel. Even so, XYN grew into a solitary person who no longer trusted anyone. He became extremely sensitive, heavily guarded when interacting with others. Perhaps that's why he likes to wander everywhere." He frowned. "It seems His Majesty the Emperor doesn't know about this. But ironically, in this society, even if you commit no crime, you will be heavily criticized." Hearing Pat Can's words, Chuli A's expression turned gloomy, and she said nothing. His words still echoed. "To be honest, I hope XYN can live more freely, but the dignity of the royal family through the generations. His Majesty also wants to fulfill his wish. His Majesty the Emperor and Irina are related by blood. Is it that His Majesty fears her traces in this world will disappear? Therefore, His Majesty wants to take this opportunity to arrange for XY and to stay in the kingdom." At this moment, Chulier spoke up in a protesting tone. "Even so, it's impossible. That person wouldn't want a position like vice commander." She thought unhappily to herself. "Besides, I'd have to face that guy every day." Patkin continued to speak calmly. "I don't intend to persuade you. I just hope you can give him a chance. Lindet said he will talk to XYN, so there will be an answer soon." She remained silent, with no intention of speaking. Seeing she didn't answer, he said again, "I will reconsider it carefully." Chulier replied respectfully, "Yes, father." Chulier looked out the window. She thought, if the Night Order had another sword master, it would bring great benefits to the entire order. Then, the image of XY suddenly appeared in her mind. But to just let a selfish guy like that become the vice commander. And that guy, XYN's mocking smile appeared vividly in her head, making her think in frustration, if I give him a task, he'll definitely just wander off without doing it. She couldn't stand it, angrily punching something in front of her. She yelled, just imagining it is annoying enough. Back at a luxurious mansion, a voice echoed from inside. "How long are you going to lie there sprawled out?" The voice was directed at XYN, who was lying listlessly on the sofa. As if he had been waiting for a long time, he spoke, "You're here." Looking at XY and state, Damien's face seemed to have the words, "How pitiful" written on it. He said, "Can't you use magic to sober up?" XY sat up from the sofa, holding his head, and replying, "My head hurts a little, so my thoughts were a bit jumbled. But on the contrary, I feel much better now." Damien handed over a letter, saying, "You always say such incomprehensible things. Take it." XYN, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at the Grand Duke and asked, "What is this?" After XY took the letter, Damien finally answered, "The position of Vice Commander of the Night Order is still vacant. His Majesty the Emperor has recommended you." He replied dejectedly, "This again." XYN looked at the document in his hand and said in annoyance, "I should have just said no back then." Lu Shio La peeked from behind to look at the document in her brother's hand. Damien spoke up. XYN asked, "How long are you going to be so whimsical? Don't worry about family matters anymore. Xyan clenched the document in his hand, as if he had something difficult to say. At this moment, Lu Shi-eo-la shouted, "The Winter Night Order." The little girl suddenly hugged Xyan's neck from behind, startling him. "My brother, you absolutely have to do this." He yelled, "Lu Shi-eo-la, what are you doing here?" She said with a serious face, "If it's the Winter Night Order, the young lady of the Rose Sun Tan family will be there. Is it that leader? That Dream Night Order?" As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Xyan's neck, squeezing so hard he couldn't breathe, his face turning pale. Then she let him go, her eyes sparkling as she said, "This is truly a wonderful opportunity. Maybe I'll get to see that person again." Xyan, his face pale, asked, "The young lady from the Rose Sun Tan house?" He recalled Chu Li-a's attitude when they met and thought to himself, "That person is the commander." Damian asked Lu Shi-eo-la, confused, "How do you know that person?" The little girl replied cheerfully, "The Rose Sun Tan house. The story of the Ice Flower Night is just a rumor among the young ladies." Lu Shi-eo-la began to describe. "The first female sword master of the kingdom. She is beautiful and has a cold personality. Moreover, she is rich and has a great reputation. She's the idol of all the girls." Xyan stood to the side listening, thinking to himself, "She's cold." Then he spoke disdainfully, "Well, I think you'd be better off opening a small shop." Hearing him say that, Lady Lu Shi-eo-la seemed startled. Damian could only hold his head, his expression weary. "Xyan." Lu Shi-eo-la rushed forward, punching and kicking Xyan wildly, shouting, Why can't I?" He could only groan in pain. "I'm so upset I could cry." At that moment, Xyan suddenly called her name loudly, Lu Shi-eo-la. "Your brother here has a big problem right now." Hearing him say that, Lu Shi-eo-la asked worriedly, "Huh, what is it?" Xyan put his arm around her shoulder, smiling slyly as he teased, "The color blue doesn't suit me." This made Lu Shi-eo-la shout angrily, "Don't laugh. Isn't your head also blue?" He cried out in pain, "Ouch, don't pull my hair." Into me and had a confused expression. "What are they doing?" Jingo was sitting there in a daze. Suddenly a voice called out, "So you were here?" Jingo was startled, and as soon as she turned her head, she saw Chu Li-a. Jingo said in astonishment, "Calm, Commander." Chu Li-a was heard saying, "I'm not disturbing you, am I?" Chu Li-a said, sitting down next to Jingo. Jingo asked, flustered, "Is something the matter?" Chu Li-a replied, "A moment ago you asked me how to become stronger, right? Is there a reason you need to become strong right away?" Hearing this, Jingo was a bit stunned, stammering. That is, she hesitated for a few moments, then fell silent. Jingo thought to herself, "If I could be as strong as the commander, if I possessed overwhelming power, maybe this pain would end. But I can't say that I'm being ostracized." Thinking this, she made up an excuse and said to Chu Li-a, "I just want to become stronger, because I am a knight." Chu Li-a spoke up, "Is your face injured?" Seeing this, Jingo stammered nervously, I just had a match, so." She was always fidgeting, as if hiding something. "Jingo, if you keep quiet, no one will ever know." Jingo was so scared her hands were trembling. "I don't understand what you're talking about. If you need help, you have to speak up. Staying silent like this won't solve anything." Jingo recalled what she had been through. "Should I talk about being ostracized by the other members?" "No, they'll definitely think I'm weird. They'll think that for a night, I'm a pitiful person who can't even overcome such a small thing." Her mind was in turmoil, not daring to speak the truth. Then she thought to herself, "I have to explain." But she couldn't bring herself to speak. Seeing Jingo's unstable state, Chu Li-a gently took Jingo's hand, comforting her. "I'm not interrogating you. I just want to help." Seeing this, Jingo couldn't hold back the tears welling in her eyes. "What is wrong with me today?" In the end, I still couldn't say it. Jingo could only cover her face, sobbing in Chu Li-a's arms. Chu Li-a comforted her. "Just cry." Jingo said through her sobs, "I'm sorry for letting you see me in such a pathetic state." Hearing that, Chu Li-a said, slightly displeased, "Have you made a habit of apologizing? If you've done nothing wrong, you don't need to apologize." Jingo continued aggrievedly, "Yes, I'm sorry." Hearing that, Chu Li-a became even more exasperated. "There you go again. Tell me everything that has happened during this time." Jingo stammered. That is, seeing that Jingo couldn't speak, Chu Li-a said, "It's because of AI Sa's jealousy that you started being isolated, right?" "Yes, that's probably it." At this point, Jingo also gathered the courage to speak out. "When I achieved good results in the proficiency test and got noticed, AI Sa looked at me with hatred in her eyes. After that, I started being isolated, so I think that's probably the reason. Julia was not surprised by this. She thought to herself, AI Sa's old habits haven't changed. Then she continued speaking to Jin Go. Her own abilities are lacking, yet she takes her anger out on something unrelated. But how did you know I needed help? When you asked me how to become stronger, I sensed it. When I longed to escape a painful reality, I also suddenly had a similar thought. Even if you're lonely, even if you're in pain, you have to endure it all and overcome it yourself. That's why I want to help you. Sharing your sorrow is also a way to lessen it. Jin Go exclaimed in surprise. I thought someone as strong as the commander would never face such difficulties. I don't know if it's appropriate to say this, but just talking with you, Commander, I feel like a great burden has been lifted. Seeing her spirits lift, Chulie smiled and said, That's great. Let's go now. Yes, where are we going? She gently took Jin Go's hand. There's someone who can help you. Commander, let's go quickly. After that, she led Jin Go to see Trot Tin. After hearing everything, Trot Tin was a little incredulous. Something like that happened. Jin Go said dejectedly again, I'm sorry for hiding this. Commander Chu Li said angrily, Don't apologize all the time. Trot Tin sighed, That's right. On the contrary, I'm the one who should be sorry. Even so, without clear evidence, it's difficult to punish them, isn't it? That's right, but AI Sa has many witnesses, so she is likely to be punished. However, all of them are accomplices. Can I testify? Trot Tin was also very troubled. What should be done now? I will organize a match between Jin Go and AI Sa. The loser must leave the Night Order. Isn't that a bit too sudden? We just need to add a reason. For example, this is a match to decide the final ranking in the Night Order's closed combat division. At this moment, Chulie spoke up. Compared to other Night Orders, the closed combat division has the most members, so we will hold a proficiency evaluation competition to eliminate some members. Such a competition will not arouse suspicion. Trot Tin nodded. That's not a bad method. But will that put pressure on Jin Go? Yeah. How do you know the internal situation of the closed combat division so well? I heard it from my father. Jin Go, are you okay? Yes, I want to give it a try. There's one more thing. I want Jin Go to join the Winter Night Order. Hearing this, she was extremely surprised. Chulie continued, Even if you stay in the closed combat division, you won't be comfortable. Because there are other members, it will be difficult during training. Trot Tin spoke up. I'm about that. What does Jin Go think? Just tell me what you want, and I will help you. Hearing this, Jin Go's heart was a little moved. She thought to herself, Me, joining the Winter Night Order. It was pouring rain outside. Jin Go had just returned to her room. She stood blankly in front of the mirror for a long time, thinking to herself, This uniform, today, is the last time I'll wear it. Then she picked up the scissors on the table and brought them to her hair. She cut off the ends of her hanging hair, then told herself, I've been under the care of 700 commanders. I'm terribly sorry. But I also want to join the Winter Night Order. After cutting her hair, Jin Go looked at herself with short hair in the mirror and smiled. Great. She reassured herself. Don't be afraid, Jin Go hot. I will show the commander a dignified image. Taking a deep breath, Jin Go gathered her courage and stepped outside. At this moment, the female guards were chatting in the lounge. Today is the last time we'll see each other. Goodbye, AI Sa. Hearing this, AI Sa blurted out, What? A week of hellish training is waiting for you. This is to train your spirit. Look, everyone, it's all AI Sa's fault, isn't it? So annoying. She's not even a noble. AI Sa was so angry, she wanted to crawl into a hole. Who said leaving is so easy? If I don't leave, who will take care of her? Can you beat her? Hearing AI Sa's words, the other person sneered, her voice full of ridicule. You really don't know your own strength, do you? AI Sa left angrily. What? She said again, While you're angry at us, get ready to fight. Why don't you go? Go on. After the match, I'll be the only one left in the Night Order. Good luck. AI Sa then turned and left. They couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ahaha, so funny. Even if you get kicked out, we still have to go through that hellish training. AI Sa had gone outside, but they didn't stop talking. That's why I don't play with common kids. So annoying. Look at this wound on my hand. Did you see what I did to Jin Go? Because it was too horrible. AI Sa gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, Jin Go hot, you better watch out. As she spoke, she walked straight towards Jin Go. If you win this match, you'll be transferred to the Winter Night Order. What do you mean by that? Jin Go frowned and said, The commander just gave me a chance. Hearing this, AI Sa said arrogantly, Can't you stand up without help? Jin Go said sarcastically, Don't talk as if you're so great. At this point, Jingo immediately drew her sword. Jingo pointed her sword at AI Sa's face and said, AI Sa Ivan, enough with the useless talk, draw your sword. This bitch, are you crazy? Ignoring AI Sa's rambling, Jingo struck first. AI Sa was startled, and her sword fell to the ground. Jingo had no intention of letting her off, continuing to swing her sword to strike. AI Sa hurriedly bent down to pick up her sword, and was terrified as soon as she raised her sword to block a blow. She thought to herself, what kind of skill is this? Jingo's eyes were filled with killing intent as she continuously attacked AI Sa. AI Sa was overwhelmed by Jingo, unable to fight back. Trot Tin and Chuli A sat on the side watching the match. Trot Tin spoke up. Jingo's mood has changed a lot. That's right, it has changed. The sound of swords clashing rang out. Jingo knocked AI Sa's sword away, then pointed her sword straight at her face, saying coldly, AI Sa Ivan. How does it feel to lose to a coward you used to bully? Hearing this, AI Sa roared in anger. Have you been pretending to be weak all this time? Jingo was no longer the Jingo of before. She immediately retorted, it was you all who made me weak by isolating and tormenting me. AI Sa said, you used to be a coward. Jingo shouted, I'm not afraid of you anymore, because I'm not alone. What did you just say? You think I'll just leave like this? Just as AI Sa was about to slap Jingo, someone grabbed her hand, shouting, stop. The one who spoke was Chu Lie. Chu Lie continued, you lost. If you are a knight, accept the result and withdraw. Hearing this, AI Sa's eyes filled with tears. The commander is also on Jingo's side, aren't you? You must have breathed a sigh of relief, haven't you? The one who was once insolent to you, Commander, yet you've become like this. You used Jingo from the very beginning to plan this, didn't you? So selfish. Jingo, standing beside her, shouted angrily, AI Sa. Chulie couldn't help but shout, get a grip. This is the price you pay for your crimes. You too, using so many people to torment Jingo together. Hearing her, her face darkened. I'm not like Jingo, because everyone likes me. Does that mean you won't listen to me? If it weren't for you, we could have been like this forever, because I was the one who was supposed to join the Night Order. Tristan hugged Isa, scolding her. That's enough, Isa. For the last time, act like a knight, Isa. She stubbornly refused to give in. Let go of me. Julia showed a look of disgust, thinking to herself, has she gone mad because she doesn't want to accept the results? Isa fell to the ground, clutching her head and screaming. Why did this happen? Ever since that bitch came to the Night Order, everything has been a mess. Tristan was speechless. He announced, Isa Evan has lost the duel. Effective immediately, she will be expelled from the closed combat Night Order. Hearing this, she hurriedly grabbed Tristan's sleeve. Wait, Tristan said coldly, it's hopeless. At this moment, mocking whispers arose from the surroundings. Is she really leaving? Wonderful. Look, what is that coward doing? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Isa gave a contemptuous smile, saying, liar. Ginger looked at her miserable state and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. But Julia next to her said coldly, let's go. Only Isa was left, looking at Ginger with hatred. I will absolutely not forgive you. She thought to herself, you think this is the end. Just wait, I will make you cry tears of blood too. The next morning, Julia was striding down the road. She walked and thought, Ginger has gone to say goodbye to Sir Tristan, and the match is over. I also have to go back and handle the backlog of work. Julia suddenly stopped in her tracks. Recalling Isa's appearance yesterday, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The outcome is truly frustrating. Just then, Cyan and Ricky were arguing loudly. I can't teach you. Hey, don't be like that. Their noise attracted Julia's attention. What are you two doing here? Seeing her, Cyan looked as if he had met his savior and said happily, I finally found you. Ricky helplessly pointed at Cyan and said, Commander, there's a suspicious person who keeps insisting on seeing you. Cyan hurriedly explained, I was just asking for directions. But he just wouldn't give me directions. It's strange, isn't it? Ricky said with a look of disdain, don't treat me like a child. The commander and I are both knights. Julia listened to the two of them, a little confused. What on earth is going on? Cyan said, you don't know. You must have heard about me from Grand Duke Damien. Julia pondered for a moment, then said, there's no other way. Hearing this, Cyan immediately beamed with a radiant smile. She held out her hand and said, give it to me. Hearing this, Cyan answered with some embarrassment. No, surely not. Do I have to offer a bribe or something? Hearing this, Julius scolded him with some anger. I'm talking about the application for Vice Commander. The application to join the Order. You must have received it from Grand Duke Damien. Cyan hurriedly took out the application to join the Order and gave it to her. Of course I have it. It's right here. Ricky saw this scene and truly couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, this guy wants to be the Vice Commander. She handed the application to Ricky, ordering, Ricky, take this to my office. Also, in 30 minutes, gather all the members at the arena. Ricky glanced resentfully at Cyan in front of him, then replied, yes, I understand. As soon as Cyan heard her say that, he immediately deflated. 30 minutes later at the arena, no way. Julius said to Cyan, please follow me. We have to conduct the entrance test first. Hearing this, Cyan's smile gradually twisted. Can't I just abuse a little of His Majesty, the Emperor's authority? Julia gave a cold laugh. No, none of our members would agree to such an unreasonable thing. If you can't prove your skills, then you'll have to fight all the members. Or, you fight me in a match to prove you have the skills to become the Vice Commander. Cyan remembered the first time he met Julia, when he had left her behind saying, I have an important appointment. I'm leaving first. It seems he could only pretend that day never happened. Thinking of this, he spoke up. This is probably the nicest thing I've ever said to you. All right, it's no big deal. Julia couldn't be bothered to say more. She thought to herself, this constant war of words is so tiring. A moment later, Cyan engaged in a battle with Julia. The two of them were now like moths to a flame, rushing towards each other. The two sides clashed fiercely, their momentum powerful, and a strong shockwave spread to the surroundings. Everyone stared at the two on the field without blinking. Someone spoke up and asked, from the beginning until now, how long has it been? It seems like it's been over 30 minutes. The others who saw this scene were all extremely astonished. He can actually fight on par with the commander. Who on earth is he? Ronan exclaimed in shock. That aura, could it be a sword master? Ricky added, that he's the candidate for Vice Commander. It seems he has a connection with His Majesty the Emperor. Ronan said blankly, His Majesty the Emperor. Why would someone like that come to be the Vice Commander of a Night Order? At this moment, the battle between the two was not yet over. Julia swung a sword toward Cyan. He immediately countered with another blow. Both sides attacked with full force, neither giving an inch. And at this moment, Cyan was also quite tired. Let's stop here. Isn't this enough? But Julia gripped her sword tightly and quickly delivered a slash. Fortunately, Cyan was agile and managed to dodge in time. He exclaimed, ouch, are you taking your anger out on me now? Julia frowned and glared at Cyan, saying nothing. She thought to herself, although some of his techniques are not yet proficient, his abilities can almost be confirmed. At this moment, Julia said to everyone, have you all seen his abilities clearly? Does anyone have any objections to him becoming the Vice Commander of the Winter Night Order? Everyone was astonished, looking at each other and murmuring amongst themselves, His Majesty the Emperor, Swordmaster. Everyone then shouted in unison, none. Hearing this, she looked at him and said, you heard them all. You can start from tomorrow if you need anything. Before she could finish, Cyan cut in, so everyone will welcome me. No wonder they're so happy. The things you say, the things you do, how can I make it stop? If I imitate His Highness the Prince, maybe that would work. All right, you must come tomorrow. I will report the matter of the Vice Commander to His Majesty the Emperor. Cyan proudly raised his head. Tomorrow it is. Julia was so angry, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, grabbing him by the collar. Don't go embarrassing me elsewhere. Cyan thought to himself, truly terrifying. It was just a little joke. A joke. Do you get this angry every time? Of course. And I still have to accept this sly fox as Vice Commander. Cyan said cheerfully, I look forward to being in your care from now on, Commander. She had a look of disgust, thinking to herself, it hasn't even started and I already have a headache. In the palace, Leonhardt heard from Lucas that the position of Vice Commander had been filled and couldn't accept it at all. He overturned things, roaring, who is the Vice Commander? Lucas said calmly from behind him, Cyan has become the Vice Commander of the Winter Night Order. His Majesty the Emperor also seems very happy. He bit his fingertip in frustration, saying, why? Why is my mood ruined because of that guy? Seeing he was unhappy, Lucas asked at this moment, are you upset, Your Highness? Leonhardt blurted out, yes. She rejected all the geniuses I recommended, and, in the end, chose Cyan. What on earth did that bastard do? Lucas took his hand, reassuring him. Your Highness the Prince, please calm down. Lucas, why doesn't she listen to me? Lucas sighed. Let me think. If you don't mind using that method, how about it? Hearing this, Leonhardt was a little confused. Huh, you mean I should propose? Lucas replied slowly, if you wish. That person has the status, ability, and qualifications. She has no reason not to become the crown princess. As soon as the words were spoken, he reacted, don't be too hasty, Lucas. That is the final goal. We still have time, still have a chance. If nothing changes, the next emperor will be me. At that time, before he could finish, Lucas interjected, are you afraid of being rejected? Leonhardt shook his head impatiently and said, you're too noisy. I don't want to hear it anymore. But Lucas had no intention of stopping. He continued, however, there's a strange rumor spreading in the palace. Leonhardt was very surprised to hear this. A rumor. Lucas began to recount the conversation of the maids. Have you heard? Sir Cyan likes the commander of the Winter Night Order. I also heard they spent the night together. I hope they get together. They're a great match. But isn't that commander from the Rosentain family? So what about His Highness the Prince? Oh my, could this be a love triangle? At this moment, someone reminded them, hey, what if someone hears you talking? Get back to work. Only then did the three of them stop talking. At this time, the Night Orders were in a meeting. One person was speaking. This campaign will take place in the Montana Mountain Range and the Domingo Mountain Range. Special reports indicate that the number of monsters in these areas has increased significantly. We cannot leave the palace for too long. The close combat and Griffin orders will go to the Domingo Mountain Range. Everyone was listening intently. Only Cyan was yawning constantly, making Julia, who was sitting in front, both angry and speechless. That person continued. The Winter Night Order and the Black Lionite Order will go to the Montana Mountain Range. This time we will lead the way. The team members will be in charge. Karat Ginter heard this and asked, so when do we depart? We need more time to prepare, so we will depart in 15 days. All right, the meeting is over. Julia walked out in a bad mood. She said to Cyan, Sir Cyan, were you just yawning behind my back? Hearing this, he pouted and said, what can I do? I couldn't sleep, and I still have to work. Julia scolded angrily. At least when others are around, you should restrain yourself a little. You have no manners at all. Yes, but I just got appointed as vice commander, and I have to go to the battlefield right away. Why is this happening? I still have a lot of things to deal with. Hearing him complain, Julia sighed. The ambush is an annual plan. The position of vice commander has been vacant for a long time. Cyan heard this and asked curiously, where did the previous vice commander go? But she only replied, you don't need to know. You're just making me more curious. Go to the training ground and help them with their training. Hearing this, Cyan grumbled. Isn't today's work schedule over already? Over with what? You have to train all night today. In the blink of an eye, it was dark, but Julia was still practicing outside the training ground. Karat Ginter just walked out and saw her, calling out, Lady Julia. Seeing him, she was a little surprised. Sir Karat. He looked at her and said, are you staying late again? As he spoke, he walked towards her. Julia replied, I want to practice a little more today. She continued, so it really is like that. Do you always stay very late, Sir Karat? Do you practice here? I don't have any special reason today. I heard there will be fireworks after the festival. Would you like to watch? Hearing this, she replied a little shyly, I'd like to see them too, but isn't it too late now? Karat Ginter immediately said, follow me. Then he walked away. Seeing him walk so fast, Julia hurriedly chased after him. Wait, Sir Karat. Then, he took her to his office and opened the door. If you look from here, nothing will block the view. Julia thought to herself, Sir Karat's office. The entire village came into Julia's view. In the distance, clusters of brilliant fireworks bloomed one after another. Julia said excitedly, I can see the whole village. Seeing her happy, he asked softly, do you like it? Go ahead and watch. Sir Karat, I never thought I would go to see fireworks. Did you come here to watch the fireworks with me? Seeing Karat Ginter remain silent, Julia smiled shyly. I was just kidding. He suddenly spoke up, but perhaps that's the case. This made her a little, A lot has happened since you became a commander, but sometimes you should also take a break. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll get exhausted and collapse. You were worried about me, so you brought me here to see this, right? Kirat Ginter didn't remain silent as before, but answered immediately, yes. Hearing this, Julia's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly covered her face with her hands in embarrassment. I can't believe it. What should I do? This is so embarrassing. Thank you, Sir Kirat. He continued. If you watch the fireworks bloom in the sky, I heard that even for a moment, all your worries will disappear and your mood will get better. That's why I wanted you to see this. Julia raised her head to look at the sky, colorful with fireworks, and let out a soft ah. Thank you. He just replied with a short, In a room, an exquisitely decorated vase sat on a table. Under the sunlight, the flowers shone, sparkling like stars. At this moment, in that room, a slender hand wearing a pristine white glove, looking extremely noble, suddenly slammed down on the table. This person thought to himself, it's been over a week since the prince started sending flowers. 4 days ago, Jeremy came before Julia with a bouquet of roses. His action made her a little flustered. He smiled brightly and said, You look beautiful today, too. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. 3 days ago, he came to see her again and gave her another bouquet. Although she was a bit uncomfortable, he still said, These flowers in the greenhouse reminded me of you. As he spoke, he held the bouquet out to Julia. 2 days ago, he brought a bouquet of blue flowers to her again. This time, her expression was a bit unhappy, feeling a little annoyed, but she still stood and listened to him speak. This bouquet really resembles Julia. The sound of footsteps echoed. It was a pair of shoes with blue soles moving. The person thought to himself, what kind of game is he playing? At this moment, the wooden door was pushed open, and Jeremy appeared just in time. He looked at her, smiled, and said, I was just passing by. It's only at times like these that we meet, isn't it? With that, he once again held out a bouquet of blue roses to Julia. She sighed, her expression a little unhappy, and sweat beaded on her forehead. He said, Today it's blue roses. As he spoke, he forced a smile. At this moment, she asked Jeremy with a serious face, Your Highness the Prince, why are you treating me like this? Faced with a question, he didn't answer, but asked back, Why? You tell me why. At this moment, he cornered her against the wall, one hand braced on the wall, the other on his hip, and asked her with a smile, Don't you understand why men give flowers to women? The more he spoke, the more his expression became a little frightening. He didn't stop, continuing to press. Do you really not know? Or do you clearly know but pretend not to? Hearing him ask this, she pushed his hand away and said, I am not a suitable romantic partner for your highness. After saying that, she immediately turned to leave, her voice a bit sharp. I invite your highness to find someone better. Seeing her say this, he just sneered. He said calmly, It seems you don't like me at all. With that, he suddenly grabbed her hand, saying, Wait, Julia. His action greatly surprised her, and she turned back. She looked at him with an extremely annoyed expression. He brought his face close to hers, using a seductive tone to say, You are the first person I have ever liked. His words left her stunned on the spot. Seeing her expression, he instead tightened his grip on her hand, and with an innocent look, asked back, You didn't know. She struggled uncomfortably with her hand, wanting to break free from his grasp. She glared at him, her voice full of anger, saying, Please stop. I really cannot obey your highness. However, Jeremy completely ignored her words, instead directly intertwining his fingers with hers in her palm. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Why not? My feelings have always been sincere. Julia maintained her unhappy attitude. Her emotions reaching a peak, she shouted, pulling her hand back with force, Please let go. He looked at her, a smug expression on his face, and said, Even though I am a prince, you still refuse. You are truly very charming. Unable to bear the suffocating atmosphere, she decided to leave. As she walked, she said, Your Highness the Prince, please don't make things difficult for me anymore. I'll be taking my leave. As she left, he always followed her retreating figure with his eyes, a sly smile on his lips. A moment after Julia left, he revealed his true nature, scratching his head with a very cunning look on his face. He said, Really? He looked at her retreating back, thinking to himself, it would be great if she could be won over so easily. In a room decorated with swords and shields, a voice rang out, Commander, have you heard the news? It turned out to be Alex asking Kirat Ginter. Seeing that he was still engrossed in writing, he continued, It's the rumor about His Highness the Prince and the commander of the Winter Night Order. With that, he raised his hand to scratch his head, asking in confusion, Are those two dating? He was still racking his brain without knowing the key point. Only then did Kirat Ginter speak. A rumor is just a rumor in the end. Stop talking nonsense and go train. He completely wanted to avoid the topic, wanting to change the subject. Karat Ginter, who was writing, suddenly stopped upon hearing this sentence. The commander knows too, right? So Alex, given an inch, took a mile, leaning closer to him and saying in a low voice, "His Highness the Prince is a notorious womanizer." Despite this, Karat Ginter sat still without moving, letting him talk. With a soft click, as Karat Ginter listened to Alex, the nib of the pen in his hand was actually broken by his grip. People say that the tears of the women who have cried over the prince could form a sea. Karat Ginter's gaze became sharp, and he said with extreme coldness, meaning that guy is the common enemy of women. A soft snort. This was enough to prove that he cared a lot about this issue. Alex crossed his arms, saying with a troubled expression, "I'm only like this because I'm worried." But in reality, he is a loyal follower of the goddess. After hearing Alex, Karat Ginter suddenly let out a sigh, then gave a cold He abruptly stood up from his chair, and as he walked, he said to Alex, "I have to go out for a bit. I'll be back." At this moment, Alex seemed a little confused by Karat Ginter's actions. He looked at Karat Ginter's strange gesture, so nervous that he broke out in a sweat and muttered to himself, "Why did I say that?" In a garden where splendid purple flowers bloomed, butterflies vied to land on them. Karat Ginter stood in that garden, thinking to himself, "No matter who she is interested in, it has nothing to do with me." His gaze was distant, lost in thought about her. He was about to walk away, but then he suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought again, but it turned out he had seen her. Julia was standing opposite him. She was holding a bouquet of blue flowers, which matched her outfit and hair color perfectly. Karat Ginter still stared at her intently, saying nothing, just quietly admiring her. Karat Ginter began to think to himself again, why is this so upsetting? The sky was clear and cloudless, sunlight shining on the buildings. Julia, holding the bouquet, ran forward while shouting, "Commander." A blue-haired teenager was sitting in front of her. It was Cyan. As soon as she ran up to him, he looked at her with a very strange expression, his face also wrinkled, as if he had suffered a great injustice. When Julia saw his expression, she couldn't help but think to herself, why is he looking at me like that? At this moment, she called out softly, "Commander." Cyan suddenly shot up, grabbed her by the shoulders, and roared angrily, "Is the affair between you and the prince true?" His action made Julia a little scared, and at the same time, she felt astonished. She pushed his hands away, frowning as she replied, "It's useless to say anything." She thought to herself, how could he say such a thing? Hearing her say that, Cyan lowered his head and turned away, saying dejectedly, "I heard that women only like bad boys. I thought the commander was like that too." Hearing him say that, Julia said angrily again, "That's not necessarily true." At this moment, Cyan suddenly let out an ah and kept ruffling his hair, leaving Julia a little unsure of what to do. Then he turned back, grabbed her by both shoulders, and roared, "As your older brother, I object with my life. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely do not agree. You hear me?" He said that, but in his heart, he was still thinking, what the hell is that guy? Julia, not to be outdone, yelled back, "I already said it's not true." She thought unhappily, whose older brother? Then Cyan returned to his original demeanor and asked her, "Is it really not true?" Julia looked at him unhappily, without saying a word, as if to say, "You're even asking about this." Cyan leaned his face in closer, trying to get an answer. "Are you sure?" Julia angrily pushed his face away, saying, "I don't know why I have to explain this to you." Being pushed like that, Cyan let out an ah. He came closer and said, "So what do we do now? Just clarify it, since it's not true anyway." Cyan said as he put a hand to his chin, his face beaded with sweat. He said in a panic, "You know, once a rumor spreads, it's not easy to make it disappear." Cyan glanced to the side and continued, "Moreover, it's right when he's leaving before the campaign. If His Highness the Prince uses a few more tricks." Julia suddenly tightened her grip on the bouquet in her hands. This action of hers caught Cyan's attention. At this moment, Julia thought to herself, "I won't be swayed by the rumors spread by the prince, but even though the curse has been lifted, the rumors still stick to me." This made her feel extremely tired. Seeing her like this, Cyan put a hand on his head and turned his face away with a sigh. Cyan suddenly stepped forward, pointed at the bouquet in her hand, and asked, "The prince gave you this, right?" Julia answered him, "Yes." Then Cyan unexpectedly took the bouquet and threw it away, then put on an innocent look and said, "Oops, my hand slipped." Julia was astonished by his action and asked back, "What are you doing?" Then Cyan pushed her away, changing the subject. "Let's go eat." Julia still didn't let it go, asking again, "What about training?" Under the deep blue sky, the sound of conversation echoed. "All the members have gone to eat. Stop pushing, let's go." Under a wall, a man and a maid were standing opposite each other, whispering something. That maid said to the person in front of her, "Furthermore, those rumors seem to have reached the ears of the nobles as well." It turned out the person sitting in front of her was Jeremy. He looked at her and asked, "Is that so?" Then he pulled the maid into his arms and said, "Thank you. Try a little harder. If things go smoothly, I'll make you even more lovely then." She was mesmerized by his sweet words and replied, "It is my honor, Your Highness the Prince." The sound of horse hooves echoed in the forest. The group rode their horses deep into the dense forest. At this moment, Julia spoke up, "Let's rest here. Let the horses eat and drink their fill." The people behind her replied in unison, "Understood." The scene before them was extremely quiet. The faint sunset made the forest unusually tranquil. Cyan stood next to Ricky, yawning tiredly. Ricky stood to one side, stroking his horse, and said to it, "Thank you." At this moment, Julia walked over and called, "Ricky." Hearing the call, Ricky turned his head. As soon as he turned back, Julia asked, "Is this your first time traveling this far?" Ricky said in surprise, "Ah, Commander." Julia, coming closer, made him a little shy. He raised his hand to scratch his face and said bashfully, "Yes. Even though we're just hunting monsters, I'm very excited. It feels like I'm on an adventure." Cyan, standing beside him, also smiled upon hearing him say that, putting his hand behind his neck. Seeing they seemed shy, Julia asked, "Is that so?" At this moment, Seal said excitedly, "Commander, this guy keeps complaining that his butt hurts." Before Seal could finish, Ricky covered his mouth. Ricky shouted, "Ah, you, what nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing this awkward scene, Julia said, "It's understandable. After all, this is your first time riding a horse." The horse raised its head, as if listening to their interesting conversation. Julia placed her hand on Ricky's shoulder encouragingly. "We're almost at the town. Hang in there." Because of Julia's action, Ricky's face turned slightly red. He quickly replied, "Yes." After speaking, Julia turned and left. As she walked, she said, "We'll set off in 20 minutes. Everyone stretch your bodies and get comfortable." Ricky tilted his head slightly, listening to her speak. Julia continued, "We'll rest in town tonight and start the hunt tomorrow." At this moment, everyone happily replied in unison, "Yes, Commander." On the upper floor of a house, a window was still lit. At this moment, Alex was having dinner with Kirat, Ginto, Seal, and Julia. Alex spoke excitedly while shyly scratching the back of his neck. "I never thought I'd be able to fight alongside the goddess again." The others continued eating, paying no attention to his words. Alex continued to say cheerfully, "It's such an honor." Suddenly, Seal looked up, resting his chin on his hand, and asked Alex, "Goddess, why do you call the commander that?" Alex said innocently, "It's a nickname I use to show respect." Hearing him say that, Seal looked at Julia with some surprise, then mumbled, "But still, goddess is a bit much." Julia paid no mind and continued her meal. Alex asked again, "Is there a problem?" Julia leisurely picked up a large piece of meat, put it in her mouth, and ate it with relish. Seal glanced at her, seeing she was still eating calmly, completely ignoring the conversation. Suddenly, Seal asked Julia, "Is the food good, goddess?" His question made Julia, who was eating, pause. Then her expression became frightening. Julia held the fork in her hand, brought it close to Seal's neck, and said, "Don't joke around while eating." Seal was a little scared and stammered, "Please, please spare me." Laughter still echoed at the dining table. "You two are really close, aren't you? Didn't you see she almost stabbed me with a fork just now?" Kirat Ginto watched them joke around with a look of disgust. He didn't join the conversation, just quietly observed from the side. Julia noticed his unusual behavior. She put a piece of meat in her mouth, then casually asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kirat Ginto calmly brought a glass of water to his lips, smiled slightly, and said, "You must be very hungry." Hearing him say that, Julia felt a little embarrassed and scratched her head. She gave a forced smile and said, "Well, we have traveled a long way, after all." Hearing her words, Kirat Ginto gently pushed a plate of delicious meat towards her. As he pushed it, he said, "Then you can have my portion." Julia felt a bit shy at his action. She said, "I can order more." "Oh, no, it's okay." At this moment, Seal and Alex, sitting beside them, saw the scene before them, and Alex couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Wow, my goddess." After his surprise, Alex turned to Karat Ginto and said, "How arrogant, Commander." Alex thought to himself, "I'm getting goosebumps all over." Karat Ginto looked at Alex with a cold, angry gaze and said sternly, "Alex." Seal, now sitting next to Julia, put his hand on her shoulder and said to Alex, "You keep looking at her with such a covetous gaze, I can't let her out of my sight." Julia said softly, "It's okay." Hearing that, Alex was completely stunned. He shouted in horror, "What did you say?" He thought to himself, "I was helping you, and this is what I get." Alex was flustered and confused, while Julia remained calm and composed, eating heartily. At this moment, Seal at the same table also spoke up, "Then I'll give you my portion too." Julia replied, "I'm fine." Seal asked why. "Didn't you just say you were hungry?" Faced with this situation, Julia looked displeased and said, "Stop being noisy and eat your food." Suddenly, Ronan stood up and shouted to Julia, "Commander, are you hungry? Please bring 5 more servings of beef to the commander's table." The person sitting next to him said with some surprise, "You idiot, why did you order 5 of the same thing?" Hearing these words, Julia was stunned for a moment. She glanced at them irritably, but they continued to chatter. "It's fine. She likes meat." "That's not good. She'll get sick of it." Just then, Julia slammed her hand on the table, sending food flying. She shouted, "You guys are too noisy." The onlookers outside couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene. Her shout still echoed, "Stop being noisy. If you have free time to chat, use it to eat." In a room of the wooden house that seemed to have a very sturdy door, sounds came from all over the room. "Well then, the subjugation will begin tomorrow." They were all lying listlessly on their beds. Suddenly, one of them said, "It took us a day and a half to get here, and now we have to hunt monsters without even getting a rest." He started complaining nonstop. Ricky, who was lying comfortably on his bed, suddenly spoke up and asked, "But why do we have to go so far?" At this moment, Cyan spoke up. "In spring and autumn, we have to hunt monsters, and in summer and winter, we focus on training." He said, while picking up a glass of water and taking a sip. "As knights, we must periodically visit towns far from the center to help them conduct sweeps." Then he began to explain, "Although the local nobles and mercenaries have tried their best, they're always short on manpower. Therefore, for the prosperity of the entire kingdom, the royal palace provides them with aid." One of them yawned widely and said, "But we can't help much anyway." Suddenly someone said, "Hey, this guy." Seeing this, he asked doubtfully, "Oh, should I not have said that?" The blonde man with a dejected expression said, "But maybe this time will be different." He said, recalling that difficult time, "We've trained hard for days like these." Hearing this, one of them said in surprise, "Hey, you've changed." Another person said, "You used to always say things like, 'Commander, I can't do it.'" The red-haired man walked over, cheerfully put his arm around the blonde man's shoulder, and said, "That's right, you used to talk like a coward. I'm proud of you." This made the blonde man feel a little awkward, and he let out a soft snort. Cyan then spoke up, "I feel like we've truly become knights since the commander arrived." Hearing this, Ricky sat up happily and said excitedly, "That's right. I wonder how many monsters I could defeat this time." Suddenly, Cyan leaned close to the back of his neck and said, "That sounds so cute." His action startled Ricky a little. Then, Cyan suddenly flopped down as if playing, pinned him with his legs, and said cheerfully, "Well then, before you fight monsters, try defeating me first." Caught off guard by this sudden situation, Ricky couldn't react in time and couldn't dodge, only to have his arm quickly pinned by him, unable to move. He shouted, "Hey, you're so annoying." The next morning, in the forest, a noisy crowd was gathering. Julia was observing when she suddenly heard a voice, "I've been waiting for you." The voice made her a little wary. A man in a black cloak, his head completely covered by a hood, was slowly removing his hood with his hand. As it came off, it revealed white hair identical to Julia's. He completely removed the hood from his head and introduced himself to her. "I am Neo, Vice Commander of Shade." He introduced himself cheerfully. "In this subjugation campaign, I will be everyone's guide in the Montana mountains. This is the commander's order." Hearing his introduction, she also let down her guard and replied cheerfully with a hint of inquiry, "I understand, then we'll be in your care. What's the situation with the monsters?" The two of them were now walking and talking. "We should leave a reserve team here. After that, I'll take you to see." "Why?" Hearing this question, he suddenly stopped, looked up into the distance, and said, "So that I can scout the monsters' village." After speaking, he turned back and continued, "They're a bit sneaky. I'll explain after you've seen it." Julia was a little doubtful, but she didn't ask much. In the distance were towering mountain peaks, with unknown dangers hidden within. A voice rang out, "I understand, lead the way." The sound of footsteps rustling on the grass-covered ground was the knights entering the dense forest. Suddenly, Neo held out his hand. A gust of air shot past his hand. At this moment, they were secretly observing from the outside. Looking inside, a group of monsters were whispering to each other. One of the knights said, "You call this a village?" They continued, "And they look so ugly too." They commented on the appearance of one of the monsters. Those monsters were always growling, looking extremely ferocious. Their fangs curved upwards, long and sharp. They spoke again. Not only that, one of them pointed to the thatched hut inside and said, "Look at that mud-thatched house." As soon as the voice faded, a monster in purple clothes with bloodshot eyes stepped out. It spewed a foul-smelling yellow gas from its mouth. It looked like the leader here. Seeing it, Karat Ginto suddenly spoke. "That's a monster mage." As soon as he finished speaking, a question popped out. "How strange." Neo continued his words. "Mages are essentially the source of the monster's power, as they can strengthen their own kind. Therefore, they should be hiding deep in the forest, but this one has come down to the foot of the mountain." As he spoke, he saw them casting dark magic. Moreover, judging by its knowledge and magical power, it's not just an ordinary monster mage. One of the monsters roared angrily, saliva flying everywhere. He continued, "And the monsters that receive power from it are the same." That mage, holding a scepter topped with a blue gem, slowly stepped out. As soon as it stepped out, it let out a loud roar, as if showing off its might to the other monsters. At this moment, Julia finally spoke, standing in front of Kirat Ginto. She said, "The power and evil I sense are truly extraordinary. Their numbers could be double, no, triple that of a village. But their location is too exposed if they're plotting something." She suddenly straightened up and said sternly, "This is like someone is pulling the strings from behind." Neo also agreed with her. "That's right, I think so too." Suddenly, a sound was heard from ahead. "Oh, there's a sound coming from inside the barrier created by that green stream of air." He continued, "You all understand the situation now. Let's move out." A strong wind began to blow, sweeping up leaves and sending them swirling. They continued their discussion. "I'll make a plan. We'll start the attack early tomorrow morning." "Understood." In a small town, they had been resting in a house since last night. Everyone gathered there to discuss. Neo stood in front of the table, pointed at the map, and said, "I've been scouting this forest for several days and found 3 suspicious villages in the Montana mountains." The others gathered around to listen to him. Wherever the tip of the pen moved, he marked it accordingly. He continued while gesturing, "The deeper you go, the number of monsters increases exponentially." At this point, he suddenly turned to one side, his expression serious, and said, "Not only that, their power increases significantly at night. Therefore, we must finish the attack before sunset." Karat Ginto, sitting to one side with his usual cold expression, spoke up, "Then let's split into 3 groups and end the battle as soon as possible." Hearing this, Seal asked without thinking, 3 groups. "How do we split up?" Julia, sitting next to him, replied irritably, "You always ask such redundant questions." At this moment, Alex suddenly spoke up. As expected, he always appeared with that cheerful demeanor. He said happily, "In this situation, each commander leads their own knights. Then the 2 commanders will decide the final formation. That way, the firepower of the 3 teams won't be too different." Hearing this, Seal looked extremely surprised. He turned around, a panicked look on his face, and whispered to her, "You want me to go to that place with others? Can't I go alone? I don't know if I can protect them." She saw him getting more and more agitated and, in turn, didn't want to answer. She crossed her arms and said calmly, "Their skills are strong enough, they don't need your protection. Fear stems from inexperience. If you want to overcome it, you can't miss this opportunity." Hearing her, Seal scratched his head in frustration. "This is also a chance for you to show your leadership skills to your comrades, right?" He sighed and said, "It's easy for you to say, I don't know how to lead." Suddenly, Julia called him, "Seal." She squeezed his shoulder tightly, her voice low. "The knights have been rewarded for their contributions, and that also encourages them to perform better." He stammered in fear. As she spoke, she squeezed his shoulder even tighter. "The feeling of accomplishing something you thought was impossible is a reward in itself. Therefore, you need to give the necessary guidance to your team members." Hearing her words, his mind was no longer normal and began to go blank. Then he suddenly shouted, "Stop. I get it. Please just stop. Your gaze is too scary." Seeing him a little panicked, she gently slid her hand across his shoulder and said softly, "You can do it." Then she looked at him with an affectionate gaze and said, "You and the others can all do it." Feeling her firm resolve, he had no choice but to sigh and say, "We have to do it." After speaking, he smiled faintly. Then, as if he had become a different person, he regained his cheerful and energetic demeanor and said, "So after this is done, will I get a reward?" A reward from His Majesty. At that question, Seal suddenly became melancholic and sighed. Seeing this, she asked, "So what do you want?" At this moment, Neo spoke up, "I will also support the Winter Knights, so there's no need to worry too much." Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but stand up gratefully and say, "You were already our guide, and now you're helping us in this operation. I really don't know how to thank you enough." He replied calmly, "Assisting in combat is also our responsibility." Karat Ginto, sitting to one side, looked at her and thought to himself, "I heard she just came of age this year, yet she already possesses both combat and leadership talent." As he thought, he looked at her and smiled unconsciously. The Winter Warriors have also improved by leaps and bounds since summer. She must have trained them very well. At this moment, Alex turned to Karat Ginto, a slightly puzzled look on his face, and whispered in his ear, "You can't keep that icy expression when you're around the goddess, can you?" Karat Ginto asked, not understanding, "What do you mean by that?" Seal also leaned his head over to eavesdrop on their conversation. Alex continued to whisper, "Normally your face is like this, like you're wearing a mask," he said, imitating Karat Ginto's expression. Then he suddenly turned his face away, revealing a gleeful expression, and continued to whisper, "But when you look at the goddess, your facial muscles relax like this." Seeing Alex's exaggerated act, Seal, sitting opposite, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Realizing he had been seen through, Karat Ginto became frightening, his voice angry. "Who would make such a stupid face, you bastard?" He drew out his words. "Ha ha!" A loud burst of laughter erupted. Karat Ginto growled angrily. "Do you want to be buried with those monsters?" Alex said in surprise, Why are you covering my mouth?" The commotion between the two of them was so loud that Julia and Neo in the distance also heard it and turned to look. Seeing their state, both of them couldn't help but feel puzzled. Night at the majestic castle. The sound of clattering footsteps echoed. A person in a black cloak was walking up the stairs. The black cloak completely covered their body. A hand was placed on the wall in front. A mark appeared. This person chanted some spell, and the wall in front of them made a sizzling sound. The person in the black cloak slowly stepped into the secret chamber. A terrifying roar and a piercing screech came from within. A blackbird was in a cage. The cage door slowly opened, making a strange sound. That blackbird flew to the person in the black cloak and perched on their hand. A voice suddenly spoke. "There's not much time left." After speaking, the mysterious person in the black cloak leaned in and whispered something into the blackbird's ear. After whispering, they said, "Go to your master." As soon as the words were spoken, a light flashed in the blackbird's eyes. Then it soared out the window, quickly ascending into the sky. At night, somewhere in the palace, two people were kissing passionately. After they finished kissing, both of their faces were flushed. The man reached out and brushed a maid's hair. He placed his hand on her cheek. She said shyly, "I love you, Your Highness." It was Jeremy. He looked at her and said calmly, "And you're the only one I love." After speaking, he let out a soft hum. At the end, he called out another woman's name, Sarah. This made her extremely uncomfortable, and she glanced at him, her voice unhappy. "It's Angela." Seeing that she seemed unhappy, he moved closer to her. With his arm around her waist, he hugged her, his face closer to hers, and said, "Yes, Angela." His lips moved closer and closer to hers. He said seductively, "I love you." This sentence made her heart flutter a little. Her heart was pounding nonstop. The sound of two people's footsteps echoed from a courtyard. He draped a cloak over her, a sly smile on his face. "Hee," she said shyly. "Oh my, Your Highness." As he walked, he thought, "Father doesn't have much time left either. The throne will naturally pass to my older brother." Thinking of this, the image of a crown appeared, but he needs power to keep it. If I can get my hands on Rosenstein, the sword of the kingdom. The more he thought, the tighter he squeezed her shoulder. I'll have a chance to. His train of thought flowed endlessly. After walking for a while, he narrowed his eyes and said, "I wonder what I should do after she returns from the hunt." Just then, from the distant palace, a purple light flashed, causing him to exclaim in great surprise, "Huh, At this moment, she noticed the unusual look on his face and asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" He seemed a little frightened and said, "Just now, a strange light came from the prince's palace." She asked, confused, a light. He was a little panicked and thought to himself, "Did I see it wrong?" So he changed the subject. "No, it's nothing. Come to my room." After speaking, the two of them walked forward together. Early in the morning, in a certain forest, sunlight shone through the leaves onto each tree trunk. Seal suddenly lifted Ricky up, causing him to shout in surprise, "What's wrong, Seal? You're so light." In the distance, Julia was leaning against a tree watching them, thinking to herself, "This operation is a good opportunity for Seal." She continued to think, someone who has never cooperated with anyone in battle. As a vice commander of the entire corps, she looked towards Seal, who was still smiling very happily. She looked at him and thought again. He must learn to cooperate and lead. Suddenly a thought flashed, but she frowned helplessly and said, "I'm a little worried because the number of monsters has increased at an astonishing rate in just half a day." At this point, she sighed, then said, "I'm not sure if they'll be okay." She began to approach them. As she walked, she thought, "I will command this time, and the specific tasks will be assigned to Seal." Before she could finish her thought, she was interrupted by a sentence. "You seem a little hesitant." It was Karat Ginto who spoke. He approached her and asked, "Are you worried about them?" She was surprised by his question. Her gaze was a little evasive at this moment, and she said, "About that." She looked at them, then said, "They have worked very hard for this day." He also looked at them, then comforted her. "Everyone has improved a lot." Hearing this sentence, her mood also lightened. She looked at him and smiled faintly. She clenched her fists, made up her mind, and said, "I was overthinking it." Her face showed clear determination as she continued, "Seal and everyone will do very well." He looked at her, smiling nonstop. "A call. Let's go." "Sir Karat." Seal now stood before everyone, holding a dry branch and pointing at the map, saying, "We will conduct a battle in the nearest area C." He used the branch to point at the marked position on the map and said, "I will lure those monsters, helping the Black Line squad to quickly sneak into Area B." He continued, "It's estimated there will be over 100 monsters." At this point, the knights below were a little scared, sweat beading on everyone's faces. Seal continued, "But if the mage dies, the monsters will lose their power." He continued to point at the location of Area C and said, "I will lead the way to find the mages and eliminate them. If there's a signal, move in the opposite direction." After speaking, he instructed his members, "Everyone try to hold out until I arrive. I'll give you a few tips to defeat the monsters. Don't get hurt." The knights below said in unison, "Yes, is that all?" He cheerfully gave a thumbs up and said, "No problem. Haven't you all gone through rigorous swordsmanship training? So if you know a few little tricks, you can definitely do it." Hearing this, the people below all looked awkward. "Doesn't that only apply to you, sir? That's not reassuring at all. Can this be trusted? Can't we do it?" Hearing that question, everyone's spirits were lifted again, and they shouted loudly, "We can do it." He said happily, "Good, let's do it that way." In the village, everyone began to take action. Monster blood splattered everywhere. The dry branches were also set on fire. Cyan shouted to Ronan, "Ronan, I'm throwing the torch. Get out of the way." With that, Cyan threw the torch forward. The torch hit the monster on the head. A blond man said, "These things, even if we kill them, they'll just keep appearing." At this moment, Cyan encouraged, "There are many more in other places. Stop complaining." Someone said tearfully, "This is insane." Seal brandished his burning wooden sword and charged towards the turtle-shaped monster, saying, "These two monsters." His blood-stained feet rushed forward. After killing it, Seal sighed wearily and said, "How many mages are there here, anyway?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Sir Seal." Neo, sitting on a branch behind him, said, "I've found the mage's location." Seal turned around in surprise. Neo continued, "Hurry up. Those mages are reviving the monsters." A monster mage was casting a spell at the base of a certain tree. Neo continued, "There's one behind that big tree in the center." The voice continued to come. "Another one is on the watchtower at the 10 o'clock direction, and one more is in the temple at the 12 o'clock direction." Neo said as he pointed. At this moment, an image of a group of terrifying mages appeared. In addition, there are two more among the monsters in the 7 o'clock direction. Neo was no longer on the tree. He jumped down, running like the wind, and said as he ran, "I'm going to support the other members now. We must first deal with the mages mixed in with the monsters." Seal also rushed into battle. "Okay, thank a lot." Monster blood covered the ground. At this time, Julia's side was also surrounded by monsters. She used the sword in her hand to cut them down while shouting, "The monsters have already flooded this area." On the other side, Karat Ginto was also fighting monsters. At this moment, he turned and said to her, "Julia, listen carefully. Lure those monsters, run behind me." She obeyed, replying loudly, "Understood." Then she lured the monsters to run after him. As she ran past, he swung his sword with great force, and the monsters all disappeared. After running over, she was out of breath. Suddenly, as the two were talking, a pair of eyes was staring at them. She said, "These monsters are really big." He sheathed his sword and said, "Now let's go up." The man in the black cloak had been watching them the whole time. He stood behind a crystal ball and said, "It seems you are all enjoying the party I prepared for you." After speaking, he reached out and touched the crystal ball, and a giant monster appeared. He asked, "Well, how about this?" The sky was clear. The strong wind howled. One of them suddenly shouted, "What is that?" A scream full of danger. Luckily, someone helped him kill the monster. Ginge angrily shouted at him, "Don't get distracted during a fight." He was still shaken, trembling as he said, "Thank you." The sound of horse hooves approached. A voice echoed from above, "Hurry up, the sun is about to set." Boom! They began to speed up. Cien had killed their beast mage. It fell under his blade. He said calmly, "The last one." He suddenly placed his hand on his sword hilt, saying, "But," he said with some confusion, "could that wind be?" Just as Cien was wondering about that strange wind, a giant monster appeared in Area A. It destroyed everything in its path. The sound grew louder. The beast roared as it chased Julia. While fleeing, Julia ran into Karothginter. She was about to run to him when she was hit by the pursuing monster. The two were simultaneously attacked by a surprise dragon. At this moment, she thought to herself, "Sir Karoth, is he all right?" So she turned around, raised her sword high, and let out a loud cry. "Ah!" The dragon dodged her attack and soared high into the air. Its giant wings beat powerfully. Suddenly, a chain flew out, wrapping tightly around the dragon's leg. Then its entire body was bound by chains. Attacked by surprise, it could only roar. It was Karothginter who had bound it with chains. She shouted towards him. Sir Karoth had used up too much energy just now and was a little tired as he landed, panting. Before he could rest, the chain broke. The dragon took the opportunity to close in. It spat a fireball from its mouth towards them. The sword in his hand emitted a purple light. He turned to ask her, "Are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine. What about you?" He smiled and looked at her. He didn't answer her question, instead asking, "Are you still worried about me now?" Hearing him ask that, she scratched her head in embarrassment. She said, "I thought we would never see each other again. I didn't expect you to come here in person." Speaking of which, he asked her, "Your forehead." She was startled, touched her forehead and said, "Ah, I wasn't careful and hit a tree branch while running just now, scraped a bit of skin." He looked at her, his eyes seeming to hold a hint of pity, but said nothing. The dragon above was still flapping its wings. It circled with a fireball. She looked up at it and said, "But that thing looks very angry." He also looked up towards it, saying, "It seems it won't give up until it kills us." She remained silent, continuing to watch it. He suddenly turned to ask her, "What do you plan to do?" Faced with this question, her eyes became determined, and she said, "We have to fight." After speaking, she turned to him, approached, and asked, "Hey, Karothginter, do you also think I'm a reckless person?" Faced with her question, he was a little surprised and silent for a long time. Then he looked up at the dragon and said, "If you want to run, I will face it, even if I'm alone." The purple aura was still swirling. "Your question has been answered. Is that all right? Are you satisfied now?" After speaking, she and he ran off to deal with the dragon. She shouted, "Then let's begin." He said to her, "Let me draw the beast's attention. You take the chance to attack its eyes." She turned her head and shouted, "Understood." With a sky-shattering clang, he had driven his sword deep into the ground. A purple force erupted, sending the dragon flying. He thought to himself, "I have to draw the beast's attention so it doesn't notice Julia approaching." The beast roared in anger. Seeing that he had caught its eye, he thought, "That's right, look at me." With a loud explosion, he and the beast engaged in a fierce battle. The beast continuously spat fire at him, giving him no chance to counterattack. Julia ran towards the beast from behind. As she ran, she thought, "Almost there." Taking this opportunity, she leaped high and slashed down hard. She thought, "I did it." Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of her. He started running towards the beast. Several blue swords flew straight into the beast's eyes, causing it to scream in pain. He leaped high, swinging his sword at its body, making it roar in agony. His gaze became sharper. With a slash, its blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding scene returned to normal. He walked up to her and asked, "Are you injured?" She answered him, "I'm fine, what about you?" He looked at her, his eyes still unable to hide his joy, and said, "As you can see, I'm still here." She seemed relieved and said, "You look so calm. Are you even human?" Speaking of which, she recalled the scene of killing the dragon, then asked him, "Did you see a very strange collar on the dragon's neck earlier?" He said, "Yes, it was a magic collar used for control." She placed her hand on her chin, thoughtfully saying, "It seems it was being controlled by someone. Could it be the same person who created those monsters?" He looked at her and said, "It's possible, but we can't be sure of anything." He continued, "The monsters and the dragon, they were all only targeting you." Hearing him say that, she let out an ah. She began to ponder, her expression unhappy as she said, "So it wasn't my imagination. Who on earth is behind this?" He sheathed his sword and said, "The subjugation is over. Let's head back to the village first." The man in the black cloak standing behind the crystal ball was grinding his teeth in anger because his plan had failed. He angrily swung his arm and threw the crystal ball hard onto the ground, cursing, "Damn it." The crystal ball hit the ground and shattered into many pieces. He stomped his foot in anger and left. He angrily gritted his teeth and thought, Karoth Ginter. He continued to think, if that guy is with Rosentine, everything will be ruined. He sat down on a chair, deep in thought. Karoth Ginter and Julia passed through the bustling crowd and returned to the base. Cien saw the two at the door and shouted, "Commander." As soon as she stepped through the door, she asked, "Ah, Sir Cien, how did the subjugation go?" Cien saw Julia covered in monster blood and asked worriedly, "Where did you go? Was that monster just now a dragon? I didn't see you in Area A. I thought you had escaped. Why do you look so miserable?" She was shaken hard. With a splutter, she angrily covered her ears while explaining, "I was just startled by the dragon's attack. Luckily, Sir Karoth helped me." Cien got a knock on the head. He asked in surprise, "What was that for?" Alex walked out from inside. "You've returned, Commander." Commander Karoth Ginter immediately asked, "How was the subjugation in Area B?" He reported, "We've cleared it all out, just like Area C of the Winter Nights." He asked curiously, "But was there really a dragon? Could you please explain the situation to me, sir?" Commander Karoth Ginter, busy undoing his belt, replied, "I killed it." Alex couldn't believe it. A dragon. That kind of mythical creature. "You must be joking, sir." Karoth Ginter took off his blood-stained coat and said, "It was controlled by dark magic. If we had left it alone, the village would have been attacked." Alex followed behind him, saying, "Stop lying. What kind of mage can control a dragon?" He criticized Alex. "You're really talkative today." He flinched. Alex pouted, fuming with anger, but still concerned for his commander. "I've told them to boil hot water. You should go take a bath quickly." He chuckled lightly. "I thought you had some good intentions." Karoth Ginter threw the clothes he had just taken off to Alex, ordering, "Wash them for me." He picked them up and looked at them with disgust. All this blood. The sound of trickling water. Julia soaked in the bathtub, thinking to herself, "I was helped by him again today." She scooped up some water, lost in thought. In the past, he and I never said a word to each other, so I thought he was a rude and cold person. Julia watched the water run through her fingers. It turns out he's a very caring person. From outside, Cien's voice called out, "Commander, I brought your clothes. I'll leave them at the door." She stepped out of the bathtub. Night fell. All the knights in the order became lively. A red-haired man among them shouted, "You did well, Vice Commander." As for Cien's reaction, it goes without saying. He even perked up his ears to hear those flatteries. "We defeated the monsters, all thanks to the Vice Commander. You're the best. So majestic." Cien suddenly noticed something. It turned out Julia had finished changing and was coming down the stairs. He shouted, "Commander, you're here." Everyone downstairs also looked up and started talking. "What's with that outfit? It looks really good on her." She smiled and said, "Don't mind me. Everyone please continue your meal." Julia sat down at the dining table. The other girl brought a tray of food and placed a mug of beer on the table. "I really didn't expect you all to be able to defeat all those monsters. I'm so amazed." The girl joyfully announced, what perfect timing. Our village is having its harvest festival today. All you knights are invited to join after your meal. The festival in our village is very lively." As soon as Cien heard this, he became curious about the location. So could you tell us where it's being held?" The girl immediately agreed. Of course, she remembered the harvest festival from her past life again. Before she was cursed, she used to go there with Judy. Julia thought as she lifted the beer mug to drink. That place is crowded and noisy. Should I just stay at the inn? Cien stared intently. Suddenly, he spoke up. This outfit suits you very well, Commander. He scooted over and sat down next to Julia, talking nonstop. This is the village's traditional attire. You have to wear it. This is also part of the experience of this trip. He glanced at Julia. I'm also very lucky to have the chance to participate in the festival. Don't you think it's much more interesting here than the boring capital? But Julia's mind was only on work. She had clearly defined the purpose of this trip. Sir Cien must like adventures. But we didn't come here for an adventure this time. He chuckled, asking for her opinion. You think so? You have to return to the capital tomorrow. You should go to the festival and have fun, Commander. She asked doubtfully, what about you? Cien replied, I will supervise the other knights. That sounds much more interesting. She sighed. You're so mean. When you see that lively and peaceful scene, your mood will get better. He immediately put on a sulky face. What did you say? Flags were wrapped around the lampposts. Fireworks bloomed in the sky right before Julia's eyes. There were also people performing a play for everyone to see. The food was delicious. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. Cien's voice rang out again. When you see that lively and peaceful scene, your mood will get better. Seeing everyone like this, she also got swept up and her mood brightened considerably. I think I understand why Sir Cien said the capital is boring. Hrothgar was also there. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a statue. When she saw Hrothgar standing there, she stopped in her tracks. Julia asked in surprise, Hrothgar, what are you doing here? Alex dragged me here. He opened his eyes and replied, Alex dragged me here. When the fireworks went off, Alex and his golden-furred dog ran out to watch. Then they ran off to look at the antiques on display. After that, they went to admire the flowers and plants. His eyes lit up, full of curiosity for everything. She burst out laughing. It's because we don't often get to see these things. Everyone looks so happy. Hrothgar smiled in agreement. That's right. Julia was about to say something. But Hrothgar also spoke at the same time as her. She said shyly, you go first. He hesitated slightly. Well then, I know this might sound a bit sudden, but suddenly, the older sister from the inn appeared again, leading a small child. So you two are here. Don't just stand there, come and dance. She cheerfully pulled Julia's hand. She tried to stop her. Wait. The child also ran over to urge Hrothgar. You come too. In an instant, she was lost in the middle of the crowd. Eventually, she was pulled into a conversation with some young girls. Julia frowned. In a flash, I got lost in the crowd. He walked over. Then he bowed and invited her to dance, and Julia accepted. She glanced at Hrothgar, asking curiously, so what were you going to say earlier? Julia placed her hand on Hrothgar's. He muttered reluctantly, you're really something. But he still said what he wanted to say earlier. Julia, do you really like the prince? She was a little surprised. You believe that rumor too? I didn't expect you to ask this. The wind blew through Julia's white hair. Her heart felt much lighter. But I'm glad you asked before misunderstanding me. She expressed her feelings. A nearby couple looked at them with amusement. Oh my goodness. Hrothgar thought to himself, she really doesn't like His Highness the Prince. As soon as he said that, he regretted it. What the hell am I even saying, my God? He looked at her with an earnest gaze. I slipped up and said something stupid. Suddenly, Julia hesitated for a moment. Then her eyes became determined, and she said, I like strong men like you. Hrothgar was stunned. He didn't understand why, but after hearing those words, his heart felt strangely relieved. I don't know why, but after hearing those words, I feel so at ease, he thought to himself. Only then did she realize she had misspoken. She quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't mean anything else by it. It's just that, unless the other person is a strong person, I won't pay them any mind. Have you cleared up the misunderstanding about me liking His Highness the Prince? She asked quietly, anxiously. The next morning, at Hrothgar's office, he was extremely troubled by what happened last night. Our commander's eyes have dark circles like a panda's. He felt so ashamed. Alex walked by and asked, Commander, what are you worried about, sir? He said coldly, if I have a problem, can you solve it for me? Alex replied naively, yes, if it's within my ability, sir. Hrothgar's scrutinizing gaze looked Alex up and down. He turned his face away, and Alex was startled. He immediately flared up. What's with that expression and look honestly? Are you looking down on me? Hrothgar didn't answer, but ordered, Alex, go write the report. In a luxurious room, the queen was leisurely drinking tea with her son. Jeremy stared at the box on the table. His mother told him to open it. Obeying his mother, he opened the box. What is this? The queen put down her teacup and explained. This is a love potion used to enchant the other person. This was created by a greedy and eccentric alchemist. He is the top alchemist in the kingdom, so there's no need to doubt it. The ingredients to make this are all rare and expensive items, so even a genius swordsman will be affected. On your birthday, use this on the young lady of the Rosentine house. The box contained a few pills, and Jeremy was still a bit dazed. Use a magic potion. He glanced at his mother. Mother, you don't believe in my abilities. The queen put down her teacup. Jeremy, we don't have any more time. A smile formed at the corner of her lips. This will make it easier for you to achieve your goal. The queen listed the plan she had prepared. Leave the matter of winning over the neutral nobles to me. You just need to focus on winning that girl. Use the Rosentine family as a shield to defeat the crown prince. You will become the crown prince. Jeremy smiled and said, Yes, mother, I understand. On the other hand, Julia was troubled by the recent rumors. It was rumored that the prince will send her an engagement letter after she returns from the battlefield. She frowned. I don't know how to deal with this rumor. Julia's hands clenched into fists. There's no doubt this has become a topic of gossip among the nobility. Exhausted, she slumped onto her desk. Even though this is her second life, everything is still the same. How sad. Her expression became serious. What if Sir Karath believes those rumors are true? A voice rang out. Why would he think that? She opened her eyes wide. Julia immediately stood up and scolded. Sien, why did you enter my room without knocking? He was startled and said, I did knock, I even announced myself. Sien handed over an envelope. This is the campaign report. She sighed. Thank you for your hard work. Just leave it there. He stepped closer, looking at his commander with concern. You don't look very well. Sien put his hands on his hips and smirked. Ah, aren't there rumors going around outside that the two of us have become a couple, me and the commander? If the commander has a lover, His Highness the Prince will give up, right? Julia felt that things weren't that simple. His Highness the Prince often doesn't just stop there. He burst out laughing. He leaned in close, whispering in Julia's ear. That's right, that Highness is also a bit of a pervert. Wants to possess all the beautiful women in the kingdom. Because he's so immature, he's not cute at all. She silently took the envelope. Sien crossed his arms and said cheerfully, Anyway, do you have a way to quell those rumors, sir? She replied helplessly, But if I want a lover, I need to have someone first. Stop talking nonsense and go train the knights. Sien flashed a bright smile and suggested to Julia, Haha, if the commander wants, I can help. She was astonished. What did you say? Sien slicked back his hair and replied with a confident look, I mean, I can pretend to be your lover. But in response, he received a look of disgust from Julia. Her face was full of contempt. Sien didn't give up. He winked at her, acting cute. How about it? Isn't this an interesting idea? She angrily pushed him away. Get out and train for me. Sien still wanted to try. You don't want a commander. It's just pretending, just a pretend lover. Julia decisively kicked him out. I don't want to. Get out. Sien looked like a kitten abandoned by its owner. She slammed the door shut. He felt hurt. I just wanted to help. Julia cursed under her breath in anger. Why does that guy have time for these kinds of jokes, honestly? Then she sighed again, looking up at the ceiling. If it's a matter of love, I wonder if I should ask Sir Karath for help. Julia froze. What? She crouched down, clutching her head and screaming, Ah, am I crazy? Why did I suddenly think of him? At the same time, at the residence of Prince Leonhardt, he asked curiously, Is Jeremy still pursuing Julia? Lucas, standing beside him, replied, Yes, I heard so. It seems he intends to discuss marriage with the Rosentine family. A cup of hot tea was placed in front of him. Leonhardt asked for his opinion. Do you think he has a chance? That woman wouldn't even swear allegiance to me. Lucas voiced his thoughts. He intends to use the Rosentine family to hinder you. He burst out laughing. Leonhardt frowned, speechless, the same as always. He's still the same, with no foresight at all. He snapped his fingers, pointing at Lucas and ordering, Lucas, secretly send someone to Jeremy's upcoming birthday party. That guy is definitely planning something. Lucas was doubtful. Planning. Leonhardt knew his younger brother too well. I don't know what he's planning, but he is the type who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Lucas replied, I understand. Leonhardt crossed his arms, smiling smugly. With that personality of his, he'll bring disaster upon himself sooner or later. In the main hall of the Rosentine ducal estate, Karath Ginner walked over and called, Lady Julia, may I speak with you for a moment? She nodded slightly in agreement. All right, Karath Ginner said, then let's go for a walk outside. So the two of them went out to the garden. the sound of rustling footsteps. He repeated her words from yesterday. You said you like strong men like me. Julia was startled. Her cheeks flushed red. She pleaded shyly, Sir Karath, please forget about that. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand my meaning because of my strange words. He smiled and said, if you like strong men. He looked at Julia, implying, I think, maybe I have a chance too. Karath Ginter stopped walking. This is where we first met. The sound of the wind rustled past them. In front of them was the tower in the middle of the lake. The sky was full of stars, and fireflies flew over the grass. Karath Ginter spoke. Back then, you were a very special girl. His eyes were fixed on Julia. It made it impossible for me to forget. He thought for a moment, then said slowly, but now I'm not good at this kind of thing at all. Karath Ginter gathered all his courage. But I like you. Julia was stunned. What did you say? He avoided her gaze. Julia anxiously asked if he was being serious. He nodded, his cheeks also flushing red. You think I'm lying? Julia hesitated. She looked away in confusion. To be honest, I don't quite believe it. After all, what is it about me that you like? Karath Ginter pondered. Seeing him hesitate like that, Julia couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is it because of my family? Or is it because of my appearance after breaking the curse? In that case, Karath Ginter is not a simple person. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, so what is the reason? He answered briefly and clearly, because you're extremely cool. Julia was stunned. What? The lesson learned is never overthink in front of Karath Ginter. Under the moonlight, he confessed, I like your strong personality, your vibrant smile. He closed his eyes and continued, and the aura that makes others happy. Julia was speechless. She covered her face with her hands in embarrassment. Wait, you can stop now. Despite her protests, Karath Ginter continued, and also the way you express your feelings so honestly. She spoke up. Julia scratched her head and asked in a small voice, if I were ugly, would you still like me? He looked at her intently, then stepped forward. I don't understand what you mean. Karath Ginter took her small hand and said sincerely, but even if your appearance changes, it doesn't mean your personality will change too. Her heart pounded. Those words had probably moved her. Although I don't know if it's true, why do I feel so reassured? She remembered again the people who had hurt her in her past life. Because he said the words I wanted to hear right when I was trying to break the curse. If it weren't for that, could it be just because the other person is Karath Ginter? He asked seriously, do you hate me? She shyly avoided the question. Has my personality always been like this? Julia was too embarrassed, so she ran away, but still answered the question, no. Her ears were bright red with embarrassment. Please give me some more time to think. He quietly watched her, then agreed with Julia. All right, however long it takes. After returning to his room that night, Karath Ginter tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and kept counting sheep. 5,321 sheep, 5,322 sheep, 5,323 sheep, 5,324 sheep. On the treetops, sparrows chirped in the fresh air. Julia sat dazedly on her bed, murmuring, I didn't sleep a single minute. Her face was pale, her eyes had dark circles, and she didn't look very well. She recalled the scene of Karath Ginter confessing to her that night. He held her hand and said, but even if your appearance changes, it doesn't mean your personality will change too. She kept thinking about this over and over, unable to get a wink of sleep. He's the first person to say such words to me, she thought to herself. She continued to be lost in thought, tightening her grip on the corner of the blanket the more she thought. That man really likes me. She recalled every moment from before. This was completely different from the prince's lies. She recalled every moment related to Karath Ginter, the time she sat on the rocks drinking, or the time she sadly confided in him. Sir Karath, from what I've seen so far, is an honest man, she thought. She suddenly bent down and hugged her knees. Why is my heart beating so fast, she thought. Just then, a maid's voice suddenly called out, addressing her as my lady. Good morning, may I come in? Come in. Judy brought in a teapot and placed it on the table. She was humming a song. Hee. She cheerfully picked up a comb and said to Julia, which ribbon will my lady like to use for her hair today? In her cheerful mood, she suddenly noticed the dark circles under Julia's eyes and exclaimed, my lady, the dark circles under your eyes. Julia, still not fully awake, asked what? Judy walked to her bedside and asked, is it because of the rumors between you and His Highness that you've ended up like this? Julia sat on the bed, lowered her head, and said, yes. The maid growled in anger. Then she suddenly shouted, punching and kicking the air. If he weren't the prince, I would have given him a piece of my mind. How dare he treat my lady like that? Julia said, calm down, Judy. Judy sighed and replied, because I'm so angry. Sunlight streamed through the arched roof. Jeremy trailed after her. He said, "Lady Julia, have you received my birthday invitation?" Julia replied impatiently. She tried to keep her distance from him, but he kept following her. He asked, "So, would you like to have a meal with me?" She flatly refused. "Your Highness, I have to go to training now." Even though she had bluntly refused, he persisted. "You should resolve the matter between us first, then go to training." Julia's anger reached its peak. "Us. You're giving me goosebumps." This time, she was determined to avoid him. She turned around. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Just then, Karat Gintu was passing by and overheard. Jeremy put on a charming act. "Well then, may I come to your training ground to watch?" Hearing this suggestion, Julia shuddered again. At this moment, Karat Gintu spoke up. "Lady Julia." Hearing him call her name, she turned around joyfully, as if grasping a lifeline. In her eyes, he was shining brightly. She said, "You're here, Karat Gintu." He stepped forward, cutting off Jeremy, which made him furious. Julia said to Karat Gintu, "Perfect timing. I have something to talk to you about." Karat Gintu replied, "Really?" Seeing the two of them talking happily, Jeremy became even more annoyed. To get attention, he approached from behind Karat Gintu and said, "It seems you don't see me." Karat Gintu replied with a deadpan expression, "Oh." Then Karat Gintu pretended to have just noticed Jeremy was also there. "You're here too, Your Highness," he said in a less than friendly tone. "Now that greetings are over, you may leave." He said to Jeremy, "Julia is talking to me." Seeing the two of them talk, she seemed very curious. Jeremy glanced at her curiously. She also looked at Karat Gintu, and they both looked at each other with confusion. Then Jeremy turned to Karat Gintu, and Karat Gintu also turned his body, blocking him from looking at her. Jeremy said irritably, "What are you doing? Move aside." Jeremy wanted to get closer to her, but was blocked by Karat Gintu. Karat Gintu said, "Excuse us, we'll be leaving first." After saying that, she and Karat Gintu left together. Before leaving, Karat Gintu glanced back and made a sarcastic remark. "The knight is quite busy, isn't he?" Hearing this, Jeremy asked, "What?" Then he watched their backs as they left together, thinking irritably, they're just leaving like that. At another palace, she and Karat Gintu were sitting by a fountain. Karat Gintu asked her, "About yesterday, what have you been thinking?" Faced with his question, she stammered that. She said seriously, "Actually, I'm still not quite sure what my feelings for you are." At this point, she stood up, intending to leave, but a gust of wind blew past, making her soft hair fly. She said, "When I'm with you, I really want to know what that feeling is." Karat Gintu looked at her, listening to her words. Suddenly, she knelt down. She held out a hand and said, "For this very reason, Sir Karat," she said radiantly, "please go out with me." Hearing her say that, Karat Gintu was a little stunned. His expression seemed to say, "Didn't I already confess yesterday?" Laughter echoed in the palace. "Ha ha ha," he said cheerfully. "Just as I expected, you truly are an interesting woman." After speaking, he stood up, took her hand and said, I accept." The two of them just looked at each other intently. She suddenly said, "But, Sir Karat." Seeing her hesitate, Karat Gintu asked, "What is it?" She said, "Are you all right? Your ears are all red." Hearing her ask about his ears, Karat Gintu's face flushed. He scratched his head shyly and said, "It's nothing." She said cheerfully again, "Your cheeks are red too." The knight's training ground. Sien asked her, "Commander, where did you just go?" She walked over and said, "I just want to see Sir Karat for a moment." Sien's face immediately darkened, and he asked, "For what?" "Do I need to tell you?" He tightened his grip on the water flask in his hand and said, "If the commander doesn't want to say, then forget it." After saying that, he raised the water flask to drink. She said innocently, "Oh, Sir Karat and I are dating now." Sien, who was drinking water, heard this and spat out a mouthful of water. He pointed at himself agitatedly and said, "Why that man and not me? If it's a matter of status, I can also." She sighed and said, "It's not about status. It's because I like Sir Karat." When Sien heard this, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He shouted, "I have to go find the Duke." She said in annoyance, "Why do you have to bring my father into this, honestly?" Sien clicked his tongue. He thought to himself, "I don't understand why I'm this sad." Sigh, his whole body felt drained, and he said, "Let's go." A few days later, at the prince's birthday party. At the birthday party, Jeremy sprayed himself with a lot of perfume. He thought, today is the day that decides victory or defeat. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp. On the table was a blue pill. He placed his hand beside it, thinking to himself, I already know how to use this. With that thought, he dropped it into a glass of red wine. He said smugly, colorless, odorless, tasteless, so no one will know. He imagined that moment. After drinking it, the person will fall asleep immediately. The moment they wake up, they will fall in love with the first person they see. Saying that, he took off his outer coat and walked towards the bed. Then he sat down on the bed. On the bed, 3 other girls were sleeping. He reached out and stroked the blonde hair of one of the girls. He thought, I've tested its effectiveness many times already. He looked at the girl with a sly expression. He thought, according to my mother's instructions, to destroy all evidence, it's best to keep only one pill and destroy the rest. Suddenly, a sound was heard. The girl woke up. She sat on his lap and said, Happy birthday, Your Highness. He lowered his head, his lips close to hers, and said, Thank you, Emily. He thought, it seems this plan will definitely succeed. The party was in full swing. A large number of people attended. Julia and Kirat Ginto wore matching outfits, looking like a perfect couple. They walked into the ballroom side by side. Among the guests, someone said, Look, the 2 of them are together. What's going on? That's right, the young lady of the Rosentain house. Their whispers made Kirat Gintu a little unhappy. He turned, put his arm around her shoulder, and said, It's best if I stay by your side for the whole party today. Hearing him say that, she was a little surprised and said, all right, but she turned her head and continued, Kirat Gintu, your face is too close to mine. Julia's father happened to be passing by and said, At this moment, she saw her father. She called out, Father. He said, Julia, you're here. He walked over carrying a glass of fruit juice. Seeing this, Kirat Gintu greeted the Duke. Your Grace, it's been a while. He suddenly asked, I heard from Julia, are you 2 dating? Kirat Gintu said, yes. At this moment, Julia noticed his ears. His ears were slightly red. She said his ears. Pakin continued to ask, I like to have a drink and a chat with Sir Kirat for a while. What do you think? She sighed and asked him, Father, didn't you get dead drunk with Sir Sien last time? You should pay more attention to your health. Hearing her mention Sien, Kirat Gintu turned his head and said, Sir Sien. He said thoughtfully, any time is fine. She cried out in alarm, Kirat Gintu. Her father walked over, patted Kirat Gintu's shoulder, and said, All right, I'll invite you soon. For now, this old man will leave you 2 to enjoy your private time. Watching her father leave, she asked, Is father gone? He replied to her, he was feeling a bit tired. He was originally planning to just say hello and then leave. Above the palace, the surrounding crowd was extremely noisy. Hearing her speak, he covered his ears with his hands. Are you all right? Your ears are red again. He replied, I don't know why, but I get like this whenever I'm with you. She asked with concern, Let me see. She suddenly moved closer to him. The closer she got, the redder his face became. His face bright red. He quickly turned away and said, How long are you going to stare at me? Hearing him say that, she replied, a little embarrassed. Sorry, I just did it unconsciously. With that, they both went inside together. As she walked, she said cheerfully, It seems Sir Kirat has a cute side to him. He said helplessly, What's so cute about it? At this moment, 2 people were talking outside. Leonhardt asked, Look it, how are things going? Look it leaned in close and said, I have placed disguised spies all over the party. Hearing the answer, Leonhardt was very pleased and said, You've worked hard. You truly are my right-hand man. Leonhardt continued, Keep a close watch on what that guy plans to do. As soon as they reached the door, it opened. Jeremy was inside, holding a glass of red wine, and said, I want to thank everyone. Thank you all for coming here to celebrate with me. I have prepared everything carefully. I hope everyone has a great time. As he finished, everyone applauded. They said in unison, Happy birthday, Your Highness. You look wonderful today. Hearing these compliments, he immediately replied, Thank you, everyone. After walking for a while, Kirat Gintu noticed she seemed unusual and asked, What's wrong? She hummed, then said worriedly, Just as I thought, this dress is so inconvenient. I also want to take these shoes off right away. Hearing her say that, he looked at her and said, Speaking of which, you also tore your own dress at the last party. He walked to her side, grabbed the doorknob, and opened it. She said, It's all Sir Sien's fault. When she mentioned him, Kirat Gintu immediately became unhappy and said, Sir Sien again. Why is that guy? As soon as they entered, they saw a very unexpected scene. 2 people were kissing passionately. Seeing this, both of them froze on the spot, unable to move. Afterward, she hurriedly closed the door. She let out a breath and said, Let's go somewhere else, Sir Kirat. He also agreed with her. Yes, let's go somewhere else. Arriving at another place, she panted. She sat down wearily on a chair and said, "I'm so tired." He stood beside her, took off his outer coat, and draped it over her shoulders. He said, "It's getting cold." She said, "Sir Garrod, I'm fine." He walked to the window and said, "I'll go get some water. You just sit here." After saying that, he went outside. As soon as he was out the door, he passed by Jeremy. Jeremy saw an opportunity and said to a maidservant, "Try to keep that black-haired guy busy." After speaking, he walked towards the room she was in. As he entered, he said, "So there's a place like this." She unhappily pulled her coat tighter and said, "Is something the matter?" He smiled slyly and said, "I wanted to see you." With that, he handed her a glass of red wine and said, "Here, let's have a toast." She said, "Thank you, Your Highness." As soon as she took the glass, she thought uneasily, "This is so embarrassing. I should have gone home with my father earlier." He turned to face the window and said, "The moon is beautiful tonight." Without any suspicion, she raised the glass and drank it all in one go. Seeing her drink it all, he looked at her with a sly gaze. After drinking, beads of sweat began to form on her face. Seeing this, he pretended to be concerned and asked, "It seems you're not enjoying the party very much." She thought to herself, "Why do I suddenly feel so unwell?" He continued to ask, "Even this party that I prepared." She looked at him, the scene before her becoming blurry. She said, "That's not it, Your Highness." He sneered and said, "Well, that's good then." She thought to herself, "I have to get out of here immediately." So she immediately stood up. She stood up and said, "Your Highness, I must take my leave now." But she was unsteady on her feet, swaying a little. He quickly moved forward to support her, asking, "What's suddenly wrong?" Then he supported her and said, "My goodness, you must be careful. I'll help you." Because of the drug, her body became limp and she couldn't move. He carried her out to the balcony outside, then threw the wine glass down. The glass shattered into many pieces on the ground. He looked at her, a sly smile on his face. Then he carried her through the corridor. A gentle breeze blew through the corridor. Karat Ginda went to the area with cakes and drinks. As soon as he arrived, he met a green-haired maid and another young servant girl standing in front of her. The girl had accidentally spilled a drink on him. The other servant quickly explained, to keep the girl from being blamed, "I'm sorry, Sir Knight. This child was in a hurry and tripped by accident." The little girl said with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry, sir." He showed no reaction, quietly listening to their explanation. "We'll clean it up right away. Please forgive us." The child, out of fear, couldn't stop sobbing. He gently knelt down and said, "I'm fine. Don't cry. I don't blame you." At this moment, he thought impatiently, "Julia must be waiting for me." Suddenly, it began to snow outside. The air grew cold, leaving everyone present extremely surprised and confused. Everyone screamed in fear. "Is the ground shaking? It's snow. It's snowing. Oh my God, the gods are angry with us." Hearing the word snow, he suddenly thought of something, a worried expression on his face. He thought, "This is snow created by magic." So he shot to his feet. The little girl beside him also cried out in surprise, "Sir Knight." He rushed towards the door. Outside, the cold air mixed with the falling snowflakes, and the entire palace seemed to be frozen. He went to the frozen door. Karat Ginda placed his hand on the doorknob, thinking to himself, "Here, it's definitely here." He could feel Julia's presence. He tried to turn the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. He said coldly, "Just as I thought, it's locked." With that, he used all his strength and decisively broke the doorknob. He slowly lifted his foot and kicked the frozen door. The door was kicked open by him. As soon as the door opened, the indescribably horrific scene before him left him speechless. He saw her floating in midair. He shouted to her, "Julia!" He panted, white mist coming from his mouth, and ran towards her. As he ran, he called out loudly, trying to wake her. "Wake up, Julia!" As he got closer to her, he discovered Jeremy lying unconscious below. He thought in confusion, "Why is the prince here?" The man's face was already pale. He thought worriedly, "If this continues, his life will be in danger." With that thought, he picked her up and walked out. As he passed by Jeremy, he casually kicked him aside. He kicked him near the doorway, where people often passed. He even had the kind thought that someone would surely discover him that way. He carried her, walking with a heart full of worry. As he walked, he thought, "Before more damage is done, I must first find a deserted place to stop the leaking magic." At this time, at Cien's location, he was sitting by the lake when his sister, Luciella, rushed over and said, "Brother, it seems the commander of the Winter Knights and the commander of the Black Lion Knights are dating." He pretended to look at his sister nonchalantly and said, "How did the little one find me, Luciella? Even at a party, you need an adult with you to go outside." He tried to change the subject, looked, not answering the question, but the little girl didn't let it go, continuing, "Are those two really dating?" Faced with his sister's hurt expression, he could only say vaguely, "Well, how should I put it?" Luciella continued, "You like the female commander too, but why is it the commander of the Black Lion Knights?" Having hit a nerve, he said, a little embarrassed, "My little princess, why are you?" Then he stopped and explained to the girl, "The commander is just the commander, just like my sister. Even so, the sister I cherish the most is still this Luciella." Hearing his explanation, the little girl was so angry she was fuming and shouted, "You're an idiot. Why don't you confess to her?" Being scolded by his sister, he was a little unhappy and said, "Who said I didn't?" The little girl sadly lowered her head and said, "Every time I mention the commander, you look so happy." 1 second she was like that, the next she became irritable. She frustratedly tousled her hair, making him, standing behind her, stare blankly. Unwilling to give up, the little girl approached him and pulled his hair hard. She shouted angrily, "You like her? You idiot. Don't underestimate a woman's intuition." He was driven mad by her pulling and cried out in pain. He tried to explain to the girl, "Luciella, you've misunderstood." The girl, who had just been angry, was now surprised by the weather before her. "What? Brother, it's snowing," he said in confusion. "Snow?" The little girl shivered from the sudden cold. "It's so cold." He slowly took off his outer coat and gave it to her. While taking off his coat, he thought to himself, "No, this isn't ordinary snow." After taking off his coat, he said to the girl, "Luciella, go back to the mansion with the Grand Duke." The girl asked him, trembling, "What about you?" He quickly turned and said, "I have something to do." Outside the forest, the snow fell heavily, covering the mansion and the entire forest. In a clearing, a voice called out to Julia. It was Kirat Gintu. He had taken her to a secluded place. He tried to use his magic to suppress her leaking power. "Please wake up." He earnestly begged her to wake up. Despite his efforts, his magic couldn't suppress it. He thought to himself, how could her magic go out of control? The weather was getting colder. He said, "Just as I predicted, dark magic can't stop ice magic." He looked at her, blaming himself. If I hadn't left at that moment. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the nearby bushes, attracting his attention. He shouted in that direction, "Who's there?" Cien then stepped out from within. He scratched his head and said, "Phew, I've been looking everywhere. You two are really hard to deal with." Kirat Gintu said, somewhat surprised, "Cien?" He cheerfully asked Kirat Gintu, "You know my name. You don't seem like the type to care about others." Seeing that Kirat Gintu was still using dark magic to suppress her leaking magic, he said cheerfully, "The one lying there." At this point, he stepped forward to help, saying, "Please move aside a little. My magic and the commander's magic are compatible. It should have an effect." He knelt beside her, looked at her, and said, "But why is our commander lying here with her magic out of control?" In the middle of the snowstorm, the fire beside them flared up, and Kirat Gintu said, "I don't know. I only know that the prince was lying next to Julia at the time." Cien continued to use fire magic to help her suppress it, but as soon as he heard the prince's name, he said unhappily, "It's that Jeremy again." Kirat Gintu said in surprise, "You're being too casual with how you address His Highness the Prince." He laughed awkwardly and said, "Ha ha, don't you also just call him the prince?" Hearing his rebuttal, Kirat Gintu had nothing more to say. The snow finally stopped falling. Cien said, "It seems the commander's condition has improved a lot. The snow has stopped. She has recovered somewhat." He said to Kirat Gintu, "I've done my best. The rest is up to you." At this moment, Kirat Gintu suddenly thanked him, which surprised him a little, that a person like him would also thank others. "You've worked hard, Cien." Kirat Gintu picked her up and said, "I'll take Julia back to the Duke's mansion. You can come back with us too." Cien quickly said, "I'll follow. If I leave like this, I'll be worried sick." Kirat Gintu looked at him silently for a moment, said nothing, then turned and left. As he walked, he said, "As you wish." Cien looked thoughtful at this moment. "I like the commander." He looked at her, thinking about his commander in his heart. Thoughts of her surged like a tide, impossible to stop. He tried to deny his feelings for her. Luciella must have been mistaken, he thought, as he followed the two of them back to the mansion. All three of them had returned to the mansion. A servant cried out in surprise, "Sir Cien, Sir Gintu, what happened?" Kirat Gintu, drenched in sweat, carried the unconscious Julia into the mansion. Kirat Gintu said to everyone, "We'll explain later." Then he hurried straight inside. "Please take us to the bedroom." A maid, Judy, quickly lifted her skirt, turned her head and said, "This way, please." Julia's father came out from inside. He ordered a servant, "Gilbert, call a doctor quickly." The person replied, "Yes." In a magnificent room, the fire in the fireplace crackled, and vases held gently colored flowers. Patcan's gentle voice was heard. Julia is unconscious, and moreover, did she release her magic? She lay on the bed, her sword placed beside her, her clothes also changed. Patcan continued, Julia is emitting fire magic. Karat Ginta responded to his speculation. Yes, Sir Sien has suppressed it, but her condition is still very bad. Patcan placed a hand on Karat Ginta's shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. It's thanks to you that she was saved. Karat Ginta said humbly, it was what I should do. Patcan was a little suspicious, but why did she suddenly release her magic? Sien and Karat Ginta looked at each other in confusion. Finally, Karat Gintu spoke up. Next to the commander was also His Highness the Second Prince. I suspect it might have been caused by His Highness. Karat Gintu said hesitantly. His Highness has been bothering the young lady with all sorts of strange rumors since before the party. This matter might also be. Patcan asked in astonishment, what? His Highness the Second Prince, in the end, halfway through his sentence, he sent the two of them out. You two go outside first. The sword beside her emitted a light, absorbing the magical power. A voice echoed in the room with instructions. Ivan will hold on to Julia's magical power, so we do not need to interfere. Patcan extended his hand and said to the maid Judy and the butler Gilbert, before Julia wakes up, do not let anyone in. The two accepted the order. Yes, your grace. That night, the stars twinkled and moonlight scattered over the royal palace. The queen reached out, caressing her son's cheek. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Jeremy to return in this state. Seeing his dying appearance, her heart grew more uneasy. Even the doctor couldn't save him. What am I to do now? A servant's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, that alchemist Tan has been captured. I will bring him in immediately. The queen clenched her fists, shot up, and opened the door herself. The queen glanced at him, the corner of her mouth lifting into a cold smile. You're finally here. This man with platinum hair and red eyes was none other than the alchemist Tan. Although he was bound, he still loudly reproached, well, long time no see, Your Majesty. The way you invited me here was a bit rude. She slapped him without hesitation. The queen angrily scolded. Jeremy is severely injured because of the side effects of that damn potion you made. How do you intend to take responsibility? The alchemist Tan's cheek was red and swollen from the slap, but he still grinned widely. Side effects. You don't trust me. I am the greatest alchemist in the kingdom. The queen crossed her arms, extremely displeased with his arrogance. You, the greatest. How ridiculous. He suppressed his anger. He said with a smile, how about you let me check on His Highness the Prince's condition? Perhaps I can find the real cause. The queen had no choice but to agree. Follow me. He rubbed his chin in thought for a moment. Then, after observing, he said, His Highness was affected by a strong magical force at close range. He may have been hit by poisonous magic. The queen listened with her hands on her hips, agreeing with his speculation. That's right. That's exactly it. Because the boy gave the potion to that young lady, it ended up like this. He hesitated slightly. He thought to himself, I think that potion was used on a master swordsman. A man. He posed the question, the other person possesses ice-type magic, don't they? Is that right? He placed a hand on his head, racking his brain, his expression a little weary. He said helplessly, this is my fault. I should have said so sooner. The alchemist Tan analyzed. If this potion comes into contact with ice-type magic, the two will conflict. The potion probably took effect while simultaneously releasing magical power. He crossed his arms and said, I'm afraid the other person is also struggling between life and death. The side effects of this potion are just as strong as its main effect. She screamed, why didn't you say this sooner? He, in turn, blamed her. Isn't that because you didn't ask me? The queen was astonished. What? Outside, the guards and servants were also eavesdropping. The queen asked worriedly, is there no way to save Jeremy? He replied, there is only one way. The queen was ready to make a deal. As long as her beloved son could be saved, she would accept any condition. If it's money, I can give you however much you want. He scratched his head helplessly and sighed. Money is not the issue. The queen began to panic. Stop stammering and speak. What do you want? He looked displeased and had no choice but to say it plainly. After the treatment, His Highness will gradually recover, but His Highness will no longer be able to have children. The alchemist Tan's words struck her like a bolt from the blue. Tan raised his index finger, explaining eloquently, to gain one thing, one must lose another. His Highness will lose his ability to reproduce in exchange for a healthy life. His Highness is not completely dead yet, so this is the only way. She frowned, looking away uneasily. The doctor was also at a loss. Jeremy's breathing was extremely labored. The queen hesitated. Being unable to have children is a fatal flaw for a man to become the heir to the throne. But she clenched her fists and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you can save Jeremy? If this continues, Jeremy will die." The alchemist Tan adjusted his posture and said, "I can save him unless." During her moment of hesitation, he sneered. "The prince's flame of life is also gradually fading. What do you intend to do now?" 3 days later, one morning at the Rosentine estate, the duke sat beside her, holding her hand tightly in prayer. Julia suddenly moved. He called her name in surprise. "Julia, you're finally awake." She slowly opened her eyes, utterly bewildered. "Father, I was clearly at the party." Before she could finish, he quickly said, "It was Sir Cien and Sir Gwynter who brought you back to the manor after you fainted." She was shocked and immediately sat up. "I fainted." Packen asked doubtfully, "You don't know what happened?" Julia said vaguely. That is, her head throbbed, and the image of Jeremy at the party appeared. Julia tried to remember, but couldn't recall clearly. "But I drank the glass of water the prince gave me, and then I lost consciousness." Hearing his daughter's words, Packen replied, "That's why Sir Cien and Sir Gwynter said what they did. They said that in the lounge where you fainted, His Highness was also there." Julia was stunned. "In the lounge. I was clearly on the balcony." His expression grew heavy. "Perhaps His Highness took you to the lounge after you drank that glass and fainted," he said worriedly. "Confronting the next heir of the Rosentine family, even if it is His Highness the second prince, is a great challenge for our family. If His Highness harms Julia," he dared not imagine the consequences. Pacan unconsciously clenched his fist. "I cannot let things unfold like this." Julia scratched her head shyly. "Cheer up, father. I'm fine now. I feel a bit sluggish, so I want to move around a little." Pacan refused. He still felt uneasy about his daughter's condition. "No, the magical power in your body is not yet completely stable. Rest until your body has fully recovered. During this time, I will handle the Night Order's affairs. I have also sent a letter to the royal family. So from now on, you don't need to worry about the swordsman's team anymore." She wanted to argue further, but was immediately stopped by the Duke. "Julia," he placed a warm hand on his daughter's. "Sometimes you have to rely on your father." Julia said, a little uneasy, "I know, father." He hugged Julia. "My dear daughter, thank you for crossing the line between life and death and waking up safely." Hearing those affectionate words, she also became more obedient. "I am also very grateful to you, father." In a quiet space, Leon Hart's steady voice rang out. "Look it, do you know what Jeremy has done?" Lookit replied as he walked. "There's a recent rumor that the alchemist Tan has entered the capital." Leon Hart sat with his legs crossed and arms folded, asking doubtfully, "What does that have to do with anything?" Lookit replied, "He met with the queen." Leon Hart was surprised. A voice spoke up, "May I come in?" Lookit grabbed the doorknob. Leon Hart frowned in that direction. A figure both familiar and strange bowed in greeting. "It is a great honor to meet you, Your Highness. I am Chun, the prince's guard." Leon Hart was very displeased. "Jeremy's guard? Why is someone like him here?" Lookit said in a low voice. "He was chosen as the prince's man many years ago." Chun added an explanation. "Since we were young, Sir Lookit has treated me very well. Therefore, I have always followed his orders." "The prince's guard, Chun," he said to Lookit, "the highness you serve is my true master." Leon Hart rested his chin on his hand, very pleased with those words. "Well said." Lookit glanced at Chun with a blank expression. "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly report the information about the queen and the prince." Dusk fell. The man considered to be Jeremy's guard was, in fact, the prince's subordinate. He came to Leon Hart's private villa to meet him. Leon Hart interrogated, "Did that alchemist Tan create a potion that makes women fall in love with the prince?" Chun replied, "Yes. That potion conflicted with the girl, thus causing a magical power explosion." Lookit sat to one side, noting down the main points, a little surprised. Chun continued, "His Highness the second prince was affected because he was nearby and his situation was once very critical. After being treated by the alchemist Tan, he miraculously survived." Chun stammered, "But His Highness the prince?" Leon Hart asked curiously, "What about the prince?" Chun covered his mouth, trying to suppress a laugh. "His Highness I'm afraid he can no longer have children. Leonhardt was stunned. Can't have children. In other words, Leonhardt burst out laughing, no longer holding back like Chun. The entire room was filled with Leonhardt's laughter. Even Lookit's lips curled into a smile. Ha ha ha. So this is what became of Jeremy. Leonhardt gloated, mocking his younger brother. How ridiculous. He used to fool around with girls every day. For him to end up like this now, it's just too ridiculous. For Lady Julia to be treated like that, it's truly pitiful. Leonhardt used a chair to stand up, simultaneously telling Lookit, spread a rumor about Jeremy among the nobility. Leonhardt pointed at Lookit, saying excitedly, the rumor should say, the second heir to the throne, Jeremy, can no longer have children. As he walked, Leonhardt asked, where is that person named Tan now? Chun replied, after treating the prince, he left the capital. Leonhardt ordered, bring him here. Chun bowed respectfully. As you command, your highness. The queen's palace, decorated with the most expensive items in the kingdom. In a corner, she was asking a maid, is Jeremy awake yet? The maid answered honestly, yes. But his highness just stares out the window. The queen's eyes widened in horror. Could Jeremy already know? The maid trembled. Impossible, I've kept my mouth shut. She threatened. If you let it slip, I will kill you. The maid was too scared to look directly, my lady. Then the maid's gaze flickered towards something. The queen spoke up. How are you feeling, my son? Jeremy lay listlessly on the sofa. Mother. Waking up after a long sleep, the first thing he said upon seeing his mother was, how is Julia? Hearing her son's question, the queen frowned in annoyance, whom the queen, of course, did not answer, but advised, don't worry about that girl anymore. Just take good care of yourself. Jeremy's expression darkened, so the plan failed this time. She sat down, placing both hands on his shoulders. Her mouth ceaselessly brainwashed Jeremy. If you listen to me, the world will revolve around you again. So, first, just focus on recovering your health. He gripped his own wrist, replying after a moment, yes. The hand on the clock tower pointed to 5:40. In the drawing room of the Rosentine estate, a cup of hot tea sat on the table. It was Lookit who had come, handing him an envelope. The Duke was suspicious. That's right. Why have you come to see me? He pushed the envelope forward and replied, I heard the young lady ran into some trouble at the prince's birthday party. He frowned warily. Where did you hear that? Lookit said, nonchalantly, His Highness the Prince. Whatever happens in the royal palace, there is nothing he does not know. Packen took the envelope, sizing up Lookit. What is his purpose? He replied, His Highness said he wants to help the Rosentine family. Please read this. This document records witness testimonies. He opened it to see a letter inside. Duke Packen was greatly surprised. He prepared this quickly. The content Leonhardt wrote in the letter was, after His Highness the Prince secretly gave instructions to his servant, he approached the young lady of the Rosentine house. After drinking the glass offered by His Highness the Prince, the young lady immediately lost consciousness. He took the unconscious young lady to a lounge. Not long after, along with a flash of light, snow fell. A moment later, the commander of the Black Lion Knights entered the lounge and quickly carried the unconscious young lady out. Finally, Packen understood everything. Is that how it all happened? Duke Packen turned to the next page. Looking at the handwriting on the paper, suspicion arose in his heart. But most of the witnesses, they all belonged to families in His Highness the Prince's faction. The Duke rubbed his chin. Moreover, it happened in a place with few people. Yet so many people claimed to have seen it. Packen didn't dare to fully believe it and asked, Are you sure this isn't a fabrication? Lookit smiled, emphasizing that those words were all true. This document was written at the request of His Highness the Prince, so it cannot be false. Seeing him so resolute, Duke Packen hesitated slightly, and Lookit's expression changed. He picked up the hot teacup and said, in the glass that the prince gave to the young lady, there was a poison from the alchemist Tan. The Duke was shocked. A poison. Lookit spoke of its effect. The effect of that poison is to make the drinker fall into a deep sleep, and after waking up, she will fall in love with the first person she sees. His Highness the Prince, after obtaining the young lady's love, would immediately propose. These words made Duke Packen even more suspicious. How can I believe such words? He lifted his teacup, explaining calmly, I heard these things from a close friend of the prince, someone you also know. Packen carefully examined the letter, pondering Lookit's words. This doesn't seem like a lie, but since this concerns my daughter, I must be careful. Careful. Duke Packen did not immediately deny it, but made an appointment with Lookit. I need to think more, so please come again next time. He agreed. I will await the Duke's wise judgment. The sky quickly darkened. Lamps were lit throughout the estate. Duke Packen's voice rang out. That's what happened. He and Julia were dining together in the dining room. After meeting Lookit, he told his daughter everything. What is your opinion? She was a bit flustered that, even in her simple, everyday clothes, Julia exuded an air of nobility and beauty. Julia thought this matter was not simple. I can't just make a simple judgment, because His Highness the Prince's goal is to eliminate the second prince. The undeniable fact is that the second prince is the culprit. But His Highness the Prince's words are not without reason. He agreed with Julia's analysis. She made a decision. I will go see the prince tomorrow. He raised a hand to stop her. No, I will go. You need a rest. Julia placed a hand on her chest, expressing her determination to her father. Father, I don't want to be used by anyone anymore. Therefore, please listen to me and judge this matter fairly. He sighed, having no choice but to accept. Who can stop you? In return, don't overexert yourself. Julia replied, yes, thank you, father. The next morning, the morning at the prince's villa was as usual. As promised to her father, Julia really did come. Lookit greeted her cheerfully. Please come in. Lady Rosentine, His Highness is waiting for you. She was expressionless, so he knew I would come. Lookit gave a forced smile, saying nothing. Then he turned, speaking coldly. The prince is in the room. Julia was startled. She pursed her lips, a little annoyed. Whether it was before or now, I still feel uncomfortable. A person who specializes in making others uncomfortable. Suddenly, Lookit called out, Lady Rosentine. Julia noticed him, her face darkening. Please don't think of me that way. Julia felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, flustered. Can he read people's minds? Leon Hart was currently happily watering flowers in the greenhouse. A few butterflies even flew near him, truly handsome enough to attract insects. Hearing Lookit's voice, he turned his head. Your Highness, the lady has arrived. He bowed and invited her in. Julia curtsied, her hand on her chest in a salute. It is my honor to be in your Highness's presence. Leon Hart gestured for her to sit. Julia picked up the expensive, high-quality teapot and poured it into a cup. The tea was the color of wine. Leon Hart said softly, this is tea I grew myself. I hope you like it. After serving the prince, she continued to pour tea into her own cup. Julia lifted the teacup to smell it. It was herbal flower tea. The fragrance was rich. She appeared calm on the outside, but inwardly she sighed. It's only just begun, and I'm already tired. As her lips touched the rim of the cup, Julia paused. Leon Hart was looking straight at her. Leon Hart gave a strained laugh. Oh, you had a little incident with a drink recently, so perhaps this makes you a bit uneasy. I apologize. It was due to my lack of consideration. My apologies, Lady Julia. Julia also awkwardly put down her teacup. Ha. Leon Hart decisively took a sip. Julia was stunned. He did that to put Julia at ease. As you can see, there is no poison or any kind of potion inside. You can drink it without worry. However, what she was worried about was that the tea was very hot. No more of these useless acts. She got straight to the point. Your Highness, what was your intention in sending your guard to see my father? Facing a frowning Julia, Leon Hart said, I just wanted to help you. Perhaps you don't have the time to investigate on your own. He observed her in silence. So you think that if I handle it? Julia was startled, her eyes widening. He crossed his legs, readjusting his cheerful mood. Lady Julia, your thoughts are all shown in your expressions and actions. Actually, this sometimes becomes your weakness. It's best to be a little more careful. Being pointed out by someone else, she felt a little unhappy. I will remember your guidance. Leon Hart continued. Besides, I wouldn't be so despicable as to play tricks on a Rosentine family. He said seriously. However, if it were Jeremy, I think he would do something at the birthday party. By the way, I only arranged for guards to be at the door at that time. He lowered his eyes. I didn't expect him to do something so despicable. If I had known, I would have stopped him no matter what. A scene of mourning for his younger brother. Not bad acting, but it didn't seem to fool Julia's eyes. As expected, he wants to use me to eliminate the second prince. He spoke in a tone as if he only wanted to find out the truth. I've heard these words a few times before, which is why I can say them like this. Leon Hart crossed his arms. His Majesty the Emperor is a man of great pride and is well respected. If he knew that his best friend's daughter was treated so poorly, even if the culprit was his own son, the Emperor would absolutely not forgive him. He thought for a moment. No, precisely because it is his son, it is even less forgivable. If you want Jeremy to be punished, I am more than willing to help you. What will you decide, my lady? Julia asked with a serious face. Among the evidence you prepared, is any of it fake? He replied, I didn't expect you to be so direct. No, I swear it is all true. Julia was silent for a moment, then said, before making a decision, I want to think it over more carefully. Leon Hart sighed, leaning back in his chair and complaining, I don't know why you hesitate at my offer of help. Have I done something wrong? Meaning, His Highness the Prince has been acting for nothing this whole time, and you still haven't agreed. Julia just wanted to scold him at that moment, but as the daughter of Duke Rosentine, she smiled and said, why do I hesitate? The corner of Leon Hart's mouth lifted. Let me add one more thing. Jeremy was affected by a strong magical power, so he has become a eunuch. Julia was doubtful. Strong magical power could it be? Before she could finish her sentence, he cut in. That's right. Leon Hart even chuckled with great amusement. He was treated for magical poisoning. She was utterly astonished, a eunuch. He clasped his hands together, looking straight at her. You could say he has already received some punishment. Do you understand what I mean? The conversation ended like that. Under the bright sun, Julia was walking back. She thought to herself, just talking to him is exhausting. She recalled what Leon Hart had said. A prince who cannot produce an heir cannot succeed the throne. She stroked her chin. His meaning is to accept the offer, so he can perfectly eliminate his rival without a bloody battle. What should I do? A familiar figure approached her. Lady Julia. She was a little surprised. Ah, Sir Kyrat. He said innocently, I heard from the Duke that you went to the palace, so I came to find you. Julia smiled slyly. You've come at just the right time. She threw herself into Kyrat Gwynter's arms. He was startled and asked, confused, what are you doing? Julia answered frankly, I'm recharging my energy. Kyrat Gwynter smiled, looking at her with an affectionate gaze. Kyrat Gwynter took the initiative to hug her. You can have as much as you want. Julia brought up another matter. I heard from my father. I heard that you carried me back to the manor. It was quite a long distance. Kyrat Gwynter held her tighter. I'm just glad you're okay. He looked at Julia with concern. You don't look well. Are you still not feeling well? She scratched her head, smiling shyly. I'm a little tired, but seeing you makes me feel much better. Her stomach rumbled. Julia froze. Kyrat Gwynter suggested, let's go to the village. Alex recommended a great restaurant to me. She was doubtful. Aren't you busy right now? It's almost lunchtime. Needless to say how Alex is screaming at home. Kyrat Gwynter smiled and said, let's go. Then the two of them went to a recommended restaurant together. He held a glass of water and looked at Julia, asking, is it good? She answered while cutting her food into small pieces. We haven't eaten together in a long time, so it feels more delicious this way. She blushed as she chewed. When she was with the prince, she felt suffocated. But when she was with Kyrat, it felt truly comfortable. She looked up and saw Kyrat Gwynter observing her every move. Julia gently chided him, embarrassed. Sir Kyrat, please don't watch me while I eat. You were like this during the last campaign too. He looked sad. Is it really not okay? But in Julia's eyes, he seemed to be pouting, which made her a little flustered. Well, it's not that it's not okay, but... She speared a piece of meat with her fork, held it out, and said, don't just watch me eat. Eating is very important for a knight too. Here's some meat for you, please. Ah, he paused. Sweat dripped down as Kyrat Gwynter opened his mouth. She was intrigued and asked curiously, is it good? He replied shyly, actually, I was so embarrassed, I don't even know what it tasted like. She was surprised. Next, Julia's gluttonous nature emerged. She pointed in a direction, looking at him, and said, let's go eat cake. There's a very good bakery nearby. Kyrat Gwynter was concerned for her stomach. We can go, but can you still eat more? She raised an eyebrow, explaining to him, the stomach for the main course and for dessert are naturally different. Isn't it the same for you, Sir Kyrat? A few days later, someone's voice was heard. Hey, have you heard the rumor? His Highness is infertile. A cane struck the floor, making a loud noise. The person shouted angrily, shut up, don't talk nonsense. Don't insult the royal family with baseless rumors. But the other person still wanted to justify his words. My friend told me. After the birthday party, His Highness was very ill. Then there was a rumor that he could no longer have children. The man with the cane asked directly, do you have proof? The other person replied, I can't confirm if it's true or false. He covered his face and continued. But from that day on, no one saw His Highness with any woman again. Even those who approached him were mercilessly driven away by him. Another person began to waver. He touched his chin. Your Highness, is there something wrong? No, there must be some mistake. The other person ignored his question and continued. Whether it's true or false, this rumor means His Highness has lost his prestige. He pulled the man with the cane. You think about it. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Who would dare spread false rumors about the royal family? The man with the cane showed hesitation. The Sun Palace. The sky was gloomy, and the pattering rain wet the glass windows. Leon Hart walked along the corridor and suddenly asked, "You also want Jeremy to pay the price, right?" The other party answered frankly, "Yes." He smirked. "Even if you don't want to, I will still report it to Father." Duke Pascal also agreed. "Yes, Your Highness, I also want to do that." Julia's expression immediately turned ugly. Leon Hart laughed heartily in amusement. "Ha ha ha, Duke, we have something in common." The guard standing outside the door saw the three of them and immediately announced in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince and Duke Pascal von Rosenstein request an audience." The Emperor said, "Let them in." The soldiers on both sides opened the door. Jeremy's residence. The sky was getting darker and darker. The maid said shyly, "Your Highness, today." He sighed, scratching his head. "I'm not in the mood today. From now on, don't appear before me again." She immediately burst into tears. "So, that rumor is true then?" He was surprised. What rumor?" The maid turned, crying as she ran. "I don't know." She ran off, leaving a bewildered Jeremy behind. "Wait." A man who had just stepped out was startled. "Huh?" Jeremy frowned. "What's going on?" He felt that something was not right. It had been several days since he woke up, and every time a woman came near, he felt very uncomfortable. That servant bowed in greeting. "Good morning, Your Highness." Perhaps it's a side effect of that incident. At the sound of the voice, he turned around. Jeremy's mood was extremely bad. He seemed to be cowering slightly. I can. He asked again, "What's wrong with you?" That servant was drenched in sweat, stammering, just because of that. His Highness just said that, and then decided to leave. What should I do? Out of extreme fear, the other servant trembled all over, bowing to beg, Please forgive me, Your Highness." Jeremy put his hands on his hips, looking at him as if he were a lowly creature. He suddenly realized this change. For the past few days, some people had been acting strangely towards him. Jeremy glanced at the servant and said coldly, "Raise your head." Looking at that face, the other servant felt that the other's expression was a mixture of pity and arrogance. He trembled, saying in fear, "I don't understand." Jeremy grabbed the other's collar, glaring, "What kind of attitude is that? You are very bold." The other servant was so scared that his whole body trembled. Back in His Majesty's study, the Emperor's voice was like an interrogation. "Is everything you said the truth?" Leon Hart took out an envelope and showed it to His Majesty, and assured him, "Yes, this is the evidence that I and Duke Rosenstein collected together." He added, "I have obtained information about the alchemist hand who created that drug, and am having him pursued." The Emperor warned, "If you lie, you will have to bear the responsibility." Leon Hart smiled confidently. "I swear to the gods, everything I have said is the truth." Looking at the stack of papers in his hand, the Emperor was extremely tired. As expected, the Queen was the mastermind. She was the type of person who would do anything to achieve her goals, just to satisfy herself. He unconsciously clenched the paper in his hand. Everything was now unchangeable. He had a headache. Because of this was not what he wanted. He spoke to Lady Julia. "My lady, could you give me some time to think?" She immediately agreed. "Yes, Your Majesty." The Emperor smiled and said, "Thank you. I also want to talk to the Duke. The two of you can go out first." After the two young people left, the Emperor blamed himself. "I feel extremely ashamed." He made a decision. "Considering what the Queen and Jeremy have done, I will punish them, and at the same time depose." Pascal was horrified. Although the victim in this matter was his daughter, Pascal seemed to feel that the Emperor was being a bit too harsh. "What did Your Majesty say?" "You can't do that." But the Emperor just said calmly, "I'm old now. Seeing the disgusting behavior of my family, I am exhausted. If Jeremy is not qualified, then there is no need to waste any more time." Pascal still wanted to persuade him. "Your Majesty, you need to think it over carefully. As the ruler of the kingdom, you must have foresight." Therefore, he believed that the Rosenstein family had long protected the royal family with their swords. So, as the Emperor, in principle, he should have protected the honor of the Rosenstein family. "Let me punish that bastard. I will not let the Duke's daughter suffer anymore." The sound of a slap echoed. Jeremy kept slapping the servant's face. The servant cried out in pain, Your Highness, please spare me." A familiar and cold voice startled Jeremy, causing him to turn his head to look. Leon Hart slowly walked over. Jeremy asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Leon Hart said nothing, grabbed his younger brother's collar, and ordered the other servant, "You get out and don't let anyone in." The servant had a miserable expression, using his hand to fix his collar. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Jeremy roared angrily. "What are you still standing there for?" The other servant hurriedly ran away. "Umph." Leonhardt grabbed Jeremy's collar with one hand and opened the door with the other. Leonhardt dragged him with force. "Don't cause any more trouble. Let go of me." Slammed against the wall, Jeremy shouted angrily. Feeling humiliated, Jeremy flew into a rage. "What are you doing?" Leonhardt gave a cold laugh. "I know what you did to Julia. I also know you can no longer have children." How could Jeremy believe these words? "What nonsense are you talking about?" Leonhardt feigned pity for his foolish younger brother. "So you really don't know anything. There's no one in the palace who doesn't know this rumor." Leonhardt said, "Jeremy, you listen here." Jeremy replied, "Even if we are brothers, if you joke like this, I won't forgive you." Leonhardt had no choice but to recount. "That day, you almost died from a magical attack." Leonhardt said grimly, "You were healed by an alchemist. Your life was saved, but you lost the ability to reproduce. Even knowing that it could save your life, but that you would become infertile because of it, the queen still chose to do so." Jeremy's expression twisted. Leonhardt continued, "After you woke up, I never saw you with any woman. Am I wrong?" Jeremy argued, "That's because I have some psychological trauma with women." Leonhardt glared at him. "Why do you have psychological trauma?" Feeling the murderous aura and the words just spoken, Jeremy began to have doubts. Leonhardt really knew what happened after the party. Jeremy told himself to calm down. Leonhardt was just trying to provoke me. If those words were true, then there's no reason. Jeremy was drenched in sweat, trying to deny that he knew nothing. He began to recall the recent days. "My body feels very strange. The look on my mother's face when she looks at me. And those incomprehensible gazes too. The hesitation I've felt in the past few days." Leonhardt's voice was full of mockery. "Haha, how interesting. This is the first time I've felt so happy in front of you." Jeremy said angrily, "Stop joking. It's annoying." Leonhardt brushed his hair back, mocking his younger brother. "Why would I joke with you?" Seeing Jeremy's pained expression, Leonhardt, on the contrary, became even more excited. Whether this is true or not, he put his hands on his hips, took a step closer, implicitly suggesting something. "You know best yourself." Jeremy cowered in the corner. Leonhardt's voice made Jeremy break out in a cold sweat. "Jeremy." A few days later, just as the emperor had said, he would handle everything. He went to the queen's place, showing her the news in the papers. Jeremy only dared to stand to one side and watch. There are many guards here, different newspapers, but all reporting on the same incident. The queen picked up the newspaper, her expression puzzled. "What on earth is this?" The emperor did not answer, but instead asked, "Is the content written on it true?" The queen denied. "How could I not know about these things? Someone wants to frame me." Jeremy was silent, not daring to look at the words in the newspaper. His palms were full of sweat. The emperor snapped his fingers, ordering, "Let them in." Tim was tied up and brought in. The emperor said, "Jeremy's guards have captured that alchemist Tan." Jeremy was shocked. "Damn it, why is he here?" He muttered softly, "If you don't want to be executed, then you must obediently tell the truth." That threat echoed in Tan's head, making him scared. He gritted his teeth, filled with regret. "Damn it, I shouldn't have gotten involved in this." He cursed silently in anger. "This fool has caused trouble for me again." Jeremy was restless with worry. But in contrast, the queen looked quite calm. Tan recalled Leonhardt's offer. The crown prince had promised that if I came forward as a witness, he would help me. Cooperating with him would be better. Tan began to recount the entire incident from beginning to end. "About a month ago, I prepared a drug at the queen's request. A drug that works even on sore masters. Because the queen begged me earnestly, I couldn't refuse. For some reason." The queen let out a cold laugh. "Humph." Tim put on a pitiful look and said, "A small, insignificant alchemist like me, how could I dare to defy the queen's request?" The queen was astonished. "What?" The queen angrily shot to her feet. "This is the first time in my life I have been so humiliated. Your Majesty, could it be that you believe the ambiguous words of this alchemist Tan?" The emperor gripped the armrest tightly, shouting, "Silence." Ignoring the queen, he asked his son, "Jeremy, is it true you can no longer have children?" Being called by name, Jeremy immediately stiffened, cold sweat pouring down. "Impossible." The queen wanted to make excuses for him. "Your Majesty, Jeremy caught a cold after his birthday party, so his body is a little unwell." Before she could finish, she was cut off by the alchemist Tan. Tan affirmed, "It is the truth, Your Majesty." The emperor could no longer tolerate her insolent attitude. He had confessed everything. To save his highness from the magical toxin, I had only one choice. I obeyed the queen's order and immediately proceeded with the treatment for his highness. She screamed frantically, "You bastard! How dare you speak nonsense?" He approached, standing in front of Jeremy. Jeremy seemed to hang his head, not daring to look at his father, his whole body trembling. Even speaking normally was difficult. Father! He didn't need an answer anymore, and directly slapped Jeremy. Jeremy was stunned. He shouted, "Look at the foolish things you have done. Not only did you implicate the entire Rosentine family, Julia also nearly lost her life, and even the nobles who attended your birthday party suffered losses." Clearly, Jeremy didn't hear a single word, just touched his cheek. "Father hit me." He asked sternly, "How could you do such a thing?" Jeremy clenched his fists, feeling wronged. He spoke his thoughts, "Because I thought if Julia stood on my side, everything would be fine." The queen shouted, "Jeremy." Facing this misguided son, he just said softly, "Even if you succeed, but by taking advantage of others, what is the meaning of it?" Jeremy was silent. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The guard stopped the queen from getting closer. She cried and wailed, "Your Majesty, I was the one pulling the strings behind this. Jeremy is completely innocent." She begged the emperor to show mercy. "The one who deserves to be punished is me. Please, for the sake of our old affection, spare Jeremy." But how could the emperor accept? He pronounced her sentence. The queen incited the second heir to the throne, committing an unforgivable crime, causing trouble for many people. Therefore, I banished the queen to the far north of the kingdom, to be monitored so that she may never see the prince again in her life. She was utterly horrified, wanting to step forward but was held back by the guards. "Please, your Majesty, don't do this. That child cannot be without me." The emperor shouted, "Prince Jeremy." He knelt down. The emperor did not spare him either, continuing his judgment. "You used despicable means to bring great humiliation to the Rosentine family, a family that has been loyal to the royal family for many years. Everyone in the family is ashamed of your behavior." She screamed, "Your Majesty." He continued, "Therefore, I banish you to an island in the south of the kingdom." In the alchemist's tan, Jeremy couldn't believe it. Father was punishing him for that girl. He frowned, his eyes welling with tears. "I'm your son too. How can you cast me aside so easily?" He pressed his lips together tightly, tears rolling down his cheeks. "That's right. Father never considered me his son." Jeremy still had no remorse, and instead, a worse thought arose. If that girl had agreed to me, this wouldn't have happened. He lifted his face. "There is nothing wrong here, Jeremy." He smirked, thinking his father would change his mind. "Father." But the emperor said, "It is all your fault." How can an emperor easily change a decision that has been made? In the end, all that awaited Jeremy was despair. Night fell, it was unknown where. In the room, only the moonlight shining through the window provided light. A mysterious man was sitting, watching an eagle. A figure with flowing red hair stood behind a wall. She teased, "Master, you look very happy." The mysterious man spoke, "You've finally arrived, Rebecca." She blinked, saying in a sweet voice, "I'm here." He asked directly, "How is the matter I entrusted to you?" Rebecca approached, saying, "You're a bit hasty." She held out her hand, "Tada." A sparkling necklace appeared. On it was a purple gemstone. Rebecca boasted, "You told me to use a fake to exchange for the territory's treasure. Its value is 100 times mine." He took the necklace, praising, "You've worked hard." Then he cast a spell on the item. Rebecca crossed her arms, watching from behind him. Magic surrounded the surface of the necklace. A long, long time ago, the ancestors of the Rosentine family killed the fire witch Ariel. Although Ariel's body died, her soul still existed. The kingdom's mages split her soul in two, sealing them within gemstones. The kingdom's allies stood up to protect these gemstones. Now only the heart of the fairy lord remains. That orb has been successfully activated. She asked curiously, "I heard you sent someone to monitor the Ricky kingdom, which holds the heart of God. What is that person doing?" He replied, "It will probably take about a year. Because it is very useful, I told him to stay there. You return to the tower and await my orders. It's not too late to act after the prince ascends the throne." She was still confused. "I don't understand why." However, the mysterious man answered honestly, "To completely resurrect Ariel, a lot of fresh blood and souls are needed." He controlled the orb, and a scene of Leon Hart slaughtering people appeared. And that is his purpose. So I must brainwash him to start a war. Rebecca looked at the orb and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Oh my God, you're truly cruel." Someone's shout echoed. Julia von Rosentine. Hearing her name called, she turned around. I heard you left the castle today. Why are you still here? Jeremy strode forward aggressively. He pointed at her, placing all the blame on Julia. Because of you, I lost everything and have to live a tragic life. How can you still be at ease? She was dissatisfied with this person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Because of me. Did you come here just to say that? He covered his face with his hands, while his mouth continued to blame. If you, like other women, had accepted my feelings, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Julia thought angrily. Has he gone mad from the shock? Suddenly, Jeremy remembered the purpose of his visit. He grabbed her wrist. Right? If you speak well of me in front of father. But he was pushed away by Julia, accompanied by a taunt. You look truly pathetic. He said in astonishment. What did you say? Julia's face was tense with anger, her patience at its limit. She couldn't hold back anymore, and punched him. Wake up, Jeremy. Jeremy cried out in pain from the blow. She angrily lectured him. You need to understand things clearly. It's all your own fault. Jeremy held his face and cursed. You're crazy. Daring to hit a member of the royal family. She angrily exposed his current status. You can no longer produce an heir now. You committed a crime and were exiled. What kind of prince are you anymore? She walked past him. See yourself out. Jeremy turned his head, stammering. What? That. He gritted his teeth and pointed at her again. Julia von Rosentine, I really hate you to death. But to Julia, at this moment, she only felt he was truly pitiful. She clenched her fists, cursing softly as she walked. Disgusting. Should I have given him another beating? A familiar voice called out, Commander. It turned out to be Cyan. He asked happily, Commander, has your body fully recovered? He looked at her with sparkling eyes. I was very worried about you. Julia replied, it's much better now. How is the training of the squad members going? He immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. We've only just met, and you're already talking about work. So heartless. However, she had never paid attention to these things. She pinched Cyan's cheek, asking, have you been slacking off? Cyan broke out in a sweat, hastily denying, not at all. I've been working very hard. Someone else called, Commander. She noticed too, glancing over. Julia was a little surprised. Ginger and Ricky were both very happy. Are you feeling better? We were very concerned about you. She was a little surprised. It's been a while. You two look much more confident. Ginger scratched her head. The girl giggled. Thanks to the Vice Commander's dedicated guidance, I've been able to focus more on my training. Ricky crossed his arms, sulking. Only I get bullied by the Vice Commander. Julia placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, praising her. You look much better now, Ginger. The girl Ginger laughed shyly. But it seems someone isn't very happy. She also praised Ricky. Ricky's muscles have gotten bigger too. He said excitedly, really? But Cyan's expression grew even worse. A murderous aura emanated from him. What's with that expression, Vice Commander? He pointed to his own head and said, I want to be praised by you too. Didn't Ginger say I taught her very diligently? Julia was taken aback. Cyan began to complain more. While you were resting, I did all your work. Julia's head was spinning. Thank you. But Cyan leaned down, urging her to pat his head. Hurry up, hurry up. Julia dodged him as if avoiding a plague. Aren't you a little too old for this act? Ricky couldn't help but blurt out, childish. Cyan immediately asked fiercely, what did you say? In the evening, Julia returned to the Rosentine mansion. In the living room, as Julia and Duke Pascal were having tea together, she suddenly said, I didn't expect His Majesty to come looking for you, father. He was silent for a moment, then said, before being an emperor, he is also a father. He cannot forgive the mistakes his son has made. Duke Pascal predicted, before long, Crown Prince Leonhardt will ascend the throne. The opposition from those who oppose the prince will become even more fierce. So we must also prepare. So, have you prepared for his ascension, father? Julia stroked her chin thoughtfully. Actually, Leonhardt's destiny is to become the successor. I used to think this would happen a few years later, after the war for the throne. Prince Jeremy was also exiled after that purge. She recalled her past life, remembering the face of Chris Villot, who was once the vice commander of the Winter Knights. There were also Aisha and Ginger. They came from the close combat division. About the matter of the crown prince and the second prince. Because I am living a different life, everything is gradually changing. So will the future change too? In Julia's mind, there are many questions waiting to be answered. Why on earth did I return to 5 years ago? Perhaps return to the past means there is something I must do. The servant's announcement brought her back to reality. My Lord Duke, you have a visitor. Is Sir Kirat Ginter? Duke Pascal said, I was the one who invited him. I'll be right there. Please show him to the drawing room. The maid Judy accepted the order. Yes, my Lord Duke. As she walked, she thought excitedly. So many male guests have come this year. Her words seemed to imply something, perhaps about the young lady. The table was filled with food, from main courses to desserts, and there was also wine. Karat Ginter said sincerely, "Thank you for your invitation." Duke Pascal picked up the wine bottle, smiling slyly. "I want to have a proper talk with you. Cyan could drink a lot, so what about you?" This method of provocation was very effective on Kirat Ginter. "I can't lose." He immediately replied, "I can." It was unknown how many glasses it had been. The Duke kept pouring wine. Duke Pascal said, "I heard that you were the one who confessed first." It was unclear whether Karat Ginter's face was red from the wine or from the Duke's blunt question. He replied, "Yes." He boldly probed further. "What do you like about my daughter?" Julia blushed. Father, what are you saying?" Duke Pascal thought to himself. Julia is a child who has suffered a lot. If anyone approaches her just for her looks, I will eliminate him immediately. He said softly, "First." Karat Ginter did not hide his feelings at all. "I was attracted by her sweet appearance. When I'm with her, I feel incredibly happy." The image of Julia drenched in sweat and the scene of her taking down two opponents both appeared in his mind. Her attitude towards the squad members, and then her figure fighting side by side with me. Then, I suddenly fell in love with her for the way she works so hard. As expected, you don't disappoint me. The Duke smirked. He deliberately mentioned her appearance, wanting to see Karat Ginter's reaction. "My daughter's face. Isn't my daughter lovely?" "You have to say my daughter is both beautiful and lovely." She waved her hands in embarrassment. Father. "Sir Karat, please don't say any more." He covered his face with his hand, speaking softly to her. "You've done so much to break the curse, yet why does he still not pay attention to your face?" Julia was also helpless with her father. "Father, I'm begging you to stop." He smiled and said that she was very beautiful. There must be many people who think so, who want to protect her. Julia was stunned. Karat Ginter. Duke Pascal suddenly burst out laughing. "I didn't expect you to be an interesting person too. Come on, Karat, drink up." The table was a mess. Both of them were drunk. Chubbert said softly to the Duke, "You can't work anymore. I'm very worried about you." He stubbornly denied it. "I didn't drink." Guyubat exposed him. "Sir, you clearly just had a drink." Chuli ordered the butler. "Take good care of my father." Guyubat asked, "Then what about this guest? We have prepared a room for him." But Kairat slumped straight onto the table, fast asleep. She placed her hand on his shoulder and said to Guyubat, "I will take care of him." Guyubat asked worriedly, "Mister, you need me to call someone?" She replied calmly, "It's all right. Are you sure there won't be any mistakes?" In another room, Chu-Li-A thought to herself, "Even though I said that, I'm still drawn to Kai Rat's desirable appearance." On the bed, Kai Rat Gint held her tightly in his arms. She pinched his arm, trying to escape. Wake up." Her hands and face were flushed. Oh no, he didn't budge at all. Truly a man of great stamina. She pouted, feeling like a failure. "I used to think I was the strongest." She also put her arms around Kai Rat Gintum. "I guess I have to accept reality." Then she also fell asleep. "So tired. I just want to sleep." Outside the window, a few gentle rays of sunlight shone into the room. Through the window frame, the sound of birds singing drifted in, waking Kai Rat Gin too. He slowly opened his tired, dark-circled eyes and looked up at the ceiling. Seeing the chandelier before him and the unfamiliar decor of the room, he immediately realized this was not his room. Kairat Ginta turned over, raising his left hand to his forehead, thinking, how much did I drink last night, after all? Chuli, sleeping beside him, let out a soft hum. Hearing the sound of someone next to him, Kairat Gintu's face turned pale as he realized her presence. His cheeks burned, and he sat up in a panic, looking to his side, calling out, Chuli. He didn't dare move his arm too much, afraid of waking her. Chuli turned over, facing him, revealing her sleeping face, which made Kai Ratgin to blush and feel extremely embarrassed. Then he lay back down helplessly, sighed, and thought, my heartbeat won't wake her up, will it? 10 minutes later, Chu-Lie woke up. She stretched, feeling very comfortable. Chu-Lie rubbed her sleepy eyes, thinking, what happened yesterday? Suddenly, she heard someone's beside her, which startled Chulia so much that her face turned white and she screamed. Ah! It turned out that the person who had just made the sound was Kai Rat Gintu, still lying drowsily beside her. Afraid of waking Chulia, he hadn't dared to move, so now his arm was completely numb. Seeing Chulia so surprised, he asked, "Did you sleep well?" Chulia shyly smoothed her hair, stammering in reply, what happened?" Seeing Chulia so bashful, Kai Rat Gintu looked at her gently, the corners of his mouth lifting into a slight smile, and replied in a very good mood, "You look very refreshed after waking up." Hearing his reply, she blushed with embarrassment and continued, "Kai Rat remained calm in this situation." "I'm not." He interrupted Chulia, asking, "Do I look like it?" Then he turned his head away, not letting her see his face flushed with embarrassment. Kai Rat Gintu said timidly, "Before you woke up, my heart was beating very fast. I was extremely anxious." Looking at Kai Rat Gintu's state, Chulia looked at him with a gentle gaze. "Sir Kai Rat." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. "Knock, knock." A voice interrupted, cutting off Chulia's unfinished words. "Sir, are you awake? I am Gayubat, the butler of the Rosenstein mansion. May I come in?" Hearing the voice, Chulia's face immediately became panicked, her body trembling as she looked towards the door. Kai Rat Gintu was also startled by the butler's call. Chulia quickly hid in the nearby wardrobe. She even whispered to Kai Rat Gintu, "If my father finds out, I'll run away. It will be a lot of trouble." He was drenched in sweat and whispered back to her, "Okay." Kai Rat Gintu got out of bed, reassuring himself, "I can focus and handle everything properly." He walked towards the door, rubbing the back of his neck as he went. The butler's voice came again. "Sir Kai Rat, are you still sleeping?" Kai Rat Gintu stepped forward and opened the door, cutting off the butler who was calling him at the door. He replied to the butler with an expressionless face, "I just woke up. Please come in." Butler Gayubat brought tea into the room, then inquired about him. "Sir, how are you feeling? I brought some tea for you." Kai Rat Gintu replied, "Thank you." The butler reported to him sternly, "The Duke would like to have dinner with you. What are your thoughts?" Kai Rat Gintu replied to the butler, "That's fine. But is the Duke all right?" The butler replied cheerfully to Kai Rat Gintu, "Haha, the Duke has excellent recovery abilities, so he just needs to rest until dinner and he'll be fine." After speaking, the butler withdrew from Kai Rat Gintu's room. After the butler left, he looked towards the door, silent. Then he suddenly turned around, walked towards the wardrobe where Chulia was hiding, and said, "You can come out now." Kai Rat Gintu opened the wardrobe door, asking Chulia worriedly, "Was it uncomfortable in there?" Chulia replied, a little embarrassed, a little. Kai Rat Gintu offered his hand to help Chulia up. She asked him, "Is there no one else outside?" Kai Rat Gintu, while helping her up by the hand, replied, "Probably not." Chulia ran over, stood on her tiptoes, and gently placed a kiss on Kai Rat Gintu's cheek, leaving him utterly astonished. Then Chulia left, leaving Kai Rat Gintu with a parting sentence. "I'll explain what happened last night to you later. See you in the living room." He just listened, saying nothing. He seemed dazed, his hand still on his left cheek where she had just kissed him. A few question marks appeared in Kai Rat Gintu's chaotic thoughts. After Chulia left, her cheeks were still flushed. She covered her face, shook her head, and muttered to herself, "What the hell did I just do?" Suddenly, the sword beside her glowed, attracting Chulia's attention. She reached out and picked up the sword, wondering in surprise. "Why is Ivan on the bed?" The snowflake symbol slowly appeared, astonishing Chulia. A flash of light obscured her vision, and then she was transported to another space. This place was completely white like an ice cave. In the center was Chulia in a long white dress. Her long white hair was loose, and she looked around in a daze. Suddenly, a voice from an unknown source spoke to Chulia. "This is a dream. It seems the time has come. As a descendant of the Rosenstein family, there are some things you must do." A white-haired woman appeared and disappeared in the blue smoke behind Chulia. She pressed her ear to Chulia's shoulder. Chulia looked up at the woman in a daze, asking, "Who is she?" The woman bent down and whispered the answer in Chulia's ear, "I am." The woman intended to say more, but it seemed an invisible force prevented Chulia from hearing. Chulia's gaze followed a few streaks of light that brushed past her hair, flying towards the woman behind her. Suddenly, the woman grabbed Chulia's hand. A stream of blue magical light surrounded her hand, and then said, "Use the power of Ivan to find me. I will give you all of my remaining power." The light gradually faded, and Chuli-A returned to reality. She held the sword Ivan in her arms, silently recalling what had just happened. When I touched Ivan, everything appeared in my mind. Today's strange dream, and the place I must go, the frozen land in the north of the continent. Ivan has shown me the way there. I don't know what to do about this return to the past. The image of a majestic castle submerged in white snow appeared in her mind. Chuli-A changed her clothes, went to see her father, Duke Pascal, and told him everything. He asked her again to confirm his daughter's decision. You want to go north just because of that dream? Chuli-A resolutely held out her hand and replied, yes, it didn't feel like a meaningless dream. Duke Pascal stroked his beard, analyzing for her. The ice wall, a white-robed woman wearing an ice crown, and the guidance of Ivan. This seems to match the records in our family's history. Who knows? Perhaps the woman in the dream is the Frost Witch. Chuli-A asked her father, is she still alive? He hesitated and replied, not sure, but her physical body is probably dead. But a witch's soul does not dissipate easily. He put his hand to his forehead in a headache, showing his worry for her, and said, I can't let you go to such a dangerous place alone. Chuli-A remained firm in her decision. I can protect myself. Duke Pascal looked at her and asked, do you want to make me worry again? Chuli-A looked at him with a determined gaze. If that dream is a message from the Frost Witch, I will go. She might know the reason our family is cursed. Chuli-A looked straight at Duke Pascal and said decisively, I want to know what my destiny is. He just replied softly, I will give you time to think carefully about this. That morning, the weather at the Rosenstein mansion was beautiful. In the dining room, Chuli-A, Duke Pascal, and Kai Ratgint were having a meal together. Because she was sitting opposite Kai Ratgint, Chuli-A was too embarrassed to look directly at him. I can't look straight at Kai Rat. How could I have done that? Seeing her lost in thought, Duke Pascal broke the silence. The atmosphere between you two is really strange. Are you sure nothing happened last night? Hearing him mention last night, both Chuli-A and Kai Ratgint jumped. Chuli-A replied cheerfully to him, ha ha ha, father, don't make me laugh. What could have happened between us? Kai Ratgint blushed with embarrassment, turned away, and laughed with Duke Pascal to brush it off. Ha ha. Seeing him like that, the Duke looked over suspiciously and asked, you don't want to eat? Hearing him ask that, Kai Ratgint felt a pang of guilt and quickly began to eat voraciously. By the fountain in the garden, Chuli-A and Kai Ratgint were walking together. Kai Ratgint asked her, are you planning to go to the north of the continent? Chuli-A replied, yes, because I have something I must do. Kai Ratgint said, it's too dangerous for you to go to the north of the continent alone. If that's your decision, I will go with you. Chuli-A immediately tried to stop his decision. No. Kai Ratgint, you still have to protect the kingdom. Kai Ratgint placed his hands on her shoulders, looked at her firmly, and explained his decision. Chuli-A, please understand. Both the Duke and I will be here worrying about you. His words made Chuli-A feel guilty and hesitant. It was clear in her eyes. A voice broke the tense atmosphere between them. Ahem. Chuli-A and Kai Ratgint looked over and saw Duke Pascal. Kai Ratgint exclaimed in surprise, Your Grace. Chuli-A also said at the same time, Father. Duke Pascal walked over, thought for a moment, and then said to Kai Ratgint, if you want to go with her, I'll be a little more at ease. After speaking, he turned to the two of them and added, in the kingdom, besides you two, there's still many people with combat abilities comparable to a 7th level swordmaster. So I think this will be better. I will temporarily take over your duties. So you two should go together. Chuli-A turned her head to look at him, clenched her fists, and said decisively, You can't do that, Father. This is my business. A gentle breeze blew her long white hair and the surrounding leaves. Seeing her like this, Duke Pascal said to her with a serious face, Chuli-A, I know you are very strong, but the problem is you plan to go to a very distant place alone. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears, putting on a pitiful look like a little raccoon, and then said to her, If you go alone, I'm afraid I'll worry about you every night until the day you return. Don't you have any pity for this father of yours? Seeing him like that, Chuli-A could only look at her father in silence. Kai Ratgint stepped in front of Chuli-A, gently took her slender arm, and said, Let's go together. Their clasped hands looked so warm. Feeling Kai Ratgint's gentleness, Chuli-A replied, I understand. Thank you, Kai Rat. The wind picked up, carrying the fallen leaves around them, swirling in the bright sunlight. Duke Pascal put his arm around Kai Ratgint's shoulder, his voice filled with worry mixed with a slight threat. I'm trusting you. You understand what I mean, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Kai Ratgint blushed could only bow his head and nod repeatedly without saying a word. The journey of the two began. Chu Lie and Kai Rat Ginta left together. Just like that, Kai Rat Gintu and I set off for the north of the continent to find the Frost Witch. Chu Lie and Kai Rat Ginta rode for a long distance, and it wasn't until dusk that they dismounted, stopping in front of a village. Chu Lie looked at the map and said, "We just need to go a little further through this village, and we'll reach the north." Hearing her say that, Kai Rat Ginta suggested, "Let's rest here today and continue tomorrow." Chu Lie replied. Just as she finished speaking, a piercing scream caught Chu Lie's attention. She immediately turned her head to look. In the distance, a young boy was trying to protect his older sister. The boy held a small knife, shouting at the person tying up his sister, "Bastard, let my sister go." The man, seeing the boy in his way, kicked him to the ground, yelling, "What are you shouting for? Get lost, kid." The boy fell hard to the ground, crying out in pain with an eh. The boy clenched the knife, saying tremblingly, "Unforgivable." Then he picked up the knife and rushed towards the man holding his sister, shouting, "Don't come over here." Seeing this, the man just smirked smugly. Does this kid want to die? His sister, meanwhile, shouted worriedly at him, "Ronnie, run." The little girl cried loudly for help. "Someone help us! Someone help us!" Suddenly, a foot came out of nowhere, kicking the man straight in the face, startling even the tied-up girl. Chu Lie immediately ran over, shielding the girl who was staring wide-eyed in astonishment at her action. Then Chu Lie ran to the boy's sister and asked, "Are you all right?" The girl, protected by Chu Lie, blushed with embarrassment, stammering and unable to speak. Seeing the girl like this, Chu Lie asked, "What's wrong? Does that guy have accomplices?" The girl with her hair in two buns had calmed down and told Chu Lie, "All the women in this village have been captured by them and locked in the largest building in the middle of the village. I'll keep an eye on the situation there. You should go and save them. There are many unconscious victims around." She was untied by her younger brother Ronnie and could only look at Chu Lie with admiration, thinking to herself, "So cool." Then Chu Lie also prepared to leave. She said loudly to Kai Rat Gintu, "Let's go, Kai Rat." The girl with the two buns, who had just been overjoyed at being rescued, suddenly turned pale, realizing, "I was so panicked I forgot to thank her." The scene changes to where the kidnappers are holding the hostages. A subordinate stepped up to report to the commander, "Commander, we've brought them." The commander looked them over and asked him, "Is this all?" As he spoke, he grabbed an orange-haired woman by the hair, yanked it hard, and said, "Today, I will love you well." The orange-haired woman was immediately terrified, trembling and begging him, "Please, sir, please spare me." Despite her pleas, he shouted, "Prepare the rest to be sold." Hearing the commander's order, the remaining girls were so scared they burst into tears, their whole bodies trembling before him. The subordinate just replied, "Yes, Commander." Suddenly, the door was thrown open. Next was Chu Lie. She kicked the door open aggressively and entered, warning the kidnappers before her, "Stop, you bastards. Now, I am your enemy." The moment she entered, her appearance was like a life-saving ray of light, illuminating all those held captive there. The commander sneered contemptuously at her action. He looked at her with great interest and said, "Another little brat. Seize her, but don't hurt her." Another subordinate, hearing him, excitedly licked the knife in his hand. "I'm about to get a wife." Chu Lie clenched her fists and said to Kai Rat Ginta behind her, "These scumbags aren't worthy of my sword. Let's clean them all up." The other guy still seemed very interested in her. "Little brat, the more insolent you are, the more I like it." Kai Rat Ginta was furious to the extreme. Even his breath carried a sky-high, killing intent. He asked the guy in a low voice, "What did you say?" The room began to shake. The people around watching the two sides fight only dared to whisper, "Is this a dream?" Another girl exclaimed, "How can they defeat those bastards so easily?" Kai Rat Ginta threw a powerful punch at the face of the guy who wanted Chu Lie as his wife, beating him until his face was covered in blood. As for the commander, he was beaten by Chu Lie until he was in tears, begging, "Spare me." A few minutes later, the kidnappers were all tied up by them, each one's face bruised and swollen. Chu Lie stroked her chin, looked at them thinking for a long time, and then voiced her thoughts. "Kai Rat seems really angry. Look at those bruised faces." Hearing her say that, Kai Rat Ginta just crossed his arms, turned his face away, sighed, and defended himself. "I just can't stand such filth." The villagers surrounded the two, thanking Chu Lie and Kai Rat Ginta profusely. "Thank you both so much. We don't know how to repay you. Chulie answered them. I only did what I should. With that, she gave a happy smile, looked at the villagers, and asked, We're looking for a place to stay for the night. Could you recommend one for me? The girl with the 2 buns who was saved by them outside the village immediately said enthusiastically and sincerely, Then come to our house. I want to host you both properly. Chulie, seeing her enthusiasm, went with Kai Rat Gintu, saying, Then we'll be troubling you. Seeing Chulie accept her invitation, the girl and her younger brother Ronnie led the 2 of them away. This way, please. Inside the girl's house, Chulie was invited to have dinner. She was eating when Ronnie entered, saying with some hesitation, that is. She stopped her spoon, turned her head to look at the boy, and asked, Is something wrong? The boy wanted to ask her how to become stronger. Chulie pinched his cheek, frowning and saying, Kid, why aren't you using honorifics with an adult? With his cheek pinched, the boy cried out, Ouch. She asked Ronnie, Kid, why do you want to become stronger? The boy sighed, Because I want to protect my sister. I don't want something like today to happen again. She praised him, Very good. Then she held out her hand and said, Give me your hand. She took Ronnie's hand and explained, Only those with a strong inner self, who desire to protect others, should maintain a warm heart and train persistently. She continued, which surprised the boy a little. Moreover, kid, you will become stronger than others. The boy looked at her happily and asked, Really? Chulie narrowed her eyes and replied with a smile, That's right. Kai Ratgin walked in and asked, What are you 2 talking about? Ronnie ran off in a panic, stammering, Nothing. He looked confusedly at the fleeing Ronnie, then looked at her and asked, What's wrong? Chulie replied, The kid wanted to ask me a few things. She smiled, resting her chin on her hand, and asked, We don't often get a chance like this after dinner. Shall we go for a little walk? He replied, All right. The 2 of them stepped out of the house. The scenery around the village was covered by a thick layer of snow. Kai Ratgin to help Chulie adjust her hood, exclaiming, It's really cold. She smiled. Then she said, I really like this side of you. He blushed and replied, Let's go. A girl suddenly waved at the 2 of them, calling out, Could you 2 come over here for a moment? The 2 approached, and Chulie asked, What is it? The other girl took out a box and expressed, I want to give this to you both. The girl opened the box in her hand. Inside were 2 necklaces in the shape of a double crescent moon. The girl continued, This is a necklace I made myself. The girl scratched her head and said with a smile, I don't know if this is enough to repay you for saving our lives. But Chulie smiled and said, I like it very much. I will treasure it. The girl gave her blessing. I hope you 2 can live happily ever after. Chulie and Kai Rat continued their walk. He smiled and said to her, We received a wonderful gift, didn't we? She agreed, This is the first time I've received a gift in return from someone. He said, I hope we can travel together like this in the future too. She laughed teasingly. Haha, what about the night order then? He replied, We'll see when the time comes. Suddenly, the 2 saw a man kneeling and proposing to a girl. So, will you marry me? The girl cried while wiping her tears with her hand, saying chokingly, Tears, I do. The girl hugged the man tightly. The man said, For the rest of our days, I will make you happy. Chulie exclaimed, They look so happy. Kai Rat Ginta glanced over, thinking to himself. She said yes. He thought to himself, a proposal, huh? He continued walking, thinking again, it's still too early now. He sighed, wondering, so how long do I have to wait? Chulie looked up at him and asked, what are you thinking about? He replied, nothing. She looked at him suspiciously. Then she stopped walking and said, sometimes I don't know what you're thinking. She grabbed his cloak and continued, so, no matter what it is, please tell me. He hugged her and replied, I'll tell you when the time is right. She asked again, when is the right time? Then she said, Kairat, your heartbeat is so surprising. Then he asked shyly, can you really hear it? She burst out laughing with a ha-ha. The next morning, the snow had stopped falling. A small white puppy was rolling in the snow. Roni's older sister brought over a bag of food, saying cheerfully, I asked everyone to prepare some food. It's nothing special, but please accept it. Chulie took it, but said with some embarrassment, I've already received too much in this village. Roni's sister replied, thank you both. It's because of you we were able to overcome our difficulties. This little bit of food is nothing. Ronnie boasted, sister, I'm training very hard. Wait for me to get stronger. When we meet again, I'll help you. Just you wait. Chulie smiled and patted the boy's head encouragingly. All right, I'll be rooting for you. Keep it up. The boy nodded. Yes. A little later, Kairat Gintu and Chulie were riding through the forest. He announced, after we pass through this forest, we will reach the territory of the Berserker tribe. He asked, I heard they treat strangers as enemies. Should we take another route? It will be troublesome to get into a fight. She replied, "No, we have to go through there to get to where we need to go." He asked, "Is there no other way?" She replied, "That's right. We can talk to them." He was a little worried, but said nothing. Julia remembered the Brazil tribe, the gatekeepers of the ice wall. They worshipped the frost, which is a goddess, and had guarded her land for a very long time. Even if they are hostile to strangers, if it's a servant of Iris. She remembered a beautiful white-haired woman holding a long sword, thinking to herself, then she would surely know about the Rosenstein family and Ivan, the sword of Iris. Kai Ratginda said, "This is the edge of the forest. They might throw spears or shoot arrows, so we must be careful." Julia agreed. She thought to herself, "I can sense things around me." She looked forward with determination. Arrows began to rain down. Her horse reared up in fright, neighing loudly. She shouted, "Calm down." Kai Ratginda drew his sword. He said, "As expected, it seems a direct confrontation with them is unavoidable." She advised, "Wait, Kairat. Let's try talking to them first." The arrows continued to rain down. A group of people shouted, "Before you is the domain of the ice goddess Iris." A man frowned, drew his bow, and shouted, "If you don't want to die, go back where you came from, outsiders." Julia jumps off her horse. Kirat Gintor worriedly calls Julia's name. She replies, "I'm fine." She approaches them, introducing herself. "I am Julia von Rosenstein, a descendant of Hogarth von Rosenstein, who once defeated the Fire Witch." She places her hand on her chest, speaking confidently. "I came here under the guidance of Iris." The man still has his bow drawn. He says angrily, "A descendant of Hogarth. Ridiculous. Why should I believe you?" Julia slowly draws the sword at her side, thinking to herself, "If I show them the power of Ivan, I can surely prove it easily." She sighs, then suddenly pulls the sword from its sheath. Julia raises the sword high above her head. The sword forms several magic circles around her. She says, "This is Ivan, the sword that the goddess Iris bestowed upon our family." She looks at everyone, saying, "You surely recognize it, don't you?" Seeing this, everyone starts murmuring. One person doubts, "Ivan, is that Ivan?" Another retorts, "She's just a kid, she's lying." The other person says again, "But this power is extraordinary, isn't it?" The white-haired man who was still holding the bow suddenly turns around, shouting angrily, "She's just retelling a story she heard somewhere. Don't be swayed by the words of an outsider." Suddenly, a hand is placed on his shoulder. A calm voice sounds out, "Calm down, Durich." A man with a similar face, but black hair tells him, "An unrelated person probably wouldn't know that story." Durich retorts, "But I have no reason to let them into this land." The black-haired man advises, "Perhaps the time of that prophecy has come." Hearing this, Durich falls silent. The black-haired man looks at Julia, holding the sword high in front of her, saying, "If you truly are a descendant of Hogarth, I must confirm with the chieftain first." Suddenly, his expression changes, and he says to his younger brother, "If they are lying, I will kill them with my own hands. Trust me." Durich cries out worriedly, "Brother." Julia lowers her sword, thinking to herself, "This should be enough." Durich stands on a rock and shouts, "Follow me, outsiders, I will take you to the village." She runs to Karat Gintor's side and says, "If we can get their help, the mission will be completed quickly." He frowns and replies, "How annoying. In a small village in the mountains, houses and trees are all covered in white snow." Durich arrives in front of a room, points inside and says, "Go in, the chieftain has agreed to see you." However, he then points at Karat Gintor and says, "But that man is not allowed in." Hearing this, Julia turns to Karat Gintor and says, "I'll be right back." He warns her worriedly, "Be careful." In a cozy wooden house, the fire in the fireplace crackles. A voice sounds out, a descendant of Hogarth. In the room, the chieftain sits on a chair and says to Julia, "I heard you brought Ivan with you. Can you show me what you can do with it?" She stands up from her chair and replies, "Of course." Julia slowly draws the sword. As the sword leaves its sheath, it emits a blue glow, accompanied by several magic circles. The chieftain exclaims in awe. The blade is like a gem, pristine after all these years, without a trace of rust. Its icy power is unparalleled. Seeing this, the chieftain is overjoyed. This is indeed the real sword. I never thought I would see it in my lifetime. Hearing the chieftain's words, Durich thinks to himself, "It's real." The chieftain suddenly asks her, what brought you to this land? Julia replies, I came here under the guidance of Iris to pass through the ice wall. Hearing this, Durich is extremely shocked. He shouts at the chieftain, the ice wall is a sacred place that we protect with our lives. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. He says to the chieftain again, you should be saying the same thing. The chieftain says calmly, don't cause trouble. He recalls the note left by Iris, saying, according to the records, Iris prophesied that when the world is in peril, the new master of Iban will come to this place. Durich roars at Julia, aren't you ashamed of your age? I absolutely do not agree to this. The chieftain turns and scolds him. Be polite, Durich. Seeing this, Durich turns and growls at Julia. If you're deceiving us, then go deceive someone else. If you dare to approach the ice wall on your own, you will be severely punished. I'm warning you one last time, go back. Julia sheathes her sword and approaches him. Julia reaches out and touches Durich, saying, thank you for worrying about me. She says seriously, but I still have to go to the ice wall. Hearing this, Durich gets so angry a vein pops on his forehead. What? The chieftain, seeing him outmatched, laughs and says, you lose, Durich. He turns and says, all right, the ice wall will answer everything. Durich, take her to the ice wall. Durich can't contain his anger. Julia holds out her hand to shake his. Come on, I trust you, Durich. Suddenly, beautiful sunflowers appear around her. Durich slaps her hand away, saying, I don't want to talk to someone who's about to die today. Julia scolds him. You're so childish. He turns his head away, sulking. I can't hear anything. The chieftain says to Julia, you can stay in the village tonight and set out tomorrow morning. She replies, yes, thank you, chieftain. Scene changes to a city with vast sand dunes and houses with tall, pointed roofs. Aisha sits listlessly on a corridor railing. She frowns and thinks, how much longer do I have to wait? Suddenly, a woman flies in from behind. The person stands on the railing and says to her, wake up, girl, it's time. Seeing this, Aisha is extremely surprised and asks worriedly, who are you? Rebecca smiles and replies, I came here on the orders of the man in the black cloak. Surely you know him. This surprises her, and she responds about the man in the black cloak. Rebecca gives her a crystal ball and says, take this communication stone. The man in the black cloak will use it to speak with you shortly. Aisha takes the crystal ball, and Rebecca suddenly disappears. My mission is complete. Farewell. She blurts out, wait. Aisha recalls the day she was expelled from the night order. The man in the black cloak helped me. It turns out he didn't forget me. The opportunity has finally come. She clutches the crystal ball in her hand, her eyes filled with murderous intent, secretly plotting her revenge. Aisha recalls the scene of herself standing by a well, her hand resting on a wooden bucket beside it. The man in the black cloak said, cooperate with me. This surprised her, what? At that time she was angry, saying, don't provoke me, get lost. I hate people like you the most. Suddenly, a magic circle appears in the other person's hand. Then countless gold coins fall down. The person says, isn't this what you want? Looking at the gold coins falling before her eyes, she was stunned. The black-robed mage points at Aisha and says, if you obey me, I will grant your every wish. Hearing this, she gives a faint smile and says, my wishes are not so easily fulfilled. Do you think you can grant them? Suddenly, the person touches her forehead with 2 fingers, saying, there is nothing I cannot do. Then, the person transmits a spell into her head. The spell invades her body, causing her to kneel on the ground. Next, the man in the black cloak creates a magic circle in front of her and says, the deaths of Julia von Rosenstein and Ginger Ehas, or perhaps you want to become a queen. The person chants a spell at Aisha. We will make a reality. Go to the kingdom of Pyron at once. Aisha seems hypnotized, like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, unable to escape. She obediently replies, yes, master. Scene changes to a mansion in the desert. In the room, Aisha is full of doubt. She thinks to herself, that night, I felt like I was hypnotized by something. Thank heavens, I successfully infiltrated the residence of the king of Pyron. But in the end, what is that person's purpose? But that's not what I want to know either. She looks out the window, clutching the crystal ball in her hand, thinking to herself, I must achieve an even higher position. Scene changes to a castle with towering spires. In a luxurious bedroom, Lookit asks the crown prince, Your Highness seems tired. Your complexion is not very good. Leon Hart lies on the bed, his back against the headboard, holding a book. He replies, Is that so? He looks listlessly at the book and says, I'm about to succeed the throne again. But why, the closer that day gets, the more stressed I feel, to the point I can't sleep. Leonhardt says to look it, I don't know if I can do everything well after becoming emperor. He flips through the pages of the book and says, this is also the weight of the crown that I will have to bear. Hearing him say this, Lookit replies, no one can replace you, Your Highness Leonhardt. He looks up from the book and says, it's not strange for you to say such things. The room is filled with a fragrant aroma. He says, Your Highness rarely says such discouraging words. Leonhardt wonders, is that so? By the way, what is this scent? It's really special. Lookit approaches Leonhardt and says, this scent was sent for the Eastern continent. He takes the book from Leonhardt's hand and says, it can help Your Highness relieve fatigue and sleep better. Lookit tucks him in and advises, since Your Highness couldn't sleep, I prepared this scent. Your Highness just needs to lie down and smell this scent to fall asleep more easily. Leonhardt lies on the bed looking at him and says, in any case, you are the only one who cares about me. He says happily, thank you. I'm very happy that you're my person. Lookit smiles and says, it is my honor to serve Your Highness. In the quiet mansion, looking at the soundly sleeping Leonhardt, Lookit thinks to himself, His Highness is asleep. His voice echoes in the empty mansion. Please rest well, Your Majesty. Scene changes to a cold, snowy forest. Julia is sitting on a wooden plank, her expression sad and pensive. If you become emperor, she imagines the scene of Leonhardt's coronation. To prove your strength, you will have to start an invasion. Thinking of the people suffering because of war, war brings sorrow. I don't want to see these tragedies happen. Julia rests her chin on her hand, pondering, is it possible to prevent this war? Suddenly, Karat Gintor approaches her with a cup of hot water, asking, what are you thinking about? She turns around, smiles, and says, just some things about the future. He hands her the cup. Here. She takes it and says, thank you. Karat Gintor sits down beside her and says, the future, huh? If I'm in your future, how wonderful your future must be. Hearing this, she is very surprised. Julia blushes with embarrassment, turns her head away, and says, Karat, you also know how to say such awkward things. He asks, is that so? She replies, I didn't mean it that way, but Julia says, the most important thing is how we achieve it together. Karat Gintor hears this and smiles. He leans his face close to hers and says, I will do everything to stay by your side. Seeing this, Julia freezes. She says shyly, Karat, your face is too close. However, he leans his face even closer, saying, Julia. He leans closer, asking her, can I kiss you? Their hands intertwine. Julia blushes and says, you don't need to ask that. Under the sparkling starry sky, the two kiss in a romantic scene. While kissing, Karat Gintor suddenly opens his eyes. Looking at Julia so close, he thinks to himself, she is so lovely. Just like that, under the tree, the two gently share a kiss. A moment later, they part. Julia touches her lips, blushing as she thinks, did Karat and I just kiss? At this moment, her heart is pounding. She thinks to herself, my heart is about to explode. Julia stumbles towards Karat Gintor, who asks worriedly, are you all right? Julia and Karat Gintor ride their horses, following Durich deep into the snowy forest. On the way, she is distracted. She recalls the scene of them kissing under the starry sky last night. She feels extremely embarrassed. She shakes her head as if resisting, telling herself, don't think about it, don't think about it. After a while, Durich turns his head and says to them, we're here, get off your horses. The three of them stop in front of a towering cliff with a frozen waterfall beside it. Julia looks up, exclaiming in amazement, it's so majestic. Durich proudly points behind him and says, this is the relic we have guarded for a long time. If you truly receive an invitation from Iris, you can pass through it. Julia asks worriedly, can't we cross on horseback? He crosses his arms and says, that's right. Then Julia and Karat Gintor both stare at him, making Durich a little annoyed. He shouts, I am the guide. Without me, it would be difficult for you to pass. She thinks worriedly, should I ask for a different guide? This person seems so difficult. Karat Gintor, seeing her so worried, says, we have no other choice right now. Julia approaches him, saying, Sir Karat. Suddenly, he whispers in her ear, if I get close to you again, what happened yesterday will happen again. Julia is startled, quickly moving away from him, covering her blushing face with her hands and saying, how did you know about that? Karat Gintor says calmly, it wouldn't be good if you lost sight of your goal and got distracted. I will wait here for you today. He tells her to be sure to return safely. Julia smiles and says, "Yes, thank you." Durich, seeing them talking for so long, shouts, "What are you two whispering about? If you decided, let's go quickly." Julia follows Durich through the ice wall. Walking on the rugged path, Durich says to her worriedly, "Be careful. If you fall, not even your body will be found." She replies fearfully, "Of course." On the way, he reaches out a hand to steady her. Arriving in front of a cave, he says, "We're almost there." He slowly walks forward. Durich says, "Is it that far?" Julia has a keen sense. She hears the sound of wind in her ears, thinking to herself, "Is that the wind?" The two of them finally finish the long journey and arrive in front of a door. Durich says, "This is it." He turns to look at her, saying, "I have never entered this door. Outsiders who touch it might be cursed." Around the door, a few ice butterflies flutter around them. Durich advises her, "Now I really want to ask you again, are you sure you want to go there?" Julia replies confidently, "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. I'm already cursed, it's fine." Hearing her say this, he says, "Then place your hand on the door." Julia places her hand on the ice door. Suddenly a strong suction pulls her inside. After she is pulled in, Durich stares in shock as she suddenly disappears, thinking to himself, "Who is she, really?" Then, he tries to touch the door, wanting to see if he can enter. But the door pushes him away. It's hot. Julia steps inside the door and finds the place is entirely made of ice. She looks around, thinking to herself, "This place is very similar to a place I've seen in my dreams." Julia touches the characters carved on the wall, recognizing them as ancient magic runes. Suddenly, she discovers something. Julia slowly draws the sword at her side. Then she sticks the tip of the sword into it. Suddenly, a flash of light appears before her eyes. Then, a person appears in front of her, who says, "Come here, descendant of Hogarth." Julia asks in surprise, "Who are you?" The person answers her, "My name is Iris. I am here waiting for you to come and to overcome the trial." Julia asks, "A trial? Is it our family's curse?" Iris is surprised, "A curse?" Then she circles behind Julia, wraps her arms around her neck, and says, "Without the magic you call a curse, your family would not have survived to this day." She calmly explains, "Did you know? The descendants of Hogarth are almost all dead, precisely because of the Fire Witch's curse." Iris's words leave Julia utterly shocked. Having your appearance changed is indeed regrettable, but it's still better than dying. If you become stronger, it's possible to return to your original form, isn't it? Just like you. Julia says angrily, "You call this a trial? This is the story of Lord Pascal, the first head of the family, which happened 1,000 years ago. In all that long time, I'm the only one with the ability to break the curse." But Iris says, "What are you talking about? If it were so easily broken, how could you understand your own power? The one who can survive the crisis is surely the strongest." As she speaks, she slowly floats away. "Come here. I will explain why I summoned you to this place." Julia is startled. "Wait." Julia touches the wall, hearing Iris say, "Someone is trying to break the seal of the Fire Witch Ariel." This makes Julia say worriedly, "Break the seal. Does that mean the Fire Witch is still alive?" Iris turns her head and says to her, "That's right. Her body is dead, but her soul still exists and is sealed in the underworld. If Ariel is resurrected, the world will be plunged into chaos. That is why I need your power." This leaves Julia utterly shocked. She asks in confusion, "Don't tell me even my return to the past was." Iris replies, "That's right." She lands on the ground and says, "I reverse time to save you." Iris sits down on a nearby railing. Julia stands before her and says, "It really was you." Julia asks in confusion, "What if I can't defeat that witch again?" Iris looks at her, sees the fear on her face, and answers. She looks at Julia and says, "I used half of my power to place a curse on you. If you die, you will return to the past. You must not die before Ariel disappears." This leaves Julia utterly shocked. She recalls the happy memories with her loved ones, thinking that all the memories will disappear and she will have to start a new life again. She clenches her fists, thinking to herself that she doesn't want that. Iris looks at her, smiles, and says, "It seems you've made your decision." Julia says firmly, "Because I have no other choice." Hearing her say this, Iris is also very happy. The curse that the Rosenstein family has borne will completely disappear. Even the fever caused by the curse, or the fated death. Even the ice magic used to deal with the fever. Iris holds out her hand, creating a blue rose in her palm, and says to her, "Therefore, I will give you all my remaining power." Suddenly, that flower flies in her body. The moment the curse is broken, she feels her body suddenly become light. Unexpectedly, a pair of earrings appears on her ears. She touches behind her ear. She hears Iris say, "Those earrings will enhance your power." A sword suddenly appears before her eyes. She reaches out her hand to take it. Iris explains to Julia, "Using magic to strengthen your body will also make the sword even stronger." Seeing everything happening before her eyes, she asks in confusion, "If you give all your power to me, what will happen to you?" Iris closes her eyes and says, "I must rest now. I'm too tired of being lonely." She instructs Julia, "Good luck." As Julia prepares to be teleported away, she says, "Thank you for giving me a chance to be reborn." Iris smiles, watching her disappear with a gentle and deep gaze. Outside, the solid ice wall is gradually collapsing. Durich asks worriedly, "Why is the ice wall suddenly collapsing?" He wonders what happened. Julia is teleported out of the ice wall. Seeing her, Durich shouts, "Miss Julia." He and Kirat Gintor surround her, asking worriedly, "Are you all right? What happened?" She answers them, "I'm fine, calm down." Julia turns to Durich and asks, "Durich, in the place you took me to earlier, I met Iris. She gave me all her power and then disappeared." He listens and asks in amazement, "You really met the goddess Iris?" Julia replies, "That's right. Let's talk in detail when we get back to the village." The scene changes to a small village surrounded by white snow. There's a statue of a goddess here. In the chieftain's room, he says, "So that's what happened." He stands up from his chair and asks, "So, have you gotten the answer you wanted?" Julia replies, "Yes. This is also the next thing I must do." He walks away and says, "Good luck." Walking to his desk, the chieftain says, "Fortunately, it's already prepared." This makes Julia wonder, prepared what? He hands her a box and says, "Open it and see." This surprises her greatly. "What is this?" Opening the box, she sees a scabbard inside. He explains, "This is a scabbard that contains ice magic." Iris said that if the new master of Iban appears, give it to them. He says, "This is a precious treasure that our tribe protects. Therefore, please use it wisely." Julia asks, "Can I accept this?" The chieftain says, "The master of this scabbard is you, the one who has received Iris's power." He says, "The descendant of Hogarth coming here means the world is in danger. Whenever you need help, you can call on us." Hearing his instructions, she replies, "Yes, thank you, sir." As the dawn illuminates the village, the birds in the sky prepare to welcome a new day. Julia shakes hands to bid farewell to the chieftain and Kirat Gintor. "Thank you all for your help during this time. I must go now." Kirat Gintor says, "We are extremely grateful to everyone." The chieftain says, "Don't say that." Julia holds out her hand to shake Durich's. She calls, "Durich." He is surprised at first, then turns his head away in disgust. But then he takes her hand, hearing her say, "Thank you for helping me. Thanks to you, I was able to solve the problem smoothly." He answers her, "Because this matter concerns our tribe, and I am just a guide." Julia says cheerfully, "See you again." He frowns and replies, "If you come looking for me, I will naturally welcome you." Julia shakes her head, sighs, and thinks to herself, "He's so interesting." She says her final words, then sets off. "So, please excuse me." Julia and Kirat Gintor stand in front of her house. Julia throws her arms around him. "Thank you for being with me, Kirat Gintor." He hugs her back, comforting her, because we are lovers. Her hand clutches his lapel. "We've been together for several days, and now we have to say goodbye. I'm a little reluctant." Their lips slowly move closer. "Me too." At this moment, Judy comes out of the house. Seeing the two at the door, she calls, "Miss, is that you? Miss, is that the gentleman who was with you last time?" Noticing their intimacy, Judy smiles slyly, winking at Julia and Kirat Gintor. La la. Then she runs into the house in a fluster. "I won't disturb you anymore." Mississippi Julia is left behind, trying to explain, "Judy, it's not what you think." The bright golden sunlight shines down. Leaves rustle in front of Julia's house. Julia says to Kirat Gintor, "How embarrassing." He tells her to rest well. "Sir Kirat, She stands on her toes and gives him a light kiss on the cheek. Then she quickly led the horse into the house. "See you tomorrow." his cheeks flushed red, surprised by her unexpected kiss. That night, at Julia's mansion, reviving the fire witch, Julia and her father, Pascal, were strolling in the courtyard. Someone wants to push the world into chaos. Julia's face turned serious. Since you don't know who it is, it's best that only you and I know this secret, until you have enough power to fight the fire witch. Julia calculated silently, and I must find a way to stop the war that Leon Hart is about to start. She sighed. Her father comforted Julia. Don't carry everything on your own. You have many trustworthy people by your side. If you need help, just tell me. Everyone will do their best to help you. She thought to herself, that's right. The scene from her past life appeared in her mind. Unlike the past, where I only lived for His Highness. Then she thought about everything in this life. Now there are many people who trust and support me. She gave a relieved smile. She also had a place to rely on. Father, I feel much better now. It's fortunate that you have returned. Then tomorrow, you should go have an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince. Because of your recent trip, you were unable to go. Yes, I will go tomorrow. Should I accompany you this time? Is there something that worries you, Father? His Highness has been a bit unusual lately. Unusual? Perhaps it's because the coronation is approaching. His Highness seems to be under a lot of pressure. His complexion is very bad. Is that so? Julia thought to herself, how strange. He's not the type to reveal his thoughts, because His Highness knows how to take care of himself very well. Then tomorrow I will go for an audience to find out the situation. Then I'll leave it to you. The next morning, at the palace, Julia met Lucas at the door of the prince's room. He smiled and greeted her. Please come in, Lady Julia von Rosenstein. You've come to see His Highness, haven't you? Yes, I have come for an audience with His Highness, Lucas said with a smile. I believe His Highness will be very happy. Your Highness, your guest is waiting. Come in. The door opened, and Leon Hart was sitting at his desk. When he saw who had arrived, his blue eyes widened. You finally come, Lady Julia? Julia respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to your Highness, the son of the Empire. After you've paid your respects, come and sit here. Thank you, your Highness. Julia sat down on the chair next to Prince Leon Hart. Leon Hart spoke first. In the time we haven't met, you've become even more beautiful. I've heard from Duke Rosenstein. Did you get what you wanted? Yes, thanks to your Highness. Julia observed the prince's condition with her eyes. I was worried you wouldn't be able to return in time for the coronation. At the same time, Julia was assessing his condition. His face is so pale. What happened? You must be present on that day. I will of course attend. Leon Hart picked up his teacup. Remember what I told you. He took a sip. At this moment, Julia placed her hand on the table. Your Highness seems to have a lot on your mind. I shall take my leave first. Julia, don't get up. Leon Hart spoke. I still want to talk with you a little longer. But Julia refused his offer. Your Highness seems very tired from preparing for the coronation. How could I dare to take up more of your time? Leon Hart's expression immediately darkened. He suddenly turned his face away. You're right. What a pity. But I hope we can talk more next time. In the palace corridor, Julia walked while thinking. The atmosphere is completely different from usual. His voice and eyes have no strength at all. She recalled Leon Hart's condition. Could it be just the burden of succeeding the throne? That empty gaze makes me feel worried. It's as if this has happened in the past. What on earth happened? After Julia left, Leon Hart remained sitting in the room. His hands suddenly started to tremble. That symptom appeared again today. His body trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if he was losing control. He put his hands on his head. An uncomfortable feeling enveloped his whole body. Lucas, he called out loudly, his voice full of agitation. It feels like insects are crawling on my skin. Lucas, outside, heard the call and hurriedly pushed the door open to enter. Your Highness, what has happened? He looked at him worriedly. Your Highness. Leon Hart covered his face with one hand, cold sweat pouring down. I feel very nauseous. Light the incense quickly. I need to calm down. Lucas approached him. Your Highness seems to have been overworking lately. Please go inside and rest for a while. Leon Hart suddenly became angry. He shouted, I don't have time to rest. You know that best of all. Your Highness Leon Hart. Leon Hart suddenly realized his rude behavior. I'll go out for a walk to clear my head. Please allow me to escort you. Leon Hart refused. The coronation is approaching. You are my aide-de-camp. Don't you have things to do? He grabbed the doorknob. I need time to think. Lucas watched his retreating back with worry. Then I will send a guard with you. If you fall again, it will be a big problem. As you wish. As for Julia, she was still thinking about Leonhardt's unusual state. It was an empty gaze, as if immersed in something. She searched her memories. If memory serves, Leonhardt had also become strange in the past. It was at the time he succeeded the throne and began the War of Conquest. It was after His Majesty the Emperor passed away. I once thought he changed because the shock was too great. She continued to think, not noticing someone appearing behind her. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. Xian spoke from behind. Why are you only just arriving? Julia turned her head. Long time no see, Sir Xian. Xian said angrily to her. You ran off as soon as you recovered. Don't you even know how to say a word of thanks? She moved closer to him. I'm truly sorry. I won't leave on my own again. Then she reached out and patted Xian's head. Xian seemed to be enjoying it. You had a hard time then. But he immediately struggled free. What are you suddenly doing? She reminded him. Do you remember you once wanted me to praise you and pat your head? Don't you like this very much? Xian said in a panic. Really, I'm not a puppy. Julia continued to pat Xian's head, and he enjoyed it. But then he struggled free again. No. Xian crossed his arms in front of his chest, feigning magnanimity. Humph. I'll let you off this time. Xian's attention focused on her new earrings. By the way, were those large flower-shaped earrings? They look special. I have obtained a new power. I'll have to find this. Oh, is that so? Julia took Xian's hand. I have something to say. Come over here for a moment. She opened a door. What is it? Julia brought Xian into the room. Don't push. She pressed him against the wall and began to ask, lately. Being pressed against the wall by her maid Xian shy, his cheeks flushed and his heart pounded. Lately, I've heard that His Highness the Crown Prince's condition is very strange. Xian immediately lost interest. He started to complain. Isn't it because of the coronation? Seeing his pale face, maybe that's it. But his behavior and gestures are very different from usual. It seems you understand His Highness very well. Julia was stunned for a moment, then quickly acknowledged. In this empire, who doesn't understand His Highness? Anyway, I have a favor to ask you. After the coronation is over, can you monitor His Highness's condition for about a month? Xian immediately made a gesture of refusal. I don't want to. His Highness is a very scary person. Julia slammed her hand hard against the wall next to him, pressing closer. Sir Xian, only you can do this. I only have you. I'm begging you. The future of the members depends on this. What do His Highness and the members have to do with each other? Julia clenched her fist. If this is over. She shyly turned her face away. Pat. I can pat your head. Xian jumped up. Who do you think is a dog? What the hell are you doing? The future of the members depends on this. I have no other choice. But in return, you can drink as much wine as you want. Night fell on the palace of the King of Kwang. In the bedroom, a stream of pink magic flowed in, and a mysterious figure in a black cloak appeared. If the Emperor is allowed to live, he will clearly become an obstacle to my plan. He held a crystal ball, which was the source of the pink magic stream. Withdraw the soul. Let him slowly wither and die. 1/10 of the King of Kwang's soul has been extracted. He must live until the succession to the throne is over. Everything is going according to plan. Today, the coronation took place as planned. Everyone stood solemnly in the great hall, the main doors wide open. Prince Leonhardt, dressed in ceremonial robes, slowly walked in as everyone bowed. He approached the archbishop, who began to read the new king's oath. The oath echoed through the cathedral. Leonhardt stood before the archbishop, listening to the oath. Behind the archbishop, the royal orb, crown, and scepter were fully prepared. Julia and the other members stood below, looking up. Previously, His Majesty the Emperor suddenly passed away, and the succeeding Leonhardt was hastily crowned. But now it's different. The crown was given to Leonhardt. His Majesty the Emperor is still alive, and the coronation is proceeding as planned. In addition, Leonhardt's age of succession is also younger than before, which is indeed very different from the past. At the same time, Leonhardt felt unwell again, breaking out in a cold sweat. The empire that I will rule in the future. Everything before his eyes was spinning. He couldn't see anything clearly. His hands trembled slightly. Both my body and soul are this heavy. Leonhardt received the regalia, but his face showed fatigue and discomfort. Even now, perhaps I am about to lose my mind. Xian leaned close to Julia's ear and whispered, Isn't His Highness's situation very dangerous? Julia nodded. That's right. Xian rubbed his chin. As expected, this matter. At this moment, the archbishop announced in a loud voice, the glory of the new era. There are too many prying ears here. I'll tell you after the ceremony is over. The ceremony ended. Cien and Julia went to a more private place to talk. Julia asked, "You said opium addiction. Opium can relieve physical and mental pain, but it causes severe addiction. If not used, withdrawal symptoms will appear very quickly. Those symptoms are very similar to His Highness's symptoms: pale complexion, listless eyes, restless gestures, trembling hands. His Highness's unusual appearance is also due to the influence of opium." "Are you sure?" "Further investigation is needed to be certain, but I'm afraid it's most likely the case." Julia began to speculate. Could it be that he became strange in the past also because of opium? But no matter how tired he was, he is not the type of person to do such a thing. Moreover, on the eve of his long-awaited succession to the throne, why would His Highness rely on opium? What on earth is going on? If he has been addicted to opium for a while, is there a way to overcome the addiction? That depends on the specific drug he is using. First, we need to clearly investigate what exactly happened. Then I'm counting on you, Cien. At the same time, Leon Hart and his father were talking. The two stood on the balcony, looking down at the scene below. "Look, Leon Hart, this scene at our feet will be the empire you rule in the future." Leon Hart staggered behind his father, his face still pale, cold sweat breaking out. "My head hurts like it's about to split open." The emperor turned around. "Remember, today will be the last day you are allowed to show such weakness." Leon Hart replied, trembling, "Yes, sir." He placed his hand on his forehead. "Why is your voice so weak? It seems you have a fever. Lately, you seem to have overworked yourself preparing for the coronation. Everyone gets tired at first, but if it's you, you will definitely do well." He embraced his son. "You are the son I'm most proud of." Leon Hart leaned on his father's shoulder. "I'm not a child anymore. Tears are about to fall. Please watch over me." Night fell, the cawing of crows outside creating a gloomy atmosphere. The mysterious cloaked figure appeared beside Rebecca, handing her a glowing stone. "Take it." Rebecca took the stone. "What is this, my lord?" "This is a soul stone that absorbs the souls of the dead. Take it, launch an attack from the outskirts of the capital, and collect 10 souls. Is this also for the resurrection of Lord Ariel?" "That's right. The more blood and souls collected, the more perfect the resurrection will be." A flash of magical light appeared, whisking the mysterious figure away. "All of this is for Lord Ariel." "I understand, my lord." Rebecca looked up and found the person had disappeared. He's gone. The soul-absorbing stone. She began to use the stone. "It's been a long time since I've been this excited." In the royal palace, Aisha had entered the harem of the kingdom of Pyron, but had gained nothing. Aisha looked dejected, lying down and thinking to herself, "So boring." Suddenly, the communication sphere appeared, emitting a strange light. Aisha was startled. She said in a panic, "It's the communication sphere that Guy gave me." The communication sphere suddenly called out, "ISA Evans." Aisha stared in amazement at the man who had given her the communication sphere, not expecting him to appear from within the sphere. The voice continued to emanate from the sphere, telling her to open the window. Aisha was skeptical. "The window?" Then she looked out the window and said, puzzled, "The window?" Suddenly, she saw a strange package floating outside. She opened the window, grabbed the package, and asked, "What is this?" She opened the package, and the communication sphere immediately explained, "That is a brainwashing drug for the king of Pyron and a gemstone called the goddess's heart." Aisha picked up the blue box in the package, looked at it, and asked the communication sphere, "If it's the goddess's heart, isn't that a treasure of the kingdom of Pyron?" The communication sphere replied, "No, the one I gave you is a fake." Aisha exclaimed in surprise, "It's made so exquisitely." The communication sphere said, "Aisha, after getting along with His Majesty the King, choose an opportune moment and ask to see the gemstone." Aisha was stunned. The communication sphere continued, "If you can swap the fake for the real one and give it to me, your mission will be complete." Aisha shouted angrily at the communication sphere, "Don't joke with me. How is this possible?" The man spoke through the communication sphere. He gestured for Aisha to be quiet. "Sure." Then his voice continued, "Tonight, I will create a private opportunity for the two of you." Then it said to Aisha, "At that time, use the brainwashing drug I sent you. That way, the king will obey your every word." Aisha looked at the gemstone in the box in her hand. The communication sphere said, "Carefully store the gemstone until the opportunity arises." Aisha hesitated, but the communication sphere told her, "This can also help you become the adopted daughter of a noble in the kingdom of Pyron. Getting you into the harem was my doing." The man's voice continued to transmit. Don't forget, you have me behind you, Isa Evans. Aisha shouted at the communication sphere. She frowned and said, if that's the case, someone as powerful as you, why don't you do it yourself? The man in front of the communication sphere thought to himself, you always say such troublesome things. On the other side, Aisha continued to speak impatiently to him. Stop talking nonsense and do it yourself. You look like nothing but a lazy bum. The man said to Aisha, I plan to bring Julia von Rosenstein to the kingdom of Pyron soon. Aisha was extremely surprised. She asked him worriedly, what did you say? He continued to persuade her. If everything goes smoothly, I will then grant all your wishes. He said to Aisha, if you succeed in getting the kingdom of Pyron on your side, you might be able to realize the wish you've always dreamed of. Aisha laughed with excitement. She asked, you mean by using the king, I can kill that little wench, right? The mysterious figure smiled smugly, looking towards the communication sphere. Aisha said to him, I will make good use of this opportunity. At the Black Lion stronghold, a few days later, Karat Ginter kept staring at Alex as he worked. Alex noticed something was unusual, looked up at Karat Ginter, and Karat Ginter quickly turned his face away. Alex spoke up and asked Karat Ginter, why do you keep staring at me? Hearing this, Karat Ginter's expression hardened, and he looked away. Alex continued to ask, is there anything else? Karat Ginter still turned his face away, not answering. After thinking for a moment, Karat Ginter said, not long ago, I saw a man propose in a small town in the north. Alex asked again, a proposal. He said in surprise, Karat Ginter, why are you suddenly talking about this? Karat Ginter's cheeks flushed, too shy to look directly at Alex, and said, if there's someone I want to spend the rest of my life with, then one day, I'll have to propose, right? He said to Alex, but if the other person feels pressured. Hearing Karat Ginter say this, Alex was extremely surprised. He looked at Karat Ginter with a clearly horrified expression. Alex hesitantly asked Karat Ginter, the other person is human, right? For whom? Karat Ginter said sternly to Alex, why do I have to report this to you? Alex was disappointed by Karat Ginter's answer. He asked, when did you start seeing her? Karat Ginter replied, about 2 months ago. Alex sighed in disappointment and asked Karat Ginter, you're already thinking about that so soon. Alex said sadly, I thought you were an innocent person with no feelings. Karat Ginter didn't understand. Alex continued to mumble, if you really want to propose, it's better to prepare a little better. Hearing this, Karat Ginter asked, prepare. Is there another way? Alex approached Karat Ginter and said, that's something the commander has to think about himself. Alex smiled brightly, made a heart shape with his hands, and said to Karat Ginter, a perfect proposal that the other person will never forget. Alex raised his hand, squinted, and explained with a smile to Karat Ginter, girls like them all like special romance. Karat Ginter didn't understand and asked again, romance. Alex looked at him impatiently and exclaimed, what? You don't even know what that expression means. Karat Ginter glanced at Alex and said to him, for now, let's think about it together. Alex shouted at Karat Ginter, hey, please don't come near me. This joke isn't funny at all, Commander. Alex wanted to avoid this task and said to Karat Ginter, I have to go now. Karat Ginter patted his shoulder and asked Alex, why do you think it's a joke? Karat Ginter asked Alex with a murderous look, or should I tie you up so you can't run away? Seeing this, Alex was so scared he gasped. Just then, a horrified shout came from outside. Commander, something terrible has happened. Karat Ginter asked back, what is it? The messenger said in a panic, His Majesty has passed away. Karat Ginter and Alex were extremely surprised, asking again with serious expressions, what? In the palace, Julia walked hurriedly. She asked Cien, how did things turn out like this? Cien replied to her, I heard he passed away last night. Julia asked sternly, how high is the possibility of assassination? Cien replied, when he was discovered, his face was very peaceful, as if he were in a deep sleep. It seems he passed away in his sleep. The image of His Majesty, gone forever, appeared before her eyes. Cien continued, there were no signs of a break-in or bloodshed. Julia was expressionless. She thought to herself, this death is too sudden, even though he had indeed aged a lot recently. For Leon Hart, who is mentally cornered, what effect will His Majesty's death have? The experiences of the past, the memory of that day, is still vivid. Leon Hart said arrogantly, now father must be a fish on the chopping block, right? My succession to the throne is the only way to prove my strength, isn't it? He turned his head and asked, you will help me, won't you, Julia? Julia put her hand to her head. She thought, if this continues, he will fall into the same old rut. Julia said, Cien, go see His Majesty the Emperor quickly. Outside the magnificent palace, it was raining cats and dogs. Each drop of rain fell, as if expressing Leon Hart's mood at this moment. He stood inside, his heart heavy, telling himself, it's raining. A pensive look appeared on the prince's face. Then he ordered Lucas, inform the people of the news of the king's death. The former king has abdicated. Begin preparations for the funeral. Lucas replied, yes, I understand, Your Majesty. Leon Hart no longer had any attachment to his current life. He looked at the pouring rain outside the window and said helplessly, to think that such a strong-willed person would end up like this. Life is truly meaningless. Pascal gently approached Leon Hart and said softly, Your Majesty, you may grieve, but you must pull yourself together. At least for the subjects who believe in you, Your Majesty. The prince's face no longer had its usual cheerful and relaxed expression. He looked into the distance with a deep gaze and replied to Pascal, I need time to think. Can you leave me alone? Pascal pondered for a moment, realizing that Leon Hart needed to calm down after this shock. He continued, I will come to see you tomorrow, Your Majesty. Leon Hart replied, you may leave. Pascal left the room. As soon as he stepped out, Julia, Karat Ginter, and Cien were already waiting there. Karat Ginter stepped forward and asked, how is His Majesty? Pascal just shook his head and said sternly to everyone, he needs time to think. Everyone should go home. A week later, a funeral for the abdicated former king was held in the empire. The people mourned his passing and prayed for him. The abdicated former king rested in peace amidst the sorrow of his subjects. In some luxurious place, Aisha was enjoying herself with the king here, immersed in pleasure, oblivious to worldly affairs. That king spoke, all the jewels and dresses I gave you, do you like them? Tell me. Aisha, beside him, her hand gently caressing the king's chest, said flatteringly, yes, Your Majesty. The gifts are too precious. This servant doesn't know what to do. The king, enchanted by the drug, replied to her, compared to your beauty, this is nothing. Your hair is as lustrous as gold. From the moment I saw you, my eyes could not leave you. Aisha pretended to be shy, cooing to the king, Your Majesty, you're making this servant embarrassed. The king said, don't turn away. I want to see your face. Aisha gently turned back, her round, sparkling eyes looking at the king. In fact, she was thinking to herself, the brainwashing drug that the man in the black cloak gave me is really effective. Normally, he wouldn't even bother to look at me directly. Her hand wrapped around the king's neck, caressing him, while her mouth said, Your Majesty, this servant has something to ask you. The king replied, what is it? She continued, I have heard of a precious gem called the Divine Heart, a treasure of the empire. Could Your Majesty allow me to see it? The king whispered into Aisha's ear, as the king of this land, is there anything I cannot do? If you wish for it, I can do anything. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, showering his cheeks with kisses, fawning over him. Your Majesty, you are truly wonderful. Scene change. Julia and Karat Ginter were standing on a balcony, resting for a moment. Julia spoke up, Sir Karat. He replied with a sound, Ichem. Julia asked him, do you know the legend of the Fire Witch? Karat Ginter looked at Julia and asked back, are you talking about a fairy tale? Julia replied softly, no, it's not a fairy tale. It was Iris who told me when I went to the north. Someone is trying to resurrect the Fire Witch, and I have the responsibility to defeat her. Karat Ginter walked to Julia's side, saying, that story? She understood how absurd he found this story, and immediately affirmed, though it's hard to believe, this is not a lie. Julia continued, so, on the day she is resurrected, you will be on my side, won't you? Karat Ginter immediately comforted Julia. Julia, I know you are not one to lie. The day we had dinner with the Duke, I already said it, one of the reasons I want to be with you is because I want to protect you. He looked at Julia and continued, so you don't need to ask such questions. No matter what it is, I will help you. She lowered her eyes, sadly recalling painful memories. I once hesitated whether to tell him this, all because of the pain from my past life in my mind. The past events are still there. I was afraid that even Karat Ginter would abandon me amidst this absurd story, even though I knew he wouldn't do that. She blushed shyly, turned away, and said, actually, I hesitated because I was afraid you wouldn't believe what I said. Karat Ginter immediately placed his hand on Julia's cheek, saying gently, Julia, I will never doubt you. Can't I become a lover you can trust? Julia became even more shy at his sweet words. She replied softly, It's not like that. She recalled her father's words. Just as her father had said, there would be someone who would trust and support her. When talking to Karat Ginter, why did it feel like all the problems of the past had vanished? She quickly hugged the man in front of her, happily thinking to herself, it's just as I thought. I've really fallen in love with this person. Karat Ginter asked Julia, so, can we stop everything before the fire which is resurrected? She replied, that would be great, but we still don't know who is resurrecting her. Even Iris doesn't know that person's identity. It could be some mage who is very good at hiding. The thought of only being able to wait for her resurrection is not pleasant at all. Karat Ginter said, we can't do much more either. I will also find a way to minimize the damage. Julia seemed very happy and satisfied with his words. She looked at him, then quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. In the quiet, dark night, the flame of love in the couple's hearts lit up the night sky. The next day, Julia returned to work. She found Cien, asking about the information he was investigating regarding the Emperor's death. Have you found out anything related to His Majesty? Cien replied, in his room, there's an incense burner with a very peculiar shape. Julia didn't understand and asked again, an incense burner? Cien continued, yes, judging by its shape, it doesn't seem to be an object made in the Empire. There's one more thing. Deep in the palace's wine cellar, someone has planted lotus flower herb. This was the first time Julia had heard of this plant. She pressed, what is lotus flower herb? Cien replied, it's a type of magical drug from the eastern continent. I don't know why it's being grown in the palace. Julia continued to ask, what happens if you use it? Cien replied thoughtfully, the symptoms are not much different from other addictive substances, whether it's abnormal behavior or the appearance of hallucinations. If exposed to the fragrance of the lotus flower herb for a long time, I've heard that signs of delusions of grandeur will begin to appear. The term was not very familiar. Julia was skeptical. Delusions of grandeur? She recalled a memory from her past life. At that time, she was standing before the emperor, and the emperor said, I like war and invading other countries. No matter how I think about it, I was born a conqueror. Could it be that those words from the past were also because of this thing? She asked probingly. For example, when his emotions become more intense, could he start a war? Cien replied, in most cases, if he uses that thing for a long time, in a worst-case scenario, he would choose to do so. Fortunately, His Majesty has not reached that point yet. Julia pieced together all the events she had witnessed. She realized this drug addiction and the late Emperor's death were too unusual to be a coincidence. It felt like someone was pushing Leonhardt into a corner. But if so, who would it be? And why would they do it? Could it be that His Majesty willingly became addicted to that thing? She pushed these thoughts aside and decided to act. She said to Cien, before the situation gets worse, destroy all of that lotus flower herb and deal with that incense burner too. Before that, we have something to do, Sir Cien. We need to find the mastermind behind this. Let's go see His Majesty. Cien was startled and said in alarm, huh? Do I have to go too? You're the only one who knows a lot about magical drugs, so you must go. Julia said, you're not planning to let me go alone, are you? As for Cien, he was trying to find any excuse to stay by His Majesty's side. I don't know why I feel so uncomfortable. In Leonhardt's room, Julia and Cien arrived together. Leonhardt said, I didn't expect you two to come looking for me. It must be something important. Both replied respectfully, we apologize, Your Majesty. We wish to see you so urgently because there is an unexpected matter to report. He fumbled and blurted out, the commander often mentions the tea that Your Majesty bestowed upon her. Do you remember? So I was thinking, I wonder if I could have a little taste. As soon as Leonhardt heard this, thinking Julia was paying attention to him, his attitude immediately changed. Is that so? So that's how it is. HM. Julia looked at Cien in horror. He could only say helplessly in a low voice, what other choice did I have? Leonhardt invited the two to sit. Sit down. I will have a servant prepare tea. Cien replied excitedly, yes. When the tea was brought in, a strong fragrance caught Cien's attention. What is this scent? This is the first time I've smelled this. Leonhardt answered him, when I smell this fragrance, it helps me calm down, so I burn a little from time to time. I heard it's a type of incense from the east. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Your Majesty, it is time to change the incense. After Leonhardt gave permission, a maidservant entered as soon as Leonhardt finished speaking. The maidservant curtsied. By your leave, Your Majesty. Julia suddenly noticed something unusual about this maidservant. She couldn't hear her footsteps, but she didn't act strangely because of it, maintaining a normal appearance. Meanwhile, Xian continued to praise the tea's aroma. The tea is so fragrant, Your Highness. Julia decided to observe this mysterious maidservant closely. She used her magical power to control a stream of blue energy, silently weaving through the corners to the incense burner where the maidservant was standing. That stream of energy pulled the maidservant away, accidentally knocking over the incense burner on the table. Xian looked over, seeming to have noticed everything. Before he could react to what had happened, the maidservant discovered the incense burner was broken, so panicked she was speechless and immediately apologized to Leonhardt. It was this lowly servant's carelessness, Your Highness. Leonhardt calmly reassured her. It's all right. No need to panic. Stand up. What a pity. It can't be helped. I'll tell Lucas to buy a new one. A thick stream of fragrance emanated, immediately filling the entire room. The person most affected was Leonhardt, as he had no magical power. Julia immediately realized the critical situation. Once the incense burner was broken, the fragrance would become even more concentrated for Leonhardt, who couldn't use magical power. This could be life-threatening. She immediately ordered, "The scent is too strong. Quickly open the windows to ventilate." The maidservant replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Leonhardt's face became dazed, lifeless, and sweat poured down his handsome face as if he had been drenched. He couldn't hold on any longer. Xian asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Leonhardt replied wearily, "It seems I cannot listen to your report today. You're dismissed. I need a rest." Xian and Julia withdrew. "Yes, Your Majesty." Outside the palace, the two discussed the origin of that scent. This is probably the last lotus flower herb plant in the palace. Since there are still many in other places, after we get out, we must burn them all at once. Well done, Xian. From his palm, the lotus flower herb was completely incinerated by his magical power. He added, "Furthermore, if we can find the lotus water herb, the addiction to the lotus flower herb can be cured." Julia said, "I will ask my father. I heard my father has an acquaintance on the eastern continent." Xian replied, "Then I'll have to trouble you, my lady." He brought up the recent event again, but that maidservant from before, she was a bit strange, wasn't she? She appeared suddenly, without a sound of footsteps, and moreover, was not affected by the fragrance. Julia agreed. "That's right. It seems she is no ordinary maidservant. It's already dark. Let's talk as we walk. Let me escort you." Xian didn't understand. This was the first time he was being escorted by this lady, and he asked in confusion, "The commander wants to escort me?" Julia replied, "Is there a problem?" He didn't dare say much, only managing to reply, "Oh, nothing, but..." Julia said without hesitation, "Follow me quickly." Xian thought to himself, what a strange person. When I was young, I used to think this palace was like hell, yet now it has become a place that brings me joy. It's definitely because of this person. Julia heard Xian's soft chuckle and reminded him, "Xian, stop laughing behind my back." Xian burst out laughing. "I've been found out?" Julia could only reply helplessly, "I was trying to be a little more polite." In the darkness that enveloped the kingdom, a panicked voice rang out. "Something terrible has happened. His Majesty has fainted." A servant said loudly in panic, "Have you called a doctor?" The young maidservant said, "I'm going to call one right now." Another person impatiently ordered, "Don't waste any more time. Go quickly." The young maidservant replied, "Yes," and then hurriedly ran to find help in the dead of night. The late emperor's funeral was not long ago, and now things like this are happening one after another. That maidservant thought sadly to herself, "His Majesty is so pitiful. I fear something bad is about to happen in the empire." In a gloomy place, the maidservant who had changed the incense for Leonhardt earlier was kneeling before some mysterious figure. She pleaded miserably, "Master, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The mysterious figure replied nonchalantly, "How many times have I warned you to be careful and discreet? Yet someone like you has ruined everything. We were just a little bit away from being able to ignite a war." He took out a dark purple orb. The object looked extremely dangerous. The maidservant recognized its malevolence and screamed, "Master, please spare me. Give me one more chance." He raised the orb high. The poor girl's life force was immediately drained. The flow of her soul was instantly sucked away by the object. That person said, "Be happy. Your soul will forever accompany Ariel." With that, the poor girl was now just a soulless corpse. She fell from the air without a shred of pity. The villain looked coldly at the body beside him and said, "Impossible. How could this girl have messed things up on her own?" She said Julia and her vice commander were there. It must be related to them. Could it be that they have already discovered my existence? The king was completely poisoned by that incense. After fainting, he collapsed. Without treatment, it will be difficult for him to recover. If left unattended, he will slowly die. But if we cure him, after he wakes up, he will also become a useless shell. Things have come to this. I must change my plan. Those weak and useless humans. From now on, protecting the divine heart must be the priority. After speaking, he vanished. The kingdom was now as if placed on a scale, its fate unknown. It seemed something ominous was about to happen. The next day, Karat, Ginter, and Julia were discussing matters. He asked about the king's severe illness due to the lotus flower herb addiction. "When did you start suspecting this?" She replied, "I only suspected it before, but after yesterday, I am certain." Julia continued, "Even so, we must at least cure the lotus flower herb addiction. If we can find the lotus water herb, it will be much easier." Karat, Ginter said in surprise, "You know a lot about Eastern herbs, don't you?" Julia replied with a radiant smile, "It was Sien who taught me. He has traveled to many places, so his knowledge is vast." In Karat Ginter's mind, he only saw that guy as a troublemaker, so he replied, "That's surprising." Julia said, "Is that so?" She added, "I heard my father has an acquaintance on the eastern continent, so I've asked him to inquire about how to find the lotus water herb." Karat Ginter asked with curiosity, "Is there a problem?" Julia replied hesitantly, "You know the eastern continent is very far away, right? So the problem is time." Hearing this, Karat Ginter proposed a solution. "In that case, why don't we use the Magic Tower's teleportation gate?" Julia asked, "Teleportation gate?" In the Magic Tower, there's a magic circle called a teleportation gate, which can be used for emergencies or research to instantly teleport to another place. He added, "That teleportation gate can help us teleport instantly in an emergency. I have friends there. I'll go and ask." Julia replied excitedly, "That's right. I just had an idea. Karat Ginter, can we build a teleportation gate right away?" Karat Ginter asked his beloved back, "Are you planning to use it when the Fire Witch awakens?" Julia said casually, "You think so too?" Karat Ginter's eyes were filled with love. He constantly reassured his little lover. "The friend from the Magic Tower I mentioned is very talented. I will ask him for help." Julia asked worriedly, "Will there be any problems?" He replied gently, "Don't worry. For now, let's focus on the matter of the lotus water herb first." She replied, "Yes, I'm counting on you." At the Ginter estate, Karat Ginter was thinking of a way to help Julia. He took out a small, spherical object, sighed, and said, "I didn't expect to have to use this." A flash of light emanated from the orb. A strange voice came from the other end. Karat Ginter. "No way. Are you using a communication stone?" Karat Ginter replied, "Long time no see, Houston." It turned out the other end was the mage of the Magic Tower, Houston, a friend of his. Houston said, "That's right. It's been about half a year, hasn't it?" The joy of reuniting with an old friend vanished in an instant. Before they could catch up, Karat Ginter said, "I have a request." Houston's expression changed from joyful to openly annoyed, and he grumbled, "Of course, there's a problem. How could you just call a check on me?" The meaning in his words was as if to say, "I hate your guts." As for Karat Ginter, he thought helplessly, so talkative. Getting straight to the point, Karat Ginter explained, "The king's health is very poor. To cure him, we need to go to the east to get a type of herb. Therefore, please help me use the teleportation gate." Houston replied, "Is that so? That's a big problem indeed. You know, the procedures at the Magic Tower are super complicated. Even if it's a matter concerning the king, it can't be done right away." Karat Ginter said, "Time is of the essence. You just need to go to the east and find it." Houston started to be sarcastic again. "What do you mean, Karat Ginter? You want to use this number one genius of the Magic Tower to run errands for you without any sincerity?" Karat Ginter thought in frustration. Here we go again. He asked directly, "What do you want?" Houston's expression immediately became excited again. "Gosh, why is he like a child?" He began to interrogate. "I heard from Alex, you have a lover, don't you?" "Huh, I'm so curious I can't sleep. Who on earth is it?" Karat Ginter replied, Nonsense. Houston, however, burst out laughing. His illusion moved towards Kirat Ginter, putting an arm around the commander's shoulder and saying, "We're as close as brothers. Let me meet her just once." Kirat Ginter replied uncomfortably, "Since when are we that close? I will ask her opinion tomorrow, so you go get the lotus water herb." Kirat Ginter suddenly became serious. "I also have something I need to talk to you about in person." Houston replied, "Really?" Then his image at the other end of the communication stone danced around like a tadpole in a bathtub, saying, "If that's the case, I really want to see you propose to her." Kirat Ginter froze for a few seconds, then asked uncomfortably, "Alex told you even that?" As for Houston, he laughed heartily as if he had won a great prize. "This is the first time I've seen you this angry. It's so fun. If there was an award for King of Teasing, that title would surely belong to you, Houston." He continued speaking to Kirat Ginter. "Tell me the place you need to go. I'll go get that lotus water herb, then come to the palace right away." "That should be fine, right?" Kirat Ginter said, moved. "Thank you for your help." The feeling of being moved didn't last a second, as Houston's illusion bounced in front of him again like a tadpole. "Teasing, don't worry. By the way, when you plan to propose, remember to call me." Kirat Ginter was speechless, only managing a short reply. 2 days later, the warm sunlight shone on the royal residence. Kirat Ginter said worriedly, "Houston should be arriving soon. Are you sure you won't feel uncomfortable?" Faced with this question, Julia replied confidently, "I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Isn't he your friend, Sir Kirat?" But when Kirat Ginter recalled the moment he revealed the identity of his beloved to Houston, Houston was even more excited than the person involved. He jumped up in excitement, saying, "Kirat Ginter's beloved? I want to see you propose so badly." He laughed out loud while pulling Kirat Ginter around in circles. Because of this, Kirat Ginter felt extremely awkward, even a little scared to let Julia meet this friend of his. Seeing Kirat Ginter dazed, Julia asked, "What's wrong?" He then came back to his senses and replied, "It's nothing." Just then, a man in a dark purple formal suit walked towards where they were standing. He shouted Kirat Ginter's name loudly, attracting everyone's attention, causing both Kirat Ginter and Julia to startle and turn their heads to look. Houston looked incredibly splendid, running towards them. He was even wearing sunglasses, laughing cheerfully and saying, "Your good brother has arrived." Kirat Ginter froze for 5 seconds, countless lightning bolts seeming to strike through his mind as he thought, "Why is this guy being so dramatic?" Julia took a step forward and greeted politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard about you from Sir Kirat." Then she held out her hand. Houston also hurried over to take her hand, replying cheerfully, "Oh, so you're Kirat Ginter's fiancé." Julia's cheeks immediately flushed red, and she repeated shyly, "Fiancé?" Kirat Ginter, afraid his annoyed expression would show, quickly reminded him, "Stop talking nonsense." Seeing Kirat Ginter was unhappy, Houston stopped asking, took off his sunglasses, and said, I know. Julia smiled, feeling a little surprised, and thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen Sir Kirat so flustered." Houston regained his charming confidence, pointed to himself, his whole body seeming to radiate light, and said, "It is a great honor to meet you, my lady. I am the mage Houston." Julia also followed the etiquette, placing one hand on her hip and replying, "I'm Julia von Rosenthal." Kirat Ginter's voice cut in from the side. "How is the matter I asked you about?" Houston frowned at being interrupted, saying with dissatisfaction, "What's the rush?" But he didn't forget his task, conjuring a glowing bag of herbs from his hand. Houston handed it to Julia, saying, "Here, please take it." Julia was quite surprised, but still reached out to take it, saying sincerely, "Thank you. How can I ever repay you?" Seeing this, Houston immediately took Julia's hand and replied, "My lady, your beauty is repayment enough." After saying this, he closed his eyes, intending to kiss her small hand. But Kirat Ginter quickly pulled Julia away, his face showing clear annoyance, his eyes glaring at Houston as he said, "Stop it." As for Julia, she was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Houston, as if he had successfully teased Kirat Ginter, let out a smug huff. "This is fun." Kirat Ginter, seeing there was nothing more to it, decided to let it go, and said, "Besides that, I have one more thing to ask of you." Upon hearing he had to help again, Houston's face immediately darkened, and he refused outright. Julia sighed in disappointment and said, "Just as I thought for Sir Houston. This request is indeed too much." Seeing her like this, he couldn't refuse and had to take back what he had just said. "Of course not. Go ahead, what do you need? Karat Ginter looked at his friend, whose expression changed as fast as flipping a book, feeling extremely annoyed, his anger flaring up. Seeing this, Julia took the opportunity to explain further. To put it simply, the matter we are asking for help with is still a bit mysterious, but it will be clarified soon. Outside, the sky was a clear, brilliant blue as they walked together to the palace garden. Houston rubbed his chin with his hand, thinking about Julia's request. Houston asked, "So, what you mean is to ask if it's possible to immediately create a teleportation magic circle to use the teleportation gate to go where you want?" This was exactly what Julia wanted, and she replied excitedly, "Yes." Her face became more cheerful, her eyes filled with hope, and when she heard Houston answer, "Of course it's possible," she broke into a happy smile. But he wasn't finished. He raised a finger, signaling a slight difficulty, and continued, "However, there are many rules that cannot be broken. The Magic Tower's teleportation gate is forbidden for outsiders to use, only with a valid reason, and after going through many procedures is its use permitted. But I cannot disclose that reason." Julia knew it couldn't be done immediately and said with disappointment, "Even so, the culprit could still be a member of the Magic Tower." Houston used a bit of his magical power, snapped his fingers, and said, "Is that so? In that case," before Julia could understand, just as she let out a sound, boom, the scene before her eyes had turned into a beach. Julia appeared on a golden sandy beach, lined with coconut trees and coral reefs. She was utterly astonished, both shocked and bewildered. Did he just teleport me to the sea? In less than a second, just as Julia was about to lift her foot to look around, that flash of light appeared again, and she was teleported back to her original spot. Houston said, acting very cool, "Bingo." As for Karat Ginter, he was quite worried about Julia, not knowing where she had just gone. He was confident in his magic, stating decisively, "If you just need to teleport, I can help." As could be seen, an image of the entire kingdom's map appeared at Houston's feet. A circle of light also appeared around him, and he began to explain. "The range is a radius of 80 miles. If we use a magic amplification device, we can expand the range even further. It may not be as far as the teleportation gate, but it's quite useful, isn't it?" Julia suddenly asked. "Even if we don't specify the reason, you will still help?" Houston replied, a bit embarrassed. Aren't you the one from Karat Gintor's dreams? You don't look like a bad person, and I know Karat Gintor isn't the type to bother people for no reason." Hearing this, Julia nodded, quite pleased. As for Karat Gintor, he remained as cold as ever. Houston smiled and asked them, "So, shall we call it a day?" Julia responded to his goodwill, "Yes, thank you. I will definitely repay you." The matter was temporarily concluded. Houston then invited them to dinner, calling for Karat Gintor as well. Julia, who was starving by now, said cheerfully, "Wonderful." As for Karat Gintor, he was completely exhausted and remained silent. Later, in Leon Hart's bedroom, at this moment, Leon Hart was critically ill, lying in bed. The doctor in charge held a bag of necessary herbs and exclaimed with admiration, "This is truly admirable. You managed to get the herb from the East in such a short time. How'd you do it?" Julia looked around the room, feeling a bit suspicious. Leon Hart's servant didn't seem to be here today. The servant must have been busy handling affairs while His Highness was unconscious. Standing behind the doctor, she explained, "I just received help from a few people." Then she requested, "May I observe your treatment process?" The doctor didn't feel bothered at all and said cheerfully, "Of course. Having you by my side to watch me work will also put me at ease, Commander." Initially, Julia was still suspicious of the man before her, but after hearing these words, she began to feel more at ease and let her guard down. "Just as I thought, I don't see anything suspicious about this doctor." So she asked further, "So, how long will it take?" The doctor began his preparations, holding a few flower stalks and saying, "We have the water lily herb now, so it will be finished quickly." He placed them on a plate filled with precious herbs, then informed Julia, "I will go prepare the medicine now. Please have a seat and wait here." Julia obediently replied, "I understand." She immediately went to Leon Hart's side to check on his condition. He lay on the sickbed, looking to be in great pain, his body covered in bloodstains, his wounds clearly visible. She was reminded of the past again. In that moment, she had always thought, "When you pierced my heart, were you also in this state of delirium?" No, I can't go back to that time, so I will never know. Returning to the present, everything remained unchanged. Julia said angrily, "I still hate you, the one who betrayed and hurt me." Fortunately, she continued, "However, after I died, I was granted a new life. In her past life, when Leonhardt decided to descend to the underworld with Julia, choosing to pierce both their hearts with a sword. Unlike him, who completely stopped breathing, she was different. She discovered a mysterious power flowing from her hand that brought her back to life, and she silently made a resolution. Now, you can no longer make me suffer. Sitting on the chair, Julia thought with great sorrow, the fact that I had to die to live happily means nothing to many people. She touched her heart, and the magic crystal glowed. She continued, the only reason I'm helping you this time is that I want to avoid a meaningless war caused by a mad king. Just imagining it, thousands of soldiers dying in vain, the flames of war dyeing the entire kingdom red, was enough to break her heart. I don't want to help you at all. At this moment, Julia's mind was in turmoil, and she restlessly ran her hands through her hair in frustration. If Leonhardt were to die, just like this, unpredictable chaos would ensue. If something else were to happen, it would be even more troublesome. Suddenly, the doctor called out to Julia, Commander, I need to go get a few missing ingredients. Would you like to come with me? Because the doctor was very perceptive of the emotions of those around him, he said, I think being alone with His Highness might be a bit uncomfortable for you, right? She immediately agreed. Yes, let's go. The next day, after the doctor finished preparing the antidote for Leonhardt, checked that everything was in order, and was about to leave, Leonhardt showed signs of waking up. He let out a groan, which startled the doctor. Seeing the good sign, the doctor quickly asked, Your Highness, are you feeling all right? Leonhardt, a little tired, slowly opened his eyes, thinking to himself, It feels like I've just woken up from a long nightmare. My body and mind are not in any pain. He no longer lay down, deciding to sit up and lean against the headboard, then asked about the situation. What happened? Hearing Leonhardt's question, the doctor quickly replied, Your Highness, a few days ago, you fell into a coma after mistakenly ingesting a certain type of herb. Fortunately, Miss Rosentine quickly found the antidote. Without that herb, things might have been much worse. This left Leonhardt utterly surprised and astonished. His eyes widened as he looked towards the bronze censer he often used for incense in his room. Leonhardt asked suspiciously, What do you mean by a certain type of herb? Could it be the censer in my room? The doctor, seeing his alarm, explained in detail. That scent is created from a lotus herb originating from the eastern continent. It seems the maid responsible for lighting the censer has disappeared. Leonhardt's face darkened, and he said hesitantly, I was told it was an essential oil that helps me recover my vitality. The doctor continued, That substance affects the brain, weakening your Highness's decision-making ability. Furthermore, on days when your Highness does not inhale the scent, you may experience symptoms such as headaches, chills, and sudden mood swings. His words were not wrong at all. Leonhardt recalled his recent days, and indeed, those signs were there. Sometimes his head throbbed as if it were being split by an axe, forcing him to clutch it. Sometimes he was inexplicably irritable, and sometimes he was so cold he broke into a sweat. Leonhardt began to wonder when he had been poisoned. He remembered Lucas once saying that he himself had ordered the maid to prepare the censer. He tried to recall the girl's image, but couldn't remember her face clearly. It was the maid from the east who prepared the censer, he said. Suddenly startled, Leonhardt was utterly horrified, whispering in disbelief. Could it be Lucas? But he tried to calm himself, recalling the moments he had embraced Lucas in the past, then said, No, Lucas is my brother and friend who has been with me since childhood. He would never do such a thing. Returning to the present, the doctor pushed up his glasses and instructed him, I will have the guards bring the prepared medicine. You will start the detoxification tonight. Whenever the symptoms worsen, please take the medicine immediately. Because quitting an addiction is by no means an easy matter. If your Highness feels any abnormality in your body, please call me right away. Leonhardt heard this, his expression showing some worry, but he immediately promised firmly, I will definitely do it. Hearing his personal assurance, the doctor also felt more at ease, saying, You're doing very well. You may go. In the stables, every warhorse was plump and healthy. Just as Julia was about to lead a horse out, Leonhardt suddenly appeared beside her and said, Miss Julia, I've been looking for you. Before long, the person she hated most appeared before her eyes. Julia looked at him coldly and uncomfortably, not saying a word, but still had to place her hand on her chest and bow in accordance with etiquette. I greet your majesty, the sun-like presence of the empire. Having just woken up not long ago, he temporarily set aside his fatigue and regained his overwhelming confidence, saying, I heard from the doctor. It was you who saved me. Julia knew it was her doing, but she dared not be disrespectful, still bowing her head and saying, "As a knight, I was only fulfilling my duty, Your Majesty." Suddenly, a maple leaf gently fell from the sky, and the sun was also gradually setting in the west. Leon Hart said, quite surprised, "Is that all? If you have any wish, just tell me, and I will do my best to grant it." This is not an offer that just anyone can easily get. At Leon Hart's offer, Julia fell silent, seemingly thinking about something. Finally, she spoke. "My wish is for Your Majesty to become a shield that protects the people, to become a great monarch who leads an era of peace." The scene at this moment was beautiful, as if they were standing before a church glittering with light, with a myriad of flowers vying to show off their beauty. Leon Hart's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at her. Then he calmed down and replied gently, "From the very first day I met you, you have been testing me. Am I that untrustworthy to you?" Julia, with a serious expression, affirmed, "Your Majesty, that is not what I meant." Hearing this, Leon Hart seemed a little more reassured, turned away, and replied, "Very well then." He turned his back to Julia, glanced back slightly, his words exuding the royal demeanor of a monarch. In any case, it is the duty of a sovereign to listen to the advice of a loyal subject. Leon Hart felt he was being very magnanimous and chuckled. Ha ha ha. As for Julia, she felt he hadn't changed at all, thinking to herself, "I thought he had changed, but he's still as impulsive as ever." Time passed, and night fell. In the forest, where butterflies glittered with light, illuminating everything, heavy wisteria blossoms hung down. Karat Gintor said, "This way," and walked alongside Julia. She looked a bit dazed, looking at Karat Gintor with confusion. After walking a little deeper, Karat Gintor spoke up. "I heard that tonight is the moment the 7 stars converge. Under the romantic moonlight tonight, there are tens of thousands of stars in the sky." Karat Gintor continued, "So I want to come with you to this most wonderful place to watch the stars. Tens of thousands of flowers, for some magical reason, bloomed in unison the moment the two of them approached." He gently took Julia's hand and stood with her by the cliff. This was no longer the Julia in a majestic military uniform, showing a strong side to everyone. At this moment, she wore a dark blue dress adorned with snowflake and leaf patterns, with a matching bow tied at the back, looking incredibly beautiful and heart-stirring. She opened her eyes wide, looking at Karat Gintor with anticipation and nervousness. When Karat Gintor gently lifted her hand, Julia asked with some doubt, "Is it because of that legend?" Karat Gintor, worried that Julia would be unhappy, quickly asked, "You don't like it?" That was not Julia's intention. She blushed beet red in embarrassment and shook her head repeatedly. So Karat Gintor told her the legend. The 7 brightest stars in the night sky were created when the god of creation turned his 7 beloved daughters into stars. He did this so that every 100 years they could reunite and illuminate the world together. The images of the god's daughters were all young women in their 20s, with golden hair, a halo behind their backs, and a scepter in hand. He continued, "It is said that on this day, if you watch the stars with the one you love, you will receive the blessings of the gods and be together forever." The small, colorful flowers beside them also swayed gently in the wind. "And there are fireflies too," Julia exclaimed in amazement. "Do you want to be with me forever, Sir Karat?" He replied without a moment's hesitation, "Only if you want to." Julia seemed to feel all of Karat Gintor's affection. She then said to him, "Come a little closer to me." He didn't yet understand her meaning. She just let out a playful little huff, then suddenly pulled Karat Gintor closer, unhesitatingly reached out to caress his cheek, and in this picturesque romantic setting, she gave him a surprise kiss. This unexpected kiss made Karat Gintor blush, his eyes filled with astonishment. Julia was extremely satisfied, her eyes shining with a smile, and she said happily, "This is my answer." The stars in the sky were like an aurora, and a shooting star streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire area. By the cliff, Karat Gintor, having received Julia's answer, was overjoyed because the person he liked had agreed. He couldn't waste another moment. So he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. This time, it was truly his kiss for her. The surrounding scenery was as if they were on a date under a cherry blossom tree, the flower symbolizing their faithful love for each other. If Julia's eyes were open at first, she then gradually closed them, her eyelids fluttering shut, her mind now filled with dreams. I used to think that fairy tale had nothing to do with me. Then Julia wrapped her arms around Karat Gintor's neck, deepening the kiss, even standing on her tiptoes slightly as she kissed him. She recalled, "Well, I heard that people in love become more childish." A moment later, Julia and Karat Gintor ended their kiss. Their lips were no longer touching, but the infatuation for each other in their eyes could not be hidden. She thought to herself with certainty, if it's with this person, I think it's okay to believe in that legend. Julia, now blushing from embarrassment, didn't dare to look directly at Karat Gintor. She said softly, "When I'm with you, I feel like I become a different person." Karat Gintor, ever so thoughtful, reached out and stroked her shoulder. Like her, Karat Gintor was also very shy, his eyes darting around as he quietly replied, "Me too." Although she had been in a relationship before, Julia now realized that this was the first time she had felt this way, a feeling of being enveloped in happiness. Looking at the small, beautiful flowers, she gathered her courage and said, "Have I told you, Karat Gintor? You always make me feel happy." As she said this, she beamed like a hydrangea in full bloom. They kissed again. Karat Gintor felt both lucky and a little flustered. He confessed to her, "Julia, being able to be the one by your side makes me incredibly happy." At this moment, countless rays of light surrounded them, as if it were a sign of the 7 fairies blessing the young lovers. Afterwards, the two of them chatted together. Julia felt it was strange and said, "Now that I think about it, are you also interested in these kinds of legends, Sir Karat?" Karat Gintor didn't hide it from her. Karat Gintor replied, "Because I'm trying to be able to be with you. Also because I recently read about it in a book." Although this matter was trivial, it was enough to make Julia feel happy, and she giggled softly. Although he was a bit embarrassed, just being able to make the person he loved happier and happier made him laugh along with her. They were so lovely. One autumn afternoon, in the palace grounds, the gentle sunlight shone on all the small paths, and the trees had completely changed to their autumn leaves. Judy was alone, enjoying the last of the fading autumn air, closing her eyes to feel the cool breeze brush past her hair, and said with pleasure, "Autumn is almost over." Just then, someone suddenly called her from a distance. Judy looked towards a small path with a fence full of flowers and plants. Bocce, with brown hair, held a letter and said, "There's a letter for you." Hearing that someone had sent her a letter, Judy turned happily to Bocce and asked excitedly, "A letter?" Bocce immediately handed the letter to Judy, saying, "Take it." Judy couldn't hide her joy, giggling as she took the letter. She didn't forget to say, "Thank you, Bocce." Bocce felt she had completed her task, so she left, saying, "I've delivered it to you, so I'll be going now." Opening the letter, when she saw the sender's name, she smiled and said, "It's from Uncle Pal back home. He always spoils me like a child." As she began to open and read the letter, the content read, "Judy, I'm sending this letter because there's something I need to tell you." Reading that line, she was still a bit confused, quite puzzled. The next lines in Uncle Pal's letter read, "Not long ago, a red-haired witch appeared in the village. That mad witch burned down the entire village. She also brought a horde of monsters, killing everyone and causing chaos. Moreover, the mysterious spell she uses can instantly snatch away people's souls. Those who lost their loved ones tried to rise up for revenge, but in the end, they only died tragically. That place is now deserted, with very few survivors left." The letter's content, she read, stopped there, which made Judy break out in a cold sweat all over, her face filled with fear, her hands trembling, so horrified that she could only exclaim, "Oh my God." The content was very long. The words on the paper continued, "I don't know how to say this, but your family has also become a sacrifice for that witch." At the same time, the image of a haggard Uncle Pal, his body covered in blood, alone in a rickety wooden house, appeared in her mind along with the letter's content. "Our lives have no meaning anymore. Therefore, the remaining survivors and I have planned to go hunt down that witch." In his final instructions, he hoped she would never think of returning to the village. "You must stay by the young lady's side and protect yourself well." At this point, the news of her family's misfortune caused her to break down completely, her eyes heavy, tears streaming down her face, unable to believe it was true, muttering, "No, Uncle Pal, it can't be." Although the letter described the difficulties and dangers ahead, every word from Uncle Pal was filled with an ironclad faith when peace one day returns. "I hope you can come to the village cemetery and offer a glass of wine to the deceased. Judy could no longer hold back. Her tears fell like rain, smudging the ink on the letter. Her heart ached as if it were being cut. She collapsed to the ground, clutching the letter, feeling as if her heart was being torn apart by someone, and said in a daze, "He wrote this letter a month ago." She cried as she thought, "Even if I rushed back, it would take 10 days. What am I supposed to do now?" Judy clutched the letter in agony, sobbing uncontrollably, trying to cry out, "Mom, Dad, Uncle Pal." Julia happened to be passing by and saw her in this unusual state. So she decided to approach Judy and ask, "Why are you sitting on the ground? You'll catch a cold." Hearing the commander's voice, she was startled, quickly wiped her tears, and pretended that nothing had happened. Her eyes were red as she tried to remain calm and replied, "I was walking in the garden and accidentally fell." Julia, with her keen intuition, didn't press her, just looked at Judy silently for a moment. Then gently patted her on the shoulder and asked, "Can you get up? Let's go inside and talk." Then, at Julia's suggestion, the two of them went into the palace together. Julia and Judy sat down in the living room. Judy drank hot tea to calm down, while Julia read the contents of Uncle Pal's letter. After reading the letter, Julia's expression became tense, her eyes wide, glistening with tears, unable to believe it. How could they do something so cruel, so horrible? She knew very well that after learning all this, Judy would definitely want to return to the village immediately. So she spoke up and asked, "Judy, do you want to go back to the village to see?" Faced with such a question, Judy still had no reaction, her face still bearing a look of sorrow and grief, not saying a word. She put down her teacup and said, "Honestly, I'm very scared. If I have to witness my hometown destroyed and accept the fact that I'm all alone." Julia slowly stood up and said, "You know, Judy." Then she slowly walked over to her, using sincere words to give her strength. "We may not be related by blood, but you are also my family." Julia gently took Judy's hand and continued, "You are my friend and also my little sister. So don't say that you're all alone." Judy seemed to feel Julia's understanding and concern, deeply moved, a warmth spreading through her heart, her eyes welling up, her voice trembling as she called out, "My lady." Julia's firm and powerful voice echoed throughout the residence. "I will inform Robert. So be strong now. You should rest for a while and calm your spirit." Judy, not knowing what else she could do at this point, replied gratefully, "Thank you, my lady." Elsewhere at night, Farron Palace, with its distinct East Asian architectural style. In the bedroom, Aisha was holding a sparkling red diamond in her hand. Looking at it for a moment, she was still a little suspicious. Is this really the Saintess's heart? Aisha began to think about the events related to this diamond, recalling the scene where she used a fake gemstone to swap it. This was because the night before, Aisha was walking alongside the king of Farron. The king told her that the kingdom's treasury could only be accessed through the maze in the basement. Arriving at the door, Aisha showed great interest, looking left and right. The king then said to her, "Everything here?" Before he could finish a sentence, he immediately inserted the key into the lock, turned it with force, and the door swung open. He then revealed, "The Saintess's heart is carefully kept in this secret room." Aisha's eyes widened in amazement. A dazzling red diamond was placed in an iron box. The king then asked, "Very mysterious, isn't it?" Aisha was very impressed with the gemstone and replied, "Yes, your majesty. This is the first time I have ever seen such a gemstone." Just then, the person in charge of guarding the gemstone arrived and discovered them. He looked extremely surprised and shouted, "Your majesty, I didn't expect you to be here. You cannot bring someone without royal blood to this place." Faced with these reminders, the king not only did not listen, but also showed an attitude of indifference, saying contemptuously, "I am the king of this kingdom. What is there that I cannot do? Don't make a mountain out of a molehill." The other man, not wanting the national treasure to be stolen because of an outsider, asked in a stern voice, "Could it be that you are so enchanted by that siren that you want to break the rules passed down for generation to generation?" As the guard angrily questioned him, he continued, "Protecting the gemstone is the mission and duty of the royal family, your majesty." Aisha, standing behind the king, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, quietly approached the box, thinking to herself, "They are arguing so loudly, they're not paying any attention to me at all." Aisha immediately took out a fake diamond that looked exactly like the real one, thinking to herself, "This will have to do." The argument between the king and the guard grew more intense. The king shouted, "How dare you raise your voice at me?" The guard could only say helplessly, "Your Majesty, please come to your senses." As for Aisha, she nimbly completed the swap. Great, the swap was successful, she thought to herself. The plan is complete. Wonderful, the swap was successful, she thought. The plan is complete. She then pretended to mediate. "Don't argue because of me." She said this, but in her heart, she was calculating. Being able to admire such a beautiful gemstone is enough. But the king turned back with a rather frightening expression and asked, "We've come all this way. You should admire it for a little longer, shouldn't you?" Aisha, afraid her plan would be ruined, quickly said, "Let's go back, Your Majesty." This was also because she was holding the red diamond in her hand. She thought nonchalantly, "If I could live here, basking in the king's love, it wouldn't be so bad." Just then, a red smoke suddenly appeared, which startled her, giving her a bad feeling. Suddenly, the red-haired which appeared from behind the smoke, her voice full of danger. "Long time no see, my lady." Aisha stumbled back behind the bed, stammering, "Why do you always appear so suddenly, without any warning? Do you know how to use magic?" The red-haired witch, Rebecca, burst out laughing. "Only you can see me, so there's no need to worry." Then she asked, "What about the Saintess's heart?" Hearing the question about the diamond, Aisha clenched it tightly, held out her hand, so angry her hair stood on end, and shouted, "Take it already. If anyone finds out I stole it, I'm dead for sure." Rebecca took the diamond, achieving her goal, and sneered, "What a coward." As soon as she took it, a surge of power enveloped her. Rebecca then asked Aisha, "Are you ready? You have to return to the Empire, right?" Aisha had some lingering attachments and told Rebecca her decision. "I'm going to stay here." "That person in the cloak said they would help me get my revenge." Rebecca was slightly surprised and asked again. "The master said that?" After saying that, she disappeared instantly. Aisha was about to say something more and shouted, "Wait." She frowned angrily and said, "Did she just mock me?" Back at the royal residence, Julia sat at her desk, looking at the letter again, her heart full of doubt. What kind of spell can snatch away a soul? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, "I want to investigate this myself, but taking Judy there would be a bit dangerous." She slammed the letter down on the table. Julia decided she should first inform her father, and it would be best to send an investigation team. Leon Hart leaned on the table with both hands, bowing his head in deep thought. "I haven't seen Lucas since I recovered. Could it be that Lou Cat was really the one who lured me into that trap? Before the coronation, he brought in an incense burner, saying it was a gift for me because I often felt tired. If Lou Cat is truly the culprit, then he might also be involved in my father's death. After all, if he intended to control me when I was weak, the late emperor would surely have been a major obstacle. But what is his real motive?" A knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. He looked at the door as the butler's voice rang out, "Your Majesty, it is Lord Rosendan." He replied, "Come in." The butler politely added before opening the door, "Forgive my intrusion, Your Majesty." The door opened, and Pascal entered, saying, "I, Rosendan, pay my respects to Your Majesty." Leon Hart looked at him and replied, "Be seated." "I heard there was an urgent matter. What is it?" Pascal frowned and said, "I have received news that the village of Alaman, located on the outskirts of the Empire, was brutally destroyed a month ago. I feel the culprit may have also attacked neighboring villages. With Your Majesty's permission, I wish to dispatch a team to investigate this matter." Leon Hart, with a solemn expression, said to him, "Tell me the details." Pascal held out a piece of paper to him, saying, "First, I ask Your Majesty to look at this." Leon Hart took the paper, looked at it, and said with a puzzled expression, "This is—" Leon Hart sat on the chair, one hand on his chin, and said, "To think that such a thing has happened, it's truly terrible. Although it seems suspicious, do you really intend to go investigate personally just because of a maid's words? Isn't sending an investigation team enough?" Upon hearing this, Pascal said, "That child is like a daughter to me, Your Majesty. If I do not go, Lady Julia will go herself." Leon Hart looked at him and replied, "She must be very close to that maid as well." "I understand. Since this matter is important, you may go and investigate." Pascal asked him, "May I ask, does Her Majesty know where your aide is currently?" Leon Hart asked back, "You mean Lou Cat?" Rebecca held up a purple orb of light in her hand, her face beaming, and said to the man in the black cloak before her, "I have obtained the Saintess's heart. With this, it should be enough to resurrect her, right?" The man in the black cloak said, "We need a vessel to contain the soul. Go bring Aisha here." As Rebecca handed the object in her hand to the man in the black cloak, she said, "But she doesn't want to come. She said she will wait there for your help." The man in the black cloak turned away, saying, "The mind-controlling magic affecting the king of Phelan has been lifted. That whore won't be there for much longer." Rebecca burst out laughing cheerfully. "Oh my, what a pity. I'm going to miss that girl." The man tilted his head slightly and said, "Stop talking nonsense and return to the kingdom of Phelan. We don't have any more time. Hurry up." Rebecca replied happily, "Yes, yes." Then she disappeared. At this moment, the man in the black cloak sighed wearily and took off his cloak. A familiar face was revealed. It was Lucat. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect them to cure the emperor while I wasn't paying attention. It seems they figured out my plan. The plan to use the war to collect a large number of souls has failed. I can only proceed with an incomplete resurrection." His face gradually became sinister. Lucat raised one hand to cast a spell, thinking to himself, "Ah, I'm finally about to see you again, Lady Ariel." The crystal blazed, touching the orb. "There are many lives around us. After the resurrection, we can offer more to her." Lucat placed a hand on his chest, feeling incredibly excited and joyful. "How long have I waited for this day?" Vicious thoughts appeared in his mind. "At that time, I will be able to end the filthy bloodline of the Rosenthal family, those who stand in Lady Ariel's way. After that, I will offer this world to her." The next morning, in front of the palace gate, Julia saw Judy and her father off with a sense of regret. "Are you two leaving right now?" Her father replied, "Yes, it's better if we depart now." Julia looked worriedly at Judy and asked, "Judy, will you be all right?" Judy smiled in relief and replied, "Yes, I've thought it through. Besides, I have the Duke and the knights with me." She clutched her handbag tightly and said reassuringly, "I can get through this because my lady said she would always be with me." Then she looked at Julia, smiling brightly. "This time, I want to be a little braver too." Julia squeezed Judy's hand, saying her final words before parting. "Then I won't keep you any longer. Please take care." Judy smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry, my lady." Duke Pascal, seeing that it was getting late, urged, "Get in the carriage, Judy." She hurriedly got in. "Yes, your grace." She waved goodbye to her lady. "I'll be back soon, my lady." Julia gently advised, "Remember to always stay by my father's side. Don't get too excited." Her father handed her an orb. "Julia, take this." She recognized the orb. "This is a communication sphere." He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I borrowed it from the magic tower. And what's more, His Majesty the Emperor's aide seems to have disappeared." He said with a grave expression, "Considering the current situation, that person is likely connected to the witch." She replied, "I think so too." He continued, "He has escaped, so I don't know what he will do next. You must be careful." After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. "If we find any trace of the witch in Judy's hometown, I will contact you through the communication sphere." Hearing this, Julia wanted to go with them. "Father, I think I should also," but he firmly rejected her intention. "You may not." Her father turned back to remind her, "You have your own duties. Besides, during this time, you must also protect your position well." Pascal hoped his daughter could be at ease. "Leave the information gathering to me." She had no choice but to obey. "Yes, father, please take care." Then, the carriage departed. Elsewhere, at the Phelan Palace, "Your Majesty." A servant entered and bowed. "Good morning, Your Majesty." He replied, "Mem." The servant reported to him, "Lady Aisha is waiting for you in the dining hall." He asked, "Who is Aisha?" "Don't you remember, I usually dine in my private chambers." The servant immediately said, "Isn't she the one Your Majesty has favored most these past few days? You have always dined with her in the dining hall." Hearing this, the king glanced at the servant. He replied nonchalantly, "How strange. I don't remember anything." Seeing this, the servant cried out in fear, but His Majesty still agreed. "I see. Now lead me to the dining hall." The servant replied happily, "Yes." Aisha sat in the dining hall, a table full of exquisite delicacies before her. She placed a hand on her chest, reassuring herself, "I don't have to live like before anymore." The dining hall door opened. A brown-haired man walked in. Aisha stood up to greet the man. "You've arrived, Your Majesty. I have prepared a delicious meal for you." The man paid no attention to her words and continued walking towards her. The king lifted Aisha's chin. Aisha was momentarily startled. "You are Aisha." The king examined Aisha's face from left to right, muttering, "Is this the person I have been favoring all this time?" Aisha stepped back in fear. "Your Majesty, why are you suddenly saying—" The man cut her off. "Who are you?" At this moment, the horror on Aisha's face could no longer be hidden. "Your Majesty." The man looked at Aisha with contempt. "I do not remember this woman. Why did you let a stranger in here?" He turned his face away in disgust. How repulsive. Get her out of the dining hall immediately. Aisha was extremely anxious. It can't be. What on earth happened? The man walked out of the room, slamming the door shut. Bring the food to my chambers. The servant replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Aisha remained silent. She returned to her bedroom and sat on the bed, thinking, just yesterday, His Majesty was such a gentle person. Thinking of him looking at her with that cold gaze, she despondently buried her face in her hands. To think I actually believed I wouldn't have to live a miserable life anymore. A fluctuation of magical energy appeared in the room. A charming voice rang out. Just as I predicted, your expression is truly interesting. Aisha was startled and looked up. It was you, wasn't it? A red-haired woman appeared from the magical fluctuation, smiling as she replied, What do you mean? Aisha questioned her. I'm asking what you did to the king. Rebecca replied. About that, you must have known the king was under mind control, right? That mind control spell was just lifted. Hearing this news, Aisha screamed in horror. What? At that moment, it was extremely noisy outside. Find that blonde witch at once. His Majesty has ordered her to be locked in the underground dungeon. Hearing these words, Aisha was scared out of her wits, while Rebecca gloated at her misfortune. She gave Aisha a sly smile. It seems that king of yours has heard everything you've done. The door was being pounded on, and a commotion could be heard from outside. The door is locked. With a loud bang, two men burst through the door. Aisha covered her ears in fear, tried to escape this suffocating reality. Rebecca looked satisfied. What do you want now? If you want to stay here, I won't stop you. It seems everything is about to fall apart, isn't it? Aisha was in agony. Why can't this world just leave me alone for a moment? Outside the door, the soldiers were still shouting. Hurry, don't let that witch escape. Harder, push from the door crack. Aisha's face gradually became fierce. It can't end like this. Aisha accepted Rebecca's deal. Get me out of here, and I'll do as you say. Rebecca smiled and snapped her fingers. In an instant, Aisha and Rebecca appeared in the sky outside the castle. At that moment, the soldiers had broken into the room. Where is the witch? I just heard that the blonde, which made a deal with a demon. Find her quickly. Hearing these words, Aisha couldn't contain her anger. Those bastards. This morning they were flattering me, hoping to get on my good side. And now, this is infuriating. Rebecca interrupted her. It will take us a little more time to reach the empire. Hold on tight. Rebecca smiled at Aisha. I like obedient children. Aisha said resentfully, I don't want to. At night, in a luxurious mansion, Julia was studying a document, the staff that the fire witch once used. The witch needs this staff for her power to be complete. Therefore, I must find it before she does. Julia began to think about clues. She thought of her ancestors' tomb, records of the feng shui magic teachings in the Rosenden family's ancestral tomb. I heard he was chosen to be buried with it because it cannot be destroyed by ordinary power. Julia imagined a middle-aged man lying in a coffin full of fresh flowers, his hands still clutching the staff. Julia continued to ponder. If it were me, using the power of Iris, I could probably destroy it. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door. The maid's voice came from outside. My lady, you have a visitor. Julia seemed a little surprised. Huh, at this hour, who could it be? The maid hesitated slightly as she reported from outside the study. In the study, the fireplace was lit and coffee and pastries were set on the table. Leon Hart took sips of his coffee, which was getting colder by the minute. Julia looked at him unhappily, thinking, what is this guy doing here? Leon Hart put down his coffee cup and said with a serious expression, there is something I need your help with. Do you know Lou Cat's identity? Weren't you the one who noticed something was wrong and saved me? Julia also became serious. Unfortunately, I do not know, but if I'm not mistaken, that person is plotting something extremely dangerous. As she spoke, an image of a sorcerer protected by a purple venomous snake appeared in her mind. Julia continued, to find his hiding place and evidence of his deeds, my father has already sent people to investigate. Leon Hart was silent for a moment, then spoke. Tell me the details. What do you think Lou Cat wanted to do after turning me into a puppet? Julia pieced the events together and analyzed. I believe he wanted to start a war. Leon Hart asked curiously, what is the reason? Julia continued her analysis. Someone wants to resurrect a dangerous entity. I believe that person is Lou Cat. The resurrection ritual requires fresh blood and human souls. If a war were to break out, he could collect a large amount of blood and souls without arousing suspicion. Leon Hart asked further, who does he want to resurrect? Julia replied, I do not know yet. After hearing Julia's analysis, Leonhardt offered his own speculation. If he can no longer use me, he must be looking for another way to achieve his goal. Julia continued, everything I've just said is merely my own judgment. Leonhardt stood up, preparing to leave. You have told me these things, I will be going now. I just thought of something that needs to be handled immediately. Julia politely saw him off. I will see your majesty out. Leonhardt refused. There's no need. I have my guards with me. You should rest. In a dark and treacherous forest, a man and a woman were hunting a poor child. The man, holding a large pickaxe, threatened loudly. Ah, come here. The boy ran desperately deeper into the forest, out of breath. Behind him, Lucat's voice still echoed. Suddenly, the boy tripped over a rock in the path and fell forward. His two pursuers caught him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The boy cried out in fear, "Father, Mother!" But in response to his plea, his father said coldly, "We finally caught you." The boy asked desperately, "Father, Mother, why are you doing this?" The father explained, "The sins our ancestors committed can only end after all of us are dead." He tightened his grip on the pickaxe and swung it toward the boy, saying, "Don't be sad. We will all be on our way together soon." The boy squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for death. In his heart, he cursed his family. If only a family like this didn't exist. Suddenly, two bolts of yellow lightning struck his parents dead. Their blood splattered onto his young face. At such a young age, the boy had to witness his parents' gruesome deaths. A witch stepped out, holding a staff, clad in a deep red cloak. Her whole body glowed with a yellow light, and swarms of butterflies fluttered around her. She scoffed, "You're going to kill your own flesh and blood, and then follow them. How shameful." The boy was terrified, clutching his chest, the scene before him making it hard to breathe. She approached and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to take revenge on me for killing your parents?" The boy frantically shook his head. His eyes pleaded for her mercy. She laughed sinisterly, praising him. "You look strange, but you're also quite cute." Back in the present, Lucat had just woken up from the nightmare that had always haunted him. He thought to himself, it was a dream from a distant past, so distant that he no longer remembered anything. Now, he was grateful for Lady Ariel's mercy back then, for she had ended his short and painful life. Therefore, his life and soul both belonged to Lady Ariel. Rebecca appeared, waking him. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Lucat denied it. "I was just dozing off for a moment." She was suspicious. "How strange." Lucat changed the subject. "How is your work coming along?" She replied, "As you commanded, I have sent Aisha a very splendid dress." Lucat stood up and praised. "Well done. Let us go and prepare for the ceremony." The scene changes to a magnificent castle. Julia, holding a book, asks Cien, "Cien, do you know where this place is?" He wondered, what's so strange about this tattered old book? She turned her face away angrily. "If you don't know, then forget it." Seeing her angry, he said, "Give it here. Let me at least take a look." He opened the book, sighed, and began to read. The book told of Merstan Castle, with a fire which once lived. One must cross a lake ruled by a fairy, climb a steep cliff full of vines, and then pass through the Demon King's forest of thorns to get there. As all related documents have been destroyed, the exact location cannot be found. He asked in surprise, "The Fire Witch, isn't that just a legend?" Julia affirmed, "It's not." He shook his head, laughing in disbelief. "You're kidding." She seriously proposed, "Cien, it may sound strange, but I have to go to this place." He said, "Are you serious?" She immediately nodded, her eyes determined. Cien sighed. "I know you always make troublesome requests, Commander." He explained to her that the place doesn't exist. If it involves cliffs and thorn forests, there are only a few places in the Empire with those things. But if the document is in a book this old, some places might have been changed, right? Besides, I don't know what the Fairy Lake or the Demon King's Forest are. She rubbed her head and said, "That does make it difficult." But he still agreed to help her find the place. He said to her, "For now, let's mark all the possible locations on the map and compare them with the records in the book." But he reminded her, "Don't get your hopes up too high." She replied, "Then I'm counting on you, Cien." In a gloomy castle, under a fantastical night sky, a mysterious ritual was underway inside. A chant echoed throughout the castle. The ice event. The deaths of Julia von Rosenden and Ginger Hart, along with the hope of becoming a powerful person. Soon, she will have it in her grasp, even if her soul no longer belongs to her. Inside the castle, 3 people were performing a magic ritual. Rebecca said, "Master, the moment you have long awaited has finally come." Lucat said, "Begin." A magic circle appeared under the blonde woman's chair. She suddenly reacted, her whole body burning. She hugged herself tightly as pain washed over her. Witnessing this, Lucat coldly continued to chant. He had long forgotten what it was to have a human heart. She fell to the ground, screaming, "Stop. It feels like my body is about to be torn apart." She noticed strange changes in her body and cried out in shock. At this moment, deep in Lucat's heart, the only one who could move him was Lady Ariel. At the same time, by the fountain, Karat Ginner was talking to Julia. He asked her, "Do you really have to go?" She replied immediately, "Yes, I must go now. The Rosen ancestral tomb is not far from here, so I should be back by tomorrow." As she left, he was lost in thought, a hint of sadness on his face. He said, "I had plans with Houston today. You should take him with you." She was surprised. He continued, "Houston knows how to use instant teleportation, so he can be of help to you." She said shyly, "But asking him for such a thing is a bit." He said, "He may be mischievous, but he's also very kind. I'm sure he'll agree to go with you." Even so, she was still a little hesitant to ask, as this was a very difficult mission. She said, "Even so." Suddenly, Houston was standing behind them with his arms crossed, having been there for some time, and said, "Are you talking about me?" This startled Kirat Ginter. He looked at Houston with a sharp gaze and said, "You've come at just the right time." Houston was surprised by his look. While he was still dazed, the two of them lifted him into the carriage. He thought to himself, "What is happening?" Julia got into the carriage and sat with him. He asked, "You've kidnapped me. Now what are you going to do?" Karat Ginter turned his head and said to the driver, "You can go now." Seeing Houston's bewildered expression, Julia said, "I'm sorry, but please come with me, Sir Houston." Houston said in astonishment, "You two, night in a certain forest." A woman in a large cloak stood next to a very young boy. It was the fire witch Ariel and Lucat. She looked toward the place not far away and said, "That is my castle." The boy looked towards the magnificent yet eerie castle. However, it didn't seem to frighten him. He just thought curiously, "Is that a witch's castle?" He turned his head and asked in a doubtful tone, "Are you really going to keep me?" She didn't even look at him, replying indifferently, "You have nowhere else to go." Her expression gradually changed, her eyes revealing a greedy look, and her voice filled with confidence as she said, "I think I'm about to take over the entire earth. You should lend me a hand." The young boy seemed unconcerned by her words and asked coldly, "What can I do to help the fire witch?" She replied gently, "I'll see what you can do." In a lavish room adorned with countless candles, two people were walking. The girl with curly golden hair and an exquisitely beautiful face spoke. "It's been a while since I've walked in a castle like this." Lucat bowed to her and asked respectfully, "Are you pleased with this body?" She gently caressed her new face and said with satisfaction, "The skin is very soft, very good." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed, and she looked at him suspiciously before asking, "But are you really the child I took in as a servant? Your adorable features are all gone. How did you end up like this?" He explained calmly, "A lot has happened. Since you passed away, 1,000 years have gone by, Lady Ariel." Hearing this, she simply replied, "Has it been that long?" She raised her hand to cast a spell, and immediately the contract between them appeared. Then she asked him, "Since you signed a soul contract with me, as long as your soul is not shattered, you cannot die, correct?" At this point, she raised an eyebrow, her voice full of mockery. "How ridiculous! A human like you has lived longer than a witch like me." She gestured towards herself and continued to ask, "Do you regret making a contract with me?" He answered honestly without hesitation. "To say that in such a long life, I have never once regretted it would be a lie. However, Fire Witch Ariel, my soul belongs to you." With that, he immediately knelt on one knee and kissed her hand. She seemed quite pleased with this answer, the corners of her mouth turning up in a smile as she replied, "It seems you've learned to say such bold things." After speaking, she turned to leave, ordering him, "Take me to my bedroom. This body is probably tired." He replied respectfully, "I will escort you." Night fell on Duke Damien's mansion. Cien was still in his room, painstakingly studying the location maps. Thinking to himself, "There are about 5 possible locations for the witch's castle within the Empire, but I can't rule out the possibility that it's outside the Empire." He stroked his chin, closing his eyes in deep thought, sighing internally, "What a headache." As he was concentrating, a voice suddenly called from outside, "Brother, may I come in?" As soon as the words were spoken, he recognized the voice and replied, "Is that you, Luciola? Come in." The little girl approached, and he showed a displeased look, even using a scolding tone. "What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep yet? It's time for children to be in bed." Hearing this, the little girl frowned, ran over and punched him saying angrily, "I'm not a child." He cried out in pain. After teaching him a lesson, her eyes were drawn to the documents still on the table, and she asked in surprise, "You're still working this late?" He rubbed the sore spot and sighed. "The commander's request is too difficult." The little girl replied sympathetically, "I understand." She turned to help him, saying, "Let me see." She looked at the map thoughtfully, thinking to herself, the fairy lake and the demon king's forest. Those are stories from ancient legends. He stood beside her and said, "If you're not sleepy, shall I warm up some milk for you?" The little girl glanced at him and replied in an unfriendly tone, "I don't need any." The little girl seemed to discover something, turning to tell him, "Brother, I think I know where that place is." He waved his hand, not paying any attention to her words, and said with a long yawn, "Stop messing around." Seeing him like that, the little girl grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the map, saying eagerly, "You know I'm not kidding, right? I like studying history, so I know where it is. Come here, I'll show you." She gave a strong pull, making him exclaim in surprise, "Ouch." At the same time, at the cemetery, Kirit Gintu, Chuli A, and Hiu Stan were investigating. Hiu Stan rubbed his body, shivering as he said, "This is the first time I've been to a cemetery at dawn." Hearing this, Chuli A replied, "There's one thing we need to clarify immediately." "Sorry, Hiu Stan." He was still a bit startled, but hearing the beautiful woman speak, he gave a thumbs up to show he was fine, saying, "If it's a request from this lady, any time is fine." Seeing his behavior, Kirit Gintu immediately gave him a contemptuous look. The group walked to a certain place. She stopped, pointed in a direction, and said, "This is the tomb of the first patriarch of the Rosantan clan." Hiu Stan replied in surprise, "Here?" Kirit Gintu asked the same question as him. "Such an important figure is buried in such a discreet place?" Seeing their reactions, she slowly explained, "Because besides the cemetery keeper and clan members, no one is allowed to pry into this place." "I heard this was the ancestor's request." He continued to ask, "Is it because the witch's magical artifact is buried with him?" She answered honestly, "Almost. I only found out recently myself." She led the two of them to the front of a cave, pointed at it, and said, "Let's go inside." He asked her in confusion, "A cave?" She didn't answer him, but cast a magic spell. The two behind her watched, their eyes wide with incomprehension. He exclaimed, "Oh," in amazement. Kirit Gintu asked curiously, "It seems this is a secret place. Can outsiders like us enter?" She smiled and replied, "That's right. Only the magical power of a Rosantan clan member can open it. If it's not me or my father, it cannot be opened." She leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Besides, you won't be an outsider for much longer, so..." Hearing this, Kirit Gintu's cheeks slowly turned red. He turned his face away, raising a hand to hide his embarrassment. Hiu Stan stood aside, witnessing everything, looking smugly at Kirit Gintu, and silently cursed in his heart, "Idiot." Chulier urged, "Let's go down." They fumbled their way down the stairs. Kirit Gintu looked around as he walked, exclaiming, "I can't believe a place like this exists." Approaching a coffin, Chulier stopped, her expression pensive. Suddenly, Kirit Gintu spoke from behind her, "So there's a path to the coffin." She was startled, thinking sadly, "Even for me, opening an ancestor's coffin feels unsettling." Suddenly, Kirit Gintu leaned close to her ear, asking softly, "Can you do it?" Her face paled, but she stubbornly said, "Of course I can." Then she gathered her courage and told herself, "It has come to this, I can't give up. This is an extremely urgent matter. Ancestors, please forgive me." She placed her hand on the coffin lid to push it. A sudden flash of light erupted from within, forcefully pulling her in. The two beside her were shocked, unable to do anything, and could only watch helplessly as she disappeared. Kirit Gintu and Hiu Stan shouted one after another, "Chulier, young miss." At that moment, inside the coffin, a man entirely snow white stood there, looking at Chulier, who was staggering from the recent shock. He spoke, "You have finally come, child." Chulier looked at him in astonishment, saying doubtfully, "Ah, could it be a stranger?" Before she could finish, he closed his eyes and calmly interrupted, "I am the lingering soul of Ho Goat von Rosantan. I have always been here, waiting for someone about to choose their path in life. Your arrival here means you already possess the key." Hearing him speak, Chu Lie had a bewildered and uncomprehending expression. He held out a scepter towards her, continuing to explain. "This is the scepter of a Reo. It can only be destroyed by the power of AI writ. Take it, and I will bestow my power upon you." Chu Lie was a little confused, but still replied, "Yes." As soon as she touched the scepter, a magical light flared up. At this moment, as the two of them held the scepter together, it began to emit strange sounds. Click, clack. Hearing this, Ho-Goat speculated. The scepter is screaming, searching for its master. In that case, has Re-EO finally been resurrected? A look of disbelief appeared in Chu Li-A's eyes, and she told him the information she had. I heard that someone is trying to resurrect her. He frowned, his voice slightly urgent. After this is over, go find a Re-EO. Only you, who have received this power, can eliminate her. Think about destroying this scepter. Release all of your power. Chu Li replied confidently, yes. With that, he let go of the scepter, leaving Chu Li enveloped by the spiritual aura and strange sounds. The volume of those noises grew louder and louder. She was panicked by these things, thinking to herself, this piercing sound. It feels like my eardrums are about to burst. The scepter began to shake more violently. Ho-Goat, standing beside her, loudly reminded her, a little more power. She also shouted back, yes. He spoke to her again, resolutely. Don't hold anything back. Release all your spiritual energy. A flame erupted at her feet, so she gripped the scepter even tighter, pouring all her strength into it. Her gaze became more determined, and she told herself, just a little more. A loud explosion rang out. The scepter in her hand shattered into many pieces, then vanished. She had finally done it. She panted, catching her breath. Ho-Goat looked at her with satisfaction and said, since the scepter is gone, Re-EO will not be able to use her full power. She gasped for breath, looking at her hands, a flicker of fear flashing through her mind. If I hadn't been able to destroy this scepter, I might have been swallowed by that giant flame. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, thinking wearily. Even so, thanks to this, I've exhausted all my strength. Ho-Goat interrupted her thoughts, saying, my task is complete. After waiting for so many years, I can finally rest in peace. My descendant, I wish you luck. After speaking, he raised his hand to cast a spell, and Chu Li had just had time to say, Sir Ho-Goat, please wait, before she was pulled back to the original space by a powerful force. She screamed in terror. Fortunately, Kirit Gintu managed to catch her in time. Kirit Gintu was extremely worried and hurriedly asked, what happened? She was in so much pain, she could only cry out. But she quickly realized she was held securely in Kirit Gintu's arms and quickly said, thank you for catching me, Kirit Gintu. She continued to answer his question. I'm not sure either, but I think I met the lingering soul of Lord Ho-Goat. Stan, standing behind her, heard what she said. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled as he repeated, lingering soul. You mean a ghost? Kirit Gintu immediately turned his head, glaring at Stan with a warning look, his tone full of deterrence. Chu Li gently patted Kirit Gintu, signaling him to put her down, and said urgently, that's right. We don't have time for this now. Kirit Gintu, Mr. Stan, let's hurry back to the capital. I think the sign of resurrection has appeared. Stan asked her again in confusion. The sign of resurrection? She looked at him and began to recount what she had just experienced, saying that her ancestor had sensed Re-EO's power. We should go back right now. In Re-EO's castle, a piercing scream rang out. Lu Cat hurriedly looked towards Re-EO, who was trembling on the bed, and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Her voice trembled as she said, something connected to my soul has just been destroyed. She seemed to realize something, gritting her teeth and saying, it feels like it was my scepter. Suddenly, she seemed to go mad, turning angrily to him and saying, so AI Rid is still alive. I won't forgive her. That bitch always ruins my plans. This time I will definitely eliminate her. Hearing this, a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself, impossible. AI Rid is still alive? She immediately stood up, began to plot a plan in her head, and ordered him. We must prepare to go out. He bowed respectfully and advised, please calm down, Fire Witch Re-EO. You need to rest and recover your strength. Hearing that, her eyes became terrifying, and she said fiercely, that's right. I should kill a few people, absorb their souls. He raised his hand to stop her. The servants have already gone out to collect souls. They will be back soon. He spoke respectfully again. Now is not the time. Please rest a little longer. In a desolate, ruined village, a man's voice urgently ordered everyone, bring the supplies and water here. Prepare beds for the wounded. Everyone replied in unison, yes, Commander. Chu Li came and sat down in front of Uncle Pao, who was covered in wounds, and asked worriedly, your wounds look very serious. Are you okay? He took her hand, saying with some regret, I've made you worry. I shouldn't have sent you that letter. She looked at him. The wounds didn't seem too serious, and she felt a little more at ease, saying, I'm so glad you're safe and sound. At this moment, Patkin approached the two of them and asked, while the village is being rebuilt, how do you feel about staying in the capital? He continued solemnly, His Majesty has declared that he will support the reconstruction of the villages affected by the disaster. If you request to stay here, it will surely be an additional burden on everyone. The old man, though reluctant to leave, also asked what would be best and then agreed. I understand. Let's do that. A blood-curdling scream interrupted the conversation. Patkin immediately became alert, drew his sword, and shouted loudly, Is it monsters again? A soldier ran while reporting the situation to him. There are a lot of them this time, Commander. Another soldier added, There's blood on their mouths. As soon as the words were out, a roaring monster charged towards the soldier. He didn't have time to counterattack. His face turned pale as he cried out, Ouch. Luckily, Patkin managed to raise his sword and stab it in time, fresh blood splattering all over his face. He continued to urge everyone to prepare for battle, saying, They haven't stopped attacking. Investigation team, all units prepare for battle. Everyone shouted in unison, Yes, Commander. He said sarcastically, I didn't expect there were still little rats returning to the village. Robet appeared, looked at him, and sneered, Are you a knight? But you look pretty old. He looked at her, frowned, and said, You're that red-haired witch. She asked pretentiously, Am I a witch? Then she began to cast magic, provoking him. Then why don't you show this with what you've got? Patkin was in a fierce battle with Robet. He asked while swinging his sword, You're a henchman of the Fire Witch, aren't you? She pouted and smiled. Maybe, maybe not. At this point, he was exhausted, but his face showed no fear. The moves she unleashed were all neutralized by him one by one. He panted, thinking to himself, My sword can't even touch her. He was angry that his skills were no match for his opponents. Seeing him in such a pathetic state, Robetsa burst out in mocking laughter. How boring. Are you tired already? Just then, a striking blue orb of light appeared, and from it came a person's voice. Robetsa returned to the castle. She said while casting a spell, I'll be back as soon as I kill all these rats. Patkin was surprised, silently analyzing the voice. The orb of light spoke again. Return immediately. Fire which a re-eo is angry. She said impatiently, Well, I know. She silently cursed that messenger for always acting on his own. He said cautiously, That voice, it's of a courtier who once served His Majesty. She nonchalantly flipped through her magic book. Oh, you're from the castle too. What a surprise. Then she immediately cast a very powerful spell, chains full of sharp hooks. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Let's end this. Just like that. He was tightly bound by iron chains. A chain suddenly lunged towards Patkin. He was too exhausted to defend himself. The cold chain pierced through his body, and fresh blood sprayed out like rain. He fell down in pain. Robet cast a spell, ending his life. His blood-soaked face looked towards her as his consciousness faded, a desperate call echoing incessantly. Wake up, father. A cold sword aura shattered Robet's magic. Chulier stood before the powerful opponent, fearlessly declaring, From now on, your opponent is me. He trembled. My child, why did you come here? She answered him, drenched in sweat. As long as the witch is alive, I feel that no place is safe. Therefore, I used magic to stop her. Robet held her head high. He's your father? Speaking of your ice abilities, Robet's ambition was clear. So, you are Chulier von Rosantan. Chulier moved at her fastest speed. How do you know me? She thought in surprise. Since when did Robet? But then she immediately sneered, her figure already on the roof of a nearby house. It seems your father has escaped a re-eo's curse, hasn't he? Then Robet bowed again, saying politely, Come visit the castle another day. We will be waiting. With that, a stream of reddish-purple air swept her away. Chulia shouted desperately, Stop right there. Then she blamed herself. Damn it, I should have been faster. At this moment, Kirit Gintu and Hiu Stan walked over. Kirit Gina looked at the scene, asking Chulia worriedly, What happened? Hiu Stan beside them clicked his tongue. I really hate monsters. She pouted and said, My father was seriously injured because I was late. He placed a hand on her shoulder, saying nothing. Her father tremblingly reached out his hand towards her. Chulia, I'm fine. Don't cry. Hiu Stan knelt on one knee beside them and said, said, "Healing magic isn't my specialty." But his word surprised Chu Lie a little. He cast a healing spell as he spoke. Luckily, she didn't hit a vital spot. "I'll stop the bleeding first, help you recover your strength," Chu Lie said softly. "What a good friend." "Who are you?" Hiyu Stan replied. "I'm a friend of Kirit Gintu. The divine beast has absorbed the souls created by that witch." He continued, "That is black magic from that era." Hakan also agreed with him. "That's right, we almost suffered the same fate." "That person is Liu Cat's henchman." The man then advised, "I will stay a little longer. You two should go and pursue that witch." But Chulie was still worried. "Will father be okay?" Hakan was lying down, receiving treatment. "Yes, I still have to handle the aftermath." "Don't worry, this wound isn't life-threatening. As long as the bleeding is stopped, it will be fine." Then he said again, "Go quickly. Our next target is the capital." Chu said in a high voice, "Then I will quickly finish things here and come back. Everyone, please be careful." But her face was full of self-blame. The man also said, "Yes, when everything is over, let's meet at the mansion." The next morning, sunlight filled the mansion. Kirit Ginta praised with a slightly cold expression. "Teleportation magic is quite convenient, isn't it?" Hiyu Stan said smugly. "To be able to instantly teleport so many people, only a genius like me can do it." Suddenly, XYN came from behind and interrupted Hiyu Stan. "Commander, you're here." Chu Lie was surprised. "Sir XYN." He suddenly frowned, asking suspiciously, "What happened?" Chu Lie and Kirit Gintu, both covered in dust, turned to look. She then said, "We just returned from far away. How was the mission I assigned you?" Then he complained again, "But the road there is very treacherous. Are you really planning to go?" 3 pairs of eyes just stared at XY, and immediately after, the 3 of them each grabbed a limb and lifted XYN up. Chulia shouted excitedly, "The plan is complete. We're leaving right away." Kirit Ginta thought to himself, "The more the merrier." The man also chimed in, "It seems you can help us with a lot of things." In contrast to the excited expressions of the 3, XYN shouted in despair, "Why me?" In a large mansion, in the middle of the room, XYN was tied tightly to a chair with the other 3 beside him. XYN shouted impatiently, "Let me go! Let me go!" Chu Lie, wearing her dirt-stained clothes, spoke up. "The Fire Witch's castle might be in a place like this. Can we get there through a teleportation gate?" Hiyu Stan rested his chin on his hand and replied, "It's a bit difficult, but it's possible. I might have to bring an energy amplification device from the magic tower." Kirit Ginta turned to Chu Lie and said, "Then let's prepare our equipment and set off tomorrow." She replied, After saying that, Kirit Ginta turned his head and glared fiercely at XYN, saying in a scary tone, "As for XYN, this guy who's good at running away, it's best to keep him tied up here." Seeing Kirit Ginta's terrifying gaze, XYN could only stammer, Chu Lie walked over to XYN's side, comforting him. "This is something I have to do, so you don't need to help me." "Sir XYN, I only captured you because you annoy me." XYN looked at Chu Lie and replied, "Although I don't understand the situation right now, if you seem to need my strength, I will help you this time." At that moment, urgent knocking came from outside the door. Jinger pushed the door open with a panicked expression and reported, "Commander, monsters have appeared in the capital." Hearing Jin Gare's report, Chu Lie's face turned pale, and she thought to herself, "They move so fast?" Then she replied, "I understand. Let's go down." Outside the vast, luxurious mansion, Liu on hat stood on the steps, giving orders with a commanding presence. "The nearest Night Order will stay to protect the palace. All others will go to the villages to fight." Then he reminded them, "Act quickly, but also be careful not to get injured." His words were as powerful as a true general's. The people below shouted loudly, "As you command, Your Majesty." In another place, Kirit Gintu, wearing a uniform stained with battle marks, went to find Alek. He called out, "Alek." Seeing him, Alek said worriedly, "Commander." Alek asked with a pale face, "What happened?" "Your uniform." Kirit Ginta seemed to ignore Alek's question and said, "Explain the current situation to me." Alek began to recount the events. A huge teleportation gate suddenly appeared in the middle of the square, and monsters poured out of it endlessly. Because the incident happened so suddenly, the number of casualties soared. At this moment, Luan had approached the 3 people who were talking. He spoke, "Lady Chu Lie, so you are here." Seeing Luan had appear, Kirit Gintu and Chu Lie both bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the son of the Empire." Luan Hat paid no mind to their greeting. instead looking away with an unhappy expression. Then he said, I just spoke with Duke Rose Santan. I have heard about your mission. He continued to ask, is this related to your mission? A gate that releases monsters, a jewel that sucks people's souls. Both of these things are very strange. Chulie listened silently with a determined expression. Then she answered Luan Hat, yes, that is correct. As she spoke, a powerful blue aura condensed in her hand. But she had already summoned her sword, tracing a beautiful trajectory. She said, as long as I plunge this sword into the fire witch's heart, all disasters will end. Hearing her words, Luan Hat lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with complex emotions. He spoke, the swordsmen are an important force. In this situation, it would be very dangerous to let everyone leave. Then Luan Hat placed a hand on his chest with a solemn expression. He said in a decisive voice, even so, I believe you all can do it. Trusting you all, that is the responsibility of an emperor. In a magnificent castle, a man's voice said, you all go, I will ensure the safety of the capital. Luan Hat, dressed in fine clothes, walked ahead. From behind came another man's voice, thank you, your majesty. Hiyu Stan, wearing a white shirt with a cloak over his shoulder. I have used magic to set up a barrier around the palace. You can bring the people into the palace. Luan Hat turned to look at him with an extremely cold expression. Who are you? This is the first time I've met you. Hiyu Stan puffed out his chest smugly. I am the genius mage of the magic tower. Luan Hat asked, you consider yourself a genius? He didn't answer, just smiled. Well then, I shall take my leave, your majesty. In a gloomy castle, thunder rumbled. The scene was terrifying. Fire which a Rio was standing in the middle of some kind of magic circle. To be able to receive souls from a distance like this, what a brilliant idea. The jewel next to her spoke. I just thought if I personally intervened, Fire which a Rio would be more pleased. On the other side of the jewel, a hooded man was sitting on a roof. The jewel then asked, how are things over there? He chuckled softly, I don't know. Below, innocent people panicked, fleeing from the bizarre monsters. Desperate cries for help echoed everywhere. Someone shouted, haven't the knights arrived yet? He pulled down his hood, smiling as he said, I hear the joyful cries of the people. Luan Hat at this time said loudly, those who cannot fight, enter the palace immediately. He walked while helping those who were injured or needed help. A man said with both surprise and gratitude, your majesty, you came here in person again. Luan Hat urged, hurry up. At this moment, a dam appeared to support Luan Hat. It's dangerous. Please return to the palace. Luan Hat completely ignored his advice. I can at least protect myself. He continued, I entrust the command of the knights to you, Adam. Adam immediately obeyed. At this moment, Lu Cat finally noticed him, thinking to himself, we finally meet. It seems His Majesty is finally acting like an adult. Then he gave a cunning smile. Then he said to the jewel, something came up. I'll stop transmitting from here. I'll be back later. Lu Cat's words surprised Fire which a Rio a little, and she turned to Robet beside her and asked, what happened? That Robet answered nonchalantly, how should I know? He probably just meant an acquaintance. Fire which a Rio said irritably, as long as I can continue to receive souls like this, nothing else matters. Suddenly, that Robet seemed to sense something. Fire which a Rio, your hair seems to be gradually turning red. Fire which a Rio said proudly, that proves my power is gradually recovering. At another mansion, a girl with silver hair mixed with blue strands was tying up her hair. Then she gently put on her gloves. Finally, the moment that will decide the outcome of the battle awaits me. Chulie stood by the window, lost in thought. If I fail, maybe I can return to the past. If it was the past where I was all alone, I probably couldn't have done this. But now, I have reliable companions. She made up her mind. This time, I will seize my own destiny. A voice urged from outside the door. Let's go, Chulie. She turned to look at the room, a determined smile on her face. Julia quickly stepped out. Yeah, coming. Night gradually fell, and everything became dark and frightening. Hiyu Stan asked the people who had followed him all this way. It's not here. As he rested his scepter on the ground, he thought again. I don't think this is the place. Julia then opened the map in her hand. She said, we need to go a little further north. I know, but Kirit Ginter instinctively asked, what's wrong? Hiyu Stan answered, this is the first time I've teleported such a long distance. He added, not to mention it feels like someone is interfering with my magic. Hiyu Stan said, if the fire which has been revived, this isn't strange. After all, this entire mountain is her territory. Hiyu Stan looked at the scepter, murmuring softly, let's try again now. The deeper they went, Hiyu Stan suddenly felt alarmed. He said, it must be around here somewhere. Julia felt something strange behind her. She thought to herself, that's not the sound of trees. She suddenly pulled hard, shouting loudly. Julia explained, the book says this is the forest of thorns ruled by the Demon King. The entire forest might be an illusion created by distorted space. Julia's words astonished the other three knights. Cyan was surprised, though. Stan scratched his head, looking confused. I was too tired to notice. Kirit Ginter explained to Stan with a wry smile. We should have arrived before dawn. A few minutes later, a knight pointed to a majestic but gloomy and cold castle and said, we finally see the castle. Let's go. Inside the huge mansion, two knights were fighting fiercely. It was none other than Lookit and Leon Hart. Lookit said, I have used a special barrier to surround this area. No one will come to save you. Just as I predicted, you are the mastermind. If you had done as I asked, this wouldn't have happened. Leon Hart said in astonishment, what? You mean you want me to live as your puppet? Leon Hart immediately swung his sword at Lookit. Lookit laughed triumphantly. Suddenly, Lookit cast some kind of spell, controlling Leon Hart's power. Lookit said, when night falls, the poison will begin to spread throughout the capital. Leon Hart gasped for breath with difficulty. Lookit continued, if you can find and kill me before then, the poison will disappear. But this useless body of yours can't do anything, Your Majesty. Lookit said to Leon Hart in a provocative tone, if you can, try to overcome this crisis. Leon Hart cried softly, Your Majesty. The scene shifts to our knights. Ricky felt something falling. What is that? When Ricky turned around and saw a foot falling from nowhere, he was scared out of his wits. When Ricky realized it was His Majesty, he was even more astonished. Leon Hart was now panting, having been attacked by Lookit's energy. He said while panting, the place where Kirit Ginter and the others are going is surely Lookit's place. That way, they can deal with him. What I need to do is to stop the poison from spreading throughout the capital. Ricky felt a mark on his neck, as if he had been strangled. Was it caused by a monster? Leon Hart doubtfully asked the person in front of him. So you're? Ricky shouted loudly. My name is Ricky from the Winter Legion. Leon Hart pulled Ricky closer and ordered, Ricky, gather all the mages here to my study. Can you do it as fast as possible? Ricky replied, yes, I can do it. Leon Hart was very pleased with Ricky. Then go quickly. Ricky, feeling uneasy, asked Leon Hart again. Your Majesty, are you all right? Leon Hart shouted, go now. Ricky immediately ran off to carry out the task Leon Hart had given him. He replied, yes. At this moment, our four knights had finally reached their destination, standing before the gloomy mansion. Stan panted, I'm so tired. How many teleportation gates have I used? Kirit Ginter sternly reminded him to focus. Cyan asked Julia, but what do we do after this? Julia answered, a little flustered. I don't know, I haven't thought about it. Let's talk after we're done. Stan didn't understand. As always, you have no plan at all. In the room, Rebecca had a cruel smile on her lips. She laughed and said, ha, I didn't expect you to show up so quickly. How should we deal with these thieves who dare to barge in through the main door? Have they come out to greet us? Julia remembered that woman, the one who tried to kill her father. Seeing this, Kirit Ginter advised her, you can't lose your cool. Julia, don't we have other things to do? Kirit Ginter said decisively, I'll deal with this one. You guys go inside and handle the others. Rebecca said indifferently, I wonder what you're planning. The three knights were full of fighting spirit, and Julia also said, I will fight too. Julia was helped by Stan. My lady, this way please. Rebecca was suddenly attacked from behind, controlled by Kirit Ginter, stabbing through her heart. Rebecca laughed sinisterly, saying in a provocative tone, what do you think you're doing? Kirit Ginter said coldly, don't bother her. It turns out she doesn't have a heart. For some reason, in the magnificent castle, Kirit Ginter continuously broke through the lines of defense set up by Rebecca. Kirit Ginter defeated Rebecca's minions one by one. He fought while asking, where's the fire witch? The opponent replied, who knows? She weaved through the corners of the house, laughing and saying, you're quite agile. I don't dislike strong men. Subconsciously, Kirit Ginter realized. So, she's a conscious puppet. Would it be better to burn her? Kirit Ginter thought he could destroy her, but unexpectedly, a monster appeared behind her, waiting for her command to attack him. She asked, but so what? She continued, you can't kill me that easily. A deafening roar echoed. Boom. Oh my god, Grugru. It was a dragon-like monster with terrifying fangs, her minion. Kirit Ginter thought to himself, a dragon. When it breathed fire, he immediately dodged the sea of flames. As he ran, he looked back, and it was her saying, "Even if you're attracted by the dragon, don't forget about me." Kirit Ginter didn't reply, but at that moment, he just wanted to get away from her and deal with the dragon first. With that thought, he immediately used his sword to slay it. It was just a dragon created by magic, much weaker than a real one. The giant dragon screamed in agony, "Aya!" at this very moment, because he possessed the strength to take down that ferocious giant dragon. Rebecca's eyes widened. Unable to believe he could defeat it, she thought to herself, "What is he doing?" The giant dragon roared, "Aha!" Now Kirit Ginter was controlling the dragon. He thought to himself, "I can block its wings, make it fall." A moment later, the dragon was officially subdued. It roared, "AAA." Kirit Ginter thought to himself, "If it's only at this level, I can handle several at once." At this time, the other 3 knights had gone deeper inside. Heo Stan was exhausted. Heo Stan said to Cyan in a weary voice, "Cyan, carry me for a bit. That which is too strong. I'm out of energy." Cyan replied, Let me go." Cyan noticed some strange sounds. Cyan asked, "Did you guys hear that scream?" It sounded like Heo Stan hugged Cyan from behind, comforting him that Kirit Ginter could handle it himself. Julia also encouraged, "That's right, because Kirit Ginter is the strongest knight in the Empire." Heo Stan replied, "That's right." Cyan suddenly felt Heo Stan leaning on him, and Cyan cried out in alarm. "Wah!" A voice echoed from a distance. "I didn't expect some rats to sneak in while I was out." Julia recognized this voice. It was Lookit, he said. "I didn't expect you to come here, leaving the Empire in peril. Is this the extent of your honor as knights?" Julia said, "I don't want to hear those words from your mouth." Lookit used his power to create a sphere, saying, "Well then, I'll give you a little information. Right now, the poison has spread throughout the imperial capital. The longer it takes, the farther it will spread. Until our goal is achieved, the poison and the monsters will not stop." Julia shouted in panic. "What?" Lookit explained further. "If you're truly knights, you should return to the Empire. Even saving one commoner would be good, wouldn't it?" Julia said in a voice full of indignation and courage, "You're just using a despicable plan." Heo Stan added, "The thing spreading through the village isn't poison, it's that person's energy. As long as that person dies, the poison will disappear immediately." Cyan said instinctively, "How is that possible?" "Because he is a dark magician." Julia advised him, "If we are knights, we will defeat you and end this chaos." Lookit provoked, "You seem quite confident." Cyan interjected, "Wait." Julia stopped Cyan. Cyan voiced his opinion. "It seems now is the time for me to show my cool side and be of some help." Cyan said again, "Leave this to me. You two go deeper inside." Julia spoke up, "Sir Cyan, we don't know Lookit's true strength, so we must fight together." And then Cyan replied to her, "But you don't know my true strength either, do you?" He continued to advise, "You said this disaster appeared for the fire witch to recover her power, right? Before the witch recovers more power, shouldn't you quickly take her down?" Heo Stan agreed. "You're right, Cyan." Julia was confused. "Even you, Sir Heo Stan." Heo Stan brought his sword before her. "The only way to completely destroy the fire witch is with your sword." Heo Stan slammed his sword on the ground. "Let's go, my lady." Lookit blocked them. "Do you think I'll let you go?" Cyan blocked Lookit's path, saying, "You can't ignore me. You know that, right?" Over here, Heo Stan and Julia went deeper into the giant castle. Heo Stan said to Julia, "Is it okay to leave him to handle it alone?" Heo Stan said again, "I only met Sir Cyan today, so I can't guarantee it. But he's not a weak person, right? If this is an emergency, we need to trust our comrades and share the tasks." Heo Stan said in a solemn voice, "My mission is to take you to the Fire Witch." Julia replied, "I understand. We have no time to waste. I must defeat the Fire Witch and end this disaster quickly." Julia felt the 2 energies in her body reacting violently to something. "It feels like they're guiding us. It seems the fire witch is near us. Let's go." Heo Stan. A green poisonous gas was enveloping the palace. The mages above the palace were using their magic to dispel the poisonous gas. Everyone was shouting loudly, informing each other, "Purge the poison. We can't let it spread outside the capital." Understood. At this moment, Leon Hart was observing the situation through the window. Duke Damien stood behind him, bowing and saying to him, "Your Majesty, if this continues, the mages and priests will also be in danger." Leon Hart still looked out the window with a sad gaze. He said, "I know, Duke Damien." In his mind, thoughts swirled. It might be a poison with no antidote. If it spreads to the crowd outside the barrier, We won't be able to handle it completely. Then, he returned to his seat, saying as he walked, "We just need to wait one more day." Duke Damien immediately objected upon hearing this. "Your Majesty, that is too risky." Hearing these words, he thought to himself, "This disaster can only end after Lookit is dead. Even though this is very risky, we must control the current situation." After sitting down, he began to ask, how is the request for the magic tower to send more mages going? The thoughts in his head had not stopped. "We can only wait for Julia and her comrades to solve the problem at its root." Damien said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, monsters have also appeared in the capitals of other nations. They are afraid they can no longer provide support to the Empire." Hearing this, Leonhardt's heart grew heavy with worry. He lamented, "What a mess." As he finished speaking, a scene appeared in his mind of the mages relying on the barrier created by Hio Stan, struggling to resist the poisonous gas outside. The poisonous gas was temporarily unable to enter the palace, but it was only a matter of time before the barrier was destroyed. The scene shifts to another castle. It exuded a creepy, gloomy atmosphere. In a dark corridor, Julia and Hio Stan were being led somewhere by a sword. Suddenly, the sword stopped. Seeing this, Julia exclaimed in surprise, "Ivan." The scene here was terrifying. A statue of the Grim Reaper was particularly prominent. A voice suddenly echoed in the space. "I didn't expect you to willingly come here to die." At this moment, the sound of high heels began to echo in the space. A woman in a red dress was slowly walking down the stairs. She appeared before the two of them, covering her mouth with her hand and chuckling softly. "It's time to end this long-standing feud, isn't it, Iris?" Julia looked at the woman, feeling a little uneasy. She thought to herself, "Aisha, that woman." At this moment, a ring of fire surrounded her. Julia stood in front of Dee, thinking to herself, "No, Aisha can't be this cruel, so that red hair means." The other woman was still staring at the two of them. Suddenly, she spoke, "You don't seem to be Iris." As she finished speaking, she lunged forward and grabbed Julia by the throat, pressing her against the wall and shouting, "Show your true form, demon." The woman's eyes turned white with anger. She said, "Why do you have Iris's power?" Seeing this, Julia was not afraid, but instead smiled coldly. "I've finally found you." While the woman was still surprised, Julia used her sword to cut a line on her cheek, saying, "I am Julia von Rosentain." She pointed her sword at the woman, declaring loudly, "I will punish you for the chaos you have caused throughout the Empire." Hearing her words, the woman looked astonished. She muttered, "You said, Rosentain. Not only does the cursed blood of the Rosentain family still exist, but their descendant has personally come to my door." As she finished speaking, the flames around her burned even more fiercely. Seeing this scene, Hiostam looked frightened. He thought to himself, "The pressure is so strong. This won't be easy." Julia turned her head slightly and said to her comrade, "Hiostam, you go down and bring Kirit Ginter and Cyan up here." Hearing her, Hiostam was surprised. "Huh? A sound." Julia raised her longsword, smiled, and said to her, "By the time you get back, the battle will be over." As she finished speaking, she swung her sword horizontally at the woman's flames. Seeing her like this, Hiostam behind her smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen the back of a true knight. Besides, taking on this role isn't so bad." At this moment, the battle between Julia and the woman was extremely fierce, causing the furniture in the room to topple over. The other woman rushed towards Julia, shouting, "I will completely destroy that filthy bloodline, eradicating it to prevent future trouble." Julia used her sword to block her attack, shouting back with equal force, "Just try if you can." At this moment, in another part of the castle, Kirit Ginter was also fighting with Rebecca. He used his sword to knock the woman far away. Despite this, the woman still grinned broadly, saying to him, "I should have warned you before. I'm not so easily destroyed." Kirit Ginter slammed his sword on the ground, saying, "So stubborn." Suddenly, countless black hands appeared at the woman's feet. Before she could react, the hands pulled her forcefully into the ground. Kirit Ginter dusted himself off, saying, "You will be judged in the Empire's dungeon and imprisoned for life." The woman's entire body was buried underground, with only her head sticking out, but she still said arrogantly, "Who do you think I am? I can escape from that kind of dungeon anytime." Kirit Ginter warned with a terrifying gaze, "You'd better not try anything. Once you use magic, you will be swallowed by an inextinguishable flame." Hearing this, the person could only scream in anger. At this moment, Heo-stan also appeared in the room. He asked Kirit Ginter, "How is it going?" Hearing Heo-stan's voice, Kirit Ginter was extremely surprised and quickly asked back, "Why did only you come back?" Heo-stan began to answer, "Lady Julia has met that Rebecca. She's at the highest point of the castle." At his feet, the woman's face was contorted with anger. Heo-stan continued to explain, "She told me to bring you and Cyan up, so I came down here." After hearing this, Kirit Ginter's face remained expressionless, not saying a word. Suddenly, the woman under the ground screamed, "Kill me." Her scream startled Heo-stan. She asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Kirit Ginter heard it, but still walked out, only replying softly, "Don't mind her." Seeing his attitude, Heo-stan couldn't help but mutter, "What a scary bastard. Good thing he's not my enemy." Hearing this, Kirit Ginter still replied coldly, "Then let's go up. Cyan can probably take care of himself." The woman, seeing that they were ignoring her, shouted loudly, "Can't you hear me?" In another place, Cyan was fighting with Lookit. He used his sword to block the opponent's magic attack. Cyan took the initiative to attack, but his opponent always easily dodged his blows. However, he was finally hit by one of Lookit's moves, crashing hard into the wall. The blow caused Cyan extreme pain. The opponent began to mock, "I didn't expect you to return to the Empire after becoming a sword master." Despite the unbearable pain, Cyan still smiled coldly and said, "You talk as if you know me well." At this moment, his hand was tightly gripping his sword. The opponent raised his hands to his chest, forming a triangle, seemingly casting a spell. Lookit said as he cast, "Of course I know you. I was the one who made you leave the Empire." Cyan then swung his sword towards him. He also quickly used magic to create a shield to block the blow. A purple energy hit Cyan in the face, leaving him utterly astonished. Suddenly, a garden full of flowers and green grass appeared in Cyan's mind. He was very young then, happily running toward a beautiful woman, calling out loudly, "Mom." Hearing his call, the woman gently replied, "Cyan." The woman gently stroked his head and asked, "Where have you been? Why are you covered in mud?" Cyan then happily told his mother, "Mom, I know how to use magic." After saying that, the little boy held out his small hands, conjuring a small flame in front of him. He said, "Look, Mom." Seeing this, his mother smiled gently and praised him. So good. Next, the image that appeared in his mind was a fierce fire. A knight held him and fled from the fire, shouting, "Quick, save the queen." Another person seemed a little scared and replied, "But the carriage has overturned." Cyan, in the knight's arms, was still aware of everything happening around him. He thought, "To save me, Mom had to." After that fire, he had to endure a lot of criticism from everyone. The queen's son knows how to use fire magic, right? I can't believe this child lost control and caused this tragedy. Even his father went mad. It's all his fault. He is the monster who killed his parents. If it weren't for him, the queen might still be alive. Why does a monster like that still exist here? Useless. Cyan was now in extreme pain in his own illusion. He shouted, "Damn illusion." He covered his ears, his face contorted in pain. He thought, "It wasn't me. On the day of the accident, I didn't use any magic." At this moment, he looked toward the man standing behind the magic shield. He recalled Lookit's words, "I was the one who made you leave the Empire." After calming down, Cyan realized everything. So that's it, this was all his doing. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air. "My dear son, if you wake up from this dream, what awaits you is only deeper pain. Stay here, let's be together." Cyan's mother appeared before him, gently stroking his cheek. Seeing his mother, he was extremely surprised, the word mom appearing in his mind. At this moment, Julia's voice echoed in the air again. "Cyan, how long are you going to be like this?" An image of Julia appeared behind him, saying, "Get over the past, focus on the future." But Cyan's mother held him tightly, saying, "I need you, Cyan." Cyan sighed, saying sarcastically, "I can't believe you'd resort to this trick." He pressed his hand hard on his wound. At this moment, Cyan had returned to reality. He tried to get up with his injured body, saying, "If I can eliminate you, I will be able to forget the past." The opponent smiled and said to Cyan, "Using self-harm to break the illusion? As a child, you were much smarter than Leon Hart and Jeremy. Therefore, for the plan to succeed, you had to disappear forever. But looking at these foolish actions of yours now, perhaps that plan was unnecessary." Cyan's hand tightened on his sword as he replied, "That's right, doing that was indeed unnecessary. That way, I won't have to kill you. After saying that, Cyan once again charged at his opponent with his sword. The two began another fierce battle. In another development, Julia and the woman were still fighting fiercely. The woman condensed a fireball in her hand, shouting at Julia, "Kneel before the flames of hell." When she threw the flame at Julia, Julia quickly used her sword to block it. Julia had broken the opponent's move. At this moment, the two temporarily stopped fighting. Julia asked, "Why do you want to take over the empire?" The opponent quickly replied, "What a naive question." She began to present her ideals. "I'm the fire witch. I appeared to burn everything." In the woman's mind, a scene appeared of her standing in a sea of fire, watching others burn to death. She continued to speak. "Have you ever imagined? Amidst the ashes, the forms of all those who were burned, those lowly insects, their existence is only to prove my power." As she said this, her expression became ferocious. Julia sighed, thinking to herself, "This is worse than I thought." Her hair was now disheveled. She pointed her sword at the opponent and said, "Let's end this." Julia kicked hard at the opponent. The woman, caught off guard, fell backwards. She thought she had to save time, otherwise her energy would run out. "I have to aim for the heart, a quick victory." She thrust her sword through the wall in front of her. But that person had disappeared. She appeared behind Julia, right above her head. She said, "You're in too much of a hurry." Julia couldn't hide the fear on her face. The woman laughed triumphantly. Focusing all her power on her, she said, "It's over." The fire witch roared die. Julia's sword was stuck in a pillar. She was trying to pull it out. "Damn it, I have to pull it out." Luckily, she managed to draw her sword in time. With it, she blocked the fire witch's attack. As she fought, she tried to figure out a strategy. The fire witch, far from holding back, launched a series of fierce attacks at Julia. She said, "Oof, you're quite lucky." The sword in Julia's hand suddenly spoke. "Descendant of the Rosentain family, I will show you my power." A blue light emanated, enveloping the blade. Just like that, she ran behind Ariel. She thought she had to get behind her. The sword's power formed a wall of ice, blocking the fire witch's power. Both launched fierce attacks at each other. Neither would give in. The fire witch unleashed her fire power, aggressively telling her, "I'll melt it in an instant." Suddenly, ice covered her entire body. It left her unable to move, and she shouted in anger, "Iris." Taking that chance, Julia appeared behind her. She swung her sword, attacking from behind, and stabbed the fire witch straight through the chest. "Huh, don't get distracted. I will pour all my energy into this sword." Elsewhere, where Cien and Look It suddenly coughed up blood. He clutched his chest in pain. Cien turned to look at him in alarm. He felt as if his heart was being squeezed, bound tightly by chains to the point of suffocation. Something has happened to Ariel's soul. He looked at his blood-soaked hand, thinking to himself, "If this continues, the soul bound by my contract will also disappear." Just then, Houston and Kirat Ginter appear at the same time. Houston asked, "What's the situation?" Look It was now emitting an extremely powerful, murderous aura. The atmosphere grew even darker. Cien, horrified, couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "What's suddenly wrong with you?" The murderous aura emanating from Look It grew thicker. He whispered darkly, "Before that, I must drag everyone else down to hell with me." Houston seemed to have noticed something. Black tears. He wants to destroy this place. He shouted, telling everyone to evacuate to a safe place. "Cien, hurry. This way. I'll put up a barrier. It's all over." Cien said in a panic as he ran. What on earth is wrong with him? Boom. A loud explosion rang out, and everything around them collapsed. Houston, Kirat Ginter, and Cien were enveloped in a protective barrier. Houston said, "If we had been a second later, we would have been in trouble." Cien held his head, still in shock from the explosion. The maids were astonished to see Kirat Ginter walk in carrying Julia. They cried out in worry, "My lady, what happened?" He looked up and said, "She's just fallen asleep. She used up all her energy. Please take me to her room." The maid immediately ran off, saying, "This way, please." Entering the magnificent palace, the head maid approached, bowed, and said, "Sir, we have prepared a room for you, along with a change of clothes." Then she pushed up her glasses and said sternly, "Could you please give Our Lady some space to rest and recover?" Hearing this, Kirat Ginter thought with some concern, "It is a bit strange to insist on entering a young lady's room." Then he decided, "All right, take me to my room." A week later, in Julia's room, she had just woken up, rubbing her eyes and thinking, "My eyes are so tired." Suddenly, she turned her head and was surprised to see Kirat Ginter. As she got out of bed, she thought, "I don't remember anything after returning to the Empire. Did Kirat Ginter bring me back? He's so adorable, even when he's sleeping." Then she slowly approached him as he slept soundly. As soon as she got close, he opened his eyes and asked, "You're awake, Julia. How are you feeling?" Without a second thought, she immediately sat on his lap and said, "My head hurts a little, but other than that, nothing." Seeing her like this, he shyly turned his face away. Then she asked, "But where are Cien and Houston?" He said they were being treated at his mansion, that Houston had used magic, and Cien was seriously injured. Hearing that, she asked with great concern, "Don't you need to go see them?" He said, "Alex will take good care of them, so you don't need to worry." Julia began to think, "I should go see how they are." Suddenly, her stomach rumbled. She blushed with embarrassment and said, "Why is my stomach making that noise?" Karat Ginter smiled and said, "Get changed and come downstairs. I think you're better now. You can eat something simple." A little later, in the dining room, the maids were constantly worrying about her, asking, "My lady, do you know how worried we were for you? How is your health?" Julia said as she ate, "Thank you, everyone, I'm fine." Suddenly, she turned her head and asked, "That's right, we're father and Judy." The maid beside her turned away, thought for a moment, and said, "Not long ago, we received a letter from Judy. She said she might return today. She must have had a lot to take care of in her hometown." Hearing that, she asked while sipping her soup, "Is that so?" On his side, Karat Ginter said, "The mansion is so lively today." Julia replied, "Everyone is very kind, aren't they? After we see father, let's go to your mansion. I want to see them and thank them." Hearing her say that, Karat Ginter said, "I think it would be better for you to rest more. You might still have wounds that haven't fully healed." She immediately said, "I'm completely fine, so Karat Ginter doesn't need to worry." Then she smiled brightly like a flower and added, "For dinner, let's go somewhere a little fancy. After all, it's been a long time since we've had a vacation." You're still eating and already thinking about the next meal. Hearing that, Karat Ginter was stunned for a moment, then replied, "I understand. From what I've seen, the villages also seem to be holding festivals. The palace has prepared a warm, welcoming ceremony for us." She asked in surprise, "For us?" He immediately said, "That's right, especially after the people have gone through a serious disaster. This is surely to appease the people and help them overcome their difficulties. There will also be a state funeral for those who have passed." Julia's heart began to feel heavy. She thought, if I had been a little faster, fewer people would have had to be sacrificed. Karat Ginter looked at her in silence, then placed his hand on hers and said, "Julia, you worry about too many things. Right now, you need to focus on recovering your health." She sighed in relief and replied, "I understand, Karat Ginter." That night, she was walking down the hallway when she met a figure. It turned out to be Judy. She was smiling at Julia. Julia was extremely surprised. The two hugged each other tightly. Judy said happily, "I missed you so much, my lady. It's so good that you're safe and sound." She kept asking Julia, "How was your trip, my lady? Do you know how worried I was? Were you injured?" Julia smiled and replied, "Yes, everyone helped me a lot." Judy suddenly noticed a slight change in Julia's attire and asked, "My lady, this outfit?" Julia said a little shyly, "Since you weren't here, Bocce helped me get dressed. Does it look strange?" Hearing that, Judy looked as if she'd been struck by lightning, asking in utter amazement, "Bocce?" Then Judy rushed to Julia, saying excitedly, "It's so cute. I thought a cool lady like you wouldn't like a cute style, but it seems many things have changed after falling in love, haven't they?" Julia's face suddenly darkened, and she asked, "Father is back too, isn't he? Is he in his bedroom?" Judy said cheerfully, "The Duke is in his study. He said he had urgent business to attend to." At this point, she suddenly paused, then said in a panic, "My lady," those were the Duke's words, but she pushed Julia, saying, "Never mind, it's better if you hear it from him yourself." Seeing this, Julia wondered, "Why are you suddenly acting like this?" A moment later, she walked over. At that moment, she stood before a door, knocked, and said, "Father, it's Julia." The person inside immediately said, "Come in." She slowly pushed the door open, constantly thinking, what is going on? Why was Judy acting like that? As soon as she entered, she was so shocked her eyes widened. Before her was an incredibly handsome man. The person saw her, smiled, and said, "Long time no see, Julia." She asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Hacken said, "You don't recognize your own father anymore. My voice hasn't changed, has it?" Then he put the documents down on the table and asked, "Do I look that strange?" She replied, a bit awkwardly, "Yes, a little." At this moment, he slowly took off his glasses and said, "About a week ago, my appearance changed. It seems our family's curse disappeared after the witch was destroyed. Not only has my appearance changed, but the unbalanced flow of magic in my body has also returned to normal." Hearing these words, Julia smiled and thought to herself, "I see." After Ariel and Iris disappeared together, the family curse was lifted. Thinking this, she exclaimed, "That's wonderful. You look so handsome, father." Hearing that, he crossed his arms, turned his face away, and said, "I'm still not used to it. At first, my hair was down to my toes. It was very cumbersome." She thought to herself, "When my curse was lifted, I wonder if father felt the same way I do now." Then Julia asked, "Did Judy help you with this hairstyle? It suits you very well." He replied, "That's right. I want to tell her to cut it even shorter. It keeps poking my eyes." That night, at Kirat Ginter's mansion, Houston and Ricky spoke in turn. "The news about us has spread throughout the Empire. Why did you guys go save the Empire without telling me? That's outrageous." Houston asked, "If we had told you, would you have gone?" Ricky replied, "Absolutely not. Only a madman would choose to go to such a dangerous place." Hearing that, Houston angrily pinched his cheek and asked, "Are you saying I'm crazy?" He quickly explained, "Sir, Houston is always a little." Ignoring him, Houston turned to Kirat Ginter and asked, "Kirat, what are you going to do now?" Hearing that, he asked back, "What is it?" Houston sighed and said bluntly, "The proposal. When and how are you going to propose?" Hearing this, Cien, who was eating, looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Houston continued, "Don't drag it out any longer. What will you do if another man shows up?" Then he held up a newspaper and continued, "The heroes who saved the Empire are all in peril. Among them, the young lady of the Rosentain family is the most popular with the people. It's still too early to celebrate." Hearing the nagging, Kirat Ginter just replied, "I know." Then he said shyly, "But I don't know how to express my feelings." Hearing that, Houston burst out laughing and said, "You look so tense. Not like the usual Kirat Ginter at all." Ricky, beside him, said in confusion, "What's with that expression? Is he possessed? It's giving me goosebumps." Without a second thought, Houston said confidently, "Don't worry, we'll help you." A few days later, on a street sparkling with lights, Kirat Ginter was holding a small box, thinking to himself, "I wonder if she'll like this." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Is that you, Kirat?" He immediately put the small box in his pocket, turned around, and asked, "Ah, you're here." Julia asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? I called you from a distance, but you didn't answer." At this moment, Kirat Ginter's face turned bright red with embarrassment. He covered his face with his hand and asked, "Is there anything you want to do?" She replied, "I don't know either. What can we do on a date?" Then she turned and said as she walked, "Let's go for a walk in the city." A moment later, the two were sitting on a boat. Then they walked around the streets, eating snacks. She opened her mouth wide. He asked, a little flustered, "This, is it edible?" Next, they met a little boy selling flowers who ran up and gave her flower. At that moment, she was enjoying the fragrance of the flower. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "We meet again, Commander." Seeing that person appear, she cried out in surprise, "Ah, Cien, your hair." He grinned and said, "I changed my hairstyle." Kirat Ginter, on the other hand, stood to one side, muttering, "Don't interrupt, don't interrupt." Then he cleared his throat and said, "This might be a bit sudden, but I should probably let you all know in advance. I'll be leaving the Empire next week." Hearing this, Julia asked, confused, "Why so suddenly? Haven't you just gotten used to your job as a knight?" Cien immediately said, "The commander probably doesn't know, but this habit of mine of wandering everywhere doesn't just disappear. The palace is too small to hold me." She said, a little sadly, "I was just starting to become friends with you. What a shame." Without thinking, Cien put his hand on her shoulder and said, "You're about to part with a brother who's cool, kind, and considerate. Of course you'd feel it's a shame." Lucy reacted the exact same way back then. At this, she sighed helplessly and said, "Even now, you're still not talking seriously at all." Cien was silent for a moment, then handed her a teddy bear and said, "With new meetings, there must be partings. I recommend Ginger to succeed me as vice commander. This is for you." Then Cien turned to leave, continuing, "If we have the chance, we'll meet again." Seeing this, Julia called out Cien's name loudly, but he had long since disappeared. She felt a little disappointed, thinking to herself, he suddenly appeared, solved the Night Order's problems, and now he's about to disappear. Does this count as a farewell to Cien? At that moment, Kirat Ginter walked over and said, "He's a very useful person. Wouldn't it be better to keep him?" She immediately shook her head and said, "Even if I tried to hold him back, he would leave sooner or later. We have to respect his decision." After that, Julia smiled and said to Kirat Ginter, Let's go see the lake just like the old days. The two of them were now hand in hand, chatting as they walked. Even though it was winter, the flowers were in full bloom. Karat Ginter was now worrying to himself. He recalled what Houston had said. Trust me, I'll set up a suitable scene. He thought to himself, did Houston arrange this too? I can't hesitate any longer. With that thought, he turned his head and called out, Julia. She turned her head to look at him. Then he asked, Julia, do you like me? She asked back, flustered, why are you suddenly asking that? She blushed and said, of course, I like you the most. Hearing that, his face also turned bright red. Seeing him say nothing, she asked, was that the wrong answer? He immediately came to his senses and replied, no. Then he took her hand and confessed his feelings. Not long ago, you always looked like you were being chased by something. So, I want to share the burden on your shoulders. He didn't dare to look her straight in the eye at this moment, saying, but now, I need you more. I want to build a family. I want to have a child like you. If I could spend my whole life with you, how wonderful that would be. Julia, in my future plans, there's only you. Then he slowly knelt on one knee, took out the ring box, and said, I will make you happy. So, can you give me a chance? Julia couldn't help but say in surprise, what should I do? Just being by your side already makes me very happy. Karat Ginter showed a clear look of surprise. This was not the answer he expected. He asked worriedly, is this a rejection? Hearing that, she laughed and said, no, who could reject someone as perfect as you? Then she held out her hand and asked, aren't you going to put the ring on me? He no longer hesitated and placed the ring on her finger. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy, and she thought to herself, a proposal on the day of the first snow. Julia stood on her tiptoes and took a step forward. She smiled radiantly, held up her hand, and asked Karat Ginter, how is it? He said nothing, only kissing the back of her hand. Not only that, he pulled her towards him, placed a kiss on her forehead, and said, so lovely. You are the loveliest person in the world. A clear voice rang out, have you found the young lady's gloves? A maid who was doing Julia's makeup said, found them, they're right here. All around was a bustling, busy scene. They seemed to be busily preparing for something very important. Hand me the perfume, the jasmine-scented one. Yes, I'll bring it right away. A beautiful bouquet of fresh flowers was placed neatly on the table. Don't forget that bouquet. It's best to always keep it by the young lady's side, right? A man with brilliant platinum hair, dressed in an elegant black suit. That person entered Julia's dressing room and asked, still this noisy on the wedding day? Seeing someone enter, everyone hurriedly greeted, ah, your grace the Duke. The girls, while preparing Julia, cheerfully chatted with the Duke. Thank you for caring even for servants like us. We love these dresses and jewelry. He replied smugly, of course I have to take good care of everyone. You're all like my own daughters. It turned out to be Julia's father. His name was Pascal. His current appearance captivated thousands of young women. So handsome, your grace. Pascal thought with dissatisfaction. After my appearance changed, no matter what I say, they reply like that. Do I have no dignity left? He quickly looked at his daughter, asking Julia, are you nervous? Julia happily replied to her father, not at all, father, because today I can be with Karat. Seeing his daughter's happy smile, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart either. Your happiness is enough, I'll go on ahead. Julia replied respectfully, yes, father. The maids beside them were also happy for them. Their cheeks flushed, saying, so romantic, so lovely. Suddenly, Judy entered with tears in her eyes, sobbing, my lady, I still can't believe you're getting married. The maid doing makeup beside her saw this and quickly teased, on such a happy day, why are you crying? Judy is such a crybaby. Judy also sobbed in reply, you can cry from happiness too. The girl looked up, her face smiling but her eyes blurred with tears. Now that the burden on your shoulders has been lifted, you must be happy. Promise me. Julia looked at Judy, moved. Then the two made a pinky promise. I promise. Julia smiled and said, besides, you'll be coming with me, Judy. So don't act like we're about to be separated. Judy held her hand tightly, sobbing. But, my lady, please stay with me forever. A maid beside them said impatiently, Judy, stand still. Your tears will wet the dress. Leon Hart approached Karat Ginter to congratulate him. Congratulations, Karat Ginter. Karat Ginter also hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied, thank you, your majesty. Leon Hart patted his shoulder and said, you've built a powerful army. The groom doesn't need to be so tense. Karat Ginter asked worriedly. Is it that obvious? Leonhardt laughed and replied, yes. This is the first time I've seen you so tense. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned serious, and he asked Karat Ginter, Commander Ginter, are you happy right now? Commander Karat Ginter replied happily, yes, happier than anyone else in this world. Leonhardt saw his face radiant with happiness and said with satisfaction, that's good then. Karat Ginter politely teased, Your Majesty, you should also find a wife soon. Leonhardt was a little embarrassed after hearing that, turned his face away, and said, I'll take care of my own affairs. The officiant spoke up, let us begin the ceremony. First, the groom will enter. As he finished speaking, everyone simultaneously turned towards the aisle in the middle of the hall. The groom, in a solemn black formal suit, walked step by step towards the altar. The voice spoke again. Please give him a warm round of applause. Karat Ginter, elegant and capturing everyone's gaze, quickly entered the wedding hall. Leonhardt also quickly added, Now, the main character of today, the bride, will enter. The people below also hurriedly looked down, searching for the bride's figure. Pascal offered his arm to his daughter. He gave a gentle smile, gently guiding Julia towards Karat Ginter. The sight of the father and daughter appearing together livened up the entire hall. Our goddess, Karat Ginter, standing on the altar, couldn't hide his own shyness. He was moved by Julia's sublime beauty. You are so beautiful, Julia. Julia replied happily, You too, my love. Pascal, standing beside them, instructed, Sir Ginter, please take good care of Julia. Karat Ginter bowed respectfully, extending his hand to take Julia's. Please trust me. Thus, the bride and groom were both in position. Leonhardt continued to officiate the ceremony. First of all, I would like to thank you all for attending this wedding today. We will remember this special moment, witnessing the loving union between the Ginter family and the Rosentain family. These two will marry, become a family, and we wish them a happy life. Those of you present today, please pray for the eternal love of these two and support them on their new journey. May God bless them. As he finished, everyone below sincerely felt happy for this perfect and beautiful couple. Next is the ring exchange. Judy heard the instruction and hurriedly brought the two precious rings forward. Next, we will exchange rings. Karat Ginter and Julia took turns putting the rings on each other. After completing the ceremony they had been waiting for, it was finally the last part. After the two have said their vows, the groom may kiss the bride. Karat Ginter gently lifted her face and softly kissed her lips. Judy shyly covered her face, but through the gaps in her fingers, her eyes were full of love, witnessing the romantic moment before her. Leonhardt declared, I now pronounce you officially husband and wife. The next morning, in the bedroom of a mansion, a voice called out, Julia, wake up for breakfast. It was Karat Ginter's voice. Hearing it, Julia sat up with her eyes half closed. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked drowsily, You're already awake. Karat Ginter saw his wife's adorable appearance. His face flushed as he said, I couldn't sleep at all. Julia became more alert and hurriedly put on her slippers. How long are you going to be this tense? Then she ran to hug her husband, Karat Ginter. Let's go out and play today. Before, when we went up north, we said it would be nice if we could travel around a bit. He asked worriedly, Aren't you tired? You were so busy with the wedding yesterday. She still replied cheerfully, I'll go with you. Karat Ginter, what is there to worry about? Hearing his wife's sweet and gentle words, his heart was filled with boundless joy and happiness. The two hugged each other tightly. Karat Ginter said gently, As long as it's what you want, I'm willing to do anything. And she just giggled happily. A voice echoed in both their hearts at the same time. The years we spend together,